didn't follow it in the first place. Having no other choice at this point, Max began to follow the light and entered the forest. His wand was ready to send wind blade if he sighted an enemy. Walking inside the forest was pretty easy. It wasn't a problem at all. Before long, when he reached the deep of the forest, the guiding light branches. The large path-like light that pointed at one place was now smaller than before. Max once again found himself stopping on his track and scratched his head. Now what? Is there 2 paths leading toward the academy, or should I check 2 places that these guiding lights pointed me to? Well, why don't you head to one of the locations where the light guides you first? There is no other choice but to check. But be careful. God knows. Only one way to find out. Right? I was foolish. I asked too many questions when I should have just done whatever I wanted. Maybe because he just finished many side quests or just started the repetitive main quest where he had to enter the magical forest, Max felt a bit bored playing this game. It's not that fun, he thought. Let's finish this quest and end the stream. I will find a new game for tomorrow after that. To put it simply, this game was boring. The system and everything was good, but he didn't have as much fun as when he played Knight's Journey or V-Shelter Survival. I made a mistake. He went to the right path and continued walking. I should have just started the multiplayer mode from the start. That way, I can have fun playing with my viewers. But now, I have already lost interest in this game. The story's progression is too slow. For God's sake, make it a bit faster. Sighing, he pushed himself to walk until he arrived at what seemed like a small lake. The guiding light stopped there, and an arrow made of purple smoke pointed at the lake, floating above it. Max looked around in confusion. What did he need to do with this? Why weren't there any explanations on what to do? At least a pedestal with a puzzle or poem that gave him a hint. Shit, I cursed a lot today. He growled as he tried to enter the lake. But when he got closer, he was blocked by an invisible barrier, preventing him from going further. Alright, this is officially the shittiest game that I have ever played. No explanation. No clue. Simple quest. Slow plot. No exciting magic fight between magicians. I am fucking done. With the last outburst, he logged out of the game without ending his live stream. Lol, he rage quit. Understandable, I would rage quit too. This game is too advanced for Breeze TSK. Kek, I knew this would be the case. Who recommended this game to him? Let me commend him. It was me, sir. My name is Pen Lizard. Sir, Pen Lizard, you have successfully made Breeze rage quit for the first time. I award you the honor. 07 Good job, Sir Pen Lizard, for recommending this game. The chat enjoyed it a lot. Chapter 406, Review and Big Brother's Pride. Sitting on his chair in his private lobby, Max browsed through the review of Spellbound Academy. He hadn't read it before, but now that he did, he found many similar complaints about the game. 5 out of 10, this game lacks clues and hints. It just drops us a quest with a simple explanation and expects the players to find out how to finish it themselves. Right? This game is just too abstract. 6 out of 10. At first I wondered why this game got a 6.8 rating despite its amazing magic system. But after playing it, I understand. This game lacks a goal. Where is the noseless villain? What is the player's goal? To be the greatest magician? No. He just does random quests. Indeed. In Mercenary Quest, the player's goal is to hunt monsters and protect the utopia. Even the officer from that mecha game has a goal to return to his home planet. And Knight's Journey has a goal to retire. This Spellbound Academy's goal is just to follow the quest. 4 out of 10, multiplayer and magic system is good. Story mode? Don't play that. Yeah, don't play it. Max joined the review and hated the game. He even put the Spellbound Academy in the category of game I wouldn't play again. Including that, his folder had 3 categories, good game and new game. He replied to those reviews with a large smile on his face. The viewers who saw him like this laughed a lot. I guess he's also a human. Lol, the crazy guy has put many replies but doesn't put down a review. I wonder why he did that. No way he would do something like this. My image of Breeze. Stop it. Kakik, I will join him. I hate this game too, so this is perfect. Fortunately, Spellbound Academy wasn't a game distributed by Biozone Entertainment. It was an indie game, which explained the short quest explanation and the strange puzzle. Not saying all indie games were bad. Many were good. But for this one, unfortunately, it was a miss. And I spent more than 2 hours doing side quests. What a fool. Maybe he would return in the future to create magic and play multiplayer. But that future certainly wasn't later or tomorrow. After putting replies to many 4 or 5 stars reviews, Max began to type his own review. April 10th. Make the quest description and hint better. Learn from other game. You lazy developer. Be a crazy one, not a lazy one. I hope you add more hints to the puzzle. It's freaking stupid. Phew, that was satisfying. I hope the developer hears my complaint and adds some hints to the puzzle and explains why the forest was like that. Just as simple, you're under illusion. Find and destroy 5 illusion stones to escape from the forest is enough. Ha ha ha. So he did put a review. Be a crazy one, not a lazy one. This is some deep sentence for real. Only Breeze can think of that sentence. This noble me is impressed. I have played this game before, so let me put down a review too. Ha ha. It's review time. Many new reviews popped up, bringing Spellbound Academy's rating from 6.8 to 5.2. It was certainly not Max's fault. He just gave an honest review of the game he played. Naturally, he also put down reviews for Knight's Journey and Mercenary Quest. He even did so with Vikings Era that he played once. All other reviews were also honest. The viewers just put down their thoughts without being influenced by Max. Some even put a satisfied 8 stars rating because he enjoyed the game and was thrilled about the lack of hints. In short, he was a masochist grinder. I don't believe a lot of you guys enjoyed solving the puzzle with just a strange guiding light. As expected, some of you guys are hard masochists who enjoy pain as pleasure. How harsh. Though you're not wrong. We do enjoy solving the puzzle without a hint. There is this satisfied feeling after we finish. If you put it that way, I won't be able to hold myself and will try to solve puzzles without hint. As the chat was busy by themselves, Max sighed tiredly. Somehow, his drive to play games for today was non-existent after what he experienced earlier. He just wanted to melt in his chair and become a sludge. Maybe that was the best way to describe how he felt right now. Well, maybe I will rest for now. I will have an important announcement at the end of June, so I hope you guys look forward to it. See you tomorrow. What announcement? Every time he said that, there always be something big. Space Cook has donated 500 diamonds. Can't wait for the announcement. Maggie has donated 1,000 diamonds. It makes me curious. Is it an exciting event? Tell us right now. Austin has donated 690 diamonds. I bet it's a lewd announcement. Austin has been muted for a day. There is nothing lewd. Not that I know about it, Mod. Well, you tease us and go. Typical Breeze. Ha ha ha. Thank you, everyone. Just look forward to it. But, live stream ended. Phew. Walking out of a luxurious restaurant was a pair of young men and a beautiful girl. They could be seen side by side. The distance between them was close. Other people might have thought they were a couple, but they were just siblings that just finished their rare dinner together. I'm glad you accompanied me to dinner, Lily. It's been a long time since we spent time together like this. It's been a long time, indeed. Right? We're so busy with our own agenda that we don't have time to do something like this anymore. Peter smiled softly. They walked toward the parking lot, talking about some stuff. Once they entered the empty parking lot, Peter's expression suddenly turned serious. So, what does my little sister want to ask her brother about? Just tell me. I will grant everything you wish for. Am I that easy to read? Lily touched her cheek, troubled by her control over her expression. You're not. But I know everything about my little sister. He answered as his lips curled up once again. It's normal for a big brother to understand his little sister the best. Somehow that's creepy. She spat out with a disgusted expression, but that didn't work at Peter, whose eyes were tinted with an excessive love. Lily was also used to this kind of stuff her brother did, so she just sighed and continued. Putting that aside, I have something to consult you about. Oh, consult? Not asking for my help. Peter asked in an intrigued tone. Usually, Lily just asked him to do something. Never in her life did she consult something with him. She nodded, confirming his question. Can't I? She asked, tilting her head and looking at him with upturned eyes. Cough, I never said you can't. Peter was greatly affected. His heart was beating fast due to happiness. But if you need help, don't hesitate to ask me. I know. Lily giggled. She knew that her brother would say that. Putting on a serious expression, she went and asked him directly. So about the things I want to consult about. It's about holding an event. What do I need and how do I make it successful? An event. Peter raised his eyebrows curiously. He had an idea in mind about what his sister talked about. You don't mean a concert? That's what I meant. She confirmed with a nod. I want to hold my own concert. How do I do that? Peter went silent. He was everything from a businessman and a streamer. He had handled various events, but a concert wasn't something that was in that list. So, he didn't know what to answer. Not even he was perfect. He had a flaw. And something he didn't know about. Though, that only lasted for a few seconds. Looking at his sister's eyes that were full of expectation, he exclaimed, "That's easy. Just leave it to your brother. I will send the necessary things in a document later." The pride of being a big brother wouldn't fall from a mere ignorance. If he didn't know about it, he could spend tonight to research how to create a successful concert. All for his beloved little sister. Chapter 407, Streamer Event Proposal. The night passed quickly. Lily only returned to the apartment at midnight, accompanied by her brother. When Max greeted them at the lobby, somehow she looked pretty happy while Peter looked troubled. The Spencer heir was looking at him with a predatory eye, as if he was a prey that the other party would catch soon. What's wrong with him? Asking Lily was also useless. She only put her index finger on her lips and said, "It's a secret." That only made Max curious. But he was also too tired to pursue it by asking, so he decided to leave it and rest for the day. By the way, Lily also changed to her onesie once they entered their room and slept instantly, showing how tired she was. The next day, Max planned to talk with someone regarding his event. Lily was also busy recording her remaining song, so she went to Zaza P studio alone. Usually, Max would reach out to Flexi if he planned to hold an event because the orange streamer was experienced at creating that. But he didn't do so this time. Instead, he planned to make this event a large one and involved Biozone Entertainment to get more funding. I hope they will agree to my proposal, he thought as he looked at the moving scenery of New Eden City from a hover car. Still, I am nervous as this is my first time giving a proposal like this. Because it's related to marketing, I should meet with Mr. Taka, right? Clueless about it, Max just decided to do what he could and reach out to the person he knew the best within the Biozone Entertainment. I am just thankful Mr. Taka is in a high position and is actually the head who planned for my promotion. When I brought up this event, he looked so excited. I have high expectations for this meeting. Before long, he reached the Biozone headquarter building. It had been a long time since he visited. And just like usual, almost no employees worked IRL. They chose to work in the virtual world because that was easier and there was no need to pay for transport. Mr. Taka and Michael were oddballs among oddballs. They actually preferred to work IRL instead of VR because that way they could meet with clients physically to show their sincerity. If there was something a VR couldn't replace, it was the feeling of closeness between individuals when meeting directly. Entering the building, Michael was already in the lobby waiting for him. "Mr. Taka has been waiting, Breeze. He's on the 50th floor. Let me guide you to his office." "All right, thanks, Michael. It's my job," Michael replied and went to the elevator. Max followed suit. The elevator rose to the 50th floor in just a few seconds. He didn't even feel its movement. When it arrived, it created a low ding sound and the door opened. Having grown used to it, Max was no longer surprised by the technology in this world. His past and current self had perfectly blended together, which was why he often made a stupid decision. Before, his rational past self held the reins over that decision. But now, there was nothing stopping him. But it's more fun this way. Making a stupid decision is a privilege I have before I fully turn into an adult. Though I still limit my stupid decision to the point it won't endanger me or my loved ones. Unlike his past self. Indeed, he added in his mind. Mr. Taka's office was pretty big. It was even bigger than the last one that Max visited. The man himself, wearing glasses, sat behind an impressive desk. Documents were piling up on it, but he didn't look tired or complain about his situation. Rather, he looked like he was happy being surrounded by a document. "It's been a long time, Breeze. Please sit." He greeted Max with a smile and gestured for him to sit on the chair in front of his desk. "Thank you, Mr. Taka." Max replied with a smile and sat down. "You look more impressive than before. Is it because of the desk or the new office?" "Ha ha. Maybe both." Mr. Taka laughed back. The atmosphere between them was pretty friendly. "You also look pretty impressive now." I should congratulate you for breaking through 20K viewers for the first time and for your engagement with Miss Lily." "No. Forgive me. I could only offer you congratulations directly today." "It's not a problem, Mr. Taka. You have congratulated me over the message already, and that's enough. But I haven't been engaged to Lily yet, you know? We were just having a normal boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. That won't be long, I guess. A little bird told me you have been given an okay by both the Spencer family's head and his heir, Stone Sword. Soon, I believe the engagement party will follow suit. Huh. I hope that's the case. Their conversation served as a good icebreaker. No tense atmosphere was formed, and Mr. Taka skillfully led the conversation into the proposal. So, you're planning something big? That's why you wanted to find the sponsors, and even signed with 3 companies. Not to mention, 2 of them are owned by the Spencer family. Ha ha ha. Michael had sent the details to me. That's pretty surprising. Yes, I have been planning to hold a streamer event. I already have the draft plan prepared, including the budget planning. May I forward it to your message? Sure. Let me read it. Mr. Taka answered. Send it to Michael too. He is your manager, so he needs to know about it. Besides, 3 heads are better than 1 when planning, no? Max glanced at Michael, who stood near the door. I will keep it a secret. That's not what I am worried about, Max said with a wry smile. Well, if you don't mind giving me an idea, I will send it to you too. Done. Ding. Ding. 2 notifications rang at the same time. Mr. Taka and Michael looked at their message application and read the content sent by Max with a serious expression. No one said anything for a few minutes. After the silence, Mr. Taka heaved a sigh and pushed his glasses upward. He glanced at Max and asked, Breeze, you're crazy. Excuse me. Max screamed in his mind. Chapter 408. Crazier Man. Did I make a mistake in the proposal? Or is it indeed not realistic enough to create something like Breeze's castle in real life? Maybe his budget planning was wrong. He was a novice at such a thing. Mr. Taka, you're crazy, but this is a good idea. Mr. Taka interrupted him with an excited voice. Not many streamers care about IRL events now because the VR world is advanced. However, we BioZone Entertainment believe an IRL event will give much more impact. Why? Do you know about it? Max was put in a bind when Mr. Taka suddenly asked him. Why? There was only one reason that flashed in his mind. The reason why he wanted to make it an IRL event instead of a VR one. Because it's exciting? We can feel an adrenaline rush with our real body, and that's fun. That's it, but there is more. Mr. Taka smiled. Meeting your idol in the real world and the VR world feels different. There is this feeling of closeness. If you meet them directly, that's why some people still prefer IRL to VR, where everything can be realized cheaply. Max nodded. He understood what Mr. Taka talked about. It was just like him. Doing parkour in the VR world was fun. He could also feel the wind, the pain searing his muscle, and even the impact when he landed. However, the feeling still couldn't beat doing it in real life. There was something special about it. Continue your adventure with Empire. Mr. Taka glanced at the hologram screen and hummed, stroking his chin. The problem here is the budget. I don't think what you've written here will be enough. So the money I prepared isn't enough. Yes. The marketing manager nodded solemnly. In my opinion, you will need around $3 million to create this kind of event. Even so, it will need some adjustment. Unless you have a good contractor, this will be hard to construct. In the VR world, you will only need $300 to $400K to construct this. Well, that was it. Max shrugged his shoulders, heaving a tired sigh. At least he tried to propose it. It's too hard to realize it in the real world. He thought it would be possible, but he had underestimated the materials' value in this world. The worker, the land, and the materials needed to construct the stage alone would cost him fortune. I guess I need to construct this in the VR world and use the remaining fund to either make it bigger in scale or use it as an advertisement fund, right? In my opinion, that's the best option. Mr. Taka nodded. What do you think, Michael? Raising his head, Michael looked at Mr. Taka. I have the same opinion as you, sir. I think it will be too hard to hold an IRL event, especially at times like this. We do not have enough budget, unless there is something tiring. Suddenly, Max received a call. He wanted to turn them off, but the caller was someone he knew very well, and it was hard to refuse him without giving a reason. But if he accepted the call, it would be rude for Mr. Taka too. He looked up and saw Mr. Taka gesturing something. Feel free to accept the call. I want to read your proposal once again to see whether it's possible to hold it IRL. Much appreciated. Max nodded at him for a second before rising from his seat. He walked out of the office and took the call. The caller's face popped up in an hologram in front of him, looking as troubled as he last saw him. Hello? Do you need something from me, brother? I told you not to call me brother so casually. Peter Spencer could be seen sighing on the screen. And yes, I do need you for something. But first, are you in Biozone Entertainment right now? And is Lily with you? Yes, I am. Lily is in Zaza P.S. place to record her songs. Should I call her? No, there is no need to. Peter shook his head. I only have a business with you. I need your help. How rare. Indeed. Normally, Max was the one who reached out to him to ask for advice or help. But this time, Peter was the one who did so. In a case like this, there was only one possibility. This help is related to Lily. Max didn't know what it was. Based on Peter's expression last night and now, it was something that the guy couldn't solve himself. I can't help it. But first, are you busy? If you're in Biozone Entertainment's HQ, surely something big will happen. Planning for an event with you as the star, most probably. How sharp. Max commented in his mind. It just showed how Peter could climb to be recognized by many people, as both businessman and a streamer. It is, indeed. I sent a proposal to create a streamer event, but unfortunately, it won't see light anytime soon unless I make some compromise. Money, huh? Peter commented, holding his chin. Well, that means you won't be able to create that event soon. Help me with this matter first, then I might be able to help you a little. That's a sweet proposal. His eyes widened in surprise. Is this matter really that important and urgent? To think you, out of all people, become like this. It is important. Lily wants to hold a solo concert. Peter interrupted before Max could say anything more. And with that simple explanation, Max immediately understood how important it was. The first solo concert. This would be something that could determine Lily's popularity and career. I see. I will postpone my plan for now and focus on helping with that then. When will the concert be held? I want it to be held on July 9th. Are you crazy? Max raised his voice. That's less than 3 weeks. That means our preparation needs to finish in 2 weeks. No, in 10 days. There is no way we can prepare it. I will not make a compromise with this. Peter said with a serious expression. No matter how much I need to spend, we will hold the concert on July 9th. Lily is ready with her songs too at that time. Scratching his head, Max now wanted to punch this unreasonable man. The urge was hard to hold on, but he kept a calm head. There must be a reason why Peter wanted to hold it on July 9th. May I ask why you want to hold the concert at that day? It's my birthday. The Spencer family's heir answered instantly and unhesitantly. Ah, yeah. Of course, there is no other reason than that. Max was convinced. This man was crazier than him. Fine, I will help. But I need to involve someone. Can you pay her? If it is for the concert, yes. Do bring a lot of people you know who can help prepare it. Don't bring Flexi, though. He will make it all orange. I know, I won't contact him. Good. Peter nodded and smiled. I will count on you, Breeze. I will also prepare stuff on my end. See you soon. Video call ended. Huh. This is one massive headache. Chapter 409, Exhaustion. I see. So that's the case. Yes. I apologize for taking your time. It seems that my event will certainly be postponed. At least it will only be realized after Streamer Wars if the situation even allows it. Max lowered his gaze, feeling apologetic. He was the one who brought up the idea to Mr. Taka, who was busy only to cancel it a few minutes after that. Damn, I feel really bad for taking his time now. If not for Stone Sword being so childish and scheduling the concert so short, he would be able to prepare for both the concert and his own event. And there was no way he refused a request from his biggest sponsor, Lily's brother. Though, even without that, he would still help the concert's preparation for his girlfriend. No, it's not a problem at all. Rather, this is a chance. Mr. Taka pushed up his glasses and smirked. A chance. Max was surprised by Mr. Taka's response. He certainly did think about giving his proposal to Stone Sword and asking him to help his event as repayment, but he never saw this as a chance. Rather, what chance is Mr. Taka talking about? Lily's concert will be held in VR World to accommodate many audiences. What kind of chance that I can? Wait, do you want me to get more money or reuse the concert prop for my event? No, that's not what I mean. Mr. Taka shook his head. This is a chance to put up your promotion. We will push your promotion faster than scheduled, so many people will recognize you when they watch White Lily's concert. You will sing at least a song, right? So that's what he meant. A misunderstanding. Max thought Mr. Taka still talked about his event, but he actually talked about his promotion ads. Instead, he felt embarrassed jumping into a conclusion like that. I guess that means he doesn't necessarily care about my event right now. We do lack a lot of funds, and from the looks of it, the promotion is more important than it. Of course, Max knew the reason why. In the end, the event was also to get more viewers and followers, the same as promotion. But if his name wasn't spread, his event would also be useless. I know what you're thinking about. Mr. Taka smiled. For now, let's focus on one thing. You're in no rush to hold the event, right? We can think where we can get the remaining funds later. Maybe many companies will give you an ad offer after the concert? No, I am sure they will. Once again, Max realized how lacking he was in a business department. Because of many things jumbled in his mind, his vision was narrowed. He ought to learn how to handle many things at once. Right? That's right. Shit. I am becoming worse day by day. Is it because I push myself to play games? Compared to before, my focus seems to drop considerably. I need to fuck. When he remembered it, he almost jumped from his seat. Vacation. I missed it. Fuck, damn it. I was so focused on the mission that I missed the flight. It's already 25-2, so it's already pretty late. How did I forget something so important? It was confirmed. He needed to rest. Your expression doesn't look that good, Breeze. Are you okay? Mr. Taka asked worriedly. Colors have been drained from your face. How about you rest at the Biozone Hotel for a while? Haha. I just realized we only have 2 weeks to prepare for the concert, and yeah, I don't think I am in a good condition right now. I will take your offer to rest, Mr. Taka. I am really sorry about all of this. I will leave the promotion in your capable hands. Yes, take a lot of rest. Leave the promotion to me. Mr. Taka nodded and gestured for Michael to guide Max out. Please, right here. I have already contacted Biozone Hotel to prepare you a room. Michael guided Max outside and even went so far as to talk to the receptionist and prepare his room. He also ordered some beverages to help him relax. I will call someone to look at your condition later. Maybe it's because you had just realized it, but all the exhaustion that you accumulated came crashing at once. Your face is still so pale right now. I recommend you take a full rest today. Exhaustion? Right. I've been super busy lately. I also didn't drink nutritional supplements, which was a mistake. Thanks. No need to call someone, though. But I would appreciate it if you could buy me a B-grade nutritional supplement. Please don't worry about that. It's already in the drawer beside your bed, a part of the hotel's amenities. Also, we will send a proper doctor. Your body is your asset. If you are sick, you won't be able to live stream or help prepare for the concert. As I said, no need. I am just exhausted. Besides, a proper doctor would be expensive, no? I have to save money. Mr. Taka had already taken care of the bills. All you have to do is for the doctor to check on you. Gore. Max grunted, feeling a bit scared but excited to meet a doctor again. Scared because he was reminded of his worst 3 years in his past life. Excited because he hoped to meet a doctor that would care for him like the one from his past. Though the latter wasn't actually that exciting at all. Fine, just a check, all right? Of course. Michael nodded. Have a good rest. Max nodded and entered his room, locking the door behind. He went and jumped on the bed, letting out a long sigh. I messed up a big time. He murmured. His face was planted on the soft pillow. Should I use the miracle ticket to make my vacation happen? Nah, that's wasteful. I should just schedule another vacation after the concert with Lily. Ah, how could I forget about such things? He raised his body groggily, opening the drawer beside his bed. There, B-grade nutritional supplement was prepared. He immediately drank it without hesitation and slept. I will think about that later. Door locked. No doctor will be able to enter now. He smirked. Chapter 410, An Obtained Rest Day. Max had a dream. It was just the usual dream, but somehow it was pretty vivid. Driven by his jumbled thoughts of an exhausted brain, there was nothing concrete about it. Each scene changed pretty quickly. It showed everything he had done in this world. Starting from his first live stream to when he rage quit the Spellbound Academy. A relapse of his short life. Overall, it was a pretty fulfilling and a good life. However, he also realized that there wasn't a day where he rested. Even when he didn't stream, there was something that kept him busy. He also didn't slack on his exercise, which made his life busier. I've worked so hard, haven't I? He thought as his eyes fluttered open. He was still inside the hotel room, but the smell was slightly different. There was a lingering smell of medicine in the air. Resting alone usually wouldn't help him recover fast. Not as fast as this, he knew about it. Looking at his smartwatch, Max mused, 3 hours. Then, he looked around and saw a tablet of medicine resting on the desk with a hologram screen floating on top of it. Drink this supplement once a day, Dr. Mike. Ha ha. A low laugh escaped his lips. As expected, a doctor came and looked at his condition while he was sleeping. It must be Michael's idea to do it, seeing how reluctant he was about seeing a doctor. For how the doctor was able to enter. This is Biozone Hotel. With Michael's position as my manager, which is recorded in the database, he probably asked for a master key from the receptionist. He was the one who registered me in the hotel too. So they might have thought he was about to visit me. Max realized that he was trapped from the start, and he wanted to complain about how lacking the privacy protection this hotel had. What if Michael had a bad plan? Then Max wouldn't wake up feeling great. Instead, he would never open his eyes again. Damn it. I will register the hotel myself next time. I don't care whether I am sick or not. I won't leave the hotel registration to other people ever again. Thinking so, he left the bed and checked his condition. He was in a good, but not perfect condition yet. I guess I will rest for now. Going home will be a good option too, he said, walking toward the desk to get his supplement. I suddenly want to eat Chef Rush's noodles. Let's stop by before returning to my apartment. I can also buy one for Lily. Arriving at Lime City, Max visited Chef Rush's restaurant immediately. He was greeted by the waitress who recognized him from when he helped Chef Rush back then. She even called the chef, saying that he had visited. The man himself came out from the kitchen and nodded at Max. The usual? Haha, yes, chef. Their exchanges were only like that. Chef Rush nodded once again before returning to the kitchen. The lunch rush had just ended, so the restaurant was pretty empty. Max's order came pretty quickly. He was surprised when there was an extra topping, but the waitress spoke first before he asked. Chef said you look tired, so he gives you extra toppings. Please enjoy it. Thank you. Max felt that he didn't deserve this kind gesture any longer after everything, but he still accepted it. It would be rude if he refused it. Can I order one for takeaway too? A normal one, please. All right. This counted as a rest, no? Max thought as he enjoyed the noodles. After he was done, he talked with Chef Rush in the kitchen for a while before leaving. The waitress gave him the takeaway he ordered. Arriving at his apartment, he began to put the noodles in the fridge. He would head it up for Lily later when she arrived. Then it was nothing. Max couldn't think of anything that counted as rest. Resting was never in his book before. Even he was confused. Sitting on the sofa and reading a novel he left before, he became pretty bored quickly. He wanted to do something else, something more exciting. His brain said yes, but his body demanded rest. It conflicted within him, making him unsure what he should do. Then, he remembered he hadn't made any post that announced he was taking a rest today. He immediately opened his Strike and created it. Following that, he also told Bloodsucker to upload the VOD to the VOD channel and the usual video to the main PunchTube channel. With that matter settled, he browsed games that he could play in the next live stream. Spellbound Academy was a miss. Thankfully, he only played it for a day. He could change a game freely without getting flamed by his viewers. At that moment, he realized something and froze. No way. Am I such a workaholic? Since he arrived at his apartment, what he did was to prepare for his next work and not resting. And no, games are something to play for fun. Looking for games means I am resting and planning to have fun. Yes, I am not working, but planning to have fun. A person who was caught guilty in something often made an excuse for something that was actually fine. Just like Max right now. In the end, he was convinced browsing a game was a way to rest too, and continued. He added a few games to his wish list. Sun was setting before he realized it. The light in the room automatically turned on by the system, and Max raised his head when he heard the front door was opened. Lily entered the room and looked at Max, whose position wasn't exactly good on the couch. Max, what are you doing? Fixing his position, Max smiled at her and answered. Resting. Resting? She looked confused, tilting her head. How can you rest with your legs on the wall while your head is on the couch? The blood will rush to your head, and it's dangerous. Well, he wanted to make an excuse but was unable to. Just because. No, you can't do that. Lily reprimanded and approached, sitting right beside him. She patted her thighs and continued. You should be comfortable to rest. I already heard from your manager, Michael. You're sick, no? Let me take care of you tonight. No, you don't need. Come here. Lily grabbed Max's head and forcefully pulled it to her thighs. Her hands held his head gently, stroking his hair. You've worked hard, Max. You deserve some rest. It's my turn to work hard. I know my brother asked you to help me prepare for the concert, no? I hope he keeps it a secret, though. I actually wanted to surprise you. But I guess even that's impossible. Do you want me to sing badly in our duet, Lily? Foo, that's not what I meant. I actually plan to go to karaoke with you every day until the concert, so you're ready. You do know that's called Spartan-style training, right? Spartan-style? Lily tilted her head in confusion. I don't know what that is, but maybe yes? I mean, I really want to surprise you and have fun together. I also don't want to worry you too much with it. But my brother ruined everything. Experienced new tales on Empire. Nah, that's not the case. Max said, I'm glad he told me. If not, then our events will collide with each other. I actually also plan to hold something, although I still lack the fun to do so. I decided to postpone it, and then I heard about your concert. I am thinking that maybe I should help you first. Are you sure? Yes. He nodded. By the way, I bought you rush noodle. It's in the fridge. You can heat it up before eating it. Rush noodle? Thank you. I like that noodle. I know. I like it too. They talked about many things, even something random that they could think of. At this moment, Max knew that this was resting. There was no other explanation. Damn, I am getting sleepy. Even when it wasn't his usual time to sleep, his eyelids were pretty heavy. Lily's hand kept stroking his hair. Lovingly. You can sleep, Max. Her soothing voice further made him sleepy. Yeah. And then he drifted to sleep. Chapter 411, Assassin Run. Waking up, Max felt pretty great. He was sleeping on the couch with a blanket covering his body. Lily was in the kitchen. A sweet smell filled the air, and he looked up. Morning, Lily. Did you cook something? Morning, Max. Lily stopped what she did and turned to him. I am cooking a light porridge and egg. Don't worry, I have learned how to cook them. It's almost done, so just wait there. Do you need help? Max asked, standing up. He folded the blanket and went to the kitchen out of worry. No need to. And I guarantee the taste will be good, she said, pumping her hands. The sick person needs to rest and wait. All right then, I will wait. Max returned to the living room and waited patiently. He used the time to buy new games, ones which didn't use brain when playing. Those games had no story mode. Instead, he could play with his viewers in the room he created from the start like an arcade game. This kind of game was famous among streamers. Low effort, cheap, and everything had already been unlocked at the start. A racing game is good. This assassin run is perfect. I will play this healing game for today and not think about complicated quests or stories. The new quest from the system will appear tomorrow. Somehow, I am a bit anxious about it. The quest became harder and harder. Lily prepared the dish onto a bowl and plate before putting all of them on a tray and brought them to the table. The dish, from the visual aspect, looked appealing. The smell was also great. Max looked forward to eating them and gulped. Enjoy. Lily smiled as she put the bowl and the plate in front of him. There was also a set for her, and she ate them quietly, glancing at Max to see his reaction. With a lot of expectation, he scooped the porridge first and tasted it. A rich flavor spread into his mouth. His eyes widened in pleasant surprise. This is really good. Hearing that, Lily beamed with a large smile. She looked pretty happy. The breakfast ended pretty satisfyingly. Lily went to Zaza PS studio again to record and prepare for the concert. Next week, Max would join in practice for their duet. But that was still next week. All right. Max entered the VR capsule and logged into his lobby. Yesterday was a full rest day without him logging in. The sensation was pretty calming and made him feel at home. The parkour obstacle and the large tree looked pretty. The wreckage was where he enjoyed himself. Humming Lily's song, he prepared his stream. He changed the title, loading screen, description, and everything. He also made a post on his Strike account to announce to the viewers he would stream this morning. Assassin Run. Let's play together for real now. Hashtag multiplayer, hashtag viral, hashtag racing. With that set up, Max started the live stream and logged into the game. He arrived at a private lobby that looked like an ancient house. His clothes were all dark, covering from his head to his shoes, leaving only his eyes visible to see. His name floated on top of his head to show who he was. In this large house, there were many facilities such as a dining area and obstacle area. The limit of this lobby was 20 people, the number of players who could join a round of game at once. For now, Max censored his room's number and changed his livestream screen. Viewers, 17,261. Surprisingly, many people showed up. Maybe it was because they knew they could play with him together today. Good ones. He made a good decision. Greetings, viewers. Good day to you. I have rested enough to run again today, and I invite you to run with me today. Why? This is just a fun game. Let's kill, have fun, and have a fair competition. Hey, he just said kill, no? It's not my imagination, right? Tell me it's not. It's not. He did say kill. He rested for a day and returned with more energy than before, lol. Breeze. I miss you, buddy. Call my name. Will you play with us? Hey, let's play together. Many people were impatient to play together. Max was amused by their reaction and crossed his arms. No need to rush, viewers. Everyone. No, not everyone. At least I will play or host 10 times. My condition is still not perfect, so I can't promise I will join the game after that and will only act as a spectator. But I will make sure at least 100 of you enter this game with me. If he wanted everyone to enter with him, the game probably wouldn't finish until next week. He would need to hold 900 games. That was just impossible. Lucky ones, fast ones, prepare yourself. I will undo the curse of the censor in 3. Hey, he's getting into his role pretty quickly. Cheat. I haven't logged into the game yet. Bottom. My mouth is ready to speak. Come. My hands are itching. I have 300 WPM. Don't try to fight against me. 2-1. Now, as he shouted, he revealed the lobby's code. Exactly as he did that, black shadows began to appear one by one in the lobby. Some on the first floor, some on the second floor. Those shadows were players. Soon, the shadow disappeared and revealed their figures which dressed similarly to Max. Not even 3 seconds passed, and the lobby was full. No, this can't be. My mouth is lost. The power of those 20 is terrifying. We lost, but there will be the next chance. Indeed, not all chances had been wasted yet. Max looked at the players who just arrived and nodded. I welcome you to my humble abode. He spread his arms like an arrogant master as he eyed them. Let's run together, my comrades. May the best assassin win. It's Breeze. He's acting strange, but I am playing with Breeze. Yahoo! Mom. I am on TV. I am on Breeze's live stream. It's time to show who the best runner is. Everyone's reactions were different, but all of them were pretty excited to play. Read. Exclusive adventures at Empire. Alright then, let the best assassin win. Pressing the start, a dice appeared in the middle of the house and dropped to the ground. It bounced a few times before stopping, showing a map on its surface. The map looked like a ruin, and the time was golden hour. Map chosen. Temple Ruins, Sunset. After the game's announcement, everybody was enveloped by shadow and teleported to the map. Chapter 412. A fun game with viewers. 1. Assassin Run was a pretty simple game. In a single lobby, 20 players competed to reach the end of the map and grab a secret scroll, supposedly choosing an assassin's school successor. A map would be chosen from the day's pool. Each day, 6 unique maps would be put on the dice for randomization. The game's mechanics were also simple. Players could find various items on the map that could help them to move faster or take a shortcut. Some items could also be used to hinder the players behind them or catch the players in front of them. This meant that even if you were in last place, there was a chance to catch up to the player in the first place. It wasn't just a skill-based game, but a luck-based one. Not even Max was confident to win all the games. Teleported into the ruined temple, Max looked around curiously. There was a shining blue barrier that separated the waiting area from the actual map. A timer of when the barrier would be lifted ticked down from 30. While waiting, someone actually approached him with an expression full of expectation. His face was hidden, but his intention was conveyed through his eyes. Breeze, I am a fan. Can I get your autograph? He was a fan, and when he approached him, many eyes looked at the man in envy. The lucky viewers who joined the room probably thought that they should have done a similar thing first. Oh, an autograph. Max mused. Because he had too few interactions with his fans, he seldom gave anyone an autograph. Maybe I can use this, he thought. A grin appeared on his face. So you want an autograph? Experience new stories on Empire. Yes. The fan answered with a nod. Can I? A VR one is enough too. I can. Really? But there is a condition applied. Max continued, interrupting the happy fan and making him look doubtful. Please don't look at me like that. This condition isn't impossible to achieve. All you have to do is to reach the fastest 3 in the game, excluding me. If the fastest 3 want to, I will give them my autograph. The top 3 fastest in a single game, not the entire game. I am not that stingy. Once he said that, the atmosphere in the waiting room changed. The players narrowed their eyes. Their competitive spirits were burning. Breeze's autograph, huh? I want it. I will get it for sure. Look at them. They now take this seriously. There will be a bloodbath, lol. I can't imagine what happens when those guys are serious about winning this game. I shall train my hands for the next game. Seeing the result of his words, Max was completely satisfied. At least, this would be interesting even without him putting in effort. The timer almost reached 0. Everyone was ready at the end of the barrier, including Max. Some items could be seen lying on the path in the distance. All players were already thinking about how to use the items they could see. Not knowing the item's effect, Max planned to just use it by instinct. He planned to sacrifice a few games to learn about the game's mechanics. When the timer reached 0, the barrier disappeared. All the players began to run without any hesitation. Max was in front of all of them. His reaction was the fastest. A golden number 1 appeared above his head, showing his position. However, that didn't last for long. Someone actually passed him by riding on a gale. Max looked at the man and noticed that he was smirking behind the mask. This bastard. Run on the ground, damn it. Lol. He called his viewer a bast for RD. Breeze never changes. Please don't change. I want to be called that too. Please call me a B4 starred while grinding your teeth in frustration. This person, are you an S or an M? Make up your mind. Max looked at the course and narrowed his eyes. Ruined Temple had many junctions. Some were blocked paths by high walls, while some parts looked like they could be climbed with veins extending from above. That high wall was apparently a shortcut. If a player managed to climb it, they would be able to save 5 seconds. How could Max know about it? Simple. Because there was a sign that said it was a shortcut and pointed above the high wall. There was no attempt to hide it at all because there was no need to. This wall wouldn't be able to be climbed up in 5 seconds without the help of a certain item. Going through the normal way would be a safer and faster option. Usually, that would be the case. Let's try the shortcut. Those who don't try it are gay. Mods, take note of their names. Wow, that's dirty. How can you do that? I don't want to be branded as gay. Damn it. Why would the map be a ruined temple? If it's mountain slope, I won't have to suffer from the shortcut. Max shouted shamelessly without a shred of embarrassment, making all the participating players turn to the shortcut. The first place player, however, continued to the normal path without even looking at the shortcut. That threat won't work for me. I am gay. After announcing that, he disappeared into the fork. Max and the others stared at him in surprise. Hey, it's not the time to stand around. Let's climb this wall. Someone's shout actually brought everyone back to the course. Max immediately took a run and jumped, kicking the wall to change his direction toward a half-destroyed pillar and kicking it once again to return to the wall. His hands were outstretched in a grabbing motion. With a fluid movement, he managed to grab the rim and pull himself up. Everyone's stare was now at him. He glanced down with a golden number above his head before running away. That bastard. Return here, you bastard. Fuck this. I will become gay for a match to punch Breeze in the face. Count me in. I can always be straight again after the match is over. Find the chain. Let's take a turn to punch him. No one stayed near the shortcut any longer. They had decided to throw away their dignity just to get back at Max. They are extreme. If I were in that place, I would make the same decision. Breeze's face is just that annoying in my opinion. FYI, that's his smirking face. It's so apparent even when he's wearing a mask. Using his authority to force his fans. Isn't he an overlord? Anyway, this is amusing lol. I love you guys a lot. I found someone who doesn't use the shortcut in the chat. Chapter 413. A fun game with viewers, too. The match continued, and Max managed to steal 2 seconds away from the first place who sacrificed his dignity. Curse you. Curse you. Curse you. The new second place screamed crazily. I will get that autograph on my butt, or it won't be worth it. No, I won't sign your butt. Mods, make sure to mute him once the game is finished. I am sorry. Please sign it on my thighs. At least thighs. 30 days. Max continued as he kept running. And you won't get an autograph. No. Got it, Maud. Breeze is merciless against a pervert. This is getting exciting. I am looking forward to the mute. Who will win? Max looked at the path in front of him and spotted something. It looked like a squishy ball. An interesting item to get. I wonder if it's a trap item? But it looks interesting, so I will get it. In Assassin Run, not all the items were helpful to the players. Some items were automatically activated to trap the player, slowing them or stopping them completely. No one knew what the item was before they destroyed the squishy ball. It was a gamble. Got it. Max grabbed the squishy ball and squashed it. From within, something burst and enveloped him. It was sticky and disgusting. The goo covered his lower half and the floor, causing him to slow down considerably. The golden number above his head turned silver as the second place passed him. Did you not know that most items of first place would get as a trap item? Too bad. Just please give me an autograph for my advice. Don't take an item when you're in the first place. So that was the reason why the guy didn't take any item even when he first started with a gale? That was good advice, but it sounded rather irritating. 45 days, mods. Why? The guy looked at Max in disbelief. He was giving good advice, but why was his punishment increased instead of decreased? You were too late at giving the advice, Max responded, but the guy was already gone from his sight. He was unable to move freely. A countdown on the sticky goo showed 8, meaning he had to endure this humiliation. For 8 more seconds. Many players had caught up to Max as his movement speed became slower than a snail. They glared at him and made many gestures, such as thumbs up, 2 index fingers, and even a reversed gun. In short, they were mocking him. Karma bites back to the one who causes misfortune to others. One viewer even passed him and gave him some enlightenment. Continue your journey on Empire. Gritting his teeth, Max swore he would catch up to them soon. The course had half of the path left, around 2 to 3 kilometers long. Currently, he was in last place. In a game, there was a rule called the opposite rule. If the first place was guaranteed to get the worst item, the last place was given the best items that could change his position instantly. He ran at full speed once he was freed from the sticky goo. Go Breeze. Kill that person who mocks you. Can he even reach first place? It sounded hard, especially after what happened earlier. 8 seconds. No, for seconds difference is big. And the first place will surely almost reach the finish line by now, right? No, that can't be. The last person's shadow can still be seen. Breeze will teach us a miracle. Miracle. If something like that existed, Max hoped he would get it now. Fortunately, after so many misfortunes with RNGs, the goddess finally smiled at him. A squishy ball appeared a few meters before him. Max's eyes widened with greed as his hand reached out without thinking about its consequences. Who cared if it was? Another trap item? He just wanted to experience fun. The squishy ball, in Max's hand, burst open once again once he squeezed it. The item coming out from the ball was a bunch of fun. Oh, this is what I mean. What he received from the ball was a golden cloud. He didn't know what it was, but anything golden was supposed to be good. And by instinct, he activated the item. Go. The cloud expanded immediately and covered his body. It levitated him from the ground before taking off at full speed. It followed the course set by the map, but the speed alone, which was faster than a car, allowed him to catch up to the group ahead. He could see the disbelief of their luck when he showed up again in position 2. Surprise, surprise. It seems I am able to see you guys get punished again this year. Jumping down the cloud, Max continued his stride with a silver number on his head. The first place now couldn't be seen anymore. He was just too far away. He was probably lucky and got a good item. Anyway, the game continued. Max ended up in second place, and the player in first place looked so smug as he handed an autograph board. A promise was a promise. Max signed him an autograph, and freaking noob muted the guy for 45 days for bad conduct. Go reflect on yourself. He said his last word to the viewer before he disappeared. Continuing, the third and fourth places also asked for an autograph. Max gave them and took a screenshot together before he dismissed the room and created a new one for the next batch. Lovely Otter unexpectedly stole a spot for the second game and joined. The map was a receding sea. It was a difficult map where the sea could appear or disappear at will. Due to the difficulty of the map, Max was unable to get into the top 5. Those experienced players who had played this game before took the win. Otter ended up in 5th place, and she looked so pissed for not getting the autograph. She also didn't want to be pitted and refused his autograph. Without any other choice, Max could only console her by saying that she should try harder next time before dismissing the room. Everyone was satisfied. With a total of 30 autographs given and 15 games, 5 where he didn't give any prize and just commented on the race, the live stream could be said to be a successful one. Alright guys, see you tomorrow. Yeah, that was fun. I was having fun. Thank you Breeze. Kakik. I will make this my family's heirloom. See you tomorrow. Live stream ended. Chapter 414. Had fun, now what? Finishing the streaming in the afternoon, Max had nothing to do now. At this point, his streaming schedule was a mess. Sometimes, he would pop up in the morning and sometimes at night. But, somehow, the viewers in the morning were more than that at night. The competition. Not many streamers do a morning stream, and most are streaming at night after work or something. I guess I will stream in the morning for now, and at night again if I have the time to. Now, though, he didn't know what to do. After taking a shower and a quick lunch he ordered online, Max sat on the couch. Without any business to take care of, he decided to help Lily prepare the concert. There were a few people he had to contact and connect with Stone Sword. A concert? If there is someone who knows a lot about music and stuff, it must be them, right? VTubers. And there was a VTuber who owed him a debt after agreeing to appear in one of her programs. He smiled and contacted that certain person. Breeze, Princess, do you have time? I need a little bit of help and hope that we can talk in a video call. All he had to do was wait. He knew that Princess Peach would need time if she really agreed for a video call. Rather, he guessed she would invite him to a VR world instead of doing a video call to have a chat. Seeing that, as a VTuber, she probably wanted to hide her identity. Ding. The reply came faster than he thought. Princess Peach, humph. I will make time for you. Let's meet in my lobby tonight. Be grateful. Breeze. Alright, see you later. As expected, she didn't refuse and wanted to meet in the VR world. The time was tonight, so he had nothing to do again. Let's just go to Zaza PS studio and practice with Lily. At least that would be useful for the concert. Besides, he also wanted to hear her singing. With that, he changed clothes and went to Zaza PS studio. He took a taxi and arrived shortly. Because he was here before with Lily, the system on the door recognized his face and allowed him to enter. No one except those registered could enter as this studio was still rented by Lily until her album was finished. Inside the studio was empty. They must be in the recording room. He thought as he walked toward it. He carefully entered the room without making any noise. Zaza P noticed him and winked, pointing at the booth where Lily was preparing to sing. Sit down. You came at the right time. Max nodded at him and made himself comfortable on the rotating chair near the producer. Looking at the booth, Lily opened her mouth and began to sing. Dear World. Her voice was powerful and clear, making Max open his eyes wide in surprise. The lyric was about the current world, where it was practically split into two, the real world and the virtual world. She expressed what she felt about it. One becomes two, and two are where we enjoy ourselves. This song wasn't about romance, but about excitement. A smile adorned Lily's face as she sang without even trying. It was the best. Max really loved her expression when she sang. He closed his eyes, letting himself feel her voice better. Unfortunately, the recording was split into many parts. Before she could even finish the song, she stopped and looked in their direction, eyes wide as she just noticed Max's presence. He waved his hand at her, and she blushed. Good job. Love Lil Lily sang better today. Is it because her handsome boyfriend is watching her, I wonder? Zaza P giggled playfully as he looked at Lily. That only fueled the red on her face and spread it further. And no, I didn't even realize Max was here. Lily tried to defend herself, but it was too bad for her. The enemy was Max. So you didn't realize that I am here? And I came here after live streaming just to see you. He shrugged, looking on the ground with a crestfallen expression. That's not my. She raised her voice and paused, realizing that Max was chuckling. She found out that they just teased her. Max, stop teasing me. Ha ha ha, my bad. I just found a chance to. Indeed. You have a good sense of teasing, Max boy. Zaza P praised. Huh, you're not so bad yourself, Zaza P. Both nodded at each other in recognition of their timing. Lily was pouting. She put the headset down and exited the room, approaching Max. When she was behind him, she raised her hands and punched his shoulder. Ouch, that hurts, Lily. You deserve this. Don't embarrass me again. Okay. I understand, so stop it. Max turned around and caught her fist as she was satisfied. Technically, I am still recovering. What will you do if I am sick again from getting punched? Then I will nurse you. While wearing a nurse outfit? Yes. Wait, don't tease me again. Lily blushed again after she answered. She hid her face with her hands. But if you want me to, then. Yes, I will do that. This time, Max was the one caught off guard. He only smiled at her and patted her head. Don't force yourself if you're uncomfortable. Doing something like last night is enough for me. Rather, just your presence is enough to calm me down. I won't force myself. The atmosphere between them was so sweet that the air seemed to turn pink. At that moment, Lily, should I leave the room for a while? Zaza P.'s voice broke down that atmosphere. He looked apologetic and continued. Sorry, darling, but we have many things to be done today, or you won't be on time. Lily gasped and nodded. You're right. Good luck, Lily, Max said and turned to Zaza P. Can she finish before night? I need to take her somewhere to talk with someone who can help us prepare for her concert. Sure, Max boy. That depends on Lily though. I can, Lily said confidently. Let's continue. She immediately prepared herself and entered the booth once again after telling Max to wait for her. After that, the recording continued until sunset. She managed to record all the parts she needed to record that day. Then, they headed back to the apartment and Max explained who they would meet. Lily looked excited to meet Princess Peach, as they had become friends after that cooking program. When the clock showed 6 p.m., Princess Peach messaged him. Princess Peach, enter this lobby. If you don't come in 10 minutes, I will just ignore you. As arrogant as usual. No, she has become more arrogant. Her roleplay skill has increased. Thinking that, he logged into the VR. With Lily. Welcome to my castle, I guess. As soon as Max and Lily entered the lobby, Princess Peach greeted them haughtily. The princess was dressed in a frilly dress and held a paper fan in her hand. She stood at the height of the stairs that led to a pure white castle. Based on the lore, VTuber lore, this white castle was where Princess Peach grew up with her maids and servants. She was taught to be a ruler and grew up with that mindset. That was why she was haughty or arrogant. Chapter 4:15, The Right Person to Ask. I see that you've brought my friend too. Good job, peasant. Lily is the one who needs a bit of help and advice. It's natural to bring her. Peachy, thank you for agreeing to talk to us, Lily said as she smiled. Princess Peach looked flustered when she was called Peachy. Who are you calling Peachy? Huh? Lily tilted her head. Weren't you the one who told me to call you that? That's only when we're alone or with Letitia. There is a commoner here. Max is my boyfriend. He's not a peasant. If we go with a character setting, White Lily is a queen, you know? Max is my partner, so doesn't that make him a king? We're mightier than a princess. Lily's reasoning put Princess Peach to silence. Her mouth was opened and closed like a fish. Her face beat red from embarrassment. I am just kidding. We're all equal here. Lily giggled playfully, hiding her lips behind her hand. You're right. Everyone is equal in my kingdom. It doesn't matter whether they are a king, a noble, or a peasant. Princess Peach exclaimed with her hands on her hips. She nodded repeatedly to convince herself. Max's lips curled into a wry smile. Lily has a bad side on her, huh? After she is out of her own shell, everything is laid bare. Farron's influence also surfaced. What a bundle of acute mess. Anyway, let's head inside the castle. Princess Peach turned and walked toward the castle's entrance. Follow me. Max and Lily nodded at each other before following Princess Peach. He had to admit this lobby was impressive. The princess probably bought the lobby expansion for $500 to host the castle and the garden around it. Still, there was one more thing that Max had to admit. Flexy's castle is more luxurious than Princess Peach. He even has a basement and all. Maybe he should call himself Prince Orange? That would be hilarious. He should contact his friend for the fun of it. Entering the castle, Max looked around curiously. The decoration was luxurious, just like the castle's exterior. It didn't need to be said that Princess Peach or Bamboo Talent spent a lot for her. They were brought to what seemed like a drawing room to serve a guest. Sitting around a luxurious table, Princess Peach crossed her legs and put her hands on top of her thighs. So, what do you want to talk about? Is it something so important that you have to ask for this princess help? Max looked at Lily and gestured that she could talk about it. Of course, if she wanted to keep it a secret, They could make an NDA first before talking. However, Lily seemed to trust Princess Peach as her friend and readily talked about it. I am planning to hold a concert on the 9th of July. A concert? Princess Peach murmured. Then, her brain caught up and she slammed the table with her hands, creating a thunderous thud. You mean White Lily's concert? Are you serious? Her face beamed in happiness, eyes sparkling. That look, Max was familiar with it. A fan. He guessed as his lips curled up into a smirk. We want to talk about that and ask for your help, he said, raising his hand. Among people I know, only you have held a concert before. That's why I reached out to you, Princess Peach. Also, I believe that you can be trusted with this consultation. Why, you're right. I am indeed the best person to ask for consultation regarding this matter. Princess Peach sat down again and nodded a few times. White Lily's concert, huh? I need to watch it. No, I must help. This is a big chance. She added in his mind, making a gut pose as she tried her best to maintain her role play. But I shouldn't show it. Compensation. Yes, a fitting compensation is needed. Cough, I can't agree that easy. What kind of compensation do you have in mind in exchange for my help? Huh? We're talking about that, Max asked exaggeratedly. His eyes widened in surprise. Of course, Princess Peach exclaimed, seemingly not noticing the sarcasm and joke in his tone. I am a princess from Bamboo Talents Agency. Of course, you need to prepare compensation for my help? No? I can talk. Really? Is our relationship really that shallow for us to talk about that? Isn't money enough for your help? Before Lily could say anything, Max interrupted her. He covered his face with his hands and faked a sad expression. In the past, I helped someone's program out of goodwill and just a bit of money. But then, this someone asked for compensation for her help. Is this my fate? Is this the fate of a good person? It's okay. We have nothing to offer except for money, so I think we will just ask for someone else's help. Someone else's goodwill. Princess Peach blinked. She didn't expect that Max would react like that. What should I do? I wanted to help, but I also don't want to look cheap. My persona won't allow me. This is bad. He's standing up and wanting to leave. She panicked. Her persona cracked up and her good and shy personality began to surface. She held out her hand and called out to Max. Wait, don't leave. This princess has rethought her decision. I will decrease the need for compensation for a friend. Max shook his head. It's no use. Lily, let's go. We will try to figure this out with your brother ourselves. I believe the concert will still turn out great even without Princess Peach's help. But Max, let's go. We shouldn't impose on this castle any longer. Princess Peach is busy. Once again, Max interrupted Lily and took her hand gently, gesturing for her to follow him. This only made Princess Peach panic more. Sweat poured from her back as she desperately shouted. An autograph? Yes, just give me White Lily's autograph on top of the consultation fee. I will help you with that much. Max stopped on his track and looked at Princess Peach. Really? Aren't you busy? Uamu, I am sure. Princess Peach nodded, but her expression said that she was still panicking. This princess has a kind heart. For her friend, she will help without asking for anything more. Are you sure we don't impose you with our request on you? Max asked once again, looking straight at her eyes. You don't. At this point, Princess Peach just answered automatically. She was already overwhelmed. Discover hidden content at Empire. I will also contact my agency, so don't worry. Tomorrow, everything will be ready. We can talk about a lot of stuff regarding the concert. I assure you White Lily's first concert will be a successful one. I swear on my name. Hearing that, Max smirked. He had been waiting for this. So easy, he thought, a low chuckle escaping his lips. Lily, who stood beside him, let out a sigh. My boyfriend is so evil. She commented in her mind. Even though I love him, I feel bad for Peachy. I will invite her to my live stream in the future. Maybe it can help her grow her audience. Yes, that's good. Chapter 416, A Higher Stake. As the next day arrived, Max wondered again. What should he do to make the concert good? He realized that it lacked one crucial element. The MC. The concert wasn't all about the singer. It needed someone else to make it more exciting between the songs, and that job fell to the MC. Actually, finding one wasn't his job. His job was only to support Peter to find someone he could consult with regarding the concert, and he had finished that last night. Still, it wouldn't hurt to ask. Who knew whether that Siscon already knew they needed an MC or not? Breeze. Have you found the MC for the concert? Because it was still early in the morning, Peter was still in his apartment and wasn't busy. The reply came fast because of that. Stone Sword, I have found two. Oh, that's nice. Max thought, surprised by his efficiency. He probably blows money to get them. I wonder who they are. And thus he asked, only to be surprised by the next reply. Stone Sword and Breeze, two popular streamers. Max looked at the hologram screen, speechless. What the fuck is this bastard thinking? He shouted loudly when he recovered. Continue reading it, Empire. He as the MC? Was that guy trying to ruin the concert? Lily peeked from the bedroom, looking lethargic. She had just woken up from sleeping. What happened, Max? She asked, rubbing her eyes as she approached him. Raising his head, Max answered, "In nothing. Go back to sleep, Lily. You have a long day later. Have as much rest as you want. We stayed quite late talking to Peachy last night, so you must be still tired, right? I'll do that. Night. Have a nice sleep." With that, Lily retreated to the bedroom again, and he sighed. Stone Sword must be joking. Yeah, that guy surely did that to joke with me. His joke isn't funny, though, but that's as expected from someone like him. He thought, trying to be positive about it. Breeze. Ha ha ha. That's a nice joke, brother. So who are the real MCs? Is it Evelyn? Or could it be the famous female artist and comedian Priya? Or probably that girl, Farron? She will liven Lily's concert for sure. Max sent the message, hoping that Peter was still joking. He even added a joke, telling Peter that Farron, the troublemaker, would liven the concert. That girl was just too random. He couldn't imagine her being a good MC. However, Stone Sword, good idea. Let's make it 3 MC and invite Farron too. It wasn't a joke. I know that he realizes what this means. But, Max sighed, realizing that Peter was serious. It became less of a concert and became something like a close family and friend event that got streamed to many people. He couldn't comprehend Peter's way of thinking. Was he that desperate to become one of the main faces in the concert? Just because it was held on his birthday? What a madman. There was no other way to convince him. All Max could do was learn how to MC correctly and not mess it up. Well, let's forget about that now. I have to stream another fun game today, at least until the concert is over. Today, he had already chosen the game to stream. It was the type of game to release stress and could be played with a viewer. Yesterday, his plan to use his autograph for bait was a great success. Many people tagged him on Strike and boasted about getting his autograph. As a result, good morning, guys. Ha ha ha, we're back again. I want to introduce the game I will play today with you guys, but wow. Seriously, 25K viewers? What's the occasion, guys? We don't play a story-focused game like usual, and just a simple arcade game. And the number of viewers keeps increasing even now. They are here for your autograph, LOL. When you posted you would play HXV Arcade on Strike, all the guys who won your autograph joined, including me. You have just put sugar in front of an army of ants' mouths. Congratulations are in order, I guess. I heard you will give an autograph to the viewers who could beat you. Count me in. Let us fight, Breeze. I will show you who is the best runner between us. Carrot, you don't make any sense. Obviously, Max was a bit surprised. Even though he knew that his viewers would increase after he gave them a bit of fan service, he didn't think it would increase this much. To the point they created a baseless rumor about him giving an autograph to the viewers who could beat him. I underestimate their enthusiasm. I should do this more often. But first, he had to fix the misunderstanding. Of course, with a little boasting. I never said I would give my autograph to those who managed to beat me. I bet a lot of you guys will be unable to, seeing that I am the greatest of all time. Nah, you're the second greatest. Atlas is the greatest of all time. We don't think you're. Even with Lily Pixel or White Lily, you're still the second greatest. I think Atlas is the main protagonist of this world instead of you, Breeze. Accept your fate, second place. It backfired. But that didn't stop him. That doesn't matter. I am still the greatest here. He smirked. Anyway, I never said that I would give my autograph to those who beat me. I will participate in this game, of course. But you will also fight your fellow viewers. Those who get 3 consecutive wins will get my autograph. A challenge. Max decided to sell his autograph a bit more expensive after he realized how much his viewers wanted it for themselves. And to add that, I will specifically write 3 words under the autograph. You can decide what those 3 words are as long as it's not a slur, bad words, or something sexual. Chapter 417, HXV Arcade. I am in. 3 consecutive wins? Easy. Watch my dragon fist at work. You guys will fall in one move if you don't watch out for me. This noble me will show you the power of a vampire viscount. Coincidentally, my friend, Vlad 3, is in the game. I will use his body to beat Breeze. Otter power shall prevail. Mod. Everyone was excited. HXV Arcade, a short abbreviation for Heroes x Villains Arcade. Just like its name implied, this was a fighting arcade game with 2 sides, heroes and villains. Even though it was called that, the fight could also happen between heroes and villains. The reason based on the lore was that they were still humans, and humans had their own interests. No one was perfect and peaceful even though they were on the same side. For example, one of the heroes in the game was said to take another hero's crush just to dump her a day later. That made the second hero furious and fought the first hero. Another story was that a villain accidentally killed another villain's wife in his rampage. Both of them have tried to kill each other since that day. This game's characters were filled with flawed individuals. They had a certain skill set and their own weaknesses. Nobody was perfect. That was what this game tried to convey to the players, although it was in a flawed way too. Max chose this game because he thought it was fun. Playing with another body would be a challenge for him. Unlike other games, this game forced the player to look like the character they played, meaning that a man who played a female character would look like them too. Only some people chose to do that, though. As in this game, there would be 2 characters with a similar skill set with a different gender to choose from. Appearing in what seemed like an arena, Max opened the lobby match for his viewers. They flooded in and filled the spectator seats circling the arena in no time. More than 500 lucky viewers had joined and immediately made a commotion. All right, I got in. Hee. My hands are trained from yesterday. I did it 5 times so I can enter today. Yahoo! They were a rowdy bunch of individuals. Among them, 3 people stood out. One was a girl wearing an otter onesie, standing between 2 men. A tall man with long hair stood on her left, and a creep with a face looking like a vampire stood on her right. These people were related to Max and got a little bit of special treatment by getting a code to enter the lobby match without fighting against other viewers. This noble me is obviously entering. But why do I have to stand beside the 2 of you? I deserve a leather-covered sofa in a VIP room. You're just like what I imagined. Amazing. So you're Sucker. Nice to meet you. Almost all girls like your editing style. I am Otter, by the way. Nice to meet you. Don't speak casually to this noble me. And it's an honor to meet me, not nice. Fix that animal. Whoa, he really talks as if he's a noble vampire. Isn't that amazing, newbies? You're also amazing to be this social otter. 2 mods and 1 strange editor. They garnered attention due to their voices and conversation. Some of the viewers even muttered in surprise. So that's the legendary loser, Bloodsucker. How do I say it? His features, face, personality, all of it, fits perfectly with what I imagined him to be. Amazing. That's another level of confidence. He really looks like a vampire, with all his robes and that cane. Whoa, Vice Leader Otter looks so cute. That onesie looks so comfortable. Freaking noob, just like usual. A veteran aura is gushing from his entire body. The main host and the streamer, Max, didn't gain as much attention as them, at least from the arena. People who didn't manage to enter the lobby match console him in the chat. Don't mind. We're here with you. Although I wish I was there with them. Bloodsucker is just like a legendary mob. Of course, he will garner attention with his appearance. What? Is he a rare pet or something? Carrot something similar. I begin to think that I should change the condition to 3 consecutive wins against Bloodsucker to get my autograph out of spite for hogging all the attention. But then, I don't know how skilled he is in a game, so I will refrain. Out of spite, LOL. Surprisingly, Breeze is a bit childish too. Do it. That would be funny. I bet the guy above me just wants to see Breeze give everyone an autograph kikik. The attention the trio received didn't last long as Max coughed. His voice was transmitted to the large room easily thanks to the setting that made his voice louder. I am glad you're interested in Bloodsucker, knowing he's a unique animal. Some of you will have a chance to see him up close when he's fighting, though he will be in a character's appearance. I hope you will be satisfied with that. For now, let's begin the intro by announcing the rules. Hey, who are you calling a unique animal? First, I will fight 1 player. The winner will stay in the arena, and the loser will step out. Once the winner gets 3 consecutive wins, He will need to step out of the arena to give others the chance. Of course, that includes me. I am ignored. Bloodsucker shrugged his shoulders, and Max continued. Every 5 matches, I will join again to fight whoever is in the arena. And I will give $50 to those who win against Bloodsucker. He will enter the arena with random intervals. A rare monster, so to speak. Why me? Is this bullying? Breeze, this is bullying, right? I know you want me to die. Hearing that, the viewers got excited. They shouted that they would kill Bloodsucker to guts him alive. Some even said that they would not let him even hit them once. It was a bit too much and unfair for Sucker, so Max added, "It's not bullying, Sucker. If you win against your opponent, I will give you $100. Fair, right?" Bloodsucker immediately stopped complaining and froze in place. Eventually, he nodded. "That's fair, I guess. Can I stay in the arena if I win?" "Sure. Only for 3 consecutive wins, though." Max nodded. Heh. A low laugh escaped Bloodsucker's lips as he turned around looking at the spectators. "Ha ha ha. Come at me, you maggots. I will turn you into my money cash. Let's take Breeze's money." Together, the crowd got excited once again. They laughed strangely and threatened Bloodsucker. The viewers in the chat also got excited. Most talked about Bloodsucker and how they wanted to join the match. Glancing at the edge of his vision, Max noticed that his viewers had passed 28K. This was the highest he ever achieved. A grin was formed on his face. As expected, inviting Bloodsucker is the right choice. He's indeed my good walking bank. Chapter 418, Speedy vs. Sneaky Snake. Without further ado, let's start the first match. It will be me versus a lucky spectator, Max announced and stood in the middle of the arena. Above his head, a number 1 and an HP bar were displayed, showing that he was the first player. A hero selection appeared before him. There were a total of 20, with 10 unique sets of skills. He wasn't in a hurry to choose. Instead, he opened a randomized name, which had the data of all players here and pressed randomly. 4-way screens appeared in the air for everyone to see. On it, a name was rolling pretty fast for even people to see. After a while, it stopped and showed a person's name. "Too good for me. You're up against me, buddy." "All right." Someone stood up on the spectator seat and shouted excitedly. His body was covered in a blue light and transported to the arena. A number 2 and a similar HP bar were floating above his head. "I will beat you, Breeze. For the sake of money. No, I won't pay you or anything, you know. Only Bloodsucker. It doesn't matter. I can only win and drag Bloodsucker here. Woohoo, free $50. Too good for me," raised his arms above his head and screamed. Max looked at him. His lips twitched. What the heck is this guy's logic? The participant is randomized, although I give them all a 2% chance, while Bloodsucker 10% chance to appear. Still, is he really confident to beat me? Even if I don't know the heroes before, I can still read their skills. Composing himself, Max said, "All right, let's choose the heroes. The match is 3 minutes long, best of 1 only. Stop yapping like Jamal and come at me, Breeze." Too good for me taunted him by waving his fingers. A vein popped on Max's temple. All right, that's it. This guy was a different kind of annoying person compared to Jamal and the other NPC. He was just too cocky. Max chose a certain hero with a similar body build as his. This hero wore long dark blue pants and a white shirt underneath a jacket. Based on the description, this hero's name was Speedy. His ability was to move faster, and he had some skills to use. A few icons that showed the skills appeared on his edge of vision, and he could see its description and how to activate it just by thinking about it. A kick, a powered kick, a superpowered kick. All right, just as I researched before. Max nodded, satisfied with the very simple skills. Meanwhile, his enemy chose a lanky guy wearing green pants. He was shirtless, showing off his muscles and long arms. This man was a villain called Sneaky Snake, whose ability was his long arms. Just as its appearance suggested, its main power lay on these hands that moved like a whip. A timer appeared, counting down from 5. Max lowered his stance and was prepared to use his ability to get close to his enemy in one go. This would be hard to adjust, but he believed the game's mechanic would help him with that. "Hi-ha, I will whip you so you know your place." Too good for me, however, taunted him and moved his hand strangely. It was disgusting and Max wanted to jump out of this arena after looking at it. His hands move like someone who is in that kind of industry. Yikes. No way a human is doing something like this, right? Breeze, kick him in the face. Or the crotch. That's what I plan on doing. 3, 2, 1, go. The game announcer exclaimed. The match started and Max immediately lunged forward. His speed was way faster than he had expected, and his vision turned blurry. However, he stopped at the place where he wanted to be and sent an upward kick. Kick. He activated the skill, making his kick faster. A blue blur went toward Too Good For Me's head, catching him by surprise. It connected and sent him flying upward. His opponent's HP bar decreased. Using this chance, Max pivoted using his hand and sent a roundhouse kick. Powered kick. The skill Speedy used was a combo one. Everything was connected. His leg hit Too Good For Me's ribs and changed his flying direction toward the wall. When he was flying, Max used his ability again to catch him up. Right now, Too Good For Me's HP bar was less than half. He couldn't even do anything yet. Curse you. His running speed was faster than Too Good For Me's flying speed. He reached the wall first before his opponent crashed, creating a crack in the wall. Raising his right leg, he activated his last skill. Superpowered kick. Max's leg glowed brightly. A blue flame went ablaze as he drove his leg toward Too Good For Me's head from the back. It pushed the head into the wall through the crack. The HP bar displayed above his head was fully depleted, and the game's announcer ended the match. Perfect. Winner, Speedy. Good stuff. So this guy is as weak as I thought. TSK, talk big, no skill. Showing off. Breeze is a humble streamer. You should humble yourself more to be as strong as him. No one likes a disgusting boy. Too bad. Too Good For Me's body disappeared into motes of light. The damage done to the arena was fixed as if time rewound. Standing alone in the arena, Max raised his arms and waved at his audience. His body returned to normal. He grinned and looked around. All right, who's the next unlucky one? Mimi. Tisk, why did that trash get picked up? He can only talk and not fight. Dude, Breeze is faster than he expected in Speedy's form. I had never seen Speedy that fast before. It must be because of his high SR. Too Good For Me must be overwhelmed by that. The skill also stunned him for a second, so he could do nothing. At all. Excuses. Let me show you how to counter Speedy. Pick me. Everyone wanted to be picked. Calm down. It will be randomized, Max said, dismissing the crowd's excitement. Well then, let's start the second randomization. The randomization on the screen turned once again. Many names passed through. At one point it became slower, showing a clear name, only for it to spin faster than before. After 3 seconds, it showed a fairly familiar name. Bloodsucker. As that name appeared, the crowd cheered loudly. Sucker. 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 Woah. The legend has been chosen. Go Sucker go. Go Sucker go. Whoa, Sucker got chosen. This battle will be legendary. Try to last for a minute, Sucker. Bloodsucker appeared in the arena, right across from Max, with a wide grin on his face. Waha, this time has come. Now, I will take that $100 from you, Breeze. Ho ho, try it, Sucker. Both of them transformed into their chosen characters and faced each other. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. And thus, the legendary battle had begun. No one moved yet. Bloodsucker deliberately stood still to wait for Max to make his first movement. With a little observation, Max recognized the character used by Bloodsucker was a hero called Vlad III. He had long white hair and red eyes. His body was covered in what looked like old noble clothes and a black coat draped over his shoulders. His hands were lanky, holding a luxurious cane. A true vampire through and through, fitting Bloodsucker's image. And this character was troublesome. Chapter 419, Bullying Bloodsucker. I don't know the details of its skill, but I remember that it controls blood. The cut in his hands allows him to draw blood and control it at the cost of his HP. However, he could recover his HP by pulling the blood again. Of course, it won't work if the blood hits me, as it's contaminated. But this is hard. A magic-type opponent. This would be the first time he fought someone like that. Are you not going to attack, Breeze? This noble me thought you weren't such a coward. A taunt. Max understood that pretty clearly, and he usually was never someone who would fall for that. Save from the usual, it somehow felt irritating when someone who clearly had 8th grade syndrome talked about that, because he made it sound as if he truly believed Max was a coward. Still, he was calm. He wouldn't let himself get taunted just like before. He didn't know Bloodsucker's skill level yet. and he certainly would never underestimate him. I will have to give him $100 if I lose against him. No way I would give him that much. To face a taunt, he only had to taunt him back. What? I am giving you a chance, sucker. Your hero is a medium to long-ranged one while I am close-ranged. Come, attack me first. This is my way to show you mercy. You don't regret it. Bloodsucker was baited and raised his cane. Blood began to drip from his hand and gathered, creating a lance. Not just one, but 3 lances. His HP decreased slightly, around 6%. This meant that casting each lance cost 2% of his HP. That's a steep price to pay for an attack. Blood Lance. With a command and a swing of Bloodsucker's hand, the Blood Lances were launched toward Max. They were aimed at 3 different spots: his head, chest, and lower body. Activating his ability, Max circled to the left to dodge them. However, with a wave of Bloodsucker's hand, the lances changed direction. They were pretty fast, almost catching up to him who had a speed ability. Ha ha. Useless. Useless. You won't be able to wait. Don't come here. Get away from me. Unlike Bloodsucker, who enjoyed his victory, Max actually had a plan to counter the lances once he saw that Bloodsucker could control it. He just had to head toward his enemy. After all, he was still a bit faster than the lances. TSK. Bloodpool. Canceling the lances and sacrificing 5% of his HP, Bloodsucker tapped the cane against the ground. Blood surged from underground like a spike. They were sharp and solid. One of them scratched Max's legs and forced him to halt. He was paralyzed. Damn. Haha. Get you. Bloodsucker laughed and lunged forward. Blood covered his cane and turned it similar to a lance. Blood Stab. It was Vlad 3's third skill that only used 1% of his HP. The damage was pretty much similar to his other skill, but it was more durable. Depending on the user, it was also more reliable. Bloodsucker made a stabbing movement. It was fast and precise due to the game's support. The paralyzing effect from Blood Pool had ended and Max could now move again. He immediately ducked to avoid the attack and attacked his opponent. If there was something that a simple skill had an advantage over a complicated and strong skill, then it would be its variation. Sweep Kick. By activating the skill, Max's kick was fast and deadly. It knocked Bloodsucker over, forcefully canceling his kick and stunning him for a second. Football-powered kick. Before Bloodsucker could finish, Max already stood on his feet and kicked his head as if it were a ball. He had a large grin on his face and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. This is fun. Bloodsucker's body was sent flying to the edge of the arena and crashed against the wall. His HP was greatly decreased by the 2 combos and the use of his skills earlier, leaving him with 16%. Usually, Max would continue to his 3rd combo, but he didn't. Why? Because he wanted to fight Bloodsucker more. He needed entertainment. He's totally bullying the poor sucker. Bad Breeze. Bullying is bad, you know. Nah, it's not bullying. This is a fight. Look at Breeze's HP. He only has 94% now. Look, Bloodsucker is standing. Heh. Hee. Is that it? Is that the extent of your power, Breeze? Too weak. Ha ha ha. It's too weak. Too slow. And you call yourself speedy? Let me show you what happens when I am serious. My charge bar has been filled. Taste my ultimate. A charge bar. It was a bar that showed how ready you were to use an ultimate skill. It was charged from getting hit or landing a hit. Once it was full, a hero would be able to unleash the ultimate skill. An ultimate skill could reverse a situation from hopeless to winning the game. That was how strong this ultimate skill was. Raising his cane, Bloodsucker sacrificed 10% of his HP, bringing him down to only 6%. Blood gathered above and created a large ball. It looked like it was ready to burst any time. Are you ready to lose, Breeze? Say goodbye to your pitiful life. Make sure to etch in your mind to never cross a noble vampire ever again. Blood Rain. With a shout, Bloodsucker activated his ultimate skill. The ball of blood burst. The blood scattered before it became a small arrow that went toward Max. They were homing and would follow their target. Oh, Blood Rain. Vlad 3's ultimate skill. This is one of the strongest ultimates that a character in HXV has. If all the attacks landed, it would kill the enemy without any question. Can Breeze dodge them? Breeze uses Speedy. He will dodge them. But why is he standing still? Indeed, Max stood still even when Bloodsucker's ultimate attack came toward him. Some scratched him, slowly chipping his HP. However, because he stayed still, not all of the small arrows could hit him. A lot of them missed, giving him a chance to survive. When the haul stopped, Max was left with 17% HP. Left. Is that it? Is that the extent of your strength? Max asked as he walked toward Bloodsucker, using the wannabe vampire's words against him. Too weak. You're too weak. In no way. You survived that. Yeah. And now I will kill you. Breaking into a run, Max activated his ultimate. His charge was now full thanks to tanking Bloodsucker's ultimate. A blue flame went ablaze, covering his two legs. His movement was half controlled by the system. He jumped high and extended his legs. His speed suddenly increased, and he flew toward Bloodsucker like a meteor. Hero's kick. Max landed safely in a crouching motion. Behind him, Max landed safely in a crouching motion. Behind him, an explosion rang loudly, sending a blue fire shockwave everywhere. Bloodsucker's body, which was depleted of HP, disappeared into motes of blue light while muttering something. In no way. Justice prevails. Max struck a pose and walked away from the explosion. The crowd cheered. Cringe. That was so cringe. I felt a shiver down my spine. So cool. Newbies, look. Breeze is so cool. Yikes. Breeze, don't repeat that. Please, for God's sake, let a superhero series be a superhero series. Just one Seher Zero has donated 5,000 diamonds. Comrades, justice prevails. Under his smirk and confident appearance, Max silently thought, let's never do that again. It's too embarrassing. Chapter 420, Viewer versus Viewer. Bloodsucker, who got defeated, returned to his VIP spectator seat and clicked his tongue. TSK. The game's support is useless. If I control all the blood myself, there will be nothing that misses the target. Just like a loser, he made excuses for his losing the match. But no one mocked him. Instead, everyone did their best to support him. Yeah, it's the stupid game system's fault. You're doing great. Breeze almost died from that skill. Just a little bit more, and you will be able to show him to his grave. That way you can sleep with him in the coffin. Yes, the viewers, especially the girls, loved Bloodsucker even though they always made fun of him. Max felt complicated seeing that, and just continued to the third match. His opponent was a viewer who used a villain character named Mad Speed. It had a similar set of skills to his hero, Speedy. That was why. Superpowered kick. Gah. As someone with a higher SR and faster reaction time, Max was able to overwhelm his opponent easily. Their speed was the same, but a microsecond decision made the enemy get hit by a skill first, and that settled the match. I guess I was the first one to get Breeze's autograph today, Max said as he laughed merrily. Opening an online autograph, he signed one for himself and saved it. First one gets. This guy is crazy. He actually wrote, for Breeze, and gave himself his own autograph. And he looks so goddamn happy on top of that. His smile is irritating, but I want that autograph. Give it to me for 10k. Diamonds. I will take it for 20k diamonds. 35k going once. Whoa, stop that, people. Why do you start an auction so suddenly? Max said as he read the chat. If you want it so badly, I will make an official auction later. Seeing the opportunity, he talked with the chat for a while before continuing. Because of the viewers' enthusiasm, he ended up promising them to sell his first autograph for himself in the auction tonight. The match continued to the third one. Because Max won 3 times in a row, he went to the announcer platform and became the match's overseer. Alright, Big Justice versus Small Cute will come next. Their nicknames are similar. It's time to prove which one is better. Is Big good? Or is Small good? What do you think, people? I think the medium is great. Yes, medium is perfection. No matter how you see it, Big is good. They are soft and bouncy. What are you saying? Small is good. I don't stand on Big. How lewd. Medium is premium. Big is good. Small is better. 2 people, in their characters, stood across each other. They chose female characters, for some reason, that showed their certain hobbies. The first one was Big Justice. His or her character was a hero with a large asset and dressed in a tight dress. Her name was Psycho Lady, and as its name suggested, her skills were based on psychokinesis. On the other hand, Small Cute's character was a young girl dressed in a gothic Lolita dress. She was holding a large hammer on her hands. A smirk adorned her cute face. Even so, this character was a character called Demolition Girl, and it was a character with the highest damage but slow movement. Psycho Lady and Demolition Girl. Just from the matchup alone, it's clear that the Psycho Lady has an advantage. It can attack from a long range using her psychokinesis. Meanwhile, Demolition Lady is slow. What do you think, chat? Feel free to make a bet among yourselves before I start the match. Good idea. I will participate. 3 months of premium accounts for Big Justice. I love them big. I am in. I like them small, actually. Nah, just start the match. I wonder if any of them will get 3 consecutive wins. You're right. Max nodded, agreeing with the viewer to start the match. The others could still bet as the match was ongoing. Well then, the match will start after the countdown is over. Let's do this. He pressed the button to resume the countdown. He stopped and looked at the arena. 5, 4, 3. Both players were ready to use their ability. The Demolition Girl raised her hammer and had a shit-eating grin plastered on her face. Her teeth were sharp, resembling a shark. On the other hand, Psycho Lady just stepped forward and smiled amicably. She raised her hands and rubles on the ground floated. A green aura covered them. 2, 1, go. The system's voice overlapped with Max's. Both fighters started at once. Psycho Lady hurled all rubles toward Demolition Girl, but the latter smashed all of them with her hammer. With the skill on cooldown, Psycho Girl used another one. She gathered the destroyed rubble and formed a large rock before sending it toward the Demolition Girl. Raising her hammer, Demolition Girl used Power Smash to destroy the rock. Her HP decreased a little bit, but so did her enemy. Psycho Girl's HP got chipped from the shockwave created by the Power Smash. So far, they were pretty much equal. Seeing this, the viewers realized that the fight wouldn't be as one-sided as they thought. Oh, both players are good. While they aren't as amazing as me, they still get that mechanic covered. Demolition Girl got the defense. She can smash everything with her hammer. Damn, I never thought they would be that good. They might be better than me. Big Justice. Show those imbeciles why they should love big stuff. They are jiggling. Small cute, you can do it. Realizing that they were in a situation where both didn't get any advantage, Demolition Girl made a risky move. She planned to end this one and for all with her ultimate. Hurricane Cyclone Neo Armstrong. The Demolition Girl shouted, making a wide swing and spinning with her hammer. A tornado was created with her as the center. However, Psychic Tornado. Psycho Girl also did the same at the same time. A tornado created by psychokinesis clashed against a physical one. No one knew who won. Dust was sent flying, covering the arena. Not even their HP bars could be seen. Ooh, what is this? They clashed. Who would emerge victorious? They have 50% HP left before their ultimate clash. Whoever emerges is the winner. The dust slowly settled. Only one person stood in the arena. Stood might not fit the situation. She was lying on her chest, her head raised. Heh, big win. The attack deals less damage because I have a cushion to decrease a fall damage. She exclaimed as if this was the best thing that happened in the entire match. Match over. Winner, Psycho Lady. A loud cheer burst once the notification rang. Big, 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 big. Cushion. They are so useful. Big win. Big booba. Almost instantly, all the girls in the spectator seats covered their chests and looked at the boys in disgust. This is why they are in the Maidenless Club. While their words weren't that loud, they managed to pour ice into the burning hot pan and silenced everyone in one go. Chapter 421. Everyone is happy. The next match followed suit pretty quickly. Max didn't want to create another commotion and changed the subject by choosing the next contestant in a second. The name spun fast, making a blur. In the end, the name landed at Lovely Otter. Yahoo a chance. The player in the otter onesie exclaimed happily. Newbies, it seems I will get Breeze's autograph first. This is revenge from yesterday. Teleported into the arena, Otter immediately chose her character. She transformed into an adult woman with a pair of dog ears, complete with a dog tail. Her character was wearing a yellow hoodie, and her hands turned into something resembling a dog's paw. After her transformation, Psycho Lady also turned into her character once again. She crossed her arms and touched her chin with her hand. Fufufu, your character has no booba at all. You will die miserably like the one from earlier. She taunted Otter with something incredibly sexual. However, Otter was a mod. She had muted many people who made sexual jokes. I am ready. And I will mute Big Justice for 30 days after this if he, or is it she, whatever. If this person doesn't stop talking about big or small, maybe I will ban this account instead. Hee. Compared to the taunt from earlier, the threat worked wonderfully. Big Justice could be seen twitching. She looked tense compared to earlier. Oh, let's forget about that for now. Are you ready to fight against me? Let's do this. Seeing both fighters ready, Max nodded and started the timer after hyping them up. I believe in you, Otter. I am betting 10 premium accounts on you. You can do it, Vice Leader. Use your claw to cut that bag of meat. Whether Psycho Lady wins or not, her fate has been decided. 30 days of mute for saying something inappropriate. Indeed, Otter seemed to be angry after being called small. Max also noticed that and would like to have the person herself rampage. Alright, let's start the countdown. 5. This time, he even counted the match together with the system. And then, go. Otter's movement was quick. Her legs bulged slightly and she leaped towards Psycho Lady, avoiding all the debris sent toward her midair. She kicked the debris to change her direction and swung her clawed hand. Claw attack. A skill was activated. The claw shone and became bigger, sharper, and deadlier. It scratched Psycho Lady's chest, drawing red motes of lights in the place of blood. The HP bar above her head was depleted as she let out a pained scream. Just like other Breeze's viewers, they love to show off only for their effort to bite them back. 80% is too much, she screamed, not noticing that Otter had launched another attack. Otter made a cross slash with her claws. 6 claw marks appeared, flying toward the Psycho Lady. The latter tried to defend against it with her psychokinesis, but she was too late. The claws hit her and left marks, sending her flying to the middle of the arena, bouncing just as she liked it. Ugh. By now, her HP was reduced by half. She tried to stand up and face Otter, who nonchalantly struck a pose for the girls to screenshot. She ignored Psycho Lady completely. Vice Leader, you look so cute as Doggy Ina. Thank you, sister. You are also cute. Win the matches and get Breeze's autograph. For our retreat. Also, beat that person. It's disgusting hearing something big or small in my ears. I will. Just wait a minute so I can beat this guy up. After saying so, Otter turned around and put her hand on her hip, the right one pointing at Psycho Lady. Hey you, will you surrender? I will just mute you for 7 days if you do that. Everyone was silent, including Psycho Lady. Max also facepalmed. That's just misusing your authority, Otter. He thought, sighing. Otter. Max called out to the girl in the arena. No threat using your mod position. If you want to make a threat, use her lover or something. If she has one, though. Apologies. I am just caught up in the moment. Otter bowed toward Max and scratched her cheek. I won't do it again. I will just mute him for 30 days for saying and behaving inappropriately. That's not what I mean. He thought, but nodded otherwise. It was the best way to deal with someone like her who took the mod duty seriously. He needed to be clean and not biased in his judgment too. Then continue the fight. There is only a minute left. Aye, sir. Otter saluted at Max and turned to Psycho Lady once again. It seems I can't play any longer. Use your ultimate and attack me. Or will you surrender? Don't worry. Your punishment will still be 30 days of mute like before. Could Otter be a natural airhead? It's confirmed. Our mod Otter is a natural airhead. She's cute. Cough, are you single? Just asking for a friend. Give up, dude. Look at how close she is with freaking noob. I bet they are an item. Forget about that. Psycho Lady seems to give up. The spectator booed Big Justice after she surrendered and turned into her own players. Character. A dude with an average face. He looked crestfallen as if the end was there for him. I lost against a small one. This is humiliating. That was his last word before he disappeared into motes of light and returned to the spectator's seat. Ironically, he sat next to Small Cute, who made fun of him with no end. The match continued. Otter managed to snatch 3 wins and got Max's autograph. She looked so happy and wanted to request for my sisters for the 3 words written below the autograph. For some reason, almost all the girls in the spectator seats squealed in happiness. The boys were left confused, but they guessed because the word requested by Otter had sisters on it. So she represented all the girls to get the autograph, which made them happy. Following suit, the next viewer who won was Miteb0ys. He requested his autograph to be written for the boys. He had the biggest grin on his face after receiving it. He showed it off to the spectators who cheered on him and declared, "50K for this autograph. For the boys." And the cheer instantly turned into booing. Everyone had fun, even until the end of the streaming. It showed by the amount of donation Max received that day. "Alright guys, I won't be able to stream for a few days. The announcement that I was unable to deliver a few days ago will be announced tonight. Look forward to it." Live stream ended. That night, Strike was on fire. White Lily announced her first concert ever and the ticket was on sale immediately. In just an hour, the announcement was shared more than 50,000 times. It was the second time in a month that White Lily's name filled the trending page. All the preparations for the concert were going smoothly. Max was busy with helping Minnie stuff and his practice as MC and for the duet. But he was somehow happy with that. And he looked forward to the concert. Chapter 422, Concert Preparation, at last. It was 3 days before the concert day. Max practiced with Lily almost every day, and Peter maintained contact to tell him the progress. It was proven that Princess Peach was a great help. She knew many things that he didn't. Not only that, but Bamboo Talent also helped with the concert preparation alongside BioZone Entertainment. The two companies collaborated with some kind of deals in the back. The deal was simple, and Lily also agreed to it. It was to allow Princess Peach to have a duet with Lily with just a song. Hearing about it, one must have thought that it was unfair. A company helped someone prepare a concert for just that? It was actually not that simple. Bamboo Talent also got a fund from Peter. They just helped with the preparation with their connection and were hired as a contractor. And they were willing to do so for Princess Peach's sake. She just needed big publicity for her talent to be recognized. And what was better than appearing as a guest in White Lily's first concert? There was also the promotion that BioZone Entertainment spent their money on for Max too. Based on the AI calculation, this would generate a lot of revenue, not only from the sponsors, but also from the ticket sales. There will at least be more than 500,000 people watching the concert. The VR ticket was already sold out an hour after we announced the concert 3 days ago. Combined with those watching online, I can estimate at least 800,000 people watching at once. Everything is bigger than planned, Peter. It's all thanks to you, Rebecca. You helped a lot with the publication. It's only because of that many other publications followed suit and spread the word. Of course, it's also all thanks to Lily. No one can resist her dazzling charm. Fufufu, you're right. Our little sister is the cutest. Rebecca approached Peter and sat on his lap. But you're too focused on your little sister. How about spending time with me? Or am I not cute? You're not cute. Peter stood up, gently lowering Rebecca to the floor. You're beautiful. But this is Lily's first concert, Rebecca. Surely you want it to succeed too, right? It will become big news for your company too. Indeed. This is a good opportunity for us. Moving on, anything else I have to know? I believe that's not all you want to talk about. Yes, it's about the matter I talked about before. The businessman and woman couple continued their conversation in the office. They looked pretty intimate with no one but them in the room. Meanwhile, the main character of the concert was troubled by something. Do I really have to wear this? Yes, you look great. Lily asked as she looked at the clothes she wore. It was something Princess Peach prepared for her. The VTuber had many clothes in her inventory for a cosplay purpose, and one was so luxurious and totally fit the concert's theme. That was why she suggested that Lily wore it and tried it. What she wore was a silver dress. It was an off-shoulder dress. The skirt was long and frilly. Her hands were covered in a pair of long gloves reaching her upper arms. A tiara adorned Lily's head, making her look like a princess. And to finish it off, a jewel adorned her hair that was changed into silver, complementing her sky-blue eyes. That looks beautiful on you, Lily. Compared to that, look at what I wear. Answering her was Max, dressed in bright and colorful clothes. A checkered top hat adorned his head, making him look like a clown and a hat maker from Alice the Wonderland. When he appeared from the changing room, Lily and Princess Peach laughed loudly. Lily's laugh just showed how ridiculous he looked. Max, I advise you to change your clothes right now. It looks good on you. Puff, please. Nah, peasant. It looks good on you. Yes, you should appear like that in front of the crowd. That made him curious about how ridiculous he looked. He hadn't seen himself in the mirror yet. Curious, he looked to his left and was greeted by a clown, a literal one that came out jumping from a comedic movie. Nothing was worse than this. This is worse than I thought. He muttered and snapped his finger, changing his clothes into what seemed like a tidy dark blue suit. Now he looked like a host, way better than before, and fit his role as an MC. Better. He nodded and turned to Lily. And to answer your question earlier, I think that dress looks nice. You look like a diva. Thanks. Lily blushed and smiled. You look handsome too. Are you going to sing in that outfit? Max shook his head. No. This is for MC, which I am forced to do because of your brother's selfishness. Hearing that, Lily cast her gaze down. Forgive him, Max. You know how he is. However, there will be Farron to help too. It won't be boring, I think. You're right. With her around, boring will be the last word that you can say. Princess Peach didn't want to intrude on their conversation, but she looked curious when they mentioned Farron. Farron as in the top model. Naturally, as a girl, Princess Peach also followed the fashion magazine and had a favorite model which she took inspiration from. Farron was an idol to those girls. Every outfit she wore in a magazine would sell out the next day. That was how popular she was. Yes. Lily nodded, turning to Princess Peach. Come to think of it, we never mentioned it to you. She's my best friend. Really? Peach exclaimed in surprise. Her roleplay slipped quite a bit. Cough, I mean, Princess Farron is your best friend. Huh? Interesting. I will introduce you to her tomorrow. Wow. I mean, by all means. Meeting a fellow princess is a part of my job. Will Peachy be able to maintain her roleplay in front of that girl? Somehow, I doubt it. Max thought as he continued to try clothes for his performance with Lily. There was nothing that fit him. Or rather, nothing could make him stand out beside Lily. But that wasn't his job. Silver won't do. Then, should I go gold? No, this concert is Lily's, not mine. It's her stage, so I will have her stand out. And she probably won't wear the dress for our duet. Our song is just too spirited. I guess going with a Dune or KDA-styled outfit is the best. We can do some attractions too. That would be a nice surprise. Tomorrow, all the cast would gather to talk about the concert. Then in 2 days, rehearsal would be held. Max told Lily about his idea and she was intrigued, saying that it was worth a try. It would be a nice surprise too, as their duet would be Last as Breeze, Take Me Away, was the most popular song from the new album. 2 days passed by quickly, and the concert was just right around the corner. Chapter 423, Head-Hurting Quest. On a grand stage, decorated with many lights, 2 people dressed in a similar suit and one in a monochrome dress stood in the center while holding a microphone. A suspenseful music resounded, followed by a soft melody from a piano. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the cutest, charming, and most dazzling divas concert. Today, I, Peter Spencer, as White Lily's brother, will be your MC. Accompanying me today, in my birthday concert, are one of the men, with a handsome feature and tidy hair, exclaimed excitedly and pointed at his side. Farron here. Ha ha ha, this is fun. Breeze here. Good morning. Is everyone having fun? Stop. Farron suddenly shouted and stopped Max. Where is your energy? Put some energy in your voice. Do you want this concert to feel like a graveyard, Breeze? You should do it like this. Like this. She tried to show how to do it better than his unenergetic response. But Max couldn't care less. He sighed and looked at both Peter and Farron. I know what to do and how to MC the concert, but are you guys for real? Farron is fine, but Peter, just do it normally. Please. He pleaded. Would a normal MC introduce themselves as the singer's brother? No, they wouldn't. In the first place, having an MC at the start of the concert is just to hype the audience up and let the singer have time to prepare. After the opening, they wouldn't appear again, so there was no need for an introduction. My head hurts. I just prepared a few lines to start the concert, but Peter thinks he needs to be a real MC like those of variety shows. And why should he say his birthday concert? It's Lily's first concert, for God's sake. Maybe having an MC is a mistake from the start. They should just leave and let Farron do a prep talk. Alone. That would have a better effect. Her energy was contagious. The audience would be left excited for the concert. I need to make sure they know about it, Peter said in an almost certain voice, looking Max straight in the eyes. As a response, Max and Farron looked at him as if he was sick in the head. Are you serious? The ever-so-casual Farron asked in disbelief. Peter, I know you are obsessed with your sister, but this is her stage. Don't make it weird, okay? Weird? What part of my introduction is weird? So that's the part he caught? Max sighed once again. He would let Farron deal with this one. The model gave Peter an ear of what was considered weird and what he shouldn't do in another person's concert. Their job was just as a prelude, nothing more. Max felt like giving up even though he had practiced this for a few days. He looked at Peter, who nodded in understanding. So no introduction aside from our name, and that's it? We just talk about what the audience can expect and praise my little sister. Leave the latter part to me. You can handle the audience. Satisfied with his job, Peter once again nodded. Farron looked at Max and gave him a thumbs up. I guess that's better than before. He nodded at Farron and returned her gesture. She had done a good job. Rather than stopping him from doing something, she redirected his interest to something that he liked. Praising Lily and recounting her achievements would be an easy job for Peter. If he was about to say something personal, both Max and Farron could stop him anytime. Moving on, they tried the new method and it was good enough for amateurs like them. Following the trio MC, Lily's rehearsal started. She used a microphone and tried to sing normally without putting any effort. Even so, her voice charmed the staff, except for those responsible for sound. Add more treble. Yes, it should be a bit higher. The bass is overpowering it. We should balance to bring out her voice more. Zazapi busily instructed everyone, so the sound came out perfect. Many people answered him and ran around fixing everything. Max watched them all from the empty spectator seat and sighed. For the last few days, he was sighing at pretty much a few times an hour. The reason for that was because of the new quest he received from the system. Quest: making a record. No newbie streamer has ever reached 50,000 viewers in the whole live stream. As the greatest streamer candidate, achieve the impossible. Progress: 25/7/21/50,000. Reward: a glimpse of the future. Deadline: July 30th. Penalty upon failure: a rumor about your family will be shared online and cause a crack in your relationship. This is killing me. A glimpse of the future? That kind of reward wasn't something Max wanted. But the penalty was too much. The system's UI had also changed slightly after the last update. Maybe this was the real system? The rewards from before were all too sweet, and now the real one showed itself. 50,000 viewers. I can't get that in a normal way. I should hold my event. That way I have a chance, but the deadline. My head hurts. If he failed, then he got the penalty. And if he succeeded, he got something that he didn't want to see. Besides, was the system so powerful that it could allow him to see the future? As someone who lived in the present, Max wasn't someone who loved to see even a glimpse of the future. He was scared. He feared the future. This came from the time when he was hospitalized. He didn't know whether he had time at all, so he feared the future. A crack in my relationship and the rumor of my unknown family. Should I just fail this quest? But which relationship will crack? After coming to this world, I made many. I am afraid it's the one with Lily. And if I am able to glimpse the future, what if the future isn't something that I want? That scares me more. A crack in the relationship could be mended. But the future? He didn't know whether he could even fix it. Fuck. Whoa. Should I not be here? Someone answered Max's curse. He raised his head and saw a platinum-haired girl standing on the side, raising her hand. Yeah? If you feel like shit and need someone to talk to, I can accompany you for a little. What do you say? I make good company, you know. Chapter 424, Don't Think About It. Max smiled at Farron, who made herself comfortable and sat next to him. I appreciate it, but you don't need to. I have everything in my control. Lies. Farron cut him off and crossed her legs. You won't curse if you have everything under control. The fact you, who never whined, did that is because this problem you face is bigger than you ever handled or guessed. Am I wrong? She got me. He thought, smiling wryly. Not that it mattered. Max needed this talk. He knew it. Promise you won't tell the others? My lips are sealed. Farron made a gesture sealing her lips, and Max nodded. He took a deep breath and let himself relax. Well, something is indeed troubling me, he said. Have you ever been afraid of the future? Nope. I know the future pretty well, so it doesn't scare me, she exclaimed, puffing her chest. When he looked at her with narrowed eyes, she looked back at him with a gentle gaze. I guess that's not the case for you. If that's the case, I won't be troubled now, he answered, sarcasm escaping his mouth involuntarily. Wow, you're so sensitive now. Even Farron was surprised. So, I will just listen. Go ahead and pour out your problem. All right. Max began to tell her what he felt and why he was afraid. Not in detail, but talking about it with Farron somehow lifted the burden he felt. Unexpectedly, she also gave pretty good advice. Don't think about it. The future can change easily. For example, you can decide whether to marry Lily or not today. If you choose to propose, there is a good chance she will accept, and you will be engaged right away. If you choose to delay, well, you will stay as you currently are. See, no need to be afraid. A short and simple way to deal with things. Just don't think about it. Somehow, that's a good way to deal with it. Max laughed. Can the future really be changed that easily? I assure you it can. Farron nodded with a serious face, which was rare for her. Will you believe it if I say that I have changed a lot of the future? Max looked at her. Did she mean by giving many people a chance to model, thus changing their future? That sounded plausible. Many people were unlucky to not be discovered by a talent agency. Just like what happened to Bloodsucker, Farron seemed to always invite people to join her agency. Maybe she had saved some unfortunate people and changed their future by giving them a chance in publicity and modeling jobs. Can't say that I don't believe you. Foo-foo, right? Changing the future is that easy. Just throw some money here and there. Prepare for the worst, and you won't be in a slump for the next few decades. I don't have that much money. He smiled wryly. Don't worry. Your girlfriend is also rich. Just marry her. Now you're giving me a weird idea. Ha ha ha. Both of them talked a lot until Lily finished her rehearsal. Following that, everyone checked the equipment once more before rehearsing for the last performance, Max and Lily's duet. It was a bit different from the other. They even had to change the stage for it. But everything went pretty well. The rehearsal ended at 9 p.m. Everyone, except for the staff, logged out. Max climbed out of his capsule and looked to his left. Lily looked pretty tired. Upon seeing her, he took the B-grade nutritional supplement he prepared beforehand, which he bought for a fortune, and gave it to her. Drink this. You need to take care of your condition for tomorrow. We will start pretty early in the morning, so go to sleep after this. Thank you, I need that. Lily drank the supplement and climbed out her capsule. She changed her clothes and sat on the bed. Max did the same. He sat next to her, and their hands intertwined without both saying anything. With their hands touching each other, he could feel that hers was trembling. Are you nervous? Max asked quietly, whispering even. Lily nodded without hiding it. Tomorrow is a big day for me. A day where I will stand on a stage with more than 500,000 people watching. I am afraid that I will mess it up. What if I make a mistake? I actually want it to be smaller in scale, but your brother is going all out. Max finished the sentence for her, and she nodded. I can't say that I don't understand his feeling of wanting to make it grand, but yeah, I think we never think about that because we believe in you. We trust you that you would be okay, even in front of a big audience. It was kind of strange. Just a few hours ago, he was given advice by Farron. And now he was sitting here, advising his lover. Just be yourself. And kill the audience with your voice. Am I a game character? She burst into laughter. Tears formed on the edge of her eyes. She seemed to feel better than before as her hand stopped trembling. Thank you, Max. I need that. Anytime, he said, smiling gently. We also managed to pull the last stunt together. That was pretty fun. It was. I also like the clothes better than my singing clothes, honestly. Don't tell Peachy about it. I don't want to disappoint her. Why? Your clothes look pretty cute. It makes you look like a fairy. That's why I don't like it. She muttered. It makes me look vulnerable? Yet, I want to look like a strong girl. Just think of it this way. Max raised his index finger. The fairy finally gained her courage and flew freely with someone who took her away. Isn't that romantic? Lily looked at Max for a while before smiling. I never thought you were one who said such a cheesy line. Hearing that, he chuckled. I am a streamer. I can say such a cheesy line anytime. If you want, I can also make you cringe. Please, don't. That didn't stop him from doing it. Lily gave up and just went to sleep to avoid hearing another cringe line from her boyfriend. Chapter 4:25. 8 Bang Start. Morning. Good morning. I can't wait for the concert. Hey, are you excited too? Of course. This is White Lily's first concert ever. It's been 2 years since she was active and has gathered more than 3 million subscribers and more than 10 million followers. I heard the ticket was sold out in less than an hour. I am lucky to be able to secure one for myself. Right? I was lucky too. Many audience members appeared one by one in their designated seats. Some grouped with their friends, while some talked with the fellow fans they saw beside them. The empty seat was filled one by one with a flash of blue light. People who watched from the live stream had made themselves comfortable in their own lobby. A group of friends and the community rented a public lobby to watch together. It was allowed, because each person would only be able to watch if they had a ticket. If they didn't have one, all they could see was a black screen without any sound. The stage in the middle was still dark. No one could see anything. It wouldn't light up until 9 a.m. today, which was still 30 minutes away. While the audience was waiting for the concert, the backstage was in chaos. Fuckers. Move, move, move. This is important. Make everything right once again. If we fail or make a mistake, our career is done. Done, you hear me? More than 500,000 people will blame us if even the light is in the incorrect position. Sound check. All okay. Nothing strange. White Lily's voice can be heard clearly. Zaza P, please check once again. Alright, this is pretty good. We will change the sound setting after the third song and make it mellow. Then at the seventh song, make it stronger. And increase the bass for the last. Duet. Got it. Yes. The staff responsible for the sound system answered. Max stood with Farron on the side, looking at his clothes. He wore a suit and looked pretty professional, while Farron was wearing a pretty neat dress, which didn't stand out greatly. It fit her, but that was it. Considering she wasn't the main character this time, it was perfect for her. Fufufu, they are scrambling around. Look at them go, ha ha ha. Farron enjoyed the chaos and laughed. It reminds me of a fashion show. They will always be this chaotic. Ah, good days. I stopped doing it after I met At, though. It's too much work. Well, that's true. And being a fashion model on the runway required something that made people embarrassed. I heard they have to change in front of many people. If that's true, then I understand why Farron stopped doing that after meeting At. She wanted to appreciate her boyfriend. Talking about the guy, he was currently talking with Peter regarding something important, the one that required Max to join too. But he was already briefed before, so he knew roughly what they talked about. What are you watching? Farron asked as she peered at the corner where At and Peter were talking. Oh, is it about that? I think they are gay. Max nodded, joking around. That was his intention, but he got a kick on the shin by the platinum-haired girl next to him. Thud. Ouch, that hurt, Farron. I set my pain sensitivity at 80%, remember? Did I do something? She smiled. Wide, but her eyes didn't. Maybe a gay joke wasn't something she liked? Max would remember that. Nothing. He shook his head. He turned his gaze away and looked around. The star of this concert couldn't be seen. She was preparing herself in a private room. Max believed in her, though. She would do her best. Before long. It's time. Peter approached them while holding a microphone. Max nodded and took out a similar microphone from his inventory, a black one, while Farron was holding a white one. They walked to the stage and took the middle part. For them, the stage was already very bright, so they could walk without a problem. The staff was busy in front of the stage. They couldn't be seen by the audiences, one of the few advantages of holding a concert in a VR world. Raising her mic, Farron waited for the staff sign to start the concert. The one responsible for the sign was an old director. He was Princess Peach's director and the one who helped her concert before. As an experienced veteran, he knew when to start the concert. Light off. He spoke softly, but his words were carried to everyone thanks to the system. Boom. A small explosion rang as the light around the spectator seats dimmed. The murmurs that could be heard from earlier turned into silence at once. No one said anything, and their attention was focused on the stage. Suddenly, light on. Bam. All lights around the stage turned on. Ladies and gentlemen, the previously dark stage was lit. Farron's voice was booming through the concert venue. Many people shrieked after noticing her and two handsome men standing on the stage. Thank you for coming. Ha ha ha, there are so many people. I am so excited. Me too. Max stepped forward and spoke, continuing Farron's words. I have never expected myself to stand on a grand stage like this, even though I am just here to fill someone's role. Ha ha. Don't mind, Breeze. The important part is that we're here, in White Lily's first ever concert, Moonlight Spectre. Peter exclaimed loudly and applause rang from the spectator seats. After waiting for a while, the handsome heir of Spencer Company continued. It's been 2 years since White Lily's first appearance. I never thought that she would stand on a stage like this one day. Everything starts just by a simple whim from the advice of a best friend. Remembering that, this person seems to be responsible for White Lily's birth. Yeah, you can say thanks to me by giving me money, Stone Sword. I accept it. Farron said playfully. Yes, the idiot you see right now is the one who gave my sister advice to start singing. Hey, I am not an idiot. The girl retorted, but was ignored. And the man on the far right is the one giving her courage to show herself and hold a concert. Breeze. I didn't do much. It's all just Lily's own power. Max responded with a soft smile. How humble. Both Peter and Farron said simultaneously. I am indeed the most humble person ever. Liv. Max nodded. Chapter 426. Kidnapping is romantic. Hearing Max's answer, the spectators were laughing. Those were mainly people who recognized Max and either watched his live stream, watched his videos, or just his clips. Breeze. Humble? Those two words couldn't be put in the same words. This was how they planned to start the concert, a light-hearted conversation between the three. No one introduced themselves, just three random people who were related to Lily having a light conversation. The effect was great, and the spectators weren't as tense as before. Their excitement was still there, but they could appreciate the atmosphere more. After a bit of conversation, which lasted only for around 5 minutes, the director gave another sign. Lily was ready. Now guys, let's stop talking here and give the stage back to my dearest friend. Farron clapped her hands and threw her microphone to the sky. The microphone suddenly burst into a blinding light, bright enough to turn the stage white. Everyone on the stage used this chance to disappear. A silhouette appeared from the white light as it subsided, turning into a person. And as she descended, like a fairy, everyone white Lily. The voice rang like an explosion. Following that, a soft voice flowed from the fairy-like figure on the stage. Dear world. The concert began without any warning. A loud cheer erupted like a volcano at her appearance and voice. What followed was silence. Only her voice remained in this grand venue that held more than 500,000 people. Light sticks were waved around, following the song's beat. Lily felt really nervous before, but now that she was on stage, all she felt was freedom and happiness. She loved to see her fans happy. They cheered for her between the songs, and they applauded when she stopped dancing. Her breathing was rough and heavy after 5 songs, but she enjoyed it very much. She secretly prepared a healing spell from a certain game and recovered. Her appearance became neat again. Not even sweat clung to her body. The effect was also pretty, making her shine a little bit like a fairy. Viva la virtual reality. Now for the next song. I'd like to introduce my friend who has helped me plan for the concert. Lily smiled and raised her hand, gesturing to her left. She's a princess from a distant kingdom, stumbling upon me in her garden. Or at least that's the lore of our meeting. We actually met in a cooking program. With a little bit of comedy, Max's idea, she flawlessly introduced the setting of their meeting. The audience laughed at the unexpected comedy. And those who followed Lily knew who this person was and began to chant. Princess Peach. Princess Peach. Princess. Oh, Princess. Just as they called, something appeared from the bottom of the stage. It was a giant peach. Everyone was looking forward to it as it slowly opened, showcasing a beautiful girl with pink hair emerging from inside. Everyone, let's sing together. Everybody, let's have a party. And both of them began to sing together. In the backstage, Max was preparing himself. He watched Lily sing on the stage with a smile on her face. His turn would come soon. Whoa, she's more amazing than before, Farron exclaimed as she peeked between Max's legs. Somehow, she was just there. Looking down, he immediately moved away. What are you doing? A normal question considering the situation. Appreciating Lily from below. When you're at my level, or have my experience, seeing a cute person from every angle is something necessary. We can appreciate them more by doing this. What is this woman saying? Could it be? Nodding, Max had come to a conclusion. In short, you're a pervert. Please don't get close to Lily anymore, or I will call the police. How harsh. Call me a cute girl connoisseur. I will call Atlas. Max threatened her with a low tone. The comedic atmosphere was gone immediately. Wow. Can you not joke even a little? Calling it is unfair, you know. I will sleep on the couch if he sees me sleeping on the ground. She grunted as she picked herself up. I won't be able to sleep without him hugging me. Ah, so that's the reason. Not because of the couch, huh? So, are you ready for your duet in front of 500,000 people, Breeze? That will be so nerve-wracking, eh? Not as nerve-wracking as you thought. Max was serious. He wasn't nervous at all. Maybe because he was used to attention? Or maybe because he trusted Lily and liked to be seen together with her at his best ability on the stage. Anyway, he was in top condition right now. Max boy, a voice called out to him from behind. Only one person called him by that name. Turning around, Max found Zaza P, dressed exaggeratedly in a colorful outfit, holding his cheek. I have one request before you go out there. What is it, Zaza P? Max asked curiously. Farron also looked at the producer, curious at what this request was. Can you help Lily and change the choreography a little? She sounds tired. Her voice is a bit cracked. Zaza P looked at the stage worriedly. There, Lily was still singing with Princess Peach. Max didn't notice something wrong with her voice. It was just as beautiful as before. Just trust me, Max boy. Hold her up like a princess. Just let her sing and not move. If she makes a rather energetic move, it will affect her in the future. All right. Max agreed to Zaza P's request. Unlike his amateur ears, Zaza P was a professional. He surely knew what he was talking about. I will kidnap her then, he said, grinning as he walked toward the stage. He put on his hood and stepped on a platform that was only visible to him. For others, he looked as if he was standing in the air. The duet between Lily and Peach ended just right after he stepped onto the stage. His figure was hidden by the darkness. And as the song stopped, the next one started immediately. Together with the song, Peach disappeared. Only Lily stood on the stage, or so that was what the audience thought. A phantom thief materialized with the smoke, crouching in the air, extending his hand toward the lonely white Lily. I am here to steal you away, Lily. The phantom's voice rang, and the female audience broke into a cheer at the cheesy line. Chapter 427. Playing a VR for too long is bad. Taking Lily's hands, Max whispered in a way the audience wouldn't hear him. Just focus on singing and don't tire yourself. Although this is VR world, your mind can still be affected. Leave the choreography to me. I will leave it to you. Noticing the strain in her brain, Lily agreed to his request. Since the last song, she had felt a slight headache from pushing herself. It took more stamina and mental capacity than she thought. As Max pulled her onto the invisible platform, Lily's clothes changed from the silver dress into a black bodysuit with a cropped jacket and shorts on top, like that of a thief. Take my hand. Let's flee this place. Together we'll run, in love's warm embrace. Max danced in the air with Lily, holding her close to him. He only concentrated to his part of the work, and then when his part arrived, dance and laugh, despite the world's strife. In your arms, I find new life. Love's gentle touch, something we seek. Let me help you free. He somehow managed to sing flawlessly. Well, not flawlessly, but better than usual, or even the music. Video. Meanwhile, Lily didn't move much. She let her body be pulled by Max. Focusing on singing was all she did. However, the audience was captivated. It looked like a real scene of kidnapping. The stage changed many times, making it look as if they were moving from one place to another. The kidnapper showed the lonely and pitiful white Lily the world. As the last part came, Lily took off Max's hood. The face hidden by the shadow, the sharp and wild look of the thief, could be seen clearly. Everyone shrieked, waving their light sticks that had turned blue to match the atmosphere. The thief came down as the stage turned into something that looked like a mountain filled with flowers. These flowers were white lilies, and they hadn't bloomed yet. A full moon was coming closer from the sky, illuminating the venue. Its color changed from the usual yellow to something closer to blue. As the moon was at the closest proximity, the lilies bloomed, no longer bound to earthly fears. With you, my love, I'll dry my tears. The song came to a climax. Their hands intertwined with each other, faces close. Their noses brushed against each other. Together, somewhere beyond the universe. As the last verse came out of their mouths, fireworks exploded in the distance, casting a shadow on the stage. The light was turned off, and the last song had ended. Max looked at Lily. An urge to kiss her was massive. However, he noticed something wrong. Her breathing was erratic and fast. Lily, hey, are you okay? I am fine. Before she finished her words, her figure seemed to twitch slightly like a glitch. A small window popped up next to her. Warning, vital yellow. Log out recommended. There was a reason why Biozone Entertainment's test was overseen by a doctor. Straining one brain in VR could be dangerous. People with SR higher than 90% often push themselves without realizing it. The brain's activity could spike up dangerously, making them spend more stamina than usual. That was what happened here. Farron, take the stage. Realizing what happened, Max sent a whisper message to Farron and dashed behind the stage while holding Lily. They passed each other, and Farron gave a worrying look before nodding, gesturing to leave the inn to her. Once he reached the backstage, he saw Peter scrambling over to him. Force log out. The man said something, and Lily's figure disappeared. His face was calm, but he couldn't hide the worry in his eyes. Go log out and handle it for me, as I can't leave yet. We have a doctor ready in the hall where we logged in. Worse, she only needs to stay at the hospital for a day for rehabilitation. I trust you, brother. Max nodded. He was silent all this time and just logged out. While he knew that everything would be fine with this world's current medical technology, the memories from the past still haunted him. The words doctor and hospital still scared him regardless of everything. After logging out, and the capsule opened, he immediately jumped out. He was in Biozone Entertainment's headquarters. They logged in from here because the technology allowed them to do everything independently. Peter rented the whole crew for 2 days just for this. But Max couldn't care less. He looked at where Lily's capsule was and found Dr. Artie was already crouching in front of it, checking her condition. A glimpse of her body showed how pale her skin was. She looked at Max, who had a worried face, and tried to smile. Don't put on that face, Max. I was just tired. Max couldn't say anything. He just nodded and let the doctor check her condition. Freaking out or panicking would only make things worse. He learned that the hard way. After a while, Dr. Artie stood up. He whispered something to the nurse beside him, and she helped Lily to move to the wheelchair they prepared. Please be careful. I will help you to the room for now. Nurse, please let me. Breeze, is it? Let my nurse help her. She's a professional. Dr. Artie interrupted as Max tried to help. Meanwhile, why don't we check your condition? Your vital signs spiked a little bit at the end of the concert. No, I am fine. So, please, I insist. Dr. Artie put his hand on his shoulder, preventing him from saying anything more. Lily, who already sat in the wheelchair, looked at Max. I'll be fine. Go check yourself first, Max. That stopped him. Max glanced at Lily for the last time and nodded. He waved at her before she was taken by the nurse. And then, his expression turned serious as he looked at the doctor in front of him. So, doctor, what do you want to say about her condition? I believe that my condition is good. I know myself the best. The reason you stopped. It's because she shouldn't hear it for her recovery, right? Hearing that, Dr. Artie smiled. Indeed. He smiled. Well, I should say that we're fortunate you and her brother moves pretty fast and forced her to log out. There is no imminent danger, but, a word, but from a doctor's mouth was never a good thing. Her time in the VR world might need to be limited from now on, he said, turning serious, or she will experience a sudden spike in vital signs just like earlier. Chapter 428, Lily's Problem and Solution. Her time in the VR world might need to be limited from now on, the doctor said, turning serious, or she will experience a sudden spike in vital signs just like earlier. Max walked in the hallway, his eyes were cast down. He remembered what Dr. Artie told him before he left. The capsule put a large burden on her body, more than normal people. My estimation is she can only enter VR for 3 hours a day before tiring herself. I don't know what caused this without further testing. We will need to move her to a hospital to know. Well, it won't affect her daily lives. But please ask her about this. Not being able to be in VR world more than 3 hours a day was not something that many people in this world appreciated. This society depended on VR a lot, having a time limit to access that could affect one's daily life. Max put his hand in his pocket, feeling a paper in his palm. He considered taking it out, but he stopped himself. There was a chance that Lily wouldn't need it. Full. Arriving in front of her room, Max took a deep breath before pressing a bell. The door beeped just right after he pressed it. The lock was opened, and he entered. Moving to the bedroom, he saw Lily lying on the bed with the nurse taking care of her. His face immediately soured, and he bit his lips. No, I shouldn't show it on my face, he thought as he sat next to the bed, holding her hands. How is your condition? I am fine, Lily answered, her lips quivering slightly before curving into a smile. The nurse helped me drink. We're waiting for a meal right now. Is that so? Max smiled at her, raising his head. Thank you, Miss Nurse. It's just my job, the nurse said with a smile. I will prepare the meal and the medicine recommended by Dr. Artie. I will also bring the meal in a few minutes. Please excuse me. Max watched as the nurse left. Only the two of them were left in the room. Silence permeating. No one said anything. Then, As if uncomfortable with the silence, Lily asked, "How is your condition?" It wasn't about the concert after she left or her own condition, but she worried about Max's first. There was nothing unusual about his condition. "I am fine. My signs just spiked because my heart was beating faster when we were so close together." "Ah," Lily exclaimed, her face blushing. That must also be the case for me. I couldn't think of anything near the end, and my heart was beating so fast. Everyone was just overreacting, she added in a low voice that was similar to a whisper. Not everyone, Max thought as he held her hand tighter. He wasn't going to tell her yet. Not before he confirmed it with her brother. "Get some rest. I am going to check the concert for you, so don't worry about it either." Thank you, Max." Leaving the room, Max went to the hall from before to log in once more. The concert was already over, and the audience began leaving one by one. No one questioned where Lily and Max were thanks to Farron's skillful ad-lib, saying that he kidnapped her, and they were not living happily ever after. A bit cringe, but many romanticists loved it. Without stopping somewhere else, Max immediately found Peter. The man still looked worried, but he was too calm for someone whose lovely sister had just been forced to log out from the VR. It was as if he already knew about it. "Peter, we have to talk," Max called out with a voice that took no for an answer. Turning toward him, Peter nodded. He said a few things to the staff before going with Max. They agreed that this wasn't an appropriate place, so Max invited him to his lobby. Sitting under the tree, he faced the man in front of him who sat in a similar one. "The doctor said Lily won't be able to enter VR for more than 3 hours a day," Max said, looking at Peter. He observed his reaction and noticed that he flinched a bit. At that moment, he was sure of it. "Did you already know about this? Just answer me. Yes and no." Peter spoke for the first time and leaned his back. This position was that of a relaxed man, one who didn't think of etiquette and certainly not something that usually Peter did. "Lily has been, how do I say it?" Peter paused for a little to find a word. Yes. Sensitive. She's the type of person who can never stay still in her childhood. That must be a lie. That was what Max wanted to say, but Peter was her older brother. He just quietly listened. "Once, we tested ourselves with the newest capsule, 2 generations older than what we used right now. I showed a pretty good SR, similar to the one I have today. But Lily, her SR is even higher than mine. She is hypersensitive and her brain is so active that it reaches almost 98%. In a capsule 2 generations away from this one," Peter added with a serious face. "Based on a theory, that shouldn't be possible. Or rather, it was amazing that she was able to reach that high of an SR, but it was also dangerous. It put a strain on her body and she collapsed once. Nothing life-threatening, but I was really worried. We didn't let her play VR even when the capsule got an upgrade. It's still too dangerous for her, as mostly we only tested the capsule with our relatives, using our data. Her SR might be affected because of that. It's our secret. Developing a technology surely needed a test." Max was surprised that their families took the test directly themselves. "But that changed in the latest generation," Peter said. "We finally managed to create a safe capsule for everyone and found the perfect person to test and configure it. Someone who had a naturally high SR, reaching 99%. He was really compatible with virtual reality. That was 2 years ago. Atlas was the one who tested the capsule. He managed to reach 100% SR, reaching a new height impossible for a human thanks to the new configuration. Lily can play again, and she looked happy with that. She can play as much as she can, but I know that this capsule isn't perfect yet. No, it needs a little bit more. There is no direct method to help her stay in a capsule for a long time without burdening her brain. That's why you want to develop a new capsule, and you want me to test it with Atlas." Peter nodded. Max finally understood why Spencer Company wanted to develop a new generation of capsules when this one was just released 2 years ago and was called perfect by scientists. "By acquiring Greenleaf Company, I finally gather everything we need. I just want Lily to be able to play and have fun without getting burdened by the risk of entering the VR world. She can still enter without any problem, but a straining activity like a concert is a bit out of her league. I thought. Never mind. It must be hard." Peter's love and determination were shown clearly in this accident. Sighing, Max looked at the sky. "Fucking world, try to fuck me up again," he muttered and clicked his tongue. Then, he remembered the system quest, and his eyes widened. The window popped up in front of him just with a command in his mind. Reward, a glimpse of the future. This is not a coincidence. Looking at Peter, Max put up a serious face. I will help as much as I can. So, I want you to trust me and help me with something. Sensing that Max was serious, Peter nodded and asked, "What is it?" "I want you to prepare." He told Peter what he needed and what he could do for him. Peter was skeptical of his request. He narrowed his eyes and crossed his arms. "Is it time for that? And are you sure about it?" "Yes," Max answered with certainty. "If I manage to do that, we might be able to develop the capsule faster. Only in an intense moment will a human show their true abilities. I have no science background or anything like that, but I am sure about that one." The businessman went silent for a moment. He considered it before sighing. "I rented the testing hall for 2 days," Peter spoke, raising his head and looking at Max straight in his eyes. "If we want to do it, we will do it tomorrow." "Great. The faster we finish this, the faster Lily can recover to play VR again." Chapter 429, Developing a New Capsule 1. "Actually, I am a bit angry at you, Peter," Max told him bluntly without hiding his irritation. "If we plan the concert a bit away, around August, she won't be like this." "I am not surprised. I knew you would be angry." "I am too," Peter said, sighing softly. "I am also angry at myself." Figured. Both of them walked through the hallway toward Lily's room. They had finished their talk and agreed to what they should do tomorrow. A mini-event in Max's channel. And after talking with Peter, Max understood the penalty of his next quest. The family here wasn't his missing family. It was about Lily and the Spencer family. Both she and Peter had already thought of him as part of them, sharing their family's secret regarding the VR capsules. If his guess was correct, then the rumor spread to the internet would be about the Spencer family. And the relationship that cracked wasn't just limited to one person, but could be many. "I need to finish this quest," he thought. "I also need to see the future. This might accelerate the project to make Lily able to enjoy VR without worrying about her hypersensitivity." Arriving at the room, Max entered with Peter following from behind. Lily was still eating on the bed, helped by the nurse. Seeing both of them, she jerked her head. "Brother." "Sorry," she said. "I left before the concert fully ended." "Don't think about it. Farron did a good job of hiding it," Peter answered and sat on the chair. "As long as you're fine, that's all I hope for. More importantly, how do you do?" "I am fine." They talked for a bit as Max listened to their conversation silently. At the end of the conversation, Peter broke the news to her. The revelation shocked her and made her sad. "Sorry, Lily. Your brother is useless. I promise the next capsule will not have this defect and is safe for you. I will also help," Max added with determined eyes. "Maybe because of my naturally high SR, I can feel something that no one else can feel. Atlas will also help. We will conduct a certain test tomorrow for that." "Max," Lily looked at him. "Don't force yourself. I am fine with being unable to play VR freely. 3 hours is enough." "It's not fine. I am not fine with it," Max interrupted her. "So don't stop us, Lily. Just be a good girl and trust us, okay? And I won't force myself. I just held a mini streaming event for tomorrow. You can watch it on my channel." "Ah, can you do me a favor and share it on your strike? I appreciate it." Lily looked at him and broke into tears. This was the first time she cried in front of him. The revelation of her condition shook her more than Max and Peter thought. Max consoled her and patted her back. Feeling his touch, she jumped to him and hugged him hard, hiding her face on his shoulder as she continued to cry. Her brother was unable to see the sight and went out of the room. He excused himself by saying that he would need to do his job to prepare for his team to get tomorrow's data. There was no time to be sad. Both men had better things to do, something that would make them a step closer to perfectly safe VR capsules. After crying, Lily fell asleep. She was already exhausted and pushed her body too much. In the past 3 weeks, she had no proper rest at all. Max went to the hall after that. He had made an appointment to prepare for tomorrow. There was no time to rest, even if his body broke and fell sick. "I need to finish this as fast as possible." Arriving at the hall, he was greeted by a few people. Mr. Taka, Peter, Dr. Artie, Rebecca, Farron, and Atlas, people who probably were in knew of Lily's condition and the Spencer family's plan to develop a new capsule. And they were people who could keep a secret. When he entered, they were already talking about tomorrow's program. "Sorry, I was a bit late," Max said, getting everyone's attention at once. "HNN, no problem. But are you okay, Breeze?" You look bad, Farron said worriedly as he saw his slightly listless expression. Shouldn't you rest a little bit? I am fine. But, Farron, he said he's fine. Atlas put his hand on Farron's shoulder and leaned forward, whispering something to her. She groaned at that, but didn't say anything more, just averting her gaze. Max nodded at Atlas, who helped him, and turned to Mr. Taka. My apologies for bothering you, Mr. Taka. Have Peter told you about the plan? I have heard of it, yes. Mr. Taka nodded, pushing his glasses. Honestly, this is a bit reckless. But we already made a move, so might as well promote tomorrow's mini-event. This would mean risking one of your advantages as a streamer, though. He glanced at Atlas. Your opponent is him, and I believe you won't hold back. I won't, Atlas answered. We need the data for Peter to develop a new capsule, but we can do that secretly without exposing this. That won't do, Mr. Taka. This is an exciting event. Many people would be curious when two people with the highest SR compete in the synchronization test. This is a chance to get more viewers and spread my name. Mr. Taka pushed, but Max interjected in the middle of his sentence. Indeed, it could lead to him losing his WR, but it was also his biggest chance to gather 50K viewers to his channel. He was willing to give up one of his market advantages if it meant to get hope from the system. Besides, I don't plan to lose either. Imagine the viewers' reaction if I win and set a new WR. That would be amazing, no? We get all of them. Data, viewers, and news for the media to spread. This is crazy. Mr. Taka sighed. We have no choice. Peter said, the rent is too high. Everyone looked at him in disbelief. Even Rebecca, his fiancée, giggled at him. That's a good joke, Peter. I didn't know you had it in you. Farron commented. Chapter 430. Developing a new capsule too. Money talk. There was something that could only be achieved by spending a large amount of money. This mini-event wasn't exactly mini. The money put into it reached almost $1 million. The bright side was that Max only helped a part of it using the money he got from a system. He used $150,000 to put up an ad on Strike and announced it on his account. He also worked Bloodsucker to the bone and asked him to make a good promotional poster and video, which he took that night with Atlas. It might be the most rushed event in streaming history. Who wouldn't think like that? After his girlfriend's concert was over, Max immediately announced that he would go against Atlas in the synchronization test to see who was the best. The title was War for the Best, with him glaring at Atlas and vice versa. By the time that post surfaced on Strike, netizens began to share and some punchtubers flamed it. The post became big in just a night, something that could have never happened. On one hand, Max was the synchronization test's world record holder, one who showed him having the best mechanic in the game. On the other hand, was Atlas, a man who was considered the mysterious god in the community thanks to his 100% SR, which was shown in Roach Planet's tournament. While everyone was excited, the preparation team was in a shamble. They were so busy that a lot groaned when moving to prepare for the event. But, because they were all given an extra $2,000 to work without rest, all of them never complained about anything. Spencer Company's researchers also arrived in the morning. Is everything ready? Don't make a mistake. We need every bit of data. Breeze has pushed himself for this, so we don't want to waste it. We will go to the R&D building right after this. No rest for you guys, but your pay will be doubled this month. Peter gave everyone a motivational speech and motivational money too, making them work faster. They set many things like cables and connected them to the VR capsule. Max was also told to put up a special suit that would record all his movement data inside the VR. The suit was skin-tight and had many sensors on it. It was uncomfortable to wear, and he couldn't move freely in it. But that wasn't important. He would just sleep inside the VR capsule, after all. In his channel, many people were already in the waiting room. He just had to start the live stream, and they would join to watch this competition between two people with the highest SR. At that moment, Breeze, Atlas, dressed in the same suit, called out to him. To get the best result, I won't hold back. The blonde-haired man said, confusing Max. He knew that would be the case. Sensing his confusion, Atlas continued. If I go all out, I will only be able to take the test a few times at best. Maybe 2 or 3. And if I go all out, I might reach sub 10 minutes. Do your best, that's all I want to say. Sub 10 minutes. It meant 4 minutes faster than Max's best time. The most difficult obstacle was the 10th trial. It took him more than a minute to cross. If everything went smoothly, He could even finish it in under 10 minutes. However, that would be hard. Really hard. I will. For the sake of data, please do your best. As I said, I won't hold back. Mr. Atlas, please come here for a second. We need to calibrate your suit. Their conversation was cut short when a researcher called for Atlas. Max was also called after him, and they entered the VR capsule afterward. Entering the capsule connected to many wires brought nostalgia to Max. However, it wasn't the kind of nostalgia he liked. He wanted to jump out of it right that instant, away from a seat connected to many cables. His trauma was triggered, but he stayed still. There was someone important to him that was suffering from her condition, which she didn't know herself. Remembering her tears from last night gave him strength and courage to fight his trauma. Although sweat still poured from his body, he assured Mr. Taka and Dr. Artie that he was fine. Please, don't push yourself, Lily told him softly before he dived into the VR world. Thankfully, the live stream hadn't started yet. If the viewers saw her like this, they would think that Max went to a dangerous war on the border. I won't. Max smiled at her as the capsule began to close. Let's have a date later, Lily. And he raised a flag that usually would end if one got killed on the battlefield. However, he didn't need to worry. He wouldn't die in VR. Even if he died, he would be revived. Anyway, no danger was in the testing space. The test would be conducted in turn, with Max being the first. First, Max had to prepare the live stream. He had Bloodsucker ready in his room to control the stream, changing the screen from the camera that followed him to the one IRL to show the researcher's reaction. That would be valuable. One camera was also set in Atlas Lobby, which looked like a port city complete with the sea. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming today. Standing in a suit in his lobby, Max greeted the viewers. His eyes eyed the viewers count. Viewers, 45,717. The plan was a success. When the stream reached its peak, it would surely break 50K viewers. Now, time to hide the facts about Lily's condition and make the viewers focus on him. Hello. Hello. An event right after the concert? Crazy. Why, ladies and gentlemen? Where is your usual, hello guys? The concert was lit. I loved it. Where did you kidnap Lily? Tell US now. Ha ha ha, thank you. And I kidnap him in our apartment, so don't worry. And yes, it's an event after an event. This time, I am going to defend my world record from Atlas. I am quite confident to defend it, but let's see what happens. Max spread his arms wide and grinned. Now, please enjoy our competition. Feel free to share it to your friend, as we will broke the world record many times today. Chapter 431 Redo. Synchronization Test. Max appeared in the white space, a nostalgic place where everything started. His journey to become a streamer only started at this place. Taking a deep breath, he calmed his nerves and walked to the green area. He made sure that he was in the right condition and warmed his body up. Let's start. The countdown started as the first test obstacle appeared in front of him. He immediately broke into a run. He jumped through the pit using the rope dangling in the middle and quickly climbed the wall by doing a double jump. What awaited him on the other side of the wall was an area full of wire. The opening was small, and he had to crawl to get past. But that didn't even stop his movement. When he was nearing the opening, he immediately slid on the ground, clearing the wire quickly. He arrived at the end of the first test in 22 seconds, 12 seconds faster than his first try. Holy shit. He's so fast. Is this Breeze's full power? This is beyond fast. Who could clear the first test in 12 seconds? Only Breeze can. Spread the words. People have to watch this. Watching it live is totally different from watching his edited run. This is beyond crazy. We're watching a history in the making. Amazing. Mr. Taka muttered in amazement as he watched the test. It's just 3 months since then, but he has improved a lot. People struggle to be 1 second faster, but he just casually created a new record by finishing 12 seconds faster than his previous record. It's not just amazing, it's insane. This is his real ability. Back then, he only played VR for less than a month, thus he hadn't figured how things work yet. But now, we can finally see his real time and the time when he pushes himself to the limit. Peter added, Indeed. And the second test is no different. Or rather, the forest is like Breeze's home. Mr. Taka commented as Max ran across the forest without lowering his speed on the screen. Balancing on the rock was also not a problem. He just jumped a few times until he reached the end, spending only 38 seconds in the test. The third test lasted a minute. There was no way to shorten it. Reacting to the laser that was slower than energy bullets were easy. Not to mention, Max already knew its trajectory from the last test. The last laser, totaling 30, was the hardest. He had found the gap and jumped, kicking the glass barrier until he reached the top and stayed in position by holding on both sides. This is the one that took his legs. Go, Breeze. Save your legs. Survive, MF. He's like a spider on the ceiling. I want to squash him. This is really something. Jump, Breeze. The laser is here. Not yet. He concentrated hard, seeing the lasers closing in at a fast speed. They would soon arrive at his location. Not now. A bit more. Last time, he was too hasty to jump and got his legs severed. That was a 2 seconds penalty to regenerate his legs. If he could use the momentum from when he jumped and carry it to the next flaming test, that would be ideal. And just when the laser touched the glass barrier. Now, he jumped toward the gap he eyed from the beginning. He twisted his body, trying to create as small of a space as he could to go between the lasers. But avoiding it fully was pretty much impossible. He had to sacrifice his body parts to get past, and legs were out of question as he had to use them to run. So, I just have to sacrifice my side. The laser on the left cut his left shoulders. He grunted in pain, as what he felt was 100% real thanks to the special suit and the rating. Everyone who knew about it gasped. They saw the pained look on his face as he rolled on the ground. The countdown turned to 0, and he moved to the next obstacle, a flaming ground. The space was distorted from heat, and Max clearly also felt them. But, even if there was a burn, his body was healed immediately. The shoulder that was cut by laser earlier had already returned to normal. Next, Max screamed without stopping himself on the track. Oh, woo. Next. The energy. I can feel it from here. Breeze is really rushing things as if his life depended on it. Of course he is. His WR is on risk. Lily covered her mouth with her hands. Unlike the viewers who didn't know the real reason this event was held, she pretty much knew everything. She was happy with his effort, at the same time worried. Max, just watch, Lily, Peter said, patting her head. I will head to the researcher. If he's done, give him an A-grade nutritional supplement I prepared and a towel. That will make him happy. You don't need to tell. Me, brother. The test still continued. It was 4 minutes and 25 seconds when he arrived at the 8th test, a minute faster than his first try. The previous tests were a bit hard, so he struggled to get past them. However, he's pushing himself. His vital signs are so active. The 100% pain receptor also makes his heart beat faster. Continuing like this might be too dangerous, Mr. Taka. Dr. Artie, responsible for watching his vital signs, expressed his worry. Usually, he would stop the test here and ask the participant to rest. But today was not just a normal synchronization test, but they also had to get the best data to develop a new capsule. His eyes glanced at the researchers who were in joy because they got a lot of interesting data before turning back to Mr. Taka. After this, I suggest he log out for a while and rest IRL before continuing to the second test. This is my advice as a doctor. I will relay that to him. Mr. Taka nodded and looked at the screen. The 10th test is here. It will depend on this test whether he can create another news-shattering world record or not. Last time, he's here for 8 minutes. How long will he finish it this time? Chapter 432, perfectly synchronized. Still retaining the last speed and intensity, Max ran through the hallway filled with random traps without looking at his back. His concentration was at its peak. He entered the zone. Faster. Max jumped to the left to dodge an axe that suddenly appeared from the wall. He wasn't in a favorable position and had to roll. But when he rolled, he activated another trap. A lot of arrows were shot straight at him. He immediately pushed himself up with his hands and grunted. Ugh. It was hard. The traps were more sophisticated than before. They were unpredictable and fast. Some were triggered just by him passing by, and some were triggered by touch. Some traps activated even before he reached them, catching him off guard. As a result, 15 seconds into the hallway full of traps, Max was killed by a combination of pitfall and fire trap. He was revived and ran like a madman once again. 10-meter axe, then arrows. 18-meter pitfall. I have to jump. Max recounted the traps he encountered in his mind. His eyes were moving so fast, his pupil turning left and right looking at the traps as he ran at full speed. 5 meters ahead are a fire trap, and then followed by a dagger. Wall run is the best way to deal with this. Choosing the best path by relying on his memory and reflex, Max advanced pretty quickly. Due to his previous attempt, he could somehow guess the trap's placement in advance. There was something that differentiated them. It was hard to see, but the sign was scattered here and there. His eyes never stopped moving since earlier searching for the clue of the trap. 100 meters now. There is that pitfall in fire. Double jump to the side, and then rolling on the ground will do. There will be no other trap until 120 meters, then a fast arrow will appear right in the middle. I can avoid it by ducking, no need to decrease my speed. By now, he didn't care about the time. He just wanted to be as fast as possible. Second death. Damn, he cleared 150 meters and only died twice. Is this also how he finished it in his WR? No, he died many times before. This try is better than his last one. Go Breeze. You can do it. Third try. All traps in the first half of the test were memorized. He went faster from before, fearlessly dodging the traps with minimum movement. Nothing could stop him. Outside, the researchers were looking at the data extracted with amazement. Amazing. How can something like this happen? One of the researchers in charge of analyzing the data muttered in a daze. What happened? Peter asked, approaching the researcher. Sir, yes, there is a bit of change in the data. Somehow, Breeze is getting faster even though, according to the data, he had pushed himself beyond a human capability. His reflex increased, and his concentration peaked. If we shout near him right now, he won't be able to hear us. Is his concentration that good? It's not only good, it's beyond human capability. The VR doesn't restrict him and help him to get a higher concentration. As if he was liberated from his physical self and able to use all his capability. If this is a fantasy, then I'd say his brain is from another race. Don't joke around. You're a researcher and not a fantasy. Author. Forgive me, sir. I am just using a comparison that is easy to understand. Peter didn't say anything more and waved his hand, gesturing for the researcher to continue his job. In another part of the room, Dr. Artie narrowed his eyes. Mr. Taka, I changed my mind. Let Breeze do as he pleases. What? Mr. Taka asked. It was rare for Dr. Artie to say that. I must say this is a great way to get the data. And somehow, Breeze managed to collect himself after he reached the final test. He only focuses on the test, no longer feeling burdened by his precious one. It's not a good thing, usually. But this is the best thing he can do right now. Which means, Breeze will be able to move as he pleases now. His body is strong enough. His brain has gotten used to his high SR. What we see now is the capability of someone with a 98.5% SR rate without being burdened by a physical body, unlike what we saw in the first test. I see. Mr. Taka nodded and looked at the screen. Max had reached the 240-meter line and died for the fourth time. The timer on the edge of the screen showed 8 hours, 46 minutes, and 40 seconds. To finish in under 10 minutes, he had to clear a 300 meters hallway filled with traps in under a minute and 13 seconds. I am now a little motivated. His lips, which were forming an eternal frown earlier, curled up. He kicked the ground and went low, dodging all the traps in the first 240 meters without much problem. The last 60 meters would prove to be a challenge. 9 hours, 41 minutes, and 58 seconds. Without a trap, crossing 60 meters under 20 seconds was pretty easy. Everyone could do it. But Max had to decrease his speed slightly and not take any risk. He knew Atlas would be faster than him. If the clip that he watched from Roach Planet saw anything about his skill. But that wasn't an excuse to try his best. He likes challenges, and he would do his best at them. 20 more meters. Another trap was waiting for him. This time, the trap almost filled the hallway, leaving no gap. Be careful. Fire. Be a man and dive through the fire and flame. This is bad, the worst NRG ever seen in the synchronization test. What will he do? What will he do? Unlike the chat that went crazy from the odd, Max was calm. His eyes naturally moved to find a gap, which he noticed immediately. And he also noticed the incoming danger hidden by the fire. Without reducing his speed, he slid on his knees through the flame. He felt a soaring heat against his skin, but he gritted his teeth and lowered his head. An arrow flew past him just as he exited the flame, cutting his hair. A centimeter. That was the distance for the arrow to hit his skull. After sliding, Max felt something odd. Shit. Chapter 433. Now I am a little motivated. Max immediately picked himself up and leaped with all his strength. Just as he did that, spikes shot out from the floor, almost hitting him. If he was late for a second, his fate would be sealed. Thankfully, he noticed the hole. On the floor. It was so close. Flying in the air, he extended his hand toward the red button. It looked so close and far at the same time. Reach it. Excitement rushed in him. He moved his body in a way that propelled him forward. Thanks to that. Ding ding ding. You have finished the synchronization test. Final time, 00:09:56:29. Final time worldwide ranking, 1. He pressed it. Ugh. A beastly scream escaped his lips as he pumped his hand in the air, sliding down the ground without thinking about the pain. Let's go. As the notification about his synchronization rate, which was 98.5%, showed up, his body was covered in blue light, and he was teleported back to his personal lobby. He was still feeling it, the happiness of creating a new record, being the new one to achieve sub 10 minutes in the synchronization test. It was a big achievement, proved by the amount of donation he received right now. Alpha Guy has donated 10,000 diamonds. Cat Owner 123 has donated 5,000 diamonds. Sub 10 minute. Gatoutaway has donated 25,000 diamonds. That was fire. Literally through the fire and flames. Dragonhide has donated 15,000 diamonds. My man, you have created another history. Lovely Otter has donated 50,000 diamonds. From our sisters, congratulations for the sub 10-minute breeze. The amount of lower donations was also massive. Thankfully, Max turned the notification off this time, including the system, and didn't read the chat. He would thank them all later. For now, I will log out for a while to drink supplements, guys. There is no one outside asking me to log out, but I can feel my body the best. I need to rest and go again later. For now, let's just watch Atlas run together. Yeah, this will be his first public run. His name is hidden in his first run, and he didn't record his time. I am curious. Synchronization test of a person with 100% SR. I wonder how fast he is. SR doesn't equal speed, but reaction. However, I can understand your feelings. I am also curious. This is killing me. Good job out there, Breeze. Even if he breaks your record, you will break it again, right? Naturally. Max smirked and opened his menu. Well then, let's change the camera to an IRL one. See you there. After saying that, Max logged out and left everything to Bloodsucker that controlled the cameras. He was a bit tired and needed that 10 minutes rest as Atlas started his run. Getting out of the capsule, Max was greeted by Lily, who ran toward him holding a tube filled with liquid and a towel. Max, she shouted worriedly and jumped at him, hugging him. A wide smile was plastered on her face. You did it. Yeah, I did. Max hugged her back, feeling her warmth in his arms. He didn't even care about correcting the way she called him. It was just his name. After this, he would probably be unable to hide it any longer. He also understood how strict the law regarding private information was, so he wasn't too worried about anything getting leaked. More importantly, he wanted to share this happiness with Lily. This scene was caught by the camera, and the chat went fast. How precious. TSK. So he kidnaps Lily to this place to support him. Now I know why he suddenly get better. Find more to read on Empire. I am not jealous. Okay, I am not jealous. Now I want them to go out and get a GF. Dude, touch some grass. Once again, Max didn't see the chat, so he ignored them and drank the supplement given by Lily. By the color, he knew it was an A grade, the highest there was in the market. He drank it like an energy drink and sighed in satisfaction afterward. The staff around helped him to find a seat, and Dr. Artie came to him to check his condition. As he did that, he looked at Max and smiled. Congratulations is in order. Your body has fully adapted to your SR. You will be able to do better movement inside VR next time you log in. Really? Max raised his voice in surprise. He became the center of attention at once and waved his hand, embarrassed, to tell everyone that nothing happened. Then, he lowered his voice and asked again, is that why I feel like I can move faster so suddenly? My dynamic range expanded, and it's as if I am not myself. Like, I can take everything far better than before. My reaction also increased. The last arrow seemed to be impossible to dodge, but I can react to it. Yes, that's probably thanks to your body and brain now. Used to VR. Many gamers, which I know of, often described it that way. You feel as if your character moves better than your own body by now, especially since you have a high SR. Indeed, when I logged out, I felt a bit sluggish, as if I am out of shape. It's probably because my body isn't in the perfect condition, right? It disappeared after I drank the nutritional supplement. It's case by case, but mostly what you described is one of the symptoms. Max nodded at Dr. Artie and looked at the screen. Atlas had entered the synchronization test field. The blonde-haired man started immediately after giving a go. The first and second tests went smoothly, but everyone's expectations were shattered. Not in a good way, but in a bad way. Atlas spent 15 more seconds than Max at clearing the 2 tests. But the third test changed everything. Atlas wasn't hit even once by the lasers, even though he moved pretty slow. It was as if he could see where the lasers traveled at a slow speed. His eyes moved pretty fast, even faster than Max's, showing his good vision, and his reflex and movement was able to follow what his eyes saw. When the last lasers appeared, all Atlas did was stand in place. Max expected the laser to cut him, but no. He suddenly moved at the last second and stepped forward, dodging the first laser coming from one direction before quickly dodging the laser coming from behind. The lasers traveled fast, even faster than a car, dodging one after another in less than a second was just inhuman. Max muttered as he grinned. He competed with a person that defied common sense. What did he see at 100% SR, I wonder? Is the world moving slowly for him? The rest of the test was similar to Max. The result was only different 1 to 3 seconds, give or take. What made their time vastly different was the last test. Ding ding ding. You have finished the synchronization test. Final time, 00:08:12:29. Final time worldwide ranking, 1. Atlas managed to finish without getting killed even once. Now I am a little motivated. Chapter 434, third time. After Atlas' turn was done, Max went once again. He could feel the difference in his avatar's control, just like Dr. Artie had mentioned before. He was doing his best as this was his last run in this test. The first 9 tests were pretty easy. He managed to cut 20 seconds out of his previous time, arriving at the 10th test in 5 minutes. Watching Atlas' 10th run made him realize something. Atlas isn't going fast at the 10th test and focuses on dodging with precision. The blonde-haired man capitalized everything in his arsenal and used his strongest weapon, his dynamic vision and a reaction time that was faster than Max's. It was a doable strategy for Max, but he wouldn't do that. Doing that was equivalent to throwing away his biggest weapon, his speed. So he gambled. If this succeeded, he might have got a faster time than Atlas. He hoped the goddess of RNG would stay by her side and not be jealous of his girlfriend, Lily. I beg you, dear goddess, give me an easy trap. He ran at full speed and concentrated. This guy has no chill. Did he not learn from Atlas? The man moves slow so he can react to the trap in no time. No, Breeze did what all speedrunners do. Risk it all to gain the fastest time. This man is a real speedrunner. Don't forget that Atlas moves slowly because he's a tactician in Horizon Online. Villain tactician. Go Breeze. Sub 8 is possible. Atlas has shown the way. Getting used to the kind of traps available, Max skillfully dodged them all. He arrived at the 100-meter line in no time without having a scratch. From now on, the hallway would get narrower each 10 meters, which would help him to wall run and wall jump easily. This wasn't a problem at all for him. He continued down the hallway, and then, fuck, the RNG goddess was jealous of his girlfriend. 3 traps activated at the same time in a span of 1 meter. An axe was swinging from the middle, and the fire shot from the wall near the ground to the left and right, creating an X shape. To make things worse, a 2-meter-long pitfall suddenly appeared in front of him. Damn you, RNG goddess. RNG not friendly, 1 star. This is hell. He got bad RNG, so much that it don't allow him to progress. Isn't this just impossible? How can he get past this? If you get past this without dying even once, I will donate 100,000 diamonds. Don't be so tense. Stop for a few seconds and think it through. Thinking for a few seconds will still allow you to beat Atlas time. Be careful. The suggestion given by the chat was reasonable. Right now, only 6 minutes have passed since the test. Max still had 2 minutes left. Spending 5 to 10 seconds to stop and look at the way out was the best way to stay alive and not waste 40 seconds he spent reaching the 100-meter line. But that was just impossible. I won't be able to stop in time, he thought as he gritted his teeth, finding a bit of gap on the side to pass through. Let's just pass through there. The gap between two flames, an 80 centimeters hole that no humans could possibly pass, because they could be cut by the axe in the middle or fall inside the pitfall. But Max had to do it. He increased his speed instead of slowing down, surprising the viewers who watched the live stream. What are you doing? Continue your journey at Empire. This is insane. Is he planning to go through it without stopping? Ridiculous. Ha 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 ha, go for it. Do it. If you're a man, jump. And he did. Max leaped into the air and tried his best to stay near the wall without touching it. His back was close to the wall as he spun his body instinctively. The axe passed through his shoulder, barely missing when he spun. The heat from the fire was soaring hot. He could feel it in his skin. However, thud, Max was able to pass it. Barely. His hair was burned and his bodysuit had holes here and there. His skin was slightly burned and stung, but it wouldn't stop him from advancing. Fuck you, RNG. Max shouted loudly to pump his energy and continued on his way. Passing the 100 to 200 meter line was pretty easy. There were no annoying traps, just like the one in the 100 meter mark. 7 minutes had passed since the start of the test, and there was no going back now. If he died, he would have no chance to beat Atlas Run. And thankfully, the goddess of RNG was only a bitch at the start. Whether the test gave him a chance or whatever, there was only one annoying trap. For other people, that was. How can other people get past that? The next annoying trap prepared for him was a combination of 4-meter-long pitfall and 6 flying arrows. Jumping straight to reach the other side was a suicide, considering the arrow was on the left and right side of the narrow hallway alternatively, following each other. For him, though, it was doable. He jumped to the right wall and ran. When the first arrow passed the left side, he jumped to the right wall to dodge. He did it again after the second arrow passed. He couldn't rush this or he would get hit. The hallway was now less than 1.5 meters wide. After the 6 arrows passed, he immediately cleared the pitfall and broke into a run. That took longer than he thought. 8 hours, 1 minute, and 6 seconds. Sub 8 minutes was now impossible because of the second annoying trap, but there was still a chance to beat Atlas. 30 meters to the red button. Max jumped to dodge a flying axe. He rolled on the ground and got bruises on his arms, but it didn't take 1 second to recover and continue. 8 hours, 6 minutes, and 21 seconds. 14 meters from the finish and red button. Another fire trap plus pitfall combo appeared. Max immediately rushed and leaped before the fire intensified. He got burned, but not so bad. He could still jump once again to clear the course. He had to admit that he was too careful in the first half, spending a lot of time strategizing. He didn't plan to go slower, but he did. If he went with the speed that he showed in the first run, he would arrive at this point in under 8 minutes. But he couldn't complain. 8 hours, 8 minutes, and 24 seconds. 3 seconds left to break the record. Max was 4 meters away. No trap was in sight. A grin appeared on his face as he leaped forward, stretching his hand. The palm of his hand hit the red button. And for the 3rd time today, ding ding ding, you have finished the synchronization test. Final time, 00:08:09:89. Final time worldwide ranking, 1. The world record was once again broken. Man of Words has donated 100,000 diamonds. Not unscratched, but epic. Here are the promised diamonds. Pog has donated 50,000 diamonds. Breeze Pog. Freaking Noob has donated 10,000 diamonds. This is history. Leave my mark here. Donations more than before poured in. And for the first time ever, Max turned on the chat and looked at his viewers count. Viewers, 279K. Yes, he didn't need to worry about finishing the quest or achieving a new milestone for a long time. He went and broke his own streaming record. Chapter 435, Went and Beyond. Quest completed magnificently. Extra reward will be sent to your address. A glimpse of the future can be seen anytime in the system menu. Please watch responsibly. Find exclusive stories on Empire. New quest will be available in 18 days. As soon as Max exited the capsule and looked at his system's menu, he was greeted with 2 new notifications. He smiled, knowing that he didn't need to worry about watching the glimpse of the future in his current exhausted condition. Something else surprised him, though. Atlas. Max called out to the blonde-haired man that was somehow sitting on a chair with his girlfriend, Farron, attending to him. Aren't you going to do your second run? He asked curiously. No. Atlas shook his head and looked at his hand. It was trembling. I have used 100% SR too much. It's burdening my body, and I can't continue with my best abilities. I believe if I go right now, I will need more than 10 minutes and die many times at the third and last test. Max looked at his condition, and indeed, Atlas wasn't really in his best. He could still continue and was still as good as a professional player. Still, I know what you want to say and I apologize. I tried to get the fastest time possible and lifted the setting that limits my SR to 99% for more than a minute. A 1% difference. Max was curious about the difference between 99% and 100%. Not only him, but the chat was also curious. Is the difference that much? Why does he limit himself to 99% and not use his 100% SR for a long time? Burdening his body? Why? Researchers, tell us about it. It's just like high SR makes one tired quickly. At 100% SR, it's said that human unlocked a strange potential. Like superpower? Nah, BS. We're not in a fantasy world. Not superpowers, but their reaction times and reflexes increased. That much use a lot of stamina. They just have no stamina to handle the burden placed on their body by their minds. Max read the chat and looked at Atlas. He showed the chat and asked, is this true? Because even having 98.5% SR, I don't feel anything different with my body, except that I can move better than my physical body because the VR avatar is the ideal state that I can achieve. Atlas hummed and raised his head. Can you mute the conversation a little? I don't think this should be published yet. Not published yet? What does he mean? So there is indeed a secret. Damn it, I am curious. Don't mute the microphone, Breeze. Let us hear it. The chat urged him not to mute, but Max was curious of what Atlas had to say. The blonde-haired man said that it shouldn't be published yet, which meant it was related to that research. Lily, who arrived late, looked confused, but she just handed a towel to Max without questioning. Thanks, Lily, Max said. He turned to the camera and continued. Sucker, you heard Atlas. Mute the microphone until I give you a thumbs up to turn it on again. A message notification arrived as soon as he said that. Bloodsucker, done. You can talk. Max nodded and looked at Atlas, waiting for the man to speak up. Let's see. Ever heard of the theory that a human will have their memories replayed at the moment before they died? Time will go slower, and they will remember all memories in their lives in just one moment. That was bullshit. Max knew that it wasn't true because he didn't experience something like that when he died. It seems you don't believe that. Atlas said, smirking a little. Let's just change it. Have you ever heard of bullet time? This time, Max nodded. Bullet time, a condition where the world seemed to slow down due to extreme concentration. When a person was in a dangerous situation or in a high condition, sometimes the world slowed down for them. I have experienced it a few times when I almost fell off a building. When I got hit by a car that time, I also saw the world slow down and react, which saved my life. He thought. It was a rare but possible condition. Good. This will make it easier, Atlas said as he lowered his trembling hand. At 100% SR, you will feel the VR world slow down considerably. You can move, but you will feel as if you're in the depth of a sea, surrounded by water pressure. It's hard, but in reality, you move so fast. You experience bullet time every time you lift. Your limit. Max was unsure and unable to believe what he had heard. But Atlas nodded. Yeah. The time becomes 1.5 times slower than normal, giving me more time to think and react. It's tiring, but worth it at the perfect time. And you somehow still managed to beat me. Truly incredible. Yeah, Breeze is incredible. But for me, you're the best. Farron hugged Atlas from behind and giggled. The blonde-haired man seemed cold from the outside, but he was a kind person. He returned Farron's gesture by holding her hand. Meanwhile, Max still tried to process what Atlas had said. Is that possible? If that was possible, then wasn't it dangerous? Human brain was pretty sensitive. But if that was possible, it was maybe due to Atlas having helped to test the VR capsule. Max's expressions changed a few times. From surprise to disbelief, and finally into a thoughtful one. Max, Lily called out worriedly, and only then did he snap out of it. Oh, sorry. I was lost in my thoughts. He answered with a smile. He shouldn't think about many things now. If he wanted to find out, he just had to help create the new capsule and, hopefully, recalibrate it to increase his SR. Breeze, say something. Don't leave us hanging. What kind of secrets are they talking about? The camera is not focusing at all, but I know that Breeze is surprised. To make Breeze change his expressions that many times. This must be big. Find out Atlas' secret. Do it at any cost. The chat became chaotic because of the curious secret. If Max did nothing, it would escalate to something bad. So, he gave a sign to Bloodsucker to lift the mute and said, "Sorry guys. It's not that big of a secret, but still very surprising. But don't dig into it. It is related to Atlas' personal privacy. It's a breach of a law if you try to uncover his secret." At the mention of a law, everyone went quiet at once. I was just joking about uncovering it, right? Yeah. We won't play with the law no matter how curious we are. We won't do that. Yes, definitely. Won't. Don't be so serious, Breeze. We know that something is best kept a secret. Do spill it to me later. It seems your viewers are curious. Atlas chuckled, enjoying the chaos he caused. Please don't worry. After the third Horizon Cup in August, I will disclose this secret to all people. Support our team, Crazy Couple, to win this cup just like the last 2 years. Sure. The unbeatable champions. Crazy Couple. I know that you're not heartless, Atlas. While the viewers got excited, Max and Lily looked at Atlas in disbelief. So that's how you guys got the Crazy Couple title. He retorted in his mind. Chapter 436, Friendly Banter. The rest of the live stream was about short chats. The viewers began to leave. Only around 30,000 stayed behind to watch. Watching the count dwindle from 200,000 to just 30,000 was a bit sad, but this was streamer life. Max was used to this. Because the researchers and Peter were still busy, Max ended the live stream shortly after and talked to Mr. Taka about the next plan. All promotions would still be ongoing until the streamer wars in 20 days. Max also talked about the event proposal he gave Mr. Taka before and told him that they didn't need to rush now. Today's small event boasted his followers and subscribers past the 1 million mark. But Mr. Taka had a different plan. We will keep the promotion until the predetermined plan. And as you suggested, we will delay your event, but we'll keep preparing for it. In addition, we have been invited to a reality show called Couple Paradise Island. Are you interested in it? Couple Paradise Island. The name sounded like an R-rated reality show. He looked at Mr. Taka in disbelief, and the man quickly explained. It's nothing suspicious. The reality show is all about how a couple spends their time on vacation. There will be 3 pairs, and some games will also be held to make things interesting. It's just a regular reality show that our secondary company held. There is a hefty fee for participating. Knowing Max's weakness, Mr. Taka tried to tempt him with money. However, that was in the past. Max didn't need to think about money for now. He had enough to last him a few years. And more importantly, this was a couple shows. So he couldn't decide it himself. I will ask Lily first. But as you know, please don't worry about it. The reality show is held in real life. Hence, the name. Max chuckled. You're right. I will think about it positively. Thank you, Mr. Taka. You have helped me a lot. I can't appreciate your help enough. We should help each other when needed. And contact me soon about the show. I will. Both of them knew that it was just empty talk, but they did help each other a few times before. And thus, Max left the hall. Returning to his room, he found Lily sitting on the balcony chair, looking at New Eden City's night scenery. She was humming while moving her head left and right. Her long hair was moving gently from the breeze. Her appearance now was like a night fairy that came to visit. Looking sad but strong, she believed that there would be a way to solve her problem. Approaching her slowly, Max called out with a soft voice. Lily, are you free? Do you need something? Yeah, actually. Max explained what Mr. Taka told him to Lily. Just like him, she looked skeptical when she heard about the reality show's name being Couple Paradise Island. She was worried that it would be a strange, R-rated program. Why don't we watch them? Apparently there were a few episodes already aired. Sure. Opening PunchTube, Max found the reality show they were searching for. The thumbnail was a man grinning widely and 3 pairs of couples looking surprised behind him. That alone was interesting. And looking at the views, which was 11 million, it seemed like many people liked this program. This was one of the videos with the highest views in the channel called Bio Show. The video started with a man with a strange face shouting loudly. In here, we have 3 pairs of couples that will play my game. They are all lovely and wholesome couples known on the internet. The games they did will be destructing, exciting, and heart-wrenching. Many clips of the videos were played as the man spoke. The clips showed one of the couple hugging, then changing to show another working together to solve a puzzle. Lastly, it showed a couple looking pale while holding something that was blurred. It gave a sense of mystery. The couple who managed to finish all the games and got the highest vote from our community would win $100,000. The strange man with beard spread his arms, ending the intro. Now, what are you doing here? Move. The game has started. Caught by surprise, the participants stumbled and crashed against each other, causing a hilarious scene. The strange man, who was the host of the show, face-palmed and shook his head. Well, couples. He shrugged his shoulders, and the scene changed. Max and Lily watched the show and laughed occasionally. They were hooked by the show itself because of how funny and interesting it was. When they showed the couple's activities, they began to talk whether that would be fun or not, imagining that they were in their places. Max also told Lily that he forgot about the vacation tickets he ordered due to how hectic his schedule was and promised he would definitely take her to a vacation soon. That conversation led to a decision. Let's join the reality show, Lily said, smiling at him. It looks fun. All right, I will contact Mr. Taka and let him know. Opening his message application, he contacted Mr. Taka. For this job, Max wanted to have fun with Lily, so he didn't even care if he was paid or not. But there was still one thing that he forgot to ask when Mr. Taka brought the subject up earlier. And it was the time. Mr. Taka, great. Michael will chaperone you and Lily to the airport tomorrow. The shoot will start in 3 days, so you will have a day off to explore before it. Have fun, Breeze. Wait. Max raised his voice, causing Lily to look at him and worry. What's wrong? Is there a problem? A problem. Just a little bit. HNN. Max wondered how he should tell her about his mistake. But then, there was no need to worry because they were free anyway. Letting out a sigh, he scratched the back of his head. The thing is, we need to depart to the shooting location tomorrow. Hearing what Max had said, Lily's expression turned cold. She looked at him in disbelief. Max. Yes, I know. It's my fault for not confirming the schedule. My bad. Before she could continue her sentence, Max cut her off and apologized. Lily could only sigh and shook her head. My boyfriend is such a workaholic. When will he slow down and rest? I am so worried about his health. She could only think of it inside her mind. Because she knew that Max was doing his best for her. It even made her feel insecure. He's just too good for me. Am I good enough for him yet? Raising her head, she met his warm gaze. He tilted his head and asked, Are you angry at me? Lily nodded her head and leaned it against his shoulder. As punishment, become my pillow until I fall asleep. Ha ha ha, that's a harsh punishment. He chuckled and relaxed his muscles so his body didn't feel stiff. Lily noticed that and smiled. You're dummy, you know that. Ugh, how harsh. Please stop being angry, Lily. No. And you're in charge of bringing my bag tomorrow. They had a friendly banter as their bodies touched each other. The night sky was clear, but no stars could be seen due to light pollution. Still, it was a nice, silent night. Perfect to forget the misfortune that happened to them yesterday. Chapter 437, Glimpse of the Future. Early in the morning, Max prepared his and Lily's bag before leaving for the airport. Just as promised the night before, Max helped Lily bring her luggage, and she walked without holding anything. Michael had already been waiting at the entrance with a hovercar for them. When the manager noticed the bags Max was holding in his hands, he immediately sprung up to help. Thank you. It's a part of my job, Michael said as he put all of them in the trunk. Please enter. Unfortunately, I can only escort you until the airport. I have already ordered the flight and everything. Someone would be waiting for you there to guide you. You will find her easily. That's enough. The hovercar silently drove to the airport and dropped them at the entrance. Max's and Lily's luggages were lightweight, so they didn't need to visit the luggage service and just carried the bags inside the plane. Their destination was the southwest area of the United Nations, in a tropical island called Woah. The flight would last for 3 to 4 hours, enough for them to get some rest and sleep they missed from waking up early. Lily did just that. She wasn't a morning person and was still tired, so she fell asleep with her head leaned against Max's shoulder. He covered her with his jacket so she wouldn't get cold. As for him, it's time to check that, he thought, opening his system menu. Beside the usual Quest menu, there was a new section called Reward. This must be where that glimpse of the future was stored and could be seen. Suddenly, he felt nervous. What if the future wasn't like the one he expected? Sure, Farron said that he could always change it with his action, but that didn't mean anything now. Something scary would still be scary even when he knew how to deal with them. And just as he thought, it's here. A video file named Future was inside the Reward section. Based on the information, it was just a 10 seconds video. Watching it might not give him any hint, but he was no longer afraid. His hand moved, clicking the video and waited for it to be loaded. It didn't take long, which made him concentrate on the floating window. At first, the video started at what seemed like a workshop, a fantasy workshop. It showed two people trying to put some gems into a ball. Their appearances were pretty strange, a man with black hair and horns and a girl with platinum hair. The girl's hair was pretty familiar, except she had a pair of bunny ears on top of her head. This video only took 4 seconds before they smiled, and the man spoke in a familiar voice. We don't need this anymore. Going back once is enough, and everyone is happy now. In the 5th second into the video, the scenery changed. It showed a stage, and Max could see himself exiting an unfamiliar capsule and looked at the capsule on his left. It opened, and a girl stepped out. A girl that was familiar and dear to him. Oh, a voice escaped his mouth, tears dripping out from his eyes out of happiness. We did it. No need to worry. Everything would be all right. While he was curious about the first part of the future, he knew that it was related to a certain person. Indeed, their hair color was different, but their faces and voices were the exact same. Besides, Max wouldn't mistake that platinum hair and beautiful face anywhere. Only one person had that kind of combination. Atlas and Farron. He mused in his mind, wiping his tears. What did he mean by going back once? And why did they appear in the video? Do they have relation to the system or... No, I shouldn't think much. I know we will succeed, and that's enough. Probably it was some kind of secret talk he had with Farron. That would be the best way to explain it. Still, the question of why they entered the video remained. Let's just forget it. I need to sleep right now. Thinking about what the system shows me will only lead to a headache. The plane landed at Woah on time. Max left the airport with Lily in tow. Michael told them that someone would fetch them and they wouldn't miss her, but, okay, there is no way we miss her. Max commented after he saw someone with a floating screen above her head. The screen had Breeze and Lover written on it. But that wasn't why he wouldn't miss the person. Is she wearing a bunny costume? Lily asked, surprised by the appearance of the person. Her eyes widened and sparkled. She even has bunny ears. Max looked at his girlfriend and smiled wryly. He almost forgot that Lily was a bunny enthusiast and loved it to death. Of course, she would be excited to meet someone dressed like a bunny girl. Thankfully, this type of bunny girl was a safe one with a skirt instead of one often met in a club. It was one of an anime character called Usagi Bun, which was popular lately. Over here. This way. The cosplayer waved her hand excitedly as she spotted Max and Lily. The couple indeed stood out among the others, just like the bunny girl. Combined, the three of them became the center of attention pretty quickly. Hello, my name is Gloria, BioShow's staff. I will be your guide and chaperone until the shooting is over. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. I am Breeze. Max introduced himself and gestured to Lily. And she's Lily Pixel. Let's just call her that because that's her streamer name. Lily nodded. She didn't want to be called White Lily outside. It was embarrassing. Understood. Gloria answered with a salute. The hologram screen disappeared as she gestured for them to follow her. We can't stay here any longer. People began to gather after realizing who both of you are. Looking around, Max noticed a few people pointing at them and shrieked. The concert from 2 days ago and yesterday's world record-breaking event was still fresh in everyone's mind. I guess you're right, he said, smiling wryly. Let us go to a quieter place, if you would guide us. It's my pleasure, Gloria said, beaming into a smile. The hover car is located right outside. This way. Chapter 438, New Friends. As they were moving to the shooting location, Gloria explained the schedule for today and the shooting that started in 2 days. There will be no schedule for today. However, we have a briefing in the evening tomorrow. The briefing will be held at Seaside Bendis Hotel where you are staying. The hotel is located near the beach, hence named Seaside. Gloria loved to add trivia to her explanation, making it a bit interesting to be heard. A monotone and boring explanation wasn't the thing she was good at. Rather than a guide from a company, she acted like a tour guide. With her bright personality, she would probably be perfect for the job. Unlike Max, who only thought about it, Lily voiced it out. You're like a tour guide. Ha ha ha, am I? Gloria laughed, clearly enjoying being compared to a tour guide. Actually, my dream was to become a tour guide for Woah. However, my parents stopped me, saying that the tour business has been in decline. They want me to live a stable life and recommended taking a job at a VR-related company. Max nodded in understanding. In his past life, the tour industry was flourishing. It was one of the industries that made a lot of money. However, in this world, VR technology has flourished. The graphic was really close to the real world. A person who experienced VR for the first time wouldn't be able to differentiate them at all. And in VR world, many fantastical holiday spots were created. They were places that couldn't be easily reached IRL. And in some holiday lobbies, there were even floating islands or world-end waterfalls. People could even swim in the air, making the holiday even better and, more importantly, cheaper. Though some people still preferred IRL holiday spots with real food, those people were only rich ones who could afford the expensive lodging and everything else. In a way, we are having a free paid vacation now, Max thought as he looked outside the window, taking in the scenery. In the distance, the sea glittered like diamonds, reflecting the sunlight on its surface. It looked beautiful, and on the other side of the window, a big building stood majestically. Unlike the usual building that was built with higher floors to save space, this building was large and didn't seem to care about space at all. Finding the new building to be interesting, Max decided to ask his guide, "What is that building over there?" He pointed at the said building. Lily looked over and hummed. She was also interested in it, as it was different from the modern building they often found. That's a pretty famous building in the United Nations. Have you ever heard of culinary school? That's the one called Woah Culinary School, the best one in Woah and Southeast United Nation. Culinary school, Max muttered as he looked at the building. Was it here? The one that Nina talked about? Isn't Nina also in culinary school, Max? Is this the one she attended? Having the same thought, Lily asked him. He looked at her and nodded. Maybe. She said she would be going to the Southwest. If this is the best culinary school in the area, she's definitely here. Oh, you have a friend in that school? Cool. She's definitely a good cook. Entering that school is like buying a lottery ticket and getting a jackpot. Is it that hard? Max asked curiously. Yes. The competition is all over the world and not just the United Nations. Only the best 500 are accepted, and that's out of 100,000 participants. He didn't know the details of how to enter the culinary school, but he also didn't think it would be that hard. Nina is amazing, Lily exclaimed, smiling softly. I'd like to meet her again. Can we visit the school? You can, but they are closed for today, so maybe tomorrow? Oh wait, tomorrow is closed too because they are preparing for something. Sorry, but you have to wait until we finish shooting to visit your friend, Gloria said in a fast pace without pausing even a second. It's fine. We can wait. Job comes first. I will just message her that we are here. I am glad both of you understand. Because we have time, why don't we stop by a nearby photogenic spot? I can take pictures of both of you together. This spot is famous for couples and is said to allow them to be together forever. So it's like the famous supernatural spot in my past life. Something like that also exists here, huh? Max mused in amusement. As for Lily, let's go. She looked pretty spirited to go. Her eyes sparkled. The hologram screen in front of her disappeared as she moved her hands up and down. Max chuckled as he looked at his girlfriend. I guess a girl is a girl. They love something like this. All right, let's go there. At night, inside the Woah Culinary School, a girl with short brown hair could be seen cooking in a large kitchen. There were two other girls on her side, and they worked together to cook something. A tasty smell wafted through the air as she opened the lid of a pot filled with delicious stew. Oh, it's done, the girl exclaimed. Her face made the brightest smile ever. Is it done? Let me see. A cheerful girl with ponytailed black hair scooted closer to see. Finally, that stew cooked forever. Why are you working so hard to make that, Nina? A cold-looking girl added. Her eyes narrowed and she sighed tiredly. My friend is coming today, so I want to visit them and bring some good food. The bright girl, Nina, said with a laugh. I bet they are hungry. They are so busy, and yet they come here immediately for another job. That's why I make the stew for them to eat tomorrow. Oh, friend, is it the one who gave you that knife? The ponytailed girl giggled, teasing her. But that didn't work. Yup. Do you want to meet him, Callie? Obviously, Callie exclaimed without pausing. Ah, reunion between two who have been separated by circumstances. How romantic. Stop that. It's cringe. The cool girl cooed, making a disgusting expression. Say, that's why you have no boyfriend yet, Yaina. Huh? Say that once more. Yaina raised her chin, looking down at Callie. Your boyfriend also broke up with you a week ago, right? That was his fault, not mine. I just wanted to eat at that restaurant, and yet he said the meal wasn't even delicious. Can you believe that? Excuses. You are. Both of them went into their usual argument as Nina laughed dryly. On the side, she looked at the pot filled with the stew and smiled. I hope they like it, she thought. At that moment, the argument escalated. Yaina and Callie glared at each other and both raised their voices. Looking at them, Nina heaved a sigh. I need to stop them before it becomes troublesome. Girls, let's stop at that. Let's do something more productive. But Nina, tell this girl, Nina. All right. I will listen, okay? Nina smiled at them and tried her best to calm them down. It worked. They looked at each other for a second before nodding. They didn't want to piss off Nina. There was one instance where the bright girl got pissed off because someone made fun of her, and that didn't end well. If you say so. Yes, ma'am. Nina nodded in satisfaction. She liked her new friends despite their frequent arguments. But she liked them more when they were friendly with each other. I wonder if Max and Lily will like them too. I will introduce them tomorrow. Chapter 439, Sudden Visit from Old Friend. Morning. I hope I don't disturb you. In the morning of the next day they arrived at Woah. Max never expected for a guest to meet them in the hotel. Nina, I am glad you can come. Yeah, Lily. Thanks for informing me. But it seemed like only he didn't know about it. The girls were hugging each other as Max looked dazed. His gaze went to two girls who looked surprised behind Nina. One of them, the one with a ponytail, even dropped her jaw. BB Breeze. And White Lily. Oh my god. Are they real? Am I meeting the real ones? Yaina, pinch my cheek. Gladly. Ouch. It hurts, so it's real. Wow. They are in the flesh. The cool girl pinched the other girl's cheek until it was red, but she didn't seem to mind it, and still looked at Max with excitement that could go up to the roof. She couldn't calm down and went to Nina's side when she separated from Lily. Nina, you never told me that your friend is White Lily and Breeze. You said this Max guy is here. How come he's Breeze? I mean, does that make sense? Huh. I heard White Lily call him Max yesterday. I thought it was different Max. Calm down, Callie. Yaina chirped in. You bothered other people in this lobby. I knew you would be like this, so I never told you anything. Nina giggled at her friend's excitement. Ah, sorry. I was just, too excited. You know that I loved his content, and I followed White Lily for 2 years. Callie whimpered and looked at Lily. See, can I get your autograph? Sure. Yay. Lily was taken aback by her energy and looked at Max, asking for help. He only chuckled at her and watched her troubled. Please, sign it here. Happy to get the autograph. Callie took out a white shirt from her bag. This shirt was one of the merchandise that was sold in the concert. I am unable to watch the concert live on stage, but I did watch the live stream. The last dance with Breeze was so amazing that I cried. That was the best concert ever. Callie exclaimed energetically, but then she realized her mistake again. Ugh, I did it again. Sorry. It's okay, just... Lily raised her hands and smiled apologetically. I have no marker with me, so I can't sign that. Here. Max handed her a marker and smiled. Give the girl your autograph. She's looking forward to it. Thanks, Max. Lily took the marker and opened it. Where should I sign it? Should I also write something? Upon her question, the girl beamed a large smile. Here, and if you will, please do. For Callie, like that. Got it. As Lily gave an autograph, Max approached Nina and spoke. Did Lily ask you to come? I heard the culinary school is preparing for an event and the students are busy. Sorry about that, Nina. No, it's nothing. Still, that was just like you. Thinking about other people first. I'd appreciate it if you give me a heads up if you do visit Woah, though. And yes, we're preparing for an event, but I am not that busy. I don't even know what kind of event it is, as the seniors are responsible for it. My bad then. I really didn't want to bother your education. And we plan to visit your school to meet you after our work is done, but I don't think that's necessary anymore. He scratched his cheek and smiled wryly. Yeah, that's not necessary now. Nina laughed. Oh, have you had breakfast yet? How about some stew? Hee hee, I want to show you my new cooking skill. Oh, sure, let's taste it. The five of them went to the outdoor restaurant belonging to the hotel, and Nina gave the stew she brought to Lily and Max. Nina didn't have one for herself, nor her friends, because they already ate the stew too much when making it. They ordered something from the restaurant instead. At least they didn't refuse when Max offered to pay for them. They talked about various things and shared interesting things that happened once Nina departed from the school. As for Max, he mostly listened because all things he did was known from his live stream. After what seemed like a few hours, afternoon arrived, and Nina had to return to the school for another assignment. They promised that they would meet again before Max returned to Lime City. The brown-haired girl was interrogated by Callie while Yana tried to stop the ponytailed girl. Nina could only smile as she was already used to it. When they arrived at the school, some students apparently saw Nina talking with Max, and rumors spread. She quickly became the center of attention as two celebrities' friends. Thankfully, Yana and Callie shielded her from getting surrounded. Unfortunately, the seniors heard the rumor and tried to find her. Student Nina, please head to the representative room right now. I repeat. The sudden call left her startled, but she thought that it was due to the commotion she caused. With a heavy heart, she went to the representative room. She hoped it could be settled with a simple apology, although she didn't feel that. She was wrong. However, when she arrived, she found that a professor that called her was with a female senior. They looked at her, and the senior spoke up. I heard that you met with Breeze and Lily Pixel. Are you guys friends? Nina didn't like where this was going, but she nodded nonetheless. She didn't want the school to use her connection to them for their benefit. But she was thinking too much. Great. The senior clapped her hands. That was perfect. Yes, this is a blessing. The bespectacled professor nodded and sighed heavily, as if a burden was lifted. Confused, Nina looked at them respectively and asked, what could be a problem? There is no problem, and don't worry, you're not punished or anything. Rather, may I ask a favor? Student Nina, if you don't mind, please listen to us and help us. Nina narrowed her eyes. At least I can listen. Both the senior and the professor nodded at each other. Then, the senior continued. Will you join our event committee? We're having a bit of a problem preparing for the event. Actually, our school will be a shooting location for Couple Paradise Island, and we are given a task to prepare for the dishes that participants hate. And Nina asked, urging the senior to continue. One of the participants is Breeze and Lily Pixel. We don't have a clue what kind of dish they dislike, so having someone who knows them is a blessing. Nina's eyes widened in realization. She hummed and realized this was the work Max and Lily talked about. She considered the offer carefully, but was it worth it to tell them what Max disliked? I can see his funny reaction, so that's good. But my grade. Noticing her hesitation, the professor pushed up his glasses. I will give you an A in social contribution for this semester. I'd gladly help the event committee. Having the hardest social subject secured, Nina readily agreed to join. Sorry, Max, but I am bad at that subject. Chapter 440, Couple Paradise Islands Briefing. At night, Max and Lily finally met with the crew and the other cast for the reality show. This show would then be edited and posted on PunchTube by BioShow. Tonight's briefing would be a gathering to get to know each other. The staff would also share do's and don'ts to the casts. Hello. Max greeted the others with a soft smile as he entered the briefing room. He looked around and found many people in the lounge. Some were busy moving around while some just interacted with the others. He quickly found the other two cast, as they were sitting on the couches on the side with that strange man with a thick brown beard from the video. They looked at him and Lily, and the strange man stood up and waved at them. Ah, finally. The last couple is here, he exclaimed, smiling gently. We've been waiting for you. Now, please sit with the other cast. I will explain how this show works to you. Sure, thank you. Max nodded and went to the empty couch beside a cute couple who nodded at them. He gave them a nod too and focused his attention toward the strange, bearded man for now. Note that strange man was just Max's impression of him after he watched the reality show. First of all, let me introduce myself. You can call me Mr. Strange, not Strange Man. My real name is Tuman, but you won't use that in this show. I mean, I look strange, right? Ha ha. But apparently his name was indeed Mr. Strange. From how he dressed like a magician with a baseball cap, it wasn't strange to call him Mr. Strange. What is this? A gag? Max couldn't help but laugh, but he quickly stopped, thinking that it was rude. However, the other two couples had also laughed after hearing Mr. Strange's introduction. Even Lily giggled a little. An ability to make people laugh with just a silly introduction. Now that was a talent. There is a reason behind this show's success. Max thought. I won't explain it a lot, Kay. This show, maybe some of you or all have seen it, is a family-friendly one. So I hope none of you smoke or drink. Any slurs and bad words are prohibited. If you are frustrated, just shout gorilla or lion or anything friendly. But gorillas and lions aren't friendly. One of the girls, from the leftmost couple, retorted. She laughed the loudest as the blue-haired man beside her tried to stop her from interrupting the explanation. The girl didn't stop and still laughed, though. She had a low tolerance for jokes and funny things. And, probably, she was the dominant one in their relationship. Mr. Strange didn't seem to mind. Rather, he was amused to have such a loud contestant. It would make things interesting. I am glad you enjoyed my joke, but may I continue? Why yes, my apologies. The blue-haired boy apologized and proceeded to calm the girl down again. Hey, Queenie, we won't know what we should do if we don't listen. So please be quiet for a minute, okay? All right. Geez, you should let loose for a second too, Gun. You're so stiff. We're in a briefing, so I listened seriously. And I told you not to call me that in front of many people. I got it, okay, June. Satisfied? Just be quiet for a minute now. Mr. Strange kindly waited for them to finish before continuing. Ha, what a lovely couple. He laughed and clapped his hands. Continuing where we left off. Where was I? Oh, right. This show will require a lot of walking, so we will shoot for 2 days to minimize exhaustion. We also provided a B-grade nutritional supplement for everyone. That was generous. Just B-grade nutritional supplement alone was expensive enough to hire some random couple to join the show. But they gave them for free. Though, considering the lineup here, that wasn't surprising. Queenie and June. Both of them were a pretty famous idol couple who debuted 6 months ago. Their relationship was real, which was surprising for an idol group who usually was created to bait their fans, making them think the idols were their lovers or something similar. Even so, they managed to rise in popularity. Their name spread quickly due to their strange concept. May I ask a question? A bob-haired girl timidly raised her hand. She had a cute-looking face and wore square glasses. Sure, go ahead. Mr. Strange gestured for her to speak. Are hand-holding and hugging also forbidden? Everyone's attention gathered at her at once. They couldn't believe what they had heard. How innocent was she? The bespectacled girl looked around, confused. Her gaze eventually landed at her boyfriend, a blonde-haired boy. He scratched his cheek and laughed bitterly, clearly hiding his embarrassment. Ha, Ari. Hugs and holding hands are fine. Look, even little kids often hug and hold hands, right? If kids can do it, then we can do it in the show too. He patiently explained it to the girl, and she nodded in understanding. I see. Thanks, Max. Ari beamed in a smile as Max's head turned at her. He has the same name as me? He thought, looking at the blonde-haired boy. Well, my name isn't exactly rare. And I am called Breeze here, so I don't think that matters. Max, he has the same name as you. Lily whispered, seemingly amused. Hee, that's funny. Max smiled wryly. His girlfriend was just as innocent as that airy girl. Though, Lily already knew how the world worked, so she wasn't as innocent as the other girl. Talking about airy, she looked at Mr. Strange and bowed her head. My apologies for disturbing the explanation. Please continue it, sir. It's fine. Ha, we have some unique participants. He laughed and waved his hands. My explanation is finished. I can't hold you guys for long in this place. Go have some rest or feel free to talk to the others. We will shoot at 9 a.m. tomorrow, so no rush. Mr. Strange said a few more things before he bid farewell. He also went to rest and leave everything to the staff. And so, left alone, the couples looked at each other. The idol girl called Queenie grinned as her eyes landed on Lily. A competitiveness burned inside. Hey, White Lily. She called out with a loud voice. I will beat you. With the HMPF, she stood out and walked away. June, her lover, was confused and followed her quickly after apologizing. Lily only followed the girl without saying anything. When Queenie disappeared, she looked at Max and tilted her head. What happened? I don't know. Max shrugged his shoulders and stood up. More importantly, what do you want for dinner? Lily's eyes sparkled as she jumped from the couch. Fish. Smiling at her, he nodded. Sounds good. Let's get one. Both of them left the briefing room. The last couple still sat on the couch, mainly because Ari looked panicked and she shook her boyfriend's shoulder frantically. What should we do, Maxwell? There will be violences. Chapter 441, Reality Show Start. Not a single couple stayed to converse. Max and Lily were still tired from everything, so they slept early. The next day, they gathered in the briefing room again early in the morning for preparation and makeup. They performed makeup in a different area of the room. Max and Lily were assigned 4 people to take care of them, 2 more than the other couples. It was clear that they were the favorite here. When he asked the staff why they were getting preferential treatment, an anonymous donation has arrived. Those makeup artists were from that kind person, was the answer. So that's why I feel familiar with them. It must be either Mr. Taka or Peter. Max thought as he looked at them. They only smiled and nodded at him. We will make Miss Lily the prettiest girl in the United Nations. One of the makeup artists bragged confidently. Max was not going to say no to that. They were here to work and not to make friends with other couples. If they could get along, that was a plus. But if not, it wasn't like they were going to see each other again after this. Having money and connection is the best, he mused, especially since the thing he enjoyed came from his hard work. After the makeup was done, the guide for the representative couple came to them to take them to the shooting location, which meant Max and Lily were guided by Gloria again. And the woman in question was now wearing a proper business suit instead of the cosplay. Please leave it to me. I will take you to the shooting area the fastest among the others. I know all the back alleys around this area. No, please just take us safely. The back alleys are safe. Please don't worry about it. That's not what I meant. Max sighed as his words seemingly came into her left ear and passed through to the right ear. He didn't expect her to be this disappointing. True to her words, Gloria drove her hover car through some small street. She navigated skillfully, and they arrived at the first shooting location, a large beachside resort 10 minutes away from their hotel. Many camera equipment had already been prepared throughout the area. Some guests were looking curiously in the sideline. No one approached the area as it had been rented by the crew. As promised, we arrived first, Gloria exclaimed as Max and Lily exited the hover car. Please enjoy the feeling of being first. I will excuse myself for now. Have fun and win this challenge. With that, Gloria entered the car once again and drove it away. Max looked at it disappearing into the distance. At the same time, he noticed a staff running toward them in a hurry. Huff, huff. I am sorry for being late to greet you. I thought that the cast would arrive in 20 more minutes. Is there a change in the schedule that we don't know of? Just as expected, the disappointing guide indeed drove faster and through a quicker path. She had the right to brag about bringing them fast. Then, smiling apologetically at the staff, Max said, "It's okay. We finished our makeup first, so our guide drove us ahead to the shooting location. The others will arrive as scheduled later." Oh. The staff looked pretty relieved after she heard that. I thought there was a change of schedule. So it's not, she said. In any case, both of you have arrived here. Please come this way. We've prepared some refreshment and the B-grade nutritional supplement. Max nodded at her and followed with Lily. They were taken to an area with a shade. When they sat down, a staff member brought them the refreshment they talked about in a tube filled with B-grade nutritional supplement. He took it and raised the tube. Will you drink it, Max? Lily asked curiously as she eyed her own supplement, not touching it at all. There was a reason for that. She had just drank A-grade nutritional supplement 3 days ago, and the effect still lingered in her body. Taking B-grade supplement right now would nullify that effect or could cause an overdose, harming the body instead. A-grade nutritional supplement's effect was so potent that not a single hard activity used all of its effect. Max was in the same situation, so he shook his head. I will just keep it. They have given them to us, so we will accept it. Let's just drink it when we feel that the effect of our old supplement wears off. I understand. Both of them saved the B-grade nutritional supplement in their pocket. Some staff looked at them, but Max didn't care. Even if he had $1 million, a $2,000 supplement was still something expensive. Besides, it was their right to drink them. So wasn't it okay to save them for later? Like food. The other cast only arrived 20 minutes later, like the first staff told them. They gathered together with Mr. Strange to prepare for the shoot right away. Only then did Max appreciate what Gloria did for them, arriving faster so they could get used to the new place first. All right, when this light turns green, that means the camera is rolling. Mr. Strange will give a short introduction and prepare for a surprise. Is everyone ready? The camera staff explained briefly, and everyone nodded. No need to be tense. Just enjoy it. Mr. Strange reassured. It didn't take long to prepare, and the light turned green. As soon as that happened, Mr. Strange spread his arms and looked at the camera. Today, we have 3 unique couples. All of them are going to compete in many competitions as usual, but today's competitions are more challenging, bigger, and wilder. Everyone will compete for $100,000 in the line. They will do. Mr. Strange didn't do the usual PunchTubers introduction and went straight to the content. He didn't even introduce the participants. That didn't need to be done, as the editing team would take care of that later. And then, I have hidden 5 papers around this resort. Each paper has instructions on what to do next, and they are unique to each other. Find them, and whoever finishes first will get a reward. Mr. Strange exclaimed excitedly. After hearing that, Max spent no time and ran with Lily. He had heard enough. Oh, our first participant has moved while the other 2 are staying still, Mr. Strange said, looking back at the 2 bewildered couples. What are you doing? Go now. You will lose to them if you stay here. Chapter 442, Finding the Paper. Max and Lily navigated through the crowd and found a map of the resort. This was their first plan after knowing Mr. Strange's way of playing games in his reality show. We will certainly be given a task. The first thing we have to do is to find clues and a map. By remembering the map, we will have a pretty good advantage over the others. While they were looking at the map, a small camera floating in the air caught everything. 3 of such cameras followed them from different angles to get the best shoot. One which stayed close to get their close-up expression. As a gamer and a streamer, Max wanted to win this game while giving entertainment to those watching. So, he voiced his opinion instead of keeping it to himself unless it was to create tension. Mr. Strange said that he had 5 papers around this resort, right? And each paper has different instructions to who finds them. Max said, looking at the map intently. Do you notice something from this map that is related to that, Lily? Humming audibly, Lily looked at the map. When she noticed this something Max talked about, she exclaimed, there are 5 different areas in this resort. Indeed. Max nodded, a grin plastered on his face. And we're currently in the common area, the one in the middle of all 5 different areas. We probably will find a clue on how to find those papers once we visit each area. I think so too. The closest from here is. Lily traced the star, where they were now, to the nearby area. Restaurant. Yeah, the smallest out of 5. Max added, humming curiously. Let's go there for now. I heard hurried footsteps from the other couples in the distance. They probably also realized this clue. Praising other participants to make him look friendly was also important. But, not that they are as fast as us, though. Appearing confident was the most important. Max and Lily smiled at each other before they broke into running. Among the 3 couples entering this reality show, only Lily wore long pants and clothes fit to move around. The others wanted to appear as pretty as possible, so they wore feminine clothes. Lily didn't care about that. She knew that Max loved her style, and she wouldn't change it for the audience. If they wanted to see her pretty and wore a dress, they should just visit her concert. That was the only place beside the party where she would wear something that embarrassing. Before long, they arrived at the restaurant area. It was bustling with people trying to get a meal. But it wasn't that crowded or bad. It was a normal condition as people who had just arrived at the resort chose to have breakfast here. Max looked around to find a clue. He guessed Mr. Strange wouldn't make this too hard, considering the show was only for around 40 to 60 minutes. And indeed, they found the clue right away. Max isn't that. Lily pointed at a mascot waving at them. It was wearing a baseball cap, similar to Mr. Strange. No matter how one looked at it, the mascot was so suspicious. I think that's our clue. Max nodded and approached the said mascot with Lily. When they got close, the mascot raised its hand and moved around excitedly. It pointed at a certain direction. Max looked in that direction and saw a board. So we're playing it like that, huh? He mused in interest, knowing that Mr. Strange wanted to make it easy but complicated. Another clue? Lily asked. Yes. He nodded. We're playing Follow the Trail. At the end of this clue, we will find that paper. He explained it to Lily in the simplest way possible. I see. She nodded and smiled. That sounds fun. Following the realization, they approached the board and found another instruction. Clap your hands above your heads 3 times, and then high-five with your lover. Sounds simple. Max read the instructions and did it together with Lily. This was truly a simple instruction. Lily seemed to enjoy the activity with him a lot. After they high-fived, they laughed, and a little girl approached them. She looked like she was about to cry. Big brother, big sister. I am lost. Can you take me to a Lost Kids Center, please? Max looked at Lily, and she nodded. We can't leave her, she said and crouched, matching her gaze with the little girl. Let's go. She took her hand and began to walk to the Lost Child Center in the restaurant area. Max was about to tell Lily that this might be the next clue, but he kept silent and followed from behind them. Well, it's better if she doesn't know. This will make people think that she does it out of goodwill and kindness. He thought. Just like other people, Max wanted to brag about his girlfriend's good points. And this was the perfect chance for that. When they arrived at the Lost Child Center, the girl was reunited by her mom. The older woman thanked Lily and Max before giving them a paper. Or rather, she just shoved the paper into their hands without giving them a chance to refuse. Please take this. Thank you very much. Bye, big sister. Bye. Both mother and child walked away as if to escape them. But the kid, having taken a liking to Lily after talking for a while, waved her hand excitedly. After they disappeared from sight, Lily looked at Max. Shall we continue finding the paper? She asked, oblivious of what just happened. Max only smiled at her and said, We don't need to. I already got it. Huh? She gasped, when? Just now. He chuckled and raised the paper given by the mother earlier. The paper given by the kid's mother earlier was the paper we are looking for. We have completed the first clue and will move to the next one. So that child wasn't lost. Yeah, Max nodded. She was just a part of the clue. Her role is to guide us to the paper. Hearing that, Lily sighed in relief. It's a good thing she wasn't lost. She said, So Max, let's get to the next clue. Max chuckled at her energy. He was also glad that Lily wasn't dejected and even enjoyed this reality show a lot. All right, let's go. Chapter 443, Next Assignment. Finding a quiet place. Max opened the paper and read the content. There was a number 5 written above a series of instructions. 1. Gather ingredients to make fried rice. 2. Cook fried rice for guests in the restaurant. You have to convince them since it's not on the menu. P.S. We have prepared a kitchen in booth 5. Please use that one. 3. Gather 5 good job medals to finish the instruction. Bring the medals to Mr. Strange to finish the first game. Max wanted to shout when he read the instruction. In summary, they had to open a restaurant, cook for the guests, and get 5 medals from those guests to finish the game. They probably got this instruction because they got the restaurant area paper. The other must have had different tasks to finish. The problem was, he didn't know who had medals. Were all guests in this resort had it? Or only those special guests from the show had the medals? It was unknown. Or so he thought before Lily called out to him. Max, is that the medal? She pointed at a booth with a sign. Medal exchange written on top. Many people exchanged their money in that place. $10 for good job medal, $5 for do your best medal, and $1 for thank you medal. Max now knew what those medals meant. They were currency in this resort. But there was a problem. $10 fried rice. Who would buy something like that? The meal around here was just 99 cents or $4.99. They were already cut by the entrance fee to the resort. No one would spend $10 for a simple fried rice. Wait, there isn't a rule to sell only one fried rice for $10. Our task is just to gather 5 good job medals. As long as we make $50, then that's it. And getting money from opening a restaurant wasn't all from selling the main dish. They could also sell their service. Lily, let's buy the ingredients quickly and head to booth 5. I have an idea how to clear this task as fast as possible. Let's cook. Before going, Max exchanged $500 for medals. 20 GJ, 40 DYB, and the rest 100 TY medals. There were a lot, so the staff in the exchange booth gave them a bag. Those medals were for buying ingredients and for change. He would ask the buyer to give him a GJ medal, saying he had changes for those. Perfect plan. and we will sell it for $3 with a small portion, so they will have to buy 2 instead of 1. That way, they will pay with a GJ medal and not a DYB1. I doubt a lot of them will exchange for TY1 as they would get so many medals to carry. The shop that sold almost everything was located near the entrance of the restaurant area. If there was a place that sold groceries, that place was his only hope. But there are no groceries here? What should we do, Max? What could he expect? How could a store within a resort sell groceries? Why would they? No one would buy them even if they sold them. When he realized this one important part, Max racked his brain to find a solution. There was only one way, and that was to buy groceries from the restaurant itself. Let's test our negotiation skills, he said as he ran to the nearby restaurant that had rice on the menu. To make fried rice, he only needed 3 ingredients: rice, egg, and soy sauce. Excuse me? Can I buy white rice only? I need them a lot. Max decided to spend money to get more money this time. The restaurant gladly served him, but they only had 5 kilograms of rice left right now and could only sell half of them, which was more than enough. The soy sauce couldn't be bought anywhere, but Max could always change it to salt or chicken stock. Unfortunately, no restaurants also sold them, though some sold scrambled eggs which he could repurpose for the fried rice. The booth prepared for them was also tidy, had good equipment, and was in a conspicuous place walked past by many passers-by. With a serious face, Max touched his chin and said, "We have no choice but to do that." Confused, Lily looked at Max strangely and asked, "Do what?" In response to her question, Max opened a hologram screen and grinned at her. "Call a friend." Somehow, that smug grin made him look sillier than usual. Call a friend. It was a move often used in a quiz in Max's past life. When one was in a pinch, they could use this move to ask help from a friend. There was no guarantee the said friend would answer or knew the answer to that question. However, Max's friend was overqualified for this. That friend would answer and would definitely have something he desperately needs right now. 15 minutes after he called a friend, that particular someone arrived while holding a bag full of groceries. The bag was filled to the brim with white onion, soy sauce, fresh eggs, and even green onions. "Are they good?" a brown-haired girl asked curiously as he watched Max take out the groceries and line them up on the table. Looking at everything he had, he nodded in satisfaction. "Yeah, they're good. Thanks, Nina. You're a lifesaver," Lily added with a smile. "Ha ha ha. I did nothing significant. I just took them from my dorm. Besides, you paid me twice the price and even sent someone to fetch me. This is the least I can do to help a friend in need." Indeed, the lifesaver, the friend who was overqualified to help in cooking preparation, was Nina. Max knew she would have those simple ingredients in her fridge. "Also, do you need help cooking? I doubt both of you can handle those." Nina looked out of the booth where a line was formed before the booth even opened. Some people had recognized Max and spread the news online. If he didn't stop them early by saying there wasn't much stock, the line would get longer than it was now. Even so, he could see more than 20 people lining up, waiting for him to open. Right? There is no rule of not getting help, so please handle the order with Lily. Teach her how to take orders and deliver the food to the customer, please. You can leave it to me, Nina exclaimed confidently. Chapter 444, First Point, Get. To put the assignment they received simply, it was hard. For other people, that was okay. 2 more orders incoming. These are the last ones. 2 fried rice incoming. Nina skillfully took the order and Lily delivered them. In the kitchen, Max cooked in a large amount at once, ensuring the order didn't stop. In just 30 minutes, they had depleted their ingredients and made a big profit. Their GJ coins doubled, and so did the DYB. They only sold around 50 servings, but that was enough to finish the assignment. Many people were disappointed that they didn't sell more as the fried rice was unexpectedly delicious, more than the other foods sold in the restaurant area. "I am sorry, but we will come back and open more if we have a chance." After saying that, Max broke into a run. He left every medal except for 5 GJ needed to finish the assignment to Nina. "Just exchange those back to money and save it. That's your pay." "Hey, this is too much. Who pays $500 for 30 minutes of labor?" "Me. That's also for the groceries and inconvenience fee." "Thanks." Thanks, Nina. Let's meet again later." Lily waved her friend goodbye, and they went to Mr. Strange in the common area. The crowd slowed them down a little. They had to navigate carefully not to bump into any of them and cause an accident. When they arrived at the common area, the cameras set around the perimeter followed them. Looking around, Max noticed that they were first to arrive. Either the other groups hadn't found a paper yet or their assignments were as hard as theirs. He didn't know. One thing he knew was that he won this first race. Mr. Strange, who was relaxing around, jumped out of his chair and put on his baseball cap. He entered the camera's shooting distance and exclaimed, "Look at who arrived first, Breeze and Lily Pixel's couple. This is fast. I am not prepared to greet them yet," Mr. Strange said as he broke into a run to meet them. Did they give up? Or did they finish the assignment given by the paper? Anyway, let's ask them. They met in the middle and Max spoke first. "We finished them." He grinned and took out 5 GJ medals he got from the customers. 5 good job medals from selling fried rice. They are the profit we got and not exchanged through the booth. You can verify them through the footage. Blinking, Mr. Strange was still surprised by their speed at clearing the assignment. I thought they would spend 3 to 5 hours finishing them. The task isn't that easy. But, fried rice? Are you in the restaurant area? Yes. Max nodded at Mr. Strange. Coincidentally, I have a bit of experience in the kitchen, so the task isn't as hard as planned, maybe. And we have a good friend who helped us secure the ingredients quickly, thanks to the menu being as simple as fried rice. Mr. Strange nodded. He had gone through the documents filled with today's cast's general information, and based on his memory, Breeze was said to have experience working in the kitchen to prepare for a cooking reality show. And that showed today. Luck is also a part of ability. The host of the reality show gave an understanding nod. Well then, as the first couple to finish, you have gained a point. This point will show the winner. Whoever reaches 5 points first is the best couple and gets $100,000. Max high-fived with Lily. They were happy to get the first point. Their faces were taken by the camera perfectly. Now, let's call the other participants back. With a video call, informing the other participants about the first winner was easy. They returned to the common area almost at the same time. The second couple, Maxwell and Ari, looked pretty tired. Sweat poured out from their foreheads. Thankfully, their makeup was done by a professional and could stay even when they sweat profusely. Science has advanced a lot. Sorry, Max. I slowed you down. It's okay, Ari. You've done your best to find the item we need. We're not slow. The winner is just too fast. You can do your best next. Ichinenya? I will. Ari pumped her fists in front of her chest. The atmosphere around that couple was just as lovely as before. Meanwhile, the third couple, June and Queenie, didn't look that tired. However, the girl wore a disgusted face and grumbled loudly. I don't want to touch that frog. Why should I take care of them and move them to a new aquarium? This assignment made no sense. We're idols, not zookeepers. Huh, but that doesn't mean we can skip it. Besides, someone had finished their assignment ahead of us. Good. I can stay away from that place thanks to them. Let me, huh? It was White Lily's pair? I should just grab those frogs with a claw and brave myself. I am so embarrassed now. It's your fault, June. Why me? I didn't know they had claws to move the animal gently until we were called back. I bet they are hiding them. Curse them. Language, Queenie. They looked as lively as ever, with Queenie taking the lead. Max smiled wryly as the idol girl glared at Lily, while Lily only looked at her without any interest, as if Queenie was just another person passing by. After everyone gathered and made a line, Mr. Strange coughed into his hand and pointed at the camera. Everyone, the first game has finished. Let's offer our congratulations to couple Breeze and Lily Pixel. They are fast, skillful, kind, and lucky. They managed to finish the first assignment, gather, create, and sell fried rice in less than 2 hours. What a beast! An artificial applause coming from the speaker and the paid spectators rang. Max didn't realize that they had gathered around until now. When did they show up? He wondered. Without wasting a minute, let's move to the second game. If the first one is to see the couple's hard work and cooperation, then we will now test their compatibility and knowledge. Mr. Strange laughed strangely and spun around. Yes, this is the segment you are waiting for. He exclaimed loudly and stopped, spreading his arms at a perfect time. Couple quiz time. Chapter 445. Luck is a part of skill. Couple quiz time. Just like its name, it was a quiz designed to be answered by a couple or one of them. Mr. Strange would be the one giving the question as well as the judge of this quiz. 3 booths and a podium were put in the open area. Light shone on the booths and the podium. Many spectators curious about what happened stopped by and watched. Behind Mr. Strange, who stood at the podium, was a large screen, showing a 5x5 grid with numbers starting from 1 to 25. All right, couples. Behind me is a grid with numbers, as you can see. Each number has a question about your couple, about yourself, or even about your relationship. Do remember, every grid has a different question, and all you need to do is to answer them. A simple quiz. There was nothing hard about it. Each question will have different scores. A couple who managed to gather the highest score will get a CP, couple, point. Mr. Strange continued to explain the rules. That's it. Can the boys come here, please? We won't need you guys in this section. That's a harsh way to say it, Mr. Strange. Can you at least say, this is ladies' turn instead of saying that we aren't needed? Max commented lightly with a huff. Mr. Strange only laughed and waved his hand. Same thing. You boys should just accompany me. He said, come here, come here. Max shuddered and took a step back. That just now sounded pretty dangerous, like a kidnapper trying to get a child's attention by waving a delicious candy. However, as the other two boys, June and Maxwell, approached Mr. Strange, Max couldn't say no. He turned to Lily before leaving. Good luck. Leave it to me. After wishing her luck, he joined the other boys. He nodded at them and sat on the chair prepared by the staff. When they were seated, the light shining on them disappeared as if they wanted to hide the boys and made the audience focus on the girls. Ari looked panicked as she moved her head back and forth. Queenie looked confident as she flicked her hair back. While Lily looked calm, she didn't even care about the gaze people directed at her. Breeze. As Max observed the set, June suddenly called him. He turned at the blue-haired boy and saw him smile awkwardly. What's up? He asked in a friendly tone. Somehow sorry. About Queenie, June said, laughing bitterly. She's a bit competitive when meeting someone she respects. More often than not, she wouldn't be able to express her feelings well and antagonize that said person. I want to apologize to Lily too if possible. Can you relay it to her? I will. Max nodded. He had an inkling about that since they first met. There was no way June would stay with Queenie if she was truly like that. Their personalities were just too different. Besides, they also behaved differently when they weren't around him or Lily. So, there was only one explanation. A tsundere, just like Bloodsucker but worse. Mr. Strange took the spotlight on the podium and started the quiz. Now let's start the quiz, he announced. Applause exploded from the audience. Because Couple Breeze x Lily Pixel won the first game, let me give you an offer. The host looked at Lily and continued. Will you choose first, or will you designate another couple teams to go first? The choice is in your hand. Lily touched her chin and hummed. The choice was in her hand. And because she had won together with Max, she didn't want to waste this opportunity. Those who strike first win. She nodded to herself. I will go first. Great, Mr. Strange exclaimed, stepping to the side so she could see the grid. Which number do you choose? The scores that can be obtained from the grid are hidden behind the number 2. Lily looked at the board in interest. She looked through them carefully. The number she wanted to find, 26, wasn't anywhere. That was the day when she was together with Max, almost 2 months now. So, she chose another number that could be related to it. Number 5, please. 5 for May, so simple. All right, number 5. Mr. Strange shouted strangely, and the grid on number 5 turned around. It expanded to fit the screen, but it was still blank. At the same time, a screen appeared in front of Max. He looked at it curiously and read what was written in it. When is your birthday? He muttered in a low voice, but the two guys heard him. It is that kind of quiz, huh? I see. So we're here to give the answer before the question is shown to the screen. Mr. Strange didn't say anything at all and only waited. He looked at Max and smiled, gesturing for him to quickly fill the answer up. Max nodded in understanding and filled it up. The screen on the board changed as soon as he pressed OK, displaying the question and the score. What is your lover's birthday? The score for answering this correctly is 10. This must be pretty easy, right? Max agreed with Mr. Strange. Even he knew Lily's birthday. She was a day older than him, being born on April 1st while he was born on April 2nd. However, the same couldn't be said for Lily. In a way, she was interested in Max and wanted to know everything about him. She learned many things when they were together in their conversation. But birthday was one thing they never talked about. They only often talked about Lily, and then she would ask Max about himself. If not, they would talk about work and how they were doing that, sharing their experience. Lily turned silent, looking at the darkness where Max was sitting anxiously. She was afraid that if she answered wrongly, he would get angry at her. No, Max won't get angry. She just knew about it. So she took a gamble. 30th of February. At her answer, everyone laughed loudly. Chapter 446. Quiz as though, if you don't know the answer. Lily was confused as to why everyone laughed. Even Mr. Strange couldn't help but chuckle at her answer. Is that your final answer? He asked, still trying to recover from laughing. We will lock it if you are sure about your answer. Despite the laughter, Lily didn't change her mind. I am sure. February 30th. Everyone knew that no such date existed. So, naturally, her answer was wrong. A loud buzz resounded as the light turned red. Boo-boo. You're wrong. Mr. Strange made an X shape with his arms. The answer is 2nd of April. I should have guessed it. Lily nodded and hummed. There was no disappointment in her voice. Unfortunately, as you answered wrong, we will have to throw this number away without giving you a score, Mr. Strange said with his strange accent. And now, we will move to couple number 2. Miss Airy, if you please, choose the number you want. Caught off guard, Airy let out a strange voice. And number 1, please. Because Max is number 1. She continued, pumping her fists to increase her courage. All right, number 1. How bold, saying that her boyfriend is number 1 here. Huh? But I like it. So let's see what's behind number 1. Just like before, a screen popped in front of the boy. This time, it appeared in front of Maxwell. He was startled for a second before reading the question and answered it quickly. Afterward, he sighed in relief and the screen disappeared. Is it an easy question? Max decided to ask the boy because he was curious. When the boy looked at him, he continued, and related to yourself, I guess? June was also interested, so he looked at Maxwell curiously. Yes, something like that. The blonde-haired boy nodded. It asked what my favorite breakfast is. As soon as he answered, Mr. Strange repeated the question on the screen. If you guess it correctly, you will get 5 score. It's lower than birthday, because this is something that you surely know. So what's the answer? Bacon and egg. Airy answered confidently, smiling brightly. Hee, I know this one. She giggled cutely. Bacon and egg. That was nice, I also like it. Mr. Strange nodded in acknowledgement. But, is that the answer? Let's see. Bacon and egg. The strange man stepped to the side and a fast drum beat, adding tension to the atmosphere. After 3 seconds, the answer appeared on the screen. It's correct. The colors changed so fast as if it danced, celebrating the correct answer. I did it. Airy looked happy with it, while Queenie huffed. My turn, the idol said. Confidently. Mr. Strange chuckled strangely and continued the quiz. There were a total of 25 questions. And now, 23 of them have already been answered. Their temporary scores were shown on the screen. Breeze x Lily Pixel, 125. June x Queenie, 140. Maxwell x Airy, 130. Some pairs answered a question wrongly, resulting in the scores not as high as it was supposed to be. Now, only 2 questions left. Lily and Airy had the last chance to catch up to Queenie if they got a question with a high score. Now, Miss Lily, between number 10 and 20, which one will you choose? Please think carefully. One of them has a 25 score and the other has a 5. This is your last chance to win this game. Lily gulped, her body tensed. This was the last chance. She wanted to win this, but which had a higher score? She didn't know. Something like this. She disliked something that wasn't clear like this. Choosing between 2 choices has always been hard, especially for her. But she had to choose. If she didn't, then she would be eliminated. I choose 10, she said without hesitation, a gamble she took after remembering Max. He loves to gamble at times like this. And losing this game isn't a problem. I can always win the next one. Number 10. Let's see the question. As Mr. Strange said that a screen appeared in front of Max. He had gotten used to this now, so he wasn't surprised. But upon reading the question, he couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. The other 2 boys, who had gotten close after talking for a while, looked curious. But they didn't say anything as they noticed a longing and sad look on Max's face as he typed his answer. Getting the answer from Max, Mr. Strange couldn't help but pause and looked back. He wondered if it was okay to do this, but as the answer arrived, then that meant Max had given his permission. Putting on a big smile, Mr. Strange acted professionally and opened the question. Number 10. What is your lover's parents' name? The score is 25, the highest one. Congratulations, Miss Lily. If you are able to answer this difficult question that shows how deep your bond with your partner is, you will win this game. Lily looked at the darkness and smiled. She already knew the answer. The answer is. She sounded confident and answered quickly, I don't know. That was why when she said that, the audiences and the other two participants were confused. She didn't know? That was what they were thinking. But that's correct. The dancing lights showed that her answer was correct. How could that be? Everyone must be confused. The one who said so was Max, who stepped out of the darkness and stood beside Mr. Strange after the host sent a small message to him to explain his answer. The answer I don't know is correct, because I never knew who my parents are. He explained shortly, and the audiences understood. Some felt pity at him. He noticed their gazes and only smiled. Max didn't plan to sell his sad story to the internet, but he needed to explain it to validate Lily's answer to win this game. Besides, this wasn't a secret. If only the question is who my guardian is, then I would answer Chef Rush without hesitation. But this is parent, and well, I don't know anything about them. Though, I think I need to care a little bit. I should try to find their identities, whether they are still alive or not. Just for the sake of thanking them for giving birth to him. And if they were good people, he'd like to help them a little bit. And so, the quiz ended with Lily's victory, putting them 2 points ahead of other couples. It's a wrap. Thank you for your hard work. We will continue shooting tomorrow. Chapter 447. Secrets stay as a secret if no one talk about it. After the second game was wrapped, everyone returned to the hotel. The cast gathered in the outdoor restaurant, having dinner together. The quiz segment lasted for a few hours, and they were exhausted, although all they did was sit behind the booth and answer some questions. I was about to win. Why are you so lucky, White Lily? Tell me. Queenie whined loudly, her face flushed red from drunkenness. The idol girl drank as soon as she arrived at the restaurant to rid off her frustration from losing twice in a row against Lily. Knowing her personality from her boyfriend, Max laughed. June couldn't help but face-bombed and apologized for her behavior. Confused by why Queenie was adamant to beat her, Lily asked, bluntly, do you hate me? Everyone but Max was taken by a surprise at her question and bluntness. But no one wondered why she asked that. Queenie had been targeting Lily since they first met. It was no wonder that Lily thought the idol girl hated her. But Queenie was the most surprised one. Who said that? I will beat them up. How can I hate someone I respect? Such nonsense. She mumbled a few names that passed her mind and glared at June the last. I didn't say that to her. The blue-haired boy quickly waved his hand in denial. He didn't want to anger his girlfriend. Respect, Lily muttered and tilted her head. So you don't hate me? Queenie put down her drink and stared at Lily. Her lips curled into a smile as a strange laugh escaped. She quickly slammed her mouth shut and averted her gaze. It's not like I like you either. Just, you're the one who inspired me to become an idol. Your songs helped me get out of a slump, so I respect you. That's all. Hearing that, Lily became happy. So she doesn't hate me. Noticing that, Max held her hand. Good for you. I thought she hated me, so I became worried. I quite like everyone and want to become friends, after all. Aries' ears perked up when she heard Lily. And me too. I am quite shy and don't have a lot of friends, so I'd like to become friends. If possible. She added the last one in a low voice, but everyone still heard her. As proof, Lily beamed in a smile and took her hands, shaking them. Let's be friends then. Queenie's eyes were bloodshot. She wanted to join, shaking hands and laughing together. She also wanted to be their friend. It was hard to get a genuine friend when one became so famous. Why don't you be honest? You want to be with them, right? June whispered, teasing her. For the record, we have exchanged contact and made a group chat. The boys, I meant. Ugh, that's unfair. The idol girl groaned. Then, she drank her shot in one go and shouted. I also wanted to become friends. Grown up, but reserved. The girls had few friends to talk with, so they acted like a high school girl even though they were old enough to drink. Looking at them, Max laughed. His girlfriend had changed, in a better way. In the past, she wouldn't even say that. She would wait for someone to extend their hands to her. But now, Lily was the one who extended her hand. Princess Peach and Knight Letitia probably became the triggers for breaking her out of her small friendship circle. Let's count fair and out. That girl is just too wild. Their small party continued until 11 p.m. Everyone retreated to their room after that, while Max stayed behind to enjoy the night beach alone. He finally had time to think about the glimpse of the future. Sound of waves hitting rocks and corals was pretty calming. Max sat on one of the rocks which wasn't hit by the wave and looked at the darkness in front of him. He opened his system and watched the video once. Again, just like the first one, he saw Atlas and Farron first. Only then did he saw a grand stage where he exited a capsule, followed by Lily. What did it mean? He didn't know. When? That was also a question that needed to be answered. But he was glad that he didn't know when this would happen. He preferred to stay ignorant of the future to enjoy its surprise. Bad or good? Playing the video for the third time, Max realized something strange in Atlas' words. Going back once. Where? Game. No, that's not it. And the fact that Farron looked sad is strange. What did she mutter there? Let's try to hear it. Yeah, just throw this ball of time away in that trash bin. There. Max narrowed his eyes. His greatest streamer system was something strange and mysterious. He didn't know how it worked. Before that, even his reincarnation was also strange. It couldn't be explained by science or anything. But time travel could be explained. In science theory, it could be achieved. Did they time travel? He mused, getting amused by his own thoughts. He wanted to call Atlas and ask him about this, just like how Lily asked Queenie whether she hated her. However, he wasn't that reckless. He had his own secret to keep, and it wouldn't be fair if only he knew the other party's secret. Or maybe Atlas and Farron already knew about his secret too. They always act as if they know everything, so it's not that strange and can be explained by this. I will just believe my own theory, but let's not change how I act around them. We're friends this time, and that's enough. If they never talked about it, even when both knew each other's secret, it was just like their secret was still safe. I don't think they know about my reincarnation, though. Maybe just my system. The former one is something I will take to my grave no matter what. After confirming his theory and once again confirming Lily's recovery, Max sighed in relief and returned to the hotel. Lily must have been waiting for him. Chapter 448, Treasure Hunt. The shooting on the second day started earlier than the first. All the cast and staff gathered near the hotel. They would start here today, and for some reason, they asked everyone to wear a swimsuit underneath their clothes or bring changes. Max was confused at first, but he quickly understood why they asked that. There must be a challenge where we will get wet. He thought as he looked at Mr. Strange. Good job. It's summer already, so the time is perfect. I never saw Lily in a swimsuit either, so I quite appreciate the support. He gave the host a secret thumbs up, and the strange man laughed. Welcome to another strange challenge by me, Mr. Strange. Today, we will test your wits and decision-making with many challenges. We have prepared a massive challenge. Even those with 0 points will be able to make a comeback if they win. A typical game reality show. The last game had the biggest point gain compared to the other games, allowing the loser to make a comeback. There will be many times you will sigh, shout, and even get angry. Only one couple will be dominated as the best couple. By my standard, that is, ha. Mr. Strange's speech and laugh managed to lift the participants' spirits. Queenie looked pretty fine even when she drank too much. Or not. Max chuckled after he saw June handed water to his girlfriend, trying to help her get better. Alcohol is evil. Fortunately, I don't drink any. Now, once again, I have hidden papers. Fun, right? Where would I hide it around this hotel? Guess it, couples. Rooms. Ari innocently answered with a low voice. Her face reddened in embarrassment. Or garden. Boo. Mr. Strange crossed his arms into an X shape. You're wrong. Any other guesses? It's obviously the sand. He buried the papers on the beach, and we have to find them. Queenie said, already looking better than before. So we're playing a treasure hunt. June added, nodding in understanding. Treasure hunt is correct, but I never buried the paper in the sand. Ha. That would be a great idea, but that won't be fun, no? Mr. Strange laughed in amusement. Then, he looked at Max and Lily. The current winner, Breeze and Lily Pixel. Any guesses? Lily hummed in wonder. Her eyes naturally moved to Max, who was smiling from the start. She pulled his sleeve. You know where it is? She whispered, her face close to his ear. From other people's perspective, it was like Lily telling Max the answer. And because he wanted to show her off, he had been waiting for this very moment. In the sea. You have hidden the paper under the water. Max answered confidently, and Lily backed away. They looked at Mr. Strange, waiting for his judgment. And, you're correct. They answered correctly. How did Max know? First, by eliminating the answers given by Airy and Queenie. Then, there was also a swimsuit. It can be used for a game. But then, they would ask us to wear it immediately if that's the case. The answer is that we will use them later to secure something that we need to finish the game. In this case, the paper instruction. To get the paper, they would have to go through a few challenges first. Now that's already settled. Phew, this time's participants are all smart. I thought they could finish any challenge easily. That's why I have prepared for this. Mr. Strange snapped his finger, and a screen appeared above him. It contained a map. This map showed the surrounding area from aerial view, and it was live broadcasted from the drone flying above. On the map, a few signs could be seen, connected by red dotted lines. At a glance, it looked like a treasure map often seen in a pirate movie. One of the images on the screen was Woah Culinary School, where Nina studied. We need to go there, he thought. You need to go to these places and follow the dotted lines to find a key. And then, the key will open the box that contains the paper you will need. Mr. Strange continued his explanation. In each location, there will be a test. And whoever finishes the test will get 1 CP. You can skip the location with no problem, of course. But, the CP will be gone. And you might or might not be able to open the chest containing the paper you need with the key you get from the location. Max listened attentively and understood the details. He just didn't know what they would get for getting the paper, but he pretty much understood the rules. There are 5 images with 5 different tests. Each test will give us a key and CP if we finish it. We can skip them, but we won't get the rewards. And the key can be used to open this chest containing the paper under the sea. Winning this challenge would take more than wits and smart thinking. Just like Mr. Strange said earlier, it also required one's decision-making. In short, struggle and finish all 5 tests to ensure the chest you found can be opened, or just finish one test and gamble it. There was no correct answer. Rely on your skill or luck. This time, everyone understood that the game had started even without Mr. Strange said anything, but none moved from their spot. They were discussing their strategy. As the other participants talked to each other, Max turned to Lily. Let's head to culinary school first. It's close, and we can use call for a friend again if the situation is disadvantageous. Good idea. Lily nodded in agreement. And about the keys? I honestly don't know what we should do with that, but I want to get at least 3 keys. That way we can have a higher chance to open the chest we can find in the sea. There might be an impossible test they had to skip. With 2 CP ahead of everyone, they could skip 2 tests and still have the same CP in case the other couple managed to finish all the tests. This was the best strategy to win this. Nodding to each other, they began to move. They jumped over the fence and headed straight for Woah Culinary School, leaving a dumbfounded crowd that didn't believe what they had just seen. Did they just jump over this fence? It's 3 meters tall. How? Wow. Murmurs spread quickly like a fire. Chapter 449, Tough Start. Woah Culinary School was 3 kilometers away from their seaside hotel. Max and Lily ran at a fast speed to the road. There, someone was waiting for them. Over here. Get in. It was Gloria, and she was wearing a bunny costume, the traditional one, with black stockings. However, instead of high heels, she was wearing comfortable sneakers, which looked slightly strange. Max nodded at Lily, and they jumped into the hover car. Go to Woah Culinary School. All right. It will take no longer than 5 minutes. After the door was closed, Gloria entered and immediately stepped on the accelerator. She didn't hesitate and even started to blast music. The scenery outside moved faster than when they were running. Having time to rest a little, Max finally decided to ask, "Can you really do this?" It was something he wanted to ask before, but wasting time wasn't wise. So he decided to ask now. He might be eliminated now, but that just means that he was unlucky trusting this girl. Yes, we're instructed to help participants in this stage. And we have a chance to appear in the program too with this. Gloria answered with a giggle. That reassured Max, but also invited another question. Why are you waiting on that road? The other guide should be in the set. I think I spotted 2 people with a tense expression before, wearing what seemed like reflective clothes to stand out among the others. Right. 2 hover cars were also parked nearby the hotel. At first, Max thought nothing of them. But now, he knew they were the guides to take the participants to the test area. Well, That road is the closest one to Woah Culinary School. If we start from the hotel, it will take us more than 10 minutes. But if you run to the road, it will only take 30 seconds. We save more than 5 minutes by doing that. Gloria explained. Her guide instinct kicked in. An explanation that Max could accept. Lily was surprised and let out a long "oh." But there was still a question that remained. Then, why are you wearing the bunny outfit? Gloria glanced at them and her tongue jutted out. Hee hee. I took the wrong costume and didn't bring my reflective vest. So to stand out, I wear this. Aren't I a genius? No, you're just a fool. Max retorted coldly, leaving no mercy for this disappointing woman. Mina, the guide shouted, looking surprised by his bluntness. But it worked. As proof, you recognized me right away. She's right, Ma Breeze. It worked. Lily nodded. It was unexpected for her to support Gloria. Miss Lily, I know you understand me. Gloria was on the verge of crying. HNN, bunny lovers should help each other. Lily smiled at the disappointing girl. And the costume is cute. I like it. All right. Max smiled wryly at his girlfriend. She loves bunnies. Of course she took Gloria's side this time. That led to a realization. If Lily is mad at me again, I should just dress like a bunny. Woah Culinary School's students were nervous. Bio Show, one of a big company PunchTube channel, had reached out to them for a collaboration of their event, Couple Paradise Island. They were told that they were going to get to do the cooking for the main event. A test to harass the participants and make them give up. The idea they had was to make a specialized meal for each participant, something they absolutely hated and disliked, so they wouldn't even touch it. A total of 6 participants meant they had to prepare 6 different meals. And it was easy for them, mainly because 4 of the 6 participants disliked food that was easy to find in their profile, due to them being idols and actors who shared their private lives. On the other hand, the 2 participants were hard to investigate. One of them was a famous streamer, while his girlfriend was an anonymous diva who recently revealed her face. Their information wasn't spread because they never talked about themselves. Fortunately, one of the students was close to the said streamer. You really saved us, Nina. Professor Mugio, the owner of the culinary school and a renowned chef, said with a relieved expression. He was an old man with a white beard, wearing a white chef uniform. He looked like a very gentle old man, but in the kitchen, he was like a war veteran. Ha ha ha, it's nothing, Professor. But please don't expect much. Ma, Breeze is one thing, but Lily is another. I don't know much about her food preference. The best I can do is try to make her dislike it. Nina said. The school was a bit worried, but it was all thanks to Nina that this worry was resolved. Oh right, why didn't you tell me your friend was such a famous streamer? Mugio asked. I didn't think it was important. I've known him for years, and we're just good friends. Besides, do I need to say that he's my friend? Would it have been a problem if I didn't? I just wanted to learn in this school and not bring any trouble for me or my friends. Mugio smiled wryly. Well, I can't argue with that. Sorry, Nina. There is indeed no need to announce that you're friends with a famous streamer. It's okay, Professor. Anyway, I better go. They will arrive soon. The meals are already prepared. It's okay to relax a little. No can do, Professor. This meal will only have an impact if it's hot, Nina said before leaving the professor behind. At first, she only did this to get a good grade. But then, she now also wanted to see Max's surprised face and his reaction to the food she prepared. It would be amusing. Nina stood behind a table with 2 trays. The trays were kept under a lid that kept the meal inside warm. There were 4 other people standing behind the individual table. Each person was responsible for each participant's meal. Only Nina was responsible for 2 because only she knew Max and Lily's preferences. Time seemed to pass slowly. But Nina, being the secret leader of Secretly Handsome Lair, knew better. Max would definitely arrive first. We've arrived. The door burst open and 2 people entered. It was Max and Lily. They were looking around, and their gazes stopped at Nina, who approached them. Welcome to Woah Culinary School test. She brought the tray to them and smiled brightly while they were confused. Now, for the test, please eat these meals I prepared. You need to eat them without leaving anything, and only then will I give the key to you. With that, she opened the lids of the 2 trays and revealed the meals inside. One was rush noodle, specially made with blue noodles. Max's name was written on the bowl. The other was a bright red rush noodle. Just from the color alone, one could imagine how spicy it was. Lily's name was written on the bowl. Upon seeing the blue noodles, Max's face crumpled in disgust. You're fucking kidding me. A curse escaped his mouth involuntarily, and as a reward for that, he got an elbow from Lily. Language. Chapter 450, Unfair Test. Max and Lily were brought to a seat. Their tester was grinning from ear to ear. Occasional giggles escaped her lips as she looked at both of them. Now please finish them. Only when I judge that they are finished will I give you the key. Of course, you can't help each other. Welcome to the disgusting dish test. Give up now if you want to. If you eat it, then we consider you to join the test. It's cheating. Max wanted to say that as he glared at Nina. Unlike other participants, whose dishes were probably prepared based on what they said they disliked on the internet, Max's dishes were prepared by his childhood friend, who knew his preference pretty well. In his life, this blue noodle was the worst version of rush noodle he ever had. He would get a stomach ache if he ate this. Whether he managed to finish or not, he would get a debuff. Lily, shall we give? Max turned to Lily and found her ate the spicy rush noodle with a red face. She turned to him and widened her eyes, slurping the noodle that was already in her mouth. What? She asked innocently, but all hope in Max's face had gone. He was as white as a sheet, his shoulders slumped in defeat. Shisasisasai, you can't escape now. An evil giggle escaped Nina's lips. She had planned this. As planned. Nina didn't know Lily's preference or the dish she disliked. All she could assume was that Lily probably didn't like spicy food, but that was also incorrect. Thankfully, she answered my question last night, and she actually likes spicy food. Nina thought. So, I changed my plan. Just force them to join the test, have Lily eat the noodle, and let Max suffer. Perfect plan to get a good grade. It was unfair? No, it was survival to the fittest. Because they were friends for a long time, they could do something like this. Besides, this test was actually prepared as a prank from BioShow. The school side also knew that and decided to do this disgusting dish test. Before long, Lily finished her dish and asked for water. Nina quickly prepared it, and the girl finished with a satisfied sigh. That was good. Thanks for the meal, Nina. Hee, you're welcome. I am glad you enjoyed it, but... Nina looked at Max, and her smile fell. Look at your boyfriend. He didn't even touch my dish. And here I prepared the noodles that you requested in our restaurant before. Breeze. You dislike it? Lily asked in a sad voice. Blue noodles. Lily thought it was a good idea, considering there was already spinach noodle with green color in Rush restaurant. When it was rejected, she felt sad. But she felt pretty happy when she saw the dish in front of her, becoming a part of the test. She thought that she could watch Max eat it. But he didn't even touch it. Max groaned. He was weak. Against Lily's sad voice, but this was related to his survival. How could he touch this abomination? It even appeared in his nightmare occasionally. Who in the right mind ate this thin, long, and blue stuff? Can you just do it for us? Nina has prepared it for you. Lily is correct. This is the dish I prepared with all my heart, using my new skills that I learned from this skill. Do you want to disappoint this friend of yours? Both girls teamed up to pressure him. Shit, this is unfair. If he didn't eat the dish, they wouldn't be able to advance. They would be stuck here while the other participants advanced. Without any choice, he grabbed the chopstick on the table. Prepare stomach ache medicine for me, he said with a serious face as he scooped the noodle at once. The fast-acting one, please. Hearing him, Nina laughed. She pulled out a pill and put it on the table alongside water. Here, I know you would ask for that, she exclaimed. Not knowing what happened, Lily just smiled because Max finally agreed to eat the dish. She was happy and pumped her fists. You can do it. And then, Max ate the noodles. Blurg. The toilet was flushing and Max emerged from within. He wasn't in a good condition and had to rest a few minutes. Lily looked at him worriedly. Her expression was full of guilt. She didn't know that it would be this bad. Are you okay, Ma Breeze? Even now, the camera still followed them. Not into the toilet, but in the hallway too. See their reaction. 5 minutes had passed since he finished the test and got a golden key from Nina, but they hadn't continued to the next one yet. I am not okay, but I can manage, he answered, trying his best to keep himself from vomiting once again. Twice was enough. Let's continue, Lily. We need to finish the other tests. But, your condition. I can still move. If I think I can't finish the test, then I will skip them, okay? Let's go to the hover car and rest inside. Lily looked at him worriedly before nodding. She knew that persuasion was useless when he was like this. They returned to the hover car where Gloria was waiting for and entered. The guide looked at them and asked, "Where should we go next?" "Ah, this is the map," she said, opening a large screen for Max and Lily to see. The Woah Culinary School had turned dim, leaving only 4 bright images on the screen. One of them was located in a forest, 2 looked like buildings, while the last one was on a beach a bit away from their location. That said beach was also where Mr. Strange hid the paper. The staff probably was waiting there with the host. "Let's take the beach last." The 2 buildings looked close to each other, but it's far from where we are. "Which means we take the forest test?" Lily finished his sentence, and he nodded. Listening to their conversation, Gloria nodded in understanding. Even she, the skilled guide, would go to the forest first to use time efficiently. "All right, Gloria," exclaimed, closing the map and starting the car engine. "Fasten your seatbelt. This ride will be a rocky one." Chapter 451, Make a Tent? Easy. A guide needed to be ready for the people they guide, so they had the fullest experience. However, a better guide would do better. They would prepare for any kind of situation, including the situation where they couldn't take their hover car off-road. Unlike cars with wheels, hover cars could only move on the built road. They couldn't float on dirt. This was one of the car's weaknesses. As a tropical island guide, that was unacceptable. There were many good locations located inside forests or places unreachable by road alone. So, there was a need to mod the car slightly. If they couldn't reach it by floating, they just needed to make the car able to be driven off-road. How? The answer was unexpectedly simple. Just add wheels. Woah! Gloria's car was also modded like that. With a press of button, wheels appeared and the car turned into something Max was familiar with, something that he was afraid of. His face paled when the guide drove into the forest like a madman. Fuck. I shouldn't agree to appear in this show. Max swore he would get a medical and traumatic fee from BioShow. He would force Mr. Taka to help him get that. This wasn't what he expected, but Max had pride. He didn't scream at all, even when he was scared. Not only scared for himself, but also for Lily. If this car crashed, both of them would be in danger. Thankfully, the road became better after a while, and the shaking disappeared. The car moved pretty stable, and Max heaved a sigh of relief. "Gloria," he called out to the guide, his voice lower than usual. "When we return, let's take the road." "But that would take a long. Please just do so. Taking our time is fine. We're still ahead of everyone," he insisted, not taking a no for an answer. Gloria looked disappointed, but she couldn't possibly say no to his request. All right. After all, she was only a guide, and Max was someone she guided. The journey from Woah Culinary School to the next test site took them more than 15 minutes, and it was after cutting through the forest to reach the test area. If they took the normal road, it would take them 30 minutes or more. When they arrived, Max got out of the hover car and looked at the clearing in front of him. There were some tents on the ground, 3 to be exact, and 1 already standing. A person appeared from within that tent. He was taller than Max and wore tan clothes and pants. He also wore a dark cowboy hat and had a machete strapped on his waist. Ha! His laugh boomed through the surroundings. "Welcome, fledgling, to my camp test." The person introduced himself as Charlie, a camping instructor. He explained the test's content while laughing boisterously. Max was happy with this test. Unlike the previous one, this test was probably easier to manage. All you have to do is to make the tent and give it flooring. Then, lit the bonfire in front of the camp. Simple, right? All the needed equipment is already prepared. If you are finished, just call my name. Go and do your best. Freedom. After shouting freedom, Charlie jumped into his own tent. His head appeared from within, and he snored. Looking at him, he was like a turtle. Max decided to ignore the tester and turn to Lily. "It seems that he wants us to prepare the tent for camping," he said, explaining it to her because she looked confused with the short explanation from earlier. "Ooh." She nodded in understanding. Easy to understand. Can you do it?" When asked that, Max couldn't help but grin. But that grin soon turned into a frown as his stomach rumbled. Everything he ate was just pushed out when he vomited earlier. Lily giggled at the sound. "I'll take that as a yes." Indeed, Max could make a tent alone. This type of tent hadn't changed from the one in his past life. However, making the bonfire seemed to be easier. There was a tool to light the fire easier than even a normal lighter. Looking at the equipment for a while before getting to move, he skillfully arranged the tent and made a flooring made of tarp and sleeping bag. Then, he exited the tent and made a bonfire. Everything was finished in 15 minutes or so, showing his experience at making the tent. Done. Max nodded in satisfaction as he looked at his work. His tent was put up pretty well. Even if there was wind blowing, it would stay in place. Wow, that's fast. Lily expressed her amazement. Are you used to this? You can say that. He nodded, remembering when he first ran away from home in his past life. I lived in a tent within the woods at that time, and I often went camping to find good parkour spots, like a ruin or cliff. That was fun. Money wasn't something he had at that time, so camping was cheaper than lodging. After tidying the unused equipment, Max and Lily, Charlie, were done. Discover hidden content at Empire. Huh. The tester looked dumbfounded as he opened his eyes. Already? He asked, checking time on his smartwatch. It's less than 20 minutes, though. How can you finish that fast as a first-timer? I never said that I am a first-timer. Max smirked at the tester. The key, please. We need to move to the next test. Charlie still couldn't believe what he heard and jumped out of his tent. When he was greeted by a complete one, with the bonfire burning, he couldn't help but accept that the couple had indeed finished setting up the tent. You're not lying. He muttered in surprise before laughing loudly. Congratulations. You deserve this gold key. Charlie handed the key to Max with a large smile. He applauded for a few seconds before diving into his tent again. Freedom. Max laughed loudly with Lily. They walked back to the hover car while imitating Charlie when they entered. Freedom. Chapter 452. Follow them to find me. All participants moved to different tests at the start of the game. Max went to the Woah Culinary School first because it looked pretty close to run to from the hotel. However, the two other couples knew they could take a car, and the closest location to reach using the car was the two tests in nearby buildings. Each took a different test not to meet each other, and they finished at the same time to finish the other test. Due to the test's difficulty, they only managed to finish one test. Unlike Max, who got lucky to get two easy tests, the first was a nightmare while the second was something he was skilled at. As a result, Max and Lily finished two tests and reached the third location in just an hour. And there, he met the couple who was just about to take the same test. Max and the blue-haired boy let out a surprised voice when they met each other. They nodded and entered the building together. Lily waved her hand at Queenie while the girl averted her gaze. She couldn't act as if she hated Lily anymore after her drunk outburst last night. So, Max initiated a conversation as they walked to the test area by following the arrows set by the staff inside the building. Did you get any key yet? One, from the other building. June answered with a laugh. How about you? Is the test from where you came from hard? Sighing, Max replied. One of them was, the other one was easy for us. He vomited from the first test, and he finished the second test without a problem. June and Queenie looked at Max. Their gazes said it all. Yeah, I know it's funny, Max said, shrugging his shoulders. However, that wasn't what the couple was thinking. They looked at each other and whispered, Hey, is the first test that hard? June, do you think we can skip it? I think we should. The second sounds easy though. What should we do? We will do both. But, which tests did they take? Should we ask? June proposed as he looked at where Max was. But when he looked back, Max was already gone somewhere with Lily. Both of them were left alone, and Queenie blinked. What the? Why were we even whispering? She complained. On the second floor, Max could hear the scream and sigh. He made the correct decision, leaving them there. Are they okay? Lily asked worriedly and innocently, forgetting that the other couple was essentially their enemy right now. They would be fine. I mean, they are adults and can make their own decisions. That's right. Lily nodded. Then, she looked around at the somehow white space on the second floor. What should we do here? Max hummed and looked around. There was no tester in sight. And there was nothing, no more than an empty room with white wall. Only at one spot was it filled with colors. Max looked at the wall closely. He felt like this was the clue to the test. He narrowed his eyes to observe it closely. Paint buckets could be seen. They were actually lying around with colors spilling out of them. Were they asked to paint the room? That was impossible, right? But his question was answered by a ding of a screen. A screen, large enough for both Max and Lily to see, appeared. Find me. Lily repeated the words written on it out loud and tilted her head in confusion. Find who? Find me. Max was also confused. At that moment, the couple they left behind arrived. Queenie wanted to burst into anger, but then she saw the screen and sighed. Again, her shoulders slumped down. Max looked at her, who apparently knew this test, and smiled. Mind sharing what you mean by again? He hoped the other couple would be as innocent as Lily or a natural airhead like Ari. But that was just his hope. Queenie looked at him and averted her gaze, as if we would tell our competitor about it. Find it yourself, she said and took June's hand. Let's go. We will leave them here now. Apparently, she didn't like being left behind. June laughed bitterly as he was dragged away. Looking at them, Max nodded at Lily and followed them. The idle girl noticed it after a few seconds and stopped. She looked back and pointed at Max and Lily. Why are you following us? Why? Even if you say that, our goal is the same, and you seem to know something. That's why we follow you. Lily nodded. No rule said we can't follow the other couple. Indeed, there was no rule not to follow the competitor when they clearly knew something. All was fair in this game, as long as it was within the boundaries, that was. Queenie groaned. She had no way to retort to that. She only had one way to stop them. Then just follow us. We will stay here until the end of the game. It's okay. Lily can stay here with you while I move around to find the game. We also have 2 keys already, so we can gamble them at the end of the line. Max's smile widened as he looked at Lily. You don't mind, right? I can talk to Queenie about singing, so I don't mind. All right, I'll leave Lily in your care, he said and waved his hand. But before he left, Queenie groaned and shouted. So frustrating. Let's just go together. Hearing that, Max smirked. As planned. June only smiled from the start. He seemed to notice Max's plan, but didn't say anything. In the end, the 4 of them moved together. Max used this chance to ask about Find Me identity. The answer was as expected and not surprising at all. Stay updated through Empire. It's the key. Queenie answered shortly, still in the bad mood after being played earlier. I see. That wasn't too surprising. And the other building has the same quiz? Yes. June nodded. He finally spoke. It took us an hour because we didn't know what we should find. Only when we stumble upon a note and 3 keys that we understand. That was indeed something that could make one go mad. The couple tried to find someone, while they actually had to find keys. If Max had no clue about this, he would probably end up wasting time here. 2. Looking around, Max tried to find this note and noticed something on the ceiling. Guys, is that the key? He asked, pointing upward. There were 2 keys hanging on a ceiling by the thread, and plastered on the ceiling was a note with "You found me" written. That's indeed the key. June nodded. How easy. The key we found on the other building was hidden pretty well, and not in an open space like this. Hey, June, don't say anything more than that. Queenie stopped him from disclosing it any further. Realizing his mistake, June shut his mouth and looked at Max. No worries. Max waved his hand. They could find the key in the other building alone later. Cheating wasn't fun at all. We will find it ourselves, but there was still one problem. How could we get those keys? The ceiling was 5 meters high. Even if Max jumped with all his strength, he wouldn't be able to grab the key. At that moment, Lily, who had been quiet since earlier, spoke up. You can throw me. Gymnastic style. Everyone's attention was focused on her at once. June and Queenie couldn't believe what they heard while Max nodded firmly. That's a good idea. This time, the other couple looked at Max. Are they crazy? Queenie thought. Chapter 453, Onward. To the beach. Max and Lily weren't normal by any means. They were fearless and prepared for the jump. Without any hesitation, Lily stood on Max's shoulders. This alone made them closer to the key, just around 30 centimeters more. Hey, short jump would do the trick. Are you ready, Lily? Anytime. Max let go of Lily's legs, and she jumped. It was enough to reach one of the keys and grab it. The momentum died down at that moment, and she fell. Fortunately, Max was ready below her. He caught her gently in a princess carry, and they smiled at each other. Got it. Nice. She giggled happily as he set her down. All right, now that we get it, let's move to the next test. Max said and walked away. Wait. Obviously, Queenie was the one who yelled. She even extended her hand and caught Lily's hand to prevent her from walking away. What about our key? What will you do about that? HNN, please release my hand. Lily said, looking at her hand. It hurts a bit. Oh, sorry. Queenie apologized and released her hand. Thank you. After saying that, Lily walked again and Max followed. Once again, Queenie shouted. Hey, I said wait. I asked you, what about our key? How do we get it? Max stopped and looked back. Like we did? Or if you're afraid, just take a ladder or something. I believe you can find it on this floor. Like you did? You mean us? The idol girl pointed at herself and June, whose body wasn't as built as Max to match the aesthetic sense of his fans. June would break if I stood on his shoulders. And I thought you would help us take the key because we helped you. When? Lily asked directly. Huh? When did you help us? Earlier? I mean, we took you to the key and told you about the other building test. Queenie answered hesitantly. Sweat formed on her forehead. We just followed you, our opponent. And we never asked about the test in the other building. Your boyfriend said it himself. Right. Lily looked at June, asking for confirmation. Humming for a second, he nodded. Yes, that was my mistake. The idol said, smiling wryly. He turned to his girlfriend. Come on, Queenie. We will be able to get the key ourselves. Just as Breeze had said, there surely will be a ladder somewhere. We will find it and use it to get the key. Feel free to go, both of you. We will be fine. Good to know. Good luck. Good luck. Both Max and Lily wished good luck before leaving. When they walked downstairs, they could hear a loud scream from above. It was Queenie's voice. Lily looked back and looked guilty. I feel bad for them, she said, but we're rivals. And rivals don't help each other. It will just hinder her growth. She nodded firmly, convincing herself. Right? They are our opponents now. Only after this game is over will we become friends again, Max said, patting Lily's head. He was glad that Lily understood it. They shouldn't help each other in this kind of competition. Rather, trash talk was recommended. They moved to the second building. When they were entering, they saw Maxwell and Ari walking out. The girl looked pretty happy. Hello. Good luck at finding the key. Ari, the natural earhead, pumped her fists. It's a bit hard. Thank you. We will do our best to get the key. Maxwell just nodded and they left. Their conversation was that short. Max felt that it was a shame that the other participants were so passive. Was it because they weren't streamers? They were idols and actors. Only Queenie looked pretty interesting, but she alone couldn't make this challenge fun. Max became a bit bored halfway and just focused on having a vacation game with Lily. He even forgot that it was a challenge since they finished the second test. Finding the key in this building was pretty easy. After knowing that it was on the second floor, Max and Lily moved separately to cover a larger area. She managed to stumble upon a strange wall with a hole. The cover wasn't put up perfectly, so it was easy to spot. Maybe they had to thank Ari and Maxwell for being so clumsy. Discover hidden tales at Empire. After obtaining the fourth key, they met with Gloria again, and she drove them to the last test location, the beach. Max and Lily looked pretty happy. They could swim and do something fun on the beach. And this would be their first time together. Although it was a part of work, it was still enjoyable. As much as he liked mountains and urban areas, going to the beach still gave out an excitement. I will drive you to the changing area. We're instructed to do that so the participants could change into their swimsuits. Gloria explained as they drove through a proper road this time. Max and Lily looked at each other, wondering how this test would go. In less than a minute, they reached the place. It was a small hut for changing and storage. After Gloria stopped, she gave them the last instructions. Please head to the beach and meet Mr. Strange for the last test. Good luck. Thank you, Gloria. Thank you very much. Both of them bowed their heads slightly and walked to the changing room. The interior was pretty spacious. It was around the same size as their room in the hotel, which was pretty large. Max headed to the one for men, while Lily entered the one for women. There was a large wardrobe and a full-body mirror in the room. In front of the mirror was a table for makeup, and there were many kinds of makeup tools. Max ignored those and went to the wardrobe. Inside were different swimsuits with different colors. He understood that the staff prepared those. Because he already brought one with him, he only needed to wear it. He didn't want to make them wait, so he did it pretty quickly. While wearing the swimsuit, he thought about how it would be fun to see Lily's swimsuit. He waited outside, and Lily came out 2 minutes later. He almost dropped his jaw at the sight. She wore a cute one-piece swimsuit, a bikini. It had a frilly design on the chest area. But that wasn't the problem. The problem was the color and design. It was black, and the design resembled a bunny. It had a small white ribbon on the chest area and another at the back, right under her neck. Her black hair was tied into a bun, a bit messy but still cute. Are you ready? She asked, looking at Max. Max, are you okay? She tilted her head and approached him. Yes, I'm fine. It's just, I didn't expect you to wear something like that. Hmm? You don't like it? Do you want me to change? She looked sad and disappointed. I quite like the ribbon that resembles bunny ears, but it's okay if you don't like it. No, I love it. You look very cute, Lily. Keep it. Really? I'm glad. She smiled happily and took his hand. Then let's go. We have a last test to pass. All right, all right. They walked together to the beach. The last test of Couple Paradise Island should be waiting for them. Chapter 454, Beach Test. Mr. Strange was standing on the edge of the beach with his hands on his hips. He was looking at the sea, and the staff was holding a camera in front of him. When Max and Lily approached him, the staff gave a sign, and the host suddenly spoke. Sea is where life came from. Max halted 2 meters away from him, and he also stopped Lily. The cutscene begins. He whispered to her, and she nodded in understanding. People shouldn't disturb the last boss cutscene. If they press skip, they probably wouldn't be able to know how to defeat it. That was why Max listened quietly. He only disturbed a small fry cutscene. That was his rule. We all came from a single cell from the sea. The scientist said that, but I think that's a ruse. We don't know where we came from. Life is a gamble, and I believe that you have come here to gamble by just finishing the last test, don't you? No, we've gathered 4 keys, and this is the last one. Lily answered innocently, and Mr. Strange paused. The staff also looked panicked. The script wasn't correct. One of the staff moved his mouth like a fist after Gloria appeared behind him. Humming, Mr. Strange turned around. A silly sunglasses with a big nose and exaggerated mustache adorned his face. It looked sillier because he also wore his baseball cup. So you're the humans who take no chances. Challengers, not a gambler then. But I love gotcha. This time, it was Max who said silly stuff. Silence reigned once again. Mr. Strange glared at Max. His gaze said it all. Don't disturb me when I am reading my script. Max only chuckled. He couldn't help but do that after Lily interrupted him before. The staff also laughed, giving thumbs up to him. The IRL cutscene continued after Mr. Strange coughed into his hand. Let's just explain the test. He gives up. Max thought. Poor Mr. Strange. But this would add the funny moment in the video. The last test was pretty easy. The participants just needed to find the key at the bottom of the sea. They were hidden around the corals. Find your next read on Empire. Before diving, everyone was required to wear a diving suit. They would also be accompanied by a professional to ensure their safety. Mountaineering was one thing, but diving was another. Max wasn't really confident in it, so he was grateful to have a professional to help. Now go. That blue sea shop over there will help you. Max and Lily immediately ran to the store to get dressed in a diving suit. Getting dressed in it was slightly difficult. The professional that accompanied them helped them to wear it. Then, they immediately ran toward the boat waiting for them. The professional diver followed behind them, clearly left behind. There was no oxygen tank. There was no need to. It was now replaced by a tiny tube which allowed the diver to breathe by placing it in their mouth. And, not to be mistaken, its capacity was around thrice that a normal oxygen tank from Max's past life could hold. Everyone ready? The boat driver asked everyone, and they nodded. It departed from the beach toward the vast ocean. But it didn't go too far from the shore. Max and Lily had no diving license, and they could only dive the sea with 5 meters depth. Arriving at the diving place, the professional diver gave them instructions on how to dive. He made sure that the participants understood the danger and how to deal with it. All right, we got it. In case of panic, don't move. Let the professional diver help you. Easy to understand. The professional diver jumped into the water first, followed by Lily and then Max. They put the tube in their mouth and dove after wearing the goggles. Diving for the first time ever, Lily looked, amazed by the beautiful underwater world. Her eyes sparkled like a little girl when seeing the colorful coral reef. Meanwhile, Max looked calm. The world under the sea wasn't his first time, though he still found the world pretty. Sunlight passed through the surface, illuminating the beautiful world under. It was a paradise. Max and Lily looked around and swam forward when they found a school of fish. The corals were full of color, making the seabed look very pretty. Max spotted a starfish and a lobster living together in harmony. They were pretty harmless. Lily also found a big fish, the kind that Max was sure didn't exist in real life. But it wasn't the time for sightseeing. They had a job. The chest and the key wouldn't just appear in front of them. He looked at his girlfriend and communicated using a simple hand language. Down there. Key. Maybe. Okay. I will follow. Max nodded and began swimming down, looking for the key. It was gold in color, so it should be visible if it was near a white-colored coral. Unfortunately, it wasn't. It was as if the key was camouflaged. Max couldn't find it no matter how much he tried. He also didn't see any chest, the thing he was looking for. Looking at the clock, 5 minutes had passed, and he already had consumed half of his air supply. This is bad. I didn't find anything. Where's the key? Looking up, he could see Lily swimming down. She was pretty relaxed, so she still had a lot of air left. We are also exhausted. We can't search forever, or else we will run out of breath. Max wanted to find the key. As he narrowed his eyes, something sparkled beneath him. There. Swimming down, Max looked closely. It was the golden key. It was buried within a group of rocks and a small amount of sand. He grabbed it and showed it to Lily. When he turned around, she was diving toward a group of coral a bit away from him. She extended her hand and took something, a chest wrapped in plastic. She moved her hands excitedly. They managed to find both of the things they looked for easily. The professional diver saw it and gestured for them to return to the surface. Max nodded and followed him with Lily. Chapter 455, After Party. When they returned to the surface, a staff with the camera was ready. They climbed the boat and returned to the beach with the box and the last golden key. They didn't plan to open it on the boat. Max didn't know whether the last key was the perfect fit or not, so he planned to get all his keys first before trying. He would open it from the 5th key he got to the 1st key, the hardest test among the 5. And there were also the other 2 participants. When he arrived at the beach, Max immediately sought Mr. Strange to talk about it. Should we open the chest when all participants arrive, or should we open it now? That was a question that could change the editing. And Mr. Strange's answer was, just do whatever you want. This is a challenge, a competition. If you win before your competitors are here, that means you're just much better. And our editors are good. Leave it to him to edit it. This conversation wasn't recorded on camera. Max nodded at Mr. Strange and got the key from the changing room. He also got a jacket for Lily to wear. After getting the key, they returned to the beach and put the chest on the sand. He opened the wrapping and was about to open it when Lily spoke. Can I open it? Max looked at her and smiled. She looked like a little child who found a new toy. Sure. Start from the 5th key. Got it. Lily smiled and held the 5th key and inserted it into the hole. Cameras were focused on them. When she twisted the key, it didn't do anything. Wrong one. Max said, try another. She nodded and took the 4th key. It also didn't work. She frowned and used the 3rd key. When she twisted it, click, it opened. Lily beamed in a smile and turned to Max. She raised her hands and high-fived him. We did it. Good job. The winner of this couple Paradise Island was clear. They only needed to finish the last instruction in the paper. Read it, Max. Out of excitement, Lily called out to him. Max only smiled and took the paper, reading the instruction. Kiss your partner. A simple instruction. For a couple, kissing was something normal. Max looked at Lily and let her read the instruction herself. When she did so, her face reddened in embarrassment. Kissing was normal. She did it many times. With Max. But when there were so many people and cameras around, that became embarrassing. I am ready. Lily said, closing her eyes. She leaned toward Max. Her lips were puckered, and her arms were ready for a hug. Max didn't let her wait. He put his hand on her cheek and kissed her. A second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The participants watched them with a complicated expression. The girls were a bit jealous, while the guys were a bit envious. When Max pulled back, Lily looked like a ripe tomato. Her face was so red, but a wide smile was on her face. She was embarrassed but happy. She couldn't help but hide her face behind her palm. Breeze and Lily Pixel pair is the best couple in Couple Paradise Island, Mr. Strange announced, and the crowd clapped their hands and cheered. The host walked toward them and shook their hands. Congrats. You two are really good, and a cute couple. Thank you. Thank you. Max and Lily said. Her face reddened even more after Mr. Strange gave the compliment. After that, the other 2 couples arrived. Maxwell and Ari managed to get their key and the chest. But they weren't fast enough, as first place was taken. They ended up being the 2nd place while June and Queenie ended last. Explore more adventures at Empire. The reason they came last was because of June's injury and Queenie's fear of high places. In the end, they couldn't jump from the building. They had to use a ladder, as Max suggested. But the time spent to do that made them lose the match. The last game finished, and the day came to an end. After the staff did a quick interview with the couples, they were sent back to the hotel to have their rest. Are you okay? In the hotel's restaurant, Max asked June worriedly. Queenie had to support June with her shoulder as he limped. The staff also helped by carrying their luggage, so they didn't have to do anything. Ah, thanks for asking. I just twisted my ankle, nothing much. I just stepped down the ladder too fast. It also won't have a lasting effect. According to the scan result, I will be able to walk normally tomorrow. Is that so? That's good then. Max didn't feel guilty at all. They were competing against each other. Accident was normal, and June was just unlucky. Though losing the reality show sucked, June seemed to have fun. But his girlfriend wasn't too happy about it. Ugh, I will definitely win the next challenge. The idol girl drank too many beers and got tipsy. In front of her were 3 empty glasses, while the other just finished around half of their drink. Still, no one said anything. It was the after party. The restaurant was filled with staff members. No one but people in the industry watched her. Lily, Ari, drink with me. Ugh, it's my fault. If only I am not afraid of heights, June wouldn't be injured, Queenie said, sobbing so suddenly. June, I am sorry, baby. I will repay you tonight in bed. Who, how bold. Max teased as a smirk appeared on his face. Hey, Queenie. We're outside. Please keep your voice down. What? It's normal, right? We're all adults here, and all of us have lovers. There is nothing strange about talking about that. Queenie complained, her face red from drunkenness. But still, I will repay you tonight. That's final. June's voice died down under Queenie's forceful invitation. Ari blushed, while Lily looked down. Her face was also red as she glanced at Max. Max knew where this was going and changed the topic. The party was pretty fun. Everyone got drunk in the end and returned to their own room. The next day, everyone woke up late but looked refreshed. Chapter 456, Void Box. And so I am back. Took you long enough. Welcome back. You. It's been a week, Breeze. Lovely Otter has donated 500 diamonds. Welcome back. I enjoyed the concert and the event. Stinky has donated 1,000 diamonds. It's boring without your live stream. Glad you are back. Thank you, Otter and Stinky. It can't be helped. I am too tired and have a job out of the city. I only returned 3 days ago, but decided to rest with Lily first. Max explained, leaning his back against the chair. And look, my punch tube still uploads every day now. It had been a week since the concert. It was now July 16th. Just as Max explained to the chat, he was resting. He mainly wanted to stay with Lily and tried how long she could be in VR, and found out that she could only game 2 to 3 hours a day before. Getting really tired due to her condition. Now that everything was stable, he returned to streaming and would play another masterpiece of a game. Actually, there are a few games I wanted to try, but let's hear your opinion, guys. Max pulled out a game list, something he had prepared for today, and put it beside him. The camera panned out, making sure the screen was visible to the viewers. Because of my atrocious experience with magic. Atrocious experience, LOL. He got traumatic kek. I can't deny that. He grinded that long only to quit because of the strange puzzle. The lack of hint is really frustrating. I want to play another game with a magic challenge. Leaving it unfinished leaves a bad taste in my mouth. I want to finish at least a game, so I prepared this list. The chat spammed with questions and comments, and Max waited until the chat slowed down, then started explaining. He was not sure which one would interest him, and so he left it up to his viewers to decide. He listed off 3 games from the list, each with a short description and a screenshot. The chat exploded once more as the viewers argued about what game Max should play. Some recommended games from the list, some even suggested games that were not on the list. After waiting for 10 minutes, Max was not sure which game would win, so he decided to let his viewers vote. He put up a poll for his viewers to choose. The choices were Magic Chess, a turn-based strategy game with magic. Elements, Mysteries of the Deep, an adventure game based on deep-sea exploration. Void Box, a first-person adventure horror game set in a ghost town. Experience new stories on Empire. All had a self-explanatory description. The third one was the most interesting. It was a story about an exorcist combating ghosts. And the choice was made. Void Box seems interesting. We can see Breeze get scared, LOL. Lol, right. The ghost is pretty scary. Yeah, choose Void Box, Breeze. It sounds fun. Buy it. Max looked at the chat and nodded. Voidbox, a horror game with magic elements. He was quite interested in it too. All right, I will buy it. He bought the game and downloaded it. The game's launch start was slightly different from other games. It had ghost elements and lightning framing the start button. Without hesitation, he entered the game Voidbox. His sight twisted. He saw a spiral in front of him before realizing he was standing in the middle of a Victorian city. Rain fell down on him as he raised his hand to feel it. This was something new. Max looked around and noticed that he was in fact not alone. An instruction window appeared beside him, and there was also someone sitting away on a bench in front of a park not far from him. Ignoring the man, he read the letters written on the floating window. Fear has spread across the old London city. Find a cause. It's your job as an exorcist to chase fear and cure people's mind. Objective, follow the tutorial. Easy to understand. A guide light appeared in the form of a floating blue fire, fitting the strange atmosphere of the game. Okay, this game is already better with this guide. Let's see. Would I change my mind later? Max said as he began to follow the fire. Game has guide equals better than the Spellbound Academy LOL. It's so easy to please you. No wonder this game has a good review. It has guides. Nod nod. The graphics and effects are so good. I totally am buying this game. The problem is, how is the enemy? Max walked through the dark city of London, entering a dark alleyway between two tall buildings. Heaps of trash were lying on the sides. The smell was slightly bearable because it was washed away by the rain already. The fire guide ended in the middle of the alleyway. When Max arrived at that place, something shone from between heaps of trash. His eyes shone at that light. They have clues, he exclaimed, jumping toward the light like a moth into fire. He's like a kid finding a new toy. He's so cute. I want to have him at home. Lily Pixel thought otherwise. Sing better than the diva before getting him home. Oh, I want to screenshot this so badly. Max read the chat, but ignored them. He looked between the trash and found the shiny thing. It was a card. More specifically, a tarot card. What is T? Objective updated. You have found the source of fear. Exorcise it. As he was thrown in confusion by the sudden message, a howl rang. From behind him, the wind became wild. It swirled around the alleyway at one spot, sending all the trash flying in the sky. Alert! Max stepped backward and looked at where the wind was, shielding his face with his arm. Through the gap, he was able to see it condensed into a humanoid form and floated mid-air. Its head was elongated as if it was being stretched. When looking closely, it wasn't only its face that was elongated, but also its whole body. It was compressed into a stretch. Zuzuzu. Ding. Tutorial start. Defeat the wind spirit with an exorcism tool. Chapter 457. Exorcism is easy. The world froze as the tutorial started. In Max's hand, the tarot card glowed and a window popped up. The instruction to use the exorcism tool, in the form of the card, appeared. Wave the tarot card to use the exorcism tool. Following the instruction, Max moved his right hand and waved it, trying to activate the card. But the moment he did so, he failed. There was a system prompt saying that he failed to use the tool. It didn't work? He wondered, and tried again. The card shone brightly, and an energy ball materialized in the air. Max looked at it with a satisfied smile, and a hint appeared. Aim and fire. It was clear what he had to do, so he did just that. He aimed at the wind spirit and shouted, "Fire!" The energy ball shook and the world moved. At that moment, the energy ball flew toward the wind spirit. While traveling, it became bigger and bigger, until it swallowed the spirit and disappeared. The wind and rain disappeared. Your journey continues with Empire. Somehow, the tense and heavy atmosphere disappeared right after that. Max stood in the middle of the alleyway. A notification appeared in front of him. Congratulations. Tutorial complete. Objective: head to the next destination. The guide fire appeared in front of him again, prompting him to move out of the alleyway. Well, so wave your tool and kill your enemies? The combat is so simple. I hope it changes later. While I am a bit amazed by the effect, will the combat get better? I want to see Breeze jump around and wave the tool. Don't worry guys, that was just a tutorial. I bet Breeze will jump and fool around later. Max also thought the combat was a bit simple for a game like this. He hoped that there would be a better one. Maybe each tool will give a different effect, and maybe the way to activate them isn't similar to each other. Because he was still in a tutorial and hadn't seen any void box video yet. He wasn't sure of it. However, that should be the case. The review section was filled with satisfied players. If the combat was just as easy as waving a card, the game wouldn't have a high rating. Following the trail of blue fire, he found himself walking toward the park he saw when he first entered the game. Many people were out on the street. They were wearing fancy clothes, a set of suits, and a tall hat for men and dresses for women. In the men's hand, there was a cane to complete their fashion. Max looked at them and nodded. Now that the strange spirit disappeared, it seemed like people were willing to walk out. When he arrived at the park, someone was waiting for him. That someone was a man, dressed similarly to other people. However, rather than a suit, he was wearing a black overcoat that extended near his ankle. Good work. The world froze once again as a window popped in front of Breeze. Choose your name. It was the first game since Knight's Journey that asked his name and didn't use his default one. Now I have high hopes for this game. For some reason, inputting a name before playing the actual game gave him nostalgia and made him think that the developers were creating the game seriously. It was just a small matter, but that changed his perspective of the game. Breeze. Name input. Damn, the game has it. I never expect this good feature. No way he doesn't use I am not Breeze and just settle on Breeze. He wasted a chance to make a meme name. TSK, TSK, TSK. Everyone in the chat was focusing on the strange part, making Max groan. Even if he could, he wouldn't change his name. Don't mind the little details, guys, he said as he pressed OK. Breeze. The low-level evil wind spirit has been vanquished. The fear is cleared off, and peace has returned to our lovely London city. Even the NPC's accent was thought of. Max nodded in satisfaction that the game was just as he liked it. Yet there's still wickedness in our fair city. We exorcists must prepare accordingly. Take this coin and procure your chosen exorcist tools from the third stall at London Market. Speak to the clerk thus. Spirits stand beside us. Fear has no place in this realm. The man handed a few gold coins to Max. Understood. Max's character spoke by itself. He put his right hand on his left chest. May spirit be with you. May spirit be with you. 15 gold coins obtained. New objective. Objective. Buy an exorcist tool from Spirit's friends. After the announcement appeared, the man melted into darkness and disappeared. Max looked at his spot for a while before turning around, finding a trail of blue fire toward a large building at the end of the street. Somehow, I can choose my second weapon by myself, he said quietly as he walked down the street. He wasn't in a hurry. Taking his time to look at the surroundings, Max also chatted with his viewers, as it had been a week since he last live-streamed. The effect could be seen from his viewers. Viewers, 18,258. While it increased from the past, he didn't even get 20K viewers. Tomorrow would probably be different if he managed to create an impact today. Still, that didn't dampen his mood. He continued to the market and found the store he was looking for. It was a small store with an old lady as a clerk. Stopping in front of the store, Max quietly whispered, Spirits stand beside us. Fear has no place in this realm. This should trigger the next quest, and the lady would give him the assortment of exorcism tools. Max couldn't wait to find a strange one among the piles. Strange was better than good. That was the rules of a streamer. Can I get a broom? Or a slipper? Belt is good, and so is a hanger. However, what did you say? Speak louder. The lady's ears weren't that good. Chapter 458, Everyone is Savage. NPC can be deaf? LOL, this is hilarious. Breeze got yelled at from speaking too quietly. What did you say? Speak louder. Max scratched his cheek. He indeed didn't expect this at all. I thought it's secrecy and all that shit. How could the storekeeper be deaf then? It doesn't make sense, but it's funny. A bias. He liked this game, so the strange game story didn't make him mad but laugh. Excuse me, lady. Spirits stand beside us. Fear has no place in this realm. He repeated in a louder voice this time, and the lady frowned. Keep your voice down, fool. No one should hear that phrase but me. TSK, younguns these days. Follow me inside. Quick now. The clerk entered the wooden door behind him, but Max stood still. The blue fire appeared to urge him inside, but he didn't move. He felt a bit angry. I think an evil spirit has possessed the lady. I should exorcise it with my tarot card before she suffers any longer and send her poor soul to the afterlife, he said, smiling softly. A vein popped up on his temple. Haha, you're right. Exorcise that lady. He has gone mad lol. Don't, Breeze. She's the only weapon dealer in this city. You mean tool dealer lol. She sell no weapon, just antique stuff. Those antique stuff you mentioned are not antique at the setting right now. Sighing, Max entered the store. The story wouldn't progress if he stood around doing nothing. Let's rob this old lady, he said as he looked around the store's interior. Unlike what was displayed outside, many antiques lined behind the shelf protected by glass. The collection ranged from a simple cup to a cane. Talismans were plastered over the handle as if to contain something behind it. For the record, glasses were rare at this age, so this was pretty amazing. I heard from that brat Colin. Take one you fancy, whatever it is. But only one. Understand. I understand. Max nodded. TSK, you can't even properly respond. Young'uns these days. The old lady walked out of the store and slammed the door shut. Max watched her disappearing back and blinked. Did he just hear it right? He responded properly, even nodding his head. The evil spirit is stronger than I expected. I might need a cane to exorcise it, he said, narrowing his eyes dangerously. No, stop it lol. The power level is above 6,900. Indeed. Hit the evil spirit with the cane and send it to afterlife. It's the exorcist's duty to help citizens. I think it's great to exorcise a stray evil spirit. Bald Exorcist has donated 420 diamonds. I support your decision. I feel a bad foreboding feeling from that lady. I recommend a candle. You can burn the evil spirit inside her. Thank you, Bald Exorcist. I will take your recommendation to heart. A candle. That might be a good exorcism tool. Unfortunately, as Max looked around the shelf, he didn't find any candles. There were only basic ones and talismans. The effect of these tools appeared in a window when he got closer. Wait a minute, guys. I might spend some time here choosing my weapon to beat the lad, the evil spirit. Please, I can't stop laughing. Poor lady. Yeah, you should get a hard and long rod. I mean it literally. Carrot, this is so sus. What will you use that rod for, young man? Carrot, your mama. Your mama has been muted for 14 days. No lewd. Mod. No one liked the lewd guy in the chat, so they just offered a salute or typed F for respect before focusing on Max. He walked around the narrow hallway filled with the antique. The lantern hanging in the low ceiling gave off a strangely haunting vibe. The flame inside swayed as he walked past. Bind the evil spirit. Burn the evil spirit. Touch the evil spirit with it, and you can punch it. How barbarian. I like it. The last item he read the description of was a pair of normal black gloves. This item fits for those physically active players. Still, there are so many interesting items. The whip is able to produce a sound that stunned the evil spirit for a few seconds, allowing me to channel a talisman to deal massive damage against them. It's a shame I don't have another weapon but the tarot card. It could be useful if he had the item to deal massive damage but needed a channeling time. For now, the whip was only useful to run away from battle. Wait, he said. A realization dawned in him. Sound? Can't I use this to create a really loud sound and destroy the lady's eardrums? Now he just calls her lady and not an evil spirit. His evil intention is as clear as day. We support your decision. Please do it. I do not condone bullying, but accidents can happen. It's not your fault if someone becomes deaf because you cracked your whip. Max chuckled evilly. He remembered the whip for now. However, he had enough jokes. Let's take the whip someday. For the free tool, I might take my time again to choose another one. The free tool selection is too precious to spend it exorcising the evil spirit inside the lady. He looked around once again. After walking for what was like 5 minutes, back and forth from the entrance to the end of the corridor, he had 2 tools he fancied. One of them was a stick. However, it wasn't a normal stick. The description was like this. Legendary stick held by the exorcist. A positive energy will form around it in the shape of a blade. The power is based on the wielder's power. Yes, this was the legendary stick that Max always heard of in his past life. It existed in this game. When he read the description, he stopped and screamed in his mind. This is it. I can beat the demon lord with this legendary stick. Unfortunately, there was no demon lord to beat, so he didn't need the stick as much. Compared to it, another item caught his eyes. It was a pair of tong. Yes, a cooking tong made from silver. The description of its effect was a bit crazy. Exorcist tong held by the exorcist. A positive energy will form a giant tong. Use it to grab an evil spirit and lift it in the air. Effective against low and medium-level spirit. Nodding in satisfaction, he decided, I will take the tong. With this, I can grab the lady and drop her from the sky if she can't hear my question. Perfect. Crazy guy. He actually chose the tong. He's about to cook those evil spirits. LOL, to think he'd choose this out of all the tools in this corridor. Tong. Clap clap. Sorry, can't help it. I will always try it if I have it in my hand. Chapter 459. Tong is powerful. Have you decided? Then go away. The clerk lady kicked Max immediately after he got the tool. Then, she closed the store and put up a close sign. Once again, he could only stare at that without being able to respond. He sighed and looked at the notification. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to buy anything yet with his 15 coins. Congratulations. Tutorial complete. Objective. You have felt an evil spirit's energy. Follow your instinct and exorcise it. The objective this time wasn't really useful. However, the kind of instinct a player had in this game was materialized as a blue fire. So, it wasn't that hard to find the next objective. To add to the dramatic effect, the environment also changed. Mist suddenly appeared, rendering his vision. He could only see 3 meters ahead. The thick mist was clearly unusual. In the middle of it, the blue fire pointing to the next objective could still be seen clearly, adding an eerie effect to the game. It seems my tong will be useful immediately. Let's try it against this evil spirit. Exorcist tong isn't a normal tong. Watch out, evil spirit. This tong will grab and exorcise you. 1 evil spirit barbecue incoming. I'd like it spicy, please. Make it hot. Dude, are you turned on by an evil spirit? Damn, you're a nasty one. Me too. Continue reading on Empire. As usual, the chat was unhinged. Max followed the blue fire that led him out of the market. He was led to the park where he met the man from earlier. Exorcist's instinct was sharp, enough to feel an evil spirit a few meters away. And with each exorcist tool they possessed, their strength would increase. And a gamer's instinct to guess the storyline was also sharp. He had a tingling at the back of his head. Say guys, we won't fight the man from earlier, right? He hesitantly asked the chat about his premonition. My gamer instinct is tingling. First rule, don't say spoiler. Second rule, don't backseat. Third rule, laugh if Breeze makes a mistake. Fourth rule, harass him if he die. That's good, people. We need to hold this brotherhood maidenless creed. That didn't tell him anything useful. He sighed as he entered the park. What Max forgot was that his gamer instinct wasn't as good as other people. The guide went past the park, making him look like a fool for asking that question earlier. In fact, the chat made fun of him for being so confident that he would fight that man. He was embarrassed and grumbled about it. Forget about that, he said, pretending not to care. Where am I going, anyway? I am on the outskirt of the city now. What's in here is just church. His words trailed as he looked at the church in front of him. The blue fire guided him inside through the broken entrance. Surrounded by mist, the abandoned church looked like a perfect place for a battle against evil spirits to unfold. Yeah, no way. This is surely the place. I am 100% sure of it this time. Not because of my non-existent gamer instinct, but because this is a normal plot for a horror game and movie. Right. You got tricked earlier, Breeze. Be more careful. LOL, we are rooting for you. Exorcise that evil spirit. It's exorcise, not exercise. What are you going to do with that evil spirit? Sprint. It better be a ghost girl so we can sprint together. Max narrowed his eyes slightly upon reading that last sentence. Then, he smirked at the camera while walking. Poor you, having to spring with a ghost girl. I hope you have good stamina, he said in a mocking tone, earning laughter from the chat. Poor Stinky, getting roasted by Breeze. Such a savage dude. Breeze. Entering the church, Max held his new exorcist tong in his hand and the tarot card in the other. He slowly approached the center of the church and looked around. At that moment, a cold wind blew inside the church from all directions. Max shivered as he tensed. The evil spirit surely appeared, as a game notification popped in front of him. New objective. Defeat the low-level wind, evil spirit. A ghostly moan resounded within the church. Max didn't waste any time. He waved the card in his hand. An energy ball formed in front of him and shot forward. The tarot card lost its color. It hit something, and Max used the tong to grab it. A large energy tong appeared in the air and grabbed something invisible. Max pulled it and threw it toward the ground. When it landed, the transparent, evil spirit revealed itself. A monster with an elongated head, slim body, and blue skin. Zuzuzu, it moaned. The said evil spirit struggled out of the tong, but it was unable to move. Ha! You won't escape my tong. Max laughed maniacally as he stepped on the evil spirit's head to keep it in place. Oh God, Breeze is so savage. He tortured the poor, evil spirit. With a tong. Poor evil spirit lol. Don't worry bro. Now I want to use tong myself. Look at Breeze waving that tong. He looked like an evil chef lol. Max ignored the chat and waved the tarot card in his hand. It had regained its color, meaning he could use it again. Die, evil spirit. He fired the energy ball toward the evil spirit held by the large tong. It instantly obliterated it, leaving only dust particles behind. Another notification appeared. New objective. Report to the Exorcist headquarters. Max looked at it while grinning. Tong is so powerful. He looked at the tong in his hand and laughed evilly. Tong is power. Tong is savage. Tong is powerful. Tong is better than the legendary stick. Guys, stop saying tong. I know you loves it. And so, another objective finished. The MVP was the tong that held the evil spirit, rendering it unable to do anything. He walked out of the church with his hand inside his pocket. He quite enjoyed this overpowered feeling inside the game, which made him forget that this was all just a part of the tutorial and not the main story yet. Chapter 460, Easy Promotion. Exorcist Headquarters. Usually, people would have an image of an old church or an agency where they took requests from people. Or they could also imagine an old, dilapidated place with an eerie atmosphere and lit by lanterns. In the Void Box, such places weren't used for Exorcist's base of operation. It was just inefficient. Would people report about ghost appearances to old churches? No. They would be afraid to get close to such a building. Old and dilapidated building? They were dirty. It was unfit for an activity. So, where did the Exorcist headquarters were located? I guessed many places, but not this one. Max muttered in amazement as he looked at the place in front of him. Train station? Sure enough, this place is good for fast mobility. Yes, the Exorcist headquarters in Void Box was located in the biggest steam train station in London City. Not only was this place bustling with activity, but it was also a hub where people could move around to other cities faster than anyone by boarding the train. It had technology to contact other train stations too, so communication problems were fixed. In this game, the train station was the center of information and activity. Totally not expected either. I was guessing a luxurious church. I was expecting a police station where they have this fax thing, but this is cooler. So this world is just like Mercenary Quest where the train station is important. Somehow, the developers love the train station. I wonder if their house is also a train station. Or better yet, they live in a train. Lolo, what are you saying? Train models aside, having a train as a house is insane. True. The fuel cost alone will drive them bankrupt. Max nodded along as he entered the train station. He agreed with the last guy, but he also thought that living inside a train carriage would be cool. He slept in a cargo carriage before when he had a challenge with his friends to cross a country by taking a train without paying. It was fun. As usual, the blue fire led him inside the building. In this game, the train station was divided into 2 floors. On the first floor was the waiting area where trains stopped and people boarded, while on the second floor was the information counter and VIP section. Max followed the fire to the second floor. He walked past the stairs and passed by a few NPCs who were wearing suits and hats. This second floor was just a disguised VIP section. Only exorcists were allowed up here. I bet Breeze is heading to the secret meeting room. LOL, continue your adventure with Empire. Just watch, he will meet another handsome man playing exorcist. And then, keep your imagination by yourself. You will get banned. LOL. Nah, our imagination is safe. Mods don't ban us for such a small thing. Max shook his head as he arrived in front of the VIP elevator. This was where the blue fire ended, telling him that this was where he should enter next. He pressed the button to open the door and stepped inside. Then, he pressed the only button inside. He didn't know where it would take him, but he guessed underground. The door closed. The elevator moved down. Then it stopped. Ding. Max stepped out of the elevator and entered a dark hallway. At the end of the hallway was a red carpet that extended from the elevator door to a wooden door at the end. Following the red carpet, Max arrived in front of the door. This is the Exorcist HQ? He wondered quietly, looking around. There were no NPCs or signs that there was an activity happening here. But this atmosphere and the red carpet told him otherwise. He opened the door and entered a dimly lit room. A strong smell of cigar attacked his nose. Someone was sitting behind a table, smoking while looking at a paper. He was big, muscular, and wore a black overcoat with golden lining. There was one problem, though. He was bald, and he was white and black. He was a panda. Holy shit, a panda. Goddamn. What's with this game? He looks handsome. I am swooned. The extinct animal is revived. Max stood still in surprise for a few seconds before a notification popped up in front of him. New objective. Meet the Exorcist Chief. Max read it and sighed. Excuse me. The panda looked up from the paper and looked at Max with his squinted eyes. What did you say? Speak louder. He shouted angrily. Spirits stand beside us. Fear has no place in this realm. Max said loudly. His mouth moved by itself. The cutscene had started. The panda's eyes shone as he sat straight and smiled. Good. Welcome to Exorcist HQ. I am the chief here, named Black Panda. You may call me Blackie if you want to get friendly with me. Ha ha. He laughed heartily while Max felt like rolling his eyes. In his half-transparent state, Max looked at the chat and found them all sighing. Why does this scene feel so familiar? How savage to give this handsome panda chief a lame name. He looks cute. Call him Blackie. Wait, I feel déjà vu. I think I saw this somewhere. Max also felt déjà vu. It was the same when he talked with that old lady. Was everyone in this world deaf? Oh right, it's the old lady in the beginning. Now I remember. Deaf NPCs everywhere. LOL, that lady got roasted by Breeze, and now this panda got roasted by us too. The chat looked pretty happy with it, though. Good job at exorcising 2 low-level wind spirits in a night. This is above and beyond what I expect from a new exorcist. Black Panda said as he lifted his cigar to his mouth. Smoke came out of his mouth as he continued. That's why I am going to assign you a new mission. There is a village near London City called Curse Village. Travel there and exorcise the evil spirit haunting it. If you succeed, you will be promoted to rank 3 exorcist immediately. Good luck. The cutscene ended as Max got a notification. New objective. Exorcise the evil spirit haunting Curse Village. What is with this easy promotion system? He asked himself as he walked out of the room. I want to be promoted that easily too. Promotion in this game is so easy. It must be the tutorial effect. After this, he will need to work harder to get promoted. Rank 3 is the lowest. He should aim for rank 2. That's true. I hope Breeze get a good tool there. Max nodded. Indeed, promotion was easy. He only needed to exorcise an evil spirit, and he got promoted already. Well, let's exorcise this with my trusty Tom. Grab him with it. Lol, that tool is indeed hilarious. Tong is power. You dare to move? Huh. Try to escape my Tong. Max left the train station while laughing along with the chat. They also talked how there was a panda in the game who acted as a chief of the Exorcist HQ. The blue fire guided him to the train. He would take it to get to his next destination. Next destination, Curse Village. The bat speaker announced before the train moved. Chapter 461, Curse Village's situation. Curse Village was a slightly large village located 10 minutes away from London City by train. It had a population of 100 people. Most of them were farmers. When Max arrived, by not waiting 10 minutes because of the skip, he found the village eerie. The atmosphere in the air was close to a cemetery instead of a farming village. This looks bad, guys. Do you think the evil spirit here is strong? He asked. It is definitely stronger than the previous ones. That look, oh god. They look like zombies. Is this the start of a zombie apocalypse? It might be a vampire horror movie. Indeed, the chat was right. The atmosphere totally resembled a zombie apocalypse movie, or a vampire familiar with a pale face, ready to suck his blood. Max didn't like that at all. His tongue wouldn't be able to handle vampires. It could only hold evil spirits. But the objective literally said that he needed to exorcise an evil spirit. Although from the look of it, this one might be stronger than the previous 2 he fought. To add to his confusion, the blue fire pointed in a certain direction, but it didn't lead him anywhere. It's just pointing at the center of this village. Does this mean I have to find the evil spirit myself? That would be bad. Or maybe there would be a new objective or an NPC waiting for him at the pointed location. It was a possibility he could imagine considering his experience in Mercenary Quest, where they did the same thing. Max walked ahead, passing by many villagers who were wearing the same set of clothes. They looked pale, some even had a black spot on their neck. It didn't take a genius to guess what happened to them. The evil spirit definitely did something to them. Max frowned as he walked toward the center of the village while ignoring those NPCs. When he arrived, he finally saw someone different from the villagers. It was a man in his 30s. Unlike the others, his skin had normal complexion. He sat while hugging his legs inside a carriage, seemingly hiding from something. Max approached him while wondering if he was the NPC that would trigger the next objective. The man noticed Max and stood up immediately. He grabbed Max and pulled him inside the carriage. "WWW, what are you doing? Why did you reveal yourself before them?" He stuttered in panic while holding Max's shoulders tightly. Max looked at the man while tilting his head. He didn't know what this man meant. "You are?" he asked to make sure this guy was the NPC he had to meet. The man calmed down as he looked around the carriage, making sure nothing came after them. Then, he looked back at Max. "Name is Samuel Curse, son of the owner of this village. You are an exorcist sent by the HQ, right?" he asked, looking at Max from top to bottom. He looked relieved when he saw Max nodded. "Thank goodness. We managed to contact the HQ just in time. The situation is dire. Please, I beg you, save my family and villagers." Samuel cried out as tears streamed down his face. Max patted his shoulder to calm him down. It was an automatic movement from a cut scene. "Tell me everything that happened. Leave no detail behind," he said to Samuel calmly. Samuel wiped his tears as he tried to explain what happened. 2 days ago, my father had an accident. When he was clearing the forest near our farm, he fell into a hole and got bitten by a strange creature. When he returned to the village, his body turned pale, and everyone began acting strange when they touched my father. Just a touch, nothing more. Max listened silently as Samuel sobbed while recalling the events. "And my mother, little sister, and other villagers were affected. I hid here because I was afraid. I don't want to turn into a monster too. These monsters ate cow meat, pigs, and even chicken. They only attack animals, not humans. For now." Samuel's voice trembled as he hugged his legs once again. "Just like zombies," Max commented. Quietly, "but animal zombies." Samuel heard it and nodded. "Why, yes. That's what I think too. But they are humans. My mother and little sister are still human. I can tell. The story makes me scared, damn. Developers did well to create a scenario. I somehow wanted to play this game now. Damn, Samuel is terrified. Help him, Breeze. Give him your tongue for self-defense." Max sighed while reading the chat. The chat was relaxed despite this being a scary setting. But this was expected. "All right, don't worry. I will save them. Do you know where this monster appeared?" "The hole your father fell into," Max asked Samuel, who looked at him in relief. Thank you. "Yes, I know where it is. I will take you there, follow me," he said as he stood up and pushed the carriage door open. But then, he froze immediately. Max looked out, and his expression hardened. "Oh no, this might be bad." The villagers gathered around the carriage. "Zuzuzu," they moaned creepily as they looked at Max and Samuel with hunger. "Oh God, here it comes. Zombie apocalypse. Let's see if Breeze die here." "Nah, he won't." Their gazes locked onto Max and Samuel, and they moved forward. "Zuzuzu, Zuzuzu, Zuzu. Shut the fuck up." Max narrowed his eyes as he grabbed the tong in his pocket. His expression tightened as blue fire filled the sky. It meant he was indeed in the right direction, and the story had just been updated. Reaching the hole wouldn't be that easy, and fighting those guys, human zombies, might pose a challenge. If he was alone and knew the objective, then that was fine. He could just climb a random house and run on the roof. But this is a mission to protect Samuel. I can't leave him behind and run away to the objective. He whispered. "Protect Samuel. Save Samuel. Feed him to zombies. Don't worry, Breeze. Just hit them with tong." "That's right. Tong can grab zombies." Max nodded as he wielded his tong. Then, he stepped out of the carriage. The zombie villagers groaned louder when they saw Max. They dashed toward him with arms wide open, ready to devour him and Samuel. Chapter 462. Exorcist Tong's weakness and power. Run! Max shouted as he activated Exorcist Tong's power. Energy surged and created a large tong. He controlled it to hold down the crowd. However, the tong only held one zombie in place. His eyes widened as he watched the incoming zombies. Damn it! This useless tong can only hold one zombie. He took out his tarot card and waved it. The card glowed as an energy ball formed in the air and flew toward a group of incoming zombie villagers. It exploded upon hitting them, destroying the weak zombie villagers easily. Samuel stared at Max in amazement. How powerful! But did you kill them? Those villagers. Max looked around and shook his head. No, they're still alive. Just stunned for a few seconds. Now run. To the hole. He shouted as he looked at his tarot card. The light dimmed, it was still on cooldown. His tong was practically useless against many opponents, but he could stop one zombie and cause the others behind that particular one to crash into them. That would buy him a few seconds. However, he couldn't always rely on the exorcism tools. They had cooldowns, and he only possessed 2 exorcism tools. So, he needed to rely on other things to survive this. For now, running was the best choice. Max ran next to Samuel and used the best tool against zombies. Physical force. He hit the zombie villagers with tong to stun them. Then, he kicked them away. Sometimes, he punched them or tripped them. Explore stories at Empire. It was effective. Zombies were fast, but stupid. When the tarot card's cooldown was over, he immediately used it to open up a path for Samuel. Go, go, go! He shouted as Samuel ran ahead. Zazuzu. The zombies recovered and chased Max again. Damn it, how persistent! Max cursed as he slapped one of them with the tong. He regretted taking the tong. It wasn't useful enough for a horde battle. Breeze is doomed, lol. He is screwed. Run. Run for your life. He found out that the tong isn't as powerful and has a limitation. He should have taken the legendary stick. Max was angry upon reading that. Shut up. Tong is powerful. This tong can cook zombie barbecue. He shouted angrily as he dodged a tackle from a zombie. Then, he hit that zombie with the tong and grabbed another one that was running past him. He swung it, throwing the one in his tong toward the others. Savage dude. Tong is power. Cook zombie barbecue. He smirked as he looked at Samuel, who was ahead of him. See? It's used dash. Something jumped on him from behind. Max gasped as he struggled to remove that thing. However, another one jumped on him. And another. Until he was buried under zombies. His vision darkened as he roared angrily. Mission failed. Restarting. Shit. Max shouted as found himself inside the carriage with Samuel. And my mother, little sister, and other villagers were affected. I hid here because I am afraid. I don't want to turn into a monster too. These monsters ate cow meat, pigs, and even chicken. They only attack animals, not humans. For now. Samuel's voice trembled as he hugged his legs once again. What? He muttered in confusion as he recalled what happened. The dialogue he heard just now was from when he entered the carriage. Mission failed, lol. This tong is trash. You died from being tackled by zombies. Tong is trash. Legendary stick is power. Mission failed. Indeed, he had died. He was buried under zombies and died. The chat kept mocking him for not taking the stick and relying on tong too much. Still, the chat was chat, after all. From dying earlier, he learned something. He waited for Samuel to finish his preparation and exited the carriage. Just like before, the zombie had gathered around them. Max smirked as he wielded his tong. This time, he took out his tarot card early. He fired it to explode in the middle of the zombie crowd. It blew away the zombie villagers, causing them to fall down. Max wasted no time as he ran using the opening. Samuel followed closely behind. It was easy to clear the path this way. Then, he used the tong. A large energy tong appeared on his side, but he didn't use it to do anything. He ran between the tong's protection. No zombies managed to approach them from the side or behind, only from the front. Even then, he could deal with 1 or 2 zombies using the most primitive technique called punch and kick. See? Tong is powerful. It can become a shield. He boasted while running. It's not powerful, but versatile. It's the real power of tong. I respect Breeze for relying on tong. Others relied on legendary sticks and forgot about other exorcist tools. True. Only noobs take legendary stick. It's overused. Tong is power. Max smirked as he ran faster. The chat agreed with him this time. Soon, they arrived at the hole. It was deep and dark. Samuel trembled upon seeing it. This is where my father fell into," he said. Max nodded as he grabbed Samuel's shoulder. "Stay here. I will investigate it," he said, and stepped toward the hole. "It might be a trap." "Dude, what are you thinking about going into a dark hole alone? As long as there is a hole." Max ignored those guys. He knew it might be dangerous, but he needed to enter it to continue the story. The hole was 1.5 meters wide, so he could fit in it without problems. He entered the hole carefully. His hands held the sides like a spider crawling on the wall. Soon, he arrived at the bottom. It was dark, and he couldn't see anything. "It's too dark." He frowned as he looked around. Then he noticed something. When his feet touched the bottom, he found a long tunnel. Isn't this a cave?" He wondered as he looked at Samuel above. Then he heard a sound. Zuzuzu. Max paled as he looked back. "Ah!" Samuel's scream echoed from above as Max watched zombie villagers drag Samuel away. At that moment, a notification appeared. New objective. Objective: investigate the strange tunnel. When he read that, he shrugged his shoulders and clapped his hands. "Rest in peace, Samuel. I will forget about your sacrifice." LOL. Poor Samuel, LOL. Rest in pieces. Breeze is cold. He forget about the poor NPC's sacrifice kek. At least try to save him. What could he do? The game asked him to investigate the tunnel instead of saving Samuel. He only followed the objective. Chapter 463, Complicated Objective 1. The dark tunnel extended far and wide. Max walked carefully while holding the tong in his hand. The tarot card had finished its cooldown, so he could use it again. The tunnel looked natural, as if it wasn't dug by humans. Did the evil spirit dug the tunnel? Or an animal? Max wondered as he observed the walls. Evil spirit probably dug the tunnel, LOL. Animal, huh? What if it is a mole? Mole will dig tunnels, but I don't think it's that big. So we're facing a minor evil spirit? Damn, what did he use this tunnel for? But it looks natural. Maybe it's created from an earthquake or something. Max continued as he pondered about this. It wasn't an important detail, but he spoke to make the watching experience better. There was a need to make sure the viewers were immersed in the game. Role-playing was essential in that regard. Not that he would do a full-blown roleplay by now, though. He walked deeper into the tunnel until he saw a flickering light in the distance. Narrowing his eyes, Max approached the light source slowly. Is that the end? He asked himself while wondering if he reached the objective. The chat also wondered. Some knowledgeable viewers wanted to give him hints, but were stopped by older ones. There were no spoilers allowed in the chat. Max had created those rules before to make sure that he would have a genuine reaction over what happened in the game. In this case, he was unsure whether he could approach the light or not. Usually, red light and flickering light meant bad. Like a horror movie. He should avoid it. But this was an exorcist game. He had to go to a bad place and faced an evil spirit there. So, Max moved closer to the light. Slowly but surely. Continue your adventure at Empire. This is nerve-wracking. Bottom. 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 Breeze, run. Max rolled his eyes. The chat was nervous while he felt nothing. Well, he was nervous, but he was good at hiding it. No matter how courageous or crazy or whatever he would feel scared if he was in such a situation. And this was just a game. No, maybe because he knew that this was a horror game. He became more scared than usual. Of course, he didn't show that feeling to the chat. They might roast him for being scared of a horror game. When he arrived near the light source, Max discovered that it was indeed an exit of the tunnel. It led into an abandoned mine with broken mining carts and rusted equipment lying around. Whoa, this looks like a horror setting. He commented while looking around. Totally a horror movie setting. Breeze, this is the part where you should be careful. Where is the evil spirit? Show up. Ghost, please show up. Max ignored the chat as he looked around. The evil spirit must be somewhere here. Suddenly, he noticed something odd. There were signs of excavation in this mine. Holes were dug randomly, as if someone searched for something. Are they searching for gold or something? A treasure? Did they dig for coal? Max wondered as he walked around. He noticed something else. Footprints on the ground. It belonged to humans. They were pretty easy to spot, as if the developer prepared them for a player to find. A good detail to make the game easier. Samuel said his father fell into this hole. But what if his father actually went into this hole instead of fell? He thought as he followed the footprints. Then, He saw bloodstains on the floor. Max frowned as he crouched down and touched it. It's fresh, he concluded as he looked serious. Of course, he only said it was fresh because the blood hadn't dried yet. He just acted like an all-knowing detective who could identify a crime scene just by looking at it. Detective Breeze. From an exorcist to a detective? That look, LOL. It's Breeze's detective look. Max continued following the footprints. Soon, he found something. A dead body in one of the holes. It was a man, possibly the villager that Samuel talked about. The man had bite marks on his neck and looked pale. Another victim. He muttered as he checked the body. There was something strange about the body, though. It had blood flowing from the neck, which meant it was killed recently. Yet, the corpse looked dried up already. This is definitely not the evil spirit's work. The skin isn't pale, so he isn't a zombie. Someone deliberately killed him. Max muttered as he stood up and looked around. Are we facing a serial killer with an evil spirit? Holy shit, a murder. Who the FCK killed him, though? Kek, someone is bleeding equals killed. Are you sure about that, Breeze? Max frowned upon reading those guys' comments. Shut up and let me think, he said and walked around the corpse. If Samuel's father fell into the hole, then why would this man be here? Rather, who is his father? Is this man his father? And what is he doing here? Does this mean? Samuel lied. This is a conspiracy, LOL. He is a serial killer who kills his own villagers. The evil spirit has been among us. So SUS. Return to the surface, Breeze. There is nothing more to see here. Right? He agreed with the chat this time. He couldn't continue either as he had arrived at dead end. The only way to progress was the surface. Max left the mine and returned to the surface. Samuel was nowhere to be seen when he reached there. He might be eaten by the zombie villagers. Talking about those villagers. There is no one here, but fog has appeared. This only means one thing. Whenever there was fog or rain in this game, evil spirit was bound to appear. Show up, evil spirit, Max shouted as he lifted his tong. No one answered him, though. So, he sighed and jumped into Samuel's hole. He slid down the tunnel and landed on his feet. Then, he sat down, hugging his legs. Huh, that was embarrassing. I looked stupid shouting like that. He muttered as he waited for something to happen. Chapter 464, Complicated Objective 2. Lol. Embarrassing. Breeze is embarrassing. You are embarrassed for acting, but you don't get embarrassed when you got roasted by the chat? The confidence LOL? I could never. I want to be buried. Please bury me. Sure. A distorted voice replied. Max looked up and found a white creature standing before him. It looked human, but its limbs were abnormally long. It wore ragged clothes, and its hair covered half of its face. Max immediately stood up as he glared at the creature. Evil spirit. The chat exploded. Holy shit. Finally, the evil spirit appears. Find adventures at Empire. This one looks different. And why does he look down on the hole like that, as if it want to bury Breeze? Damn. I jumped off my chair when it appeared. Max watched the evil spirit silently. It was standing on top, looking down on him. He held his tongue and was ready to activate its ability. Come. Come. The evil spirit muttered before retreating. Sighing, Max lowered his tongue and looked up. It told me to come, right? Let's get the hell out of this hole and follow it. If it takes me to the objective, then that's great. Follow it. Evil spirit is suspicious. Don't follow it. Are you sure about that? For your information, there are also zombie villagers outside. Will you be fine with your weak tongue? Weak tongue? What do you mean by weak tongue? Tongue is power. He shouted angrily. They wouldn't understand the greatness of tongue. Anyway, he climbed up the hole and found the fog thickening. Blue fire floated in the air, pointing him which direction he had to go. Max walked toward that direction. The evil spirit was waiting there, standing in the middle of the fog. It looked at Max and extended its arm. Follow, it muttered. Max narrowed as he followed the evil spirit. This objective wasn't as easy as dealing with the evil spirit, it seems. There was a mystery involved in this village. He couldn't solve it yet, but he would find out soon enough. As he walked ahead with the evil spirit guiding him, Max found the chat had calmed down. They were curious about the story and waited for it to unfold. Follow. The evil spirit kept muttering as Max followed it. Soon, they arrived at a barn. Wait here, it said, and entered the building. Max watched the entrance of the barn while wondering what it wanted to do. Should he kill the evil spirit? Or wait? Before he decided, the chat reacted. Something is coming out. Watch out, watch out, watch out. Max turned around as he wielded the tong. Then, he found Samuel and zombie villagers running toward him. They stood far away from the barn while glaring at him. Zuzuzu. Max frowned as he pointed his tarot card toward them. He was ready to fire an energy ball at them and escape at a moment's notice. However, the zombie villagers suddenly knelt down and bowed their heads. They looked like people who were kneeling to their king's arrival. Zuzuzu. From inside, the evil spirit exited with a living villager beside it. The villager looked pale and black liquid flowed from his eyes. He was crying blood. His body was bruised. Blue patches could be seen everywhere in his body. Please, help me. I am the village chief. Help me. He begged Max, who stared at him in confusion. Village chief? Another NPC? So sus. Samuel was lying? Max frowned as he looked at the zombie villagers and Samuel. The evil spirit dragged the chief toward Max and released him. Then, it stared at Samuel and the zombie villagers. Return, it said. The zombie villagers and Samuel stood up immediately as they walked backward. Soon, they disappeared in the fog. Max watched everything happen with a frown. What was his objective? Investigate the tunnel? But it had now evolved into an evil spirit taking a hostage instead. What is happening? What is this evil spirit doing? He asked himself as he looked at the chat. But they were confused as well. This is confusing. Samuel lied? Did he order zombie villagers to kill his father? Nah, he can't command them. Evil spirit controlled them. Then what does the evil spirit want to do? Why did it hold the chief? Max didn't know as well. He looked at the evil spirit and the chief. It stood in front of him with its elongated limb holding the chief. Max also stood still as he wielded his tong threateningly. The evil spirit looked at Max and opened its mouth. Your quest. Won't end like that. Find me. Bury me. Release him and... Village. It muttered creepily, and Max frowned when he listened to it. Release who? He asked. The evil spirit smiled before lifting the chief up and biting his neck. Woah! The chief screamed. Max's eyes widened as he dashed forward, trying to save the chief. However, his tong missed as the evil spirit jumped into the fog and ran away. He chased after it, but he couldn't see anything in the thick fog. And when he reached the outskirts of the village, zombies appeared to block him. New objective. Objective: find the evil spirit's body and give it a proper burial. Max clicked his tongue as he swung his tong. Energy ball exploded, killing the zombies that blocked him. Find the body? Is it the one from before? He wondered as he ran deeper into the fog. Zombie villagers are blocking him. Samuel is missing too. This is starting to get complicated. Max nodded in agreement. Indeed, this mission became more complicated. However, all clues had been given to him by the evil spirit. The problem was how he connected the dots together. Soon, he arrived at the mine. Max descended the hole quickly and arrived at the cave. He looked for the corpse for a proper burial, but it's gone. This game was rigged. How the heck should I solve this problem? It was at that moment he felt a vibration. The earth shook. He was in danger. He had talked about this with his viewers before. The possibility of the tunnel and the mine was created from an earthquake. The wall could fall and boulders could bury him alive. He definitely didn't want to die again and restart the game from that carriage again. Shit. Chapter 465, Good Story. Max ran as fast as he could. His tarot card glowed as energy balls fired ahead of him to blow the rocks away. However, the explosion caused a small cave-in. Rocks fell behind him, creating obstacles. Max jumped over the obstacles and kept running. He was almost out of the mine. All he had to do was run through the tunnel and jump out of the hole. Then, he would be safe. Just when he thought that, boom, the tunnel collapsed, blocking his path. Max gritted his teeth as he fired tarot card. It did nothing but create an explosion. Then, he grabbed his tong and swung it. Energy surged as it formed a large tong that could grab the rocks ahead. Max tried to lift it, but was unable to. He was trapped. Thankfully, the shaking ended, but now the mine looked like a mess. I survived. He sighed in relief before looking around. Now this is a problem. How do I continue the mission? Do I need to dig my way out of here? Dig your way out, lol. Breeze is doomed. Look at Breeze's desperation. I really like it. Tong is power. Grab those rocks. He just did it, and it's useless. He's trapped here until he find the way out. I wish I could help him, lol. True. Just like what others said, Breeze is doomed. Max was annoyed by those guys' comments. He wielded the tong and swung it again. It was still useless. Well, it looks like I have to find another way out. Sighing, he began to walk. This game's progression was wonderful. He was immersed in the story and felt as if he was the exorcist. However, this also meant he might die easily. Max explored the mine while listening to the chat's opinion. Some guys knew this game, but didn't tell him anything. However, some wild guess was that the corpse was still in this place. He agreed with that kind of thinking. Taking out a corpse from the mine wouldn't be easy unless you had dexterity and tools. And the evil spirit definitely couldn't do that since it was controlling the zombie villagers. Those zombies were stupid and couldn't do any complicated work. Max looked around while thinking like that. Then, he found a hole that was hidden behind a boulder. It was small. He wouldn't discover it if he wasn't looking for it. Is this where the evil spirit hid the corpse? Or whoever took it? But why would they hide it here? He wondered as he approached the hole. Then he saw something. Footprint. Footprint. We're getting close now. Damn, all this investigation is just to find a corpse. Crouching, he looked into the hole and found that it led to somewhere. His gut feelings told him that he had to go through this tiny hole to continue the story. Max crawled through the hole carefully. It was difficult, but he managed to do it. He had no idea how he could bring the corpse out from this place if he found it later, though. His objective was, after all, to give a proper burial to the corpse. After crawling for a while, Max arrived at another room inside the mine. He stood up and looked around. What is this place? He wondered as he looked at the chat. This looks like a secret passage. Damn, there is a secret room in the mine. Is that a bookshelf? And a table? This room looks like an office. There is even a lantern on the table. Max's eyes brightened as he walked toward the shelf. There were books on the shelf, but one of them was glowing. It was clearly something he had to read. Taking it, he looked at the cover. It was a journal. Secret Journal Number 2. Max muttered as he opened it. Let's see. Author is unknown. Owner is also unknown. The content is. Suddenly, a cutscene started. He became a half-transparent entity as his character read the journal loudly. It was to make sure the player was able to listen to the story without having to read anything. Some people hated to read, after all. August 24th. Today, we found an evil spirit near our village. It was hiding in a dark place while avoiding human. The children found it first and told their parents about it. They told me as well, so I went to investigate. My findings were interesting. The evil spirit is dangerous. It bit a dog when we caught it and killed it instantly. I buried it and went back to report to the village chief. He gave us money as a reward for finding it. August 25th. The evil spirit escaped and attacked the village last night. It bit 2 children before escaping into the forest. We're preparing for a hunt. The village chief said we will have to hunt it ourselves. If we report afterward, we will be given money from the exorcist headquarters. The hunting group consists of me, the blacksmith, the stable master, and other strong villagers. Hopefully, this evil spirit can be captured safely. Max frowned upon hearing it. This meant there was an evil spirit before this one. August 31st. We failed to capture the evil spirit. It lured us into traps and ambushed us when we were distracted. It bit the stable master and blacksmith, and they turned into zombies. I hid under the hole while the rest died. The evil spirit dragged them away while mumbling something about feeding them cow meat. After it left, I returned to the village to report. September 2nd. I am inside the hole. I buried the corpses of the stable master and blacksmith here so that evil spirit won't eat them. I hid here while hoping that the evil spirit would leave soon. I know it was searching for me, so I am afraid to come out. Max paused when he read the date. He glanced at the chat and knew what they were thinking. September 6th. The evil spirit is gone. It's been 5 days since it left, but I am still hiding inside this hole. The corpses are rotting already. I have to bury them somewhere else. I don't want to be eaten. Evil spirit hasn't eaten humans yet, but it might do it one day. September 9th. We're safe. Exorcists came and exorcised the evil spirit. They arrived in our village to ask about it. I told them everything I knew. Thankfully, they gave us gold as a reward. I plan to use it to buy a weapon to protect the village. September 15th. I returned to the hole and created a hidden office. It's wrong. That evil spirit wasn't a good one. It was created. Someone manipulated it. I saw it. A person appeared after the evil spirit was exorcised. It killed the exorcists before dragging the evil spirit away. I hid inside this hole while crying. What should I do? November 1st. All villagers are replaced. Only I am left. I don't know why I survived. They want to replace me too, but I am hiding inside this hole. This journal is my proof. One day, someone will come and save us. Evil spirit, please. Please help us. November 9th. They found me. If I die, I will become an evil spirit too. I must stop them. Max finished reading the journal. His character closed it as it disappeared from his hand. An evil spirit that was controlled by someone? This sounds like a conspiracy. The chat was shocked by this revelation. He was shocked as well. The cutscene ended, and he was able to control his character again. So, the evil spirit from before was manipulated by someone. And then this new one is the owner of this journal. An evil spirit that saved a villager? What happened to the previous one? And who is the person who manipulates it? What is their goal? Max asked those questions as he looked around. And this means the corpse is still in this place. He muttered as he walked toward the bookshelf. There were 3 more journals, but none of them glowed. However, the bookshelf itself glowed as if it pointed to his next destination. Max touched it and pushed it aside. A hidden path appeared behind it. A hidden path. Of course. He muttered as he walked into the path. This game was a horror game. There was a need to have secret paths like this to create suspense. He walked into the path quietly. The story was about to reach the climax. Chapter 466, a climax. The missing corpse earlier was sitting at the end of the hidden path. Only a skeleton was left, but it was undoubtedly the corpse Max was looking for. The body looked pretty similar. He crouched down and looked at the skeleton. It looked creepy, but he wasn't scared. This was a game, after all. So this is the corpse. He muttered as he looked around. There were bones scattered around it. How long has it been since he was dead? Based on the journal, November? Maybe 3 months? 4? So this is the evil spirit's body? Most likely. Let's bury this corpse in a nice place, he said, taking the skeletons. He found a leather bag on the side and put all the bones inside it. Max tied it with rope and carried it over his shoulder. Then, he left the hidden path and returned to the office. He climbed out of the hole using the tong again. When he reached the mine, he found a fissure created from the earthquake earlier. It led outside the mine, and he could use it to escape. Wow, to think the path opened when I read the journal. Should I say thanks? He muttered as he walked toward it. Wait, breeze are. You sure about this? Max stopped walking when he heard that. He looked at the chat and found they were nervous. He looked at the chat and they continued. What if the evil spirit is waiting for you? What do you mean? There is no reason to wait for me, he asked in confusion. Or maybe, there is a reason. He looked at the bag he brought. Right? Think about it. Breeze, that journal talked about someone manipulating the evil spirit. Based on the story's progression, Max frowned as he understood what they meant. Are you saying the evil spirit is manipulated as well? And the corpse was hidden in the mine to prevent someone from digging it out? And now it wanted me to bring the corpse out. Huh. That made sense. Since the story was full of twists and surprising facts, having the mastermind show up at this time would be the most ideal story progression. They could have died too, so there was a possibility that this path was safe. Whoever this guy is, I will kill him, Max shouted confidently as he lifted his tong. Tong is power. Being reckless had been his character in this game. A reckless man in a horror game was strange but fun. Max left the mine and found the fog thickening. Blue fire floated in the air, guiding him to the location of the objective. No zombies could be seen anywhere. He walked toward the objective while putting his guard up. Soon, he arrived at the barn where he met the evil spirit before. Max found the objective ended in a flower bed. The evil spirit was floating above it. Max narrowed his eyes as he walked forward slowly. When he stopped in front of the flower bed, the evil spirit lowered its body. Explore hidden tales at Empire. Found. Me. Thank you, it muttered. Please, bury me. Max nodded as he placed the leather bag on the ground. He took out the bones one by one and buried them under the flower bed. The grave was simple but beautiful. The flower shone under the moonlight that passed through the fog, giving an ethereal feeling. At that moment, the evil spirit disappeared into blue particles. Max watched it disappear as he waited for something to happen. The fog receded, revealing the village once again. He stood up as he looked around. Everything looked normal except villagers. He muttered as he watched villagers walk toward him. They had smiles on their faces as their bodies slowly turned transparent. Everything was turning blue. Houses, barn, animals, villagers, everything. Thank you, Exorcist. A voice echoed from everywhere. It was the villagers. Their voices merged together to form a single voice. We will leave. After that, the village vanished. Max was left alone in an empty field. Not that empty. Samuel and the chief were still left. They were cold corpses lying on the ground. Max looked at them and narrowed his eyes. Could it be the chief and Samuel were the ones manipulating the evil spirit? Probably. This feels like an anticlimax. It's a good ending for the story, though. Nothing is left. We know the reason why the evil spirit is here. We knew the villagers were just spirits. And we found the culprits. It's a beautiful mission. Nodding, Max looked at the chat. This is a good mission. The story was interesting and the mystery was solved. Too bad I couldn't kill the evil spirit. It would be cool if I could defeat it. He looked at the location where the evil spirit disappeared earlier, at the flower bed. Then, he saw something shining. He narrowed his eyes and got closer. Shine equals a new tool. That was what he learned from this game. So he looked for the source of the light. And just as he expected, a shovel. He picked it up and inspected it. The tool was called Gravekeeper's Shovel. Gravekeeper's Shovel allows users to dig graves faster. Can be used to fight against undead enemies. Plus 20% damage against evil spirit. Then, a notification appeared. Objective complete. New objective. Objective. Report to the Exorcist headquarters and receive your reward. Max smiled when he read the objective. This game was truly great. It had a wonderful progression and it made him immersed in the story. Alright. Max equipped the shovel before leaving the empty field. He arrived at the station, the only building left in the strange cursed village, and departed back to London City. During the journey, Max talked with the chat about this mission. They liked the story and felt satisfied by the ending. In Max's opinion, this was a good horror game, but it lacked the suspense he liked. And this game was too good to be finished in one session, so, see you again, chat. Let's finish another mission tomorrow. He waved at the camera before logging out of the game. See you again. LOL. I thought you were going to finish all quests, but I guess this is fine. See you tomorrow. I love your horror content. GJ. 07 Thanks for the stream. Live stream ended. Chapter 467, Streamer Wars List. Phew. Max got off the capsule and went to take a shower. It was afternoon. Today, he was home alone as Lily was invited by Farron to go shopping. That was why he had been streaming early in the morning and hadn't checked his usual email yet since yesterday, after he withdrew his pay from Punch. I got another 230K from donations alone. Only half remained from the 500K the system gave me to hold a streamer event after that event with Atlas. It was inevitable. That situation was urgent. Besides, he gained a lot of donations after that, which entered his own pocket rather than the system's pocket in his bank. After getting a shower, he checked his email and found one from StreamerWars email. His eyes widened slightly as he opened the email. He wasn't afraid that this was spam, as every email entering his account was already filtered. Only those from an official account or those he registered could send him an email. Greetings, Breeze. We are pleased to inform you that you have been nominated in the list of Rising Star, Top Newbie Streamer 2045, Top Newbie Game Streamer, Most Viewed Newbie, Best Streamed Event, and Top Donations. You can check the nomination list below. Max skimmed through the email before clicking the link provided. Soon, he arrived at the website showing the nomination list. Many newbies like him were nominated there. Viewers could vote for the ones they liked in each category. When he scrolled down, Max found himself nominated in a few categories, which was mentioned in the email. Most streamers were only nominated in one, but he was nominated in 6 different categories out of 30. This was amazing. Each category only had 4 streamers nominated. Max grinned as he scrolled down to view the other streamers. He looked for the name of his friends, Madlad, Princess Peach, or those he recognized. He found a few of them. Best VTuber, Princess Peach. Best Newbie Fighting Game Streamer, Madlad. Best Newbie IRL Streamer, Amelia. They are here. Tiamat and Lightning are unfortunate. And this, Best Streamed Event. Holy shit, I am in 3 of them. The first was Knight's Journey program. It had more than 500K viewers during the live stream. Second was his live stream with Atlas where he got 300K viewers at peak. Third was the White Lilies concert. Madlad and Lily were also nominated for the first event. The second event was his alone, while the third one was written as his and Lily's. Let's see. Scrolling again, he found the list of best female newbie streamers. Among the only category, this had 5 candidates, and he recognized 3 of them: Princess Peach, Amelia, and Lily Pixel / White Lily. His lips curled up into a smile. She's popular. However, he didn't know the other 2. Not that he followed newbie streamers since he was also streaming. Just as he closed the page, someone called him. Max answered the phone without looking at the caller. Yes. Yo, buddy. Long time no see. Ha. I saw the list released by Streamer Wars. You make it big, huh? Too bad that our Roach Planet Scrim isn't included in the best streamed event because it's held on my channel. But hey, you are included in 3, with your own event being one of them. Experience new stories on Empire. A familiar, energetic voice reached Max's ears. It was Flexi with his usual large smile. Max grinned when he saw his best friend's face after a long time. Yo, Flexi. Been a while. He greeted back. You bastard is gone for a long time and only called me today, huh? But thanks. Make sure to ask your viewers to vote for me, alright? And Lily in the best female newbie streamer category. Flexi laughed. Ha, you bet. My viewers have been asking me to contact you and Lily since they watched the concert livestream. And yeah, I am really busy right now. Lisa managed to score sponsorship for me, and now we're working to create my own orange drink. When it's released, promote it for me, buddy. No problem. As long as I am getting paid, I will do anything. Max replied jokingly. Damn, you're heartless. Flexi laughed again. Anyway, let's play some games together again. Been a long time since we did that. Yeah, we last played together in Roach Planet. Since then, you've disappeared. Max complained. Make sure to invite me to your channels again when you hold another event. Don't worry about that. If you find a good game, contact me. I am ready to play anytime now. We can stream together as well. Flexi said. Oh right. Have you visited Biozone Entertainment's website? If you haven't, then you should. Bye, buddy. Max blinked when Flexi suddenly ended the call. He didn't know why he said that, but he visited the website. When he opened it, he was greeted by a surprise and couldn't help but smile wryly. Mr. Taka, this is too much promotion. Max looked at the banner on the main page and sighed. His face was plastered on the main page with words, "Vote for Breeze" in Streamer Wars written below. He shook his head. He knew the company would promote him, but he never expected they would also do it on their page. This was just too much. Did I bring that much money for them? I am affiliated, but I never thought my name would appear like this. Max closed the website. He didn't know how many viewers were visiting it daily, but he believed it would boost his votes. Biozone Entertainment was the biggest game developer and publisher in the United Nations after all. The Streamer Wars is in 2 weeks. I still have time. Max thought as he laid down on the couch. He looked at the ceiling while thinking about the future. The Streamer Wars was important to him. It could affect his career in the future. And to boost his viewers, there was one simple thing he could do. Let's find a good horror game to collab. Sorry, Voidbox. Let's make you a secondary game for now. Preferably, I will invite Flexi, Madlad, Princess Peach, Amelia, and Lily to play together. Lily can only play for 3 hours, for Max, but that will be fine. Multiplayer games were fun even when played for a short time. 3 hours was enough time to play a few rounds anyway. And why horror games? I want to see Lily's terrified face. Max laughed maniacally inside his mind. This was his evil plan to get his lover to cling to him. Besides, horror games didn't require high mechanics or skill to play. As long as they moved together and found clues, even people who were bad at games could play it. Of course, Lily was good at games already, so she wouldn't be considered bad. Now, which horror game should I play? The list is endless. There are old classics, but there is also a backroom game. This sounds interesting and fun. And scary. And just as he searched for the horror games to collab, he found the perfect one. Perfect, he exclaimed as he clicked the download button. It's a multiplayer game, supports up to 8 players. I will have to ask the others whether they're available to collab or not. Maybe tomorrow or in 2 days. That will be good. Chapter 468. Expectation could be a trap. I am home. I am intruding. Lily and Farron entered the apartment room as Max lay on the couch. He raised his body at the latter's loud noise. Welcome. Max greeted before focusing on Lily. She sat beside him while complaining. My feet hurt. Farron dragged me to so many boutiques. Since the couple island paradise shooting ended, Lily had become increasingly closer to him. She became more intimate and spoiled as well. Max liked it as he hugged her. He had also stepped up his physical closeness. If she liked it like this, then he would touch, hug, cuddle her whenever she wanted. You don't like shopping? He asked as he massaged her legs. Lily closed her eyes as she enjoyed it. It's tiring, she replied. Right. Farron cut in as she sat on the chair. But you really enjoyed it when trying those clothes. You even asked me whether Breeze will like it or not. She teased while grinning. F. Farron. Lily blushed. Max chuckled as he rubbed her cheeks. Really? Which clothes did you try? I want to see it. He asked as Farron's mouth curved upward into a grin. There is this sexy dress that dash. Shut up. Lily covered Farron's mouth before glaring at Max. Forget it. It's embarrassing. Max smiled innocently before hugging her tightly. Why? I am interested. Don't hide it from me. Tell me, Lily. Lily glared at him before punching his chest lightly. Max pretended to be hurt before smiling. Ouch, this is domestic violence. He complained. Shut up, Lily shouted while pouting. It's not when we're not engaged or married yet. So you want to marry me? Max asked. What? And no. Lily quickly denied as her face reddened. Farron, say something. Me? Farron raised her brows. I won't let you marry her, Breeze. Lily is mine. Hey. Lily glared at Farron before sighing. You too. You always bully me like this. Max and Farron laughed as Lily pouted again. Her annoyed expression was cute that Max kissed her cheek. I was just joking. So what clothes did you buy? He asked again. Lily sighed as she showed him her shopping bag. Take it. There is yours as well, she said. Max accepted the bag and peeked into it. Inside were clothes for men. Most of them were casual and easy to wear. Thanks. He thanked as Lily nodded. Max opened another bag and found various dresses, skirts, and other clothes he didn't know what it was called. These are nice. You have good taste. Max complimented as Farron crossed her arms proudly. Of course. I recommended these brands to her. The recommendation of a top model was trustworthy indeed. Max looked at Lily. By the way, do you want to collab with me and my friends to play a horror game? He asked. I plan to invite Princess Peach, Mad Lad, his crush Amelia, and Flexi. We will play a horror game together. Lily widened her eyes. Before nodding. Sure. When will it be? She asked. Tomorrow, I guess. I am contacting them now to ask whether they're available or not. He hummed, turning to Farron. What about you, Farron? Do you want to join? You can invite your boyfriend as well. The game supports up to 8 players. Farron blinked before shaking her head. Well, as much as I want to join, Atlas don't really like horror game or something scary. But I will ask him. I will tell you later if he wants to join or not. Got it. Horror game. Flexi asked. Max nodded as he explained. Yep. A multiplayer horror game. How about it? Are you available tomorrow? Flexi thought for a while before replying. Tomorrow. Yeah, I am free. Who else is joining? Max listed the ones he had contacted so far. Flexi was the first since he didn't know when the guy was available. He said he was busy with the sponsorship before, so Max was worried he couldn't play any game anymore. Turned out he was wrong. Cool. So it's Roach Planet's team plus 3 of your friends. Sounds fun. All right, count me in. Flexi agreed easily. Lisa will also come and watch me stream. Want me to promote it? Max smiled. Of course. Thanks. And I will upload the Streamer Wars stuff in my Strike account. Share it for me. He requested. No problem, buddy. Ha ha ha. Now I am looking forward to it. Horror game with everyone? That sounds awesome. I am looking forward to their scream. Flexi laughed. Max ended the call before contacting the next person. He didn't ask Lily since he knew she was available tomorrow. Everyone he asked was unexpectedly available. Sure, why not? Madlad agreed. Amelia also replied with the same answer. I guess this princess will give you her time tomorrow. Princess Peach acted arrogant as usual when he contacted her. Max rolled his eyes upon hearing it. Thanks, Peach. He replied dryly. It's natural for a princess to grant the peasant's wish. Oh, is this princess friend also join? She's okay, no? I am worried she disappeared after the concert. Lily is fine. And yeah, she will join us to play horror game tomorrow. Max replied. Princess Peach giggled. Good then. Okay, Breeze. See you tomorrow. Max ended the call before sighing. Everyone was able to join tomorrow. Only Farron and Atlas were left. Honestly, he didn't have high expectations for them, knowing how busy they were with modeling and their main game, Horizon Online. He had owed Atlas a lot for his help in his synchronization test event. And just as he had thought, they weren't able to join. Farron, sorry. Atlas doesn't like horror game. Sad face. Max read the message Farron sent him before messaging her back. Breeze, it's okay. Thanks for the news. Farron replied again. Farron. Also, he said he couldn't join since we had a photo shoot tomorrow. I totally forgot about it. Max nodded in understanding. He replied again before telling Lily the news. Lily was disappointed, but she understood. Everyone had their own schedules. Farron and Atlas were models while the others streamers. There was no need to force them to join as it might ruin their schedule. What kind of game will we play tomorrow? She asked curiously as she cuddled to him on the couch. Max patted her head as he told her. It's called Backroom 5. It's a multiplayer horror game where we have to find the way out from an abandoned hospital. There are monsters and ghosts inside that will hunt us. Lily frowned when she heard it. Ghost? I don't like ghosts. She muttered as Max hugged her. Really? That's perfect. I really want to see your frightened face. He whispered in her ear. Lily pouted as she pinched his side. Max laughed as he continued. Don't worry. They're not real ghosts. It's just a game. Lily nodded. Okay. She replied. I guess they won't be as scary as I thought. Max chuckled when he heard it. Yeah, you'll see. He thought evilly as he hugged her again. Lily closed her eyes as she leaned onto his shoulder. Sometimes, expectation could be a trap. Explore stories on Empire. Tomorrow would be interesting. Max couldn't wait for it. Chapter 469, Backroom 5. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to my exciting stream. Now, I know that all of you are excited to continue Voidbox, but I have to say sorry. We won't be playing that today. Why? Voidbox. Max smiled when he read those comments. Sorry, we will play it tomorrow. Today, we're going to play a different game. Backroom 5. He spread his arms and smiled at the camera. It's a multiplayer horror game, and this time, I will play with my friends. No one asked who he was going with. Most viewers already knew his little group of friends who always played with him. Instead, they were more surprised at the game choice. So after being an exorcist, you are going to become a lost person who wants to escape the backroom. Dude, you're really going to the backroom? Have you heard of the rumor that it can trap you for real if you don't finish it? A horror multiplayer. Can we count on you to scream? We're going to have a screaming clips LOL. I will make a compilation. Don't hope too much from me. I don't think I will scream that much. He said as he laughed. Anyway, let's gather with the boys. I will invite them to my lobby now. Saying so, he opened the menu and invited everyone. Soon, everyone joined one by one. Lily was the first since she had access to his lobby already, followed by Flexi, and finally the other three from Bamboo Talent. Yo, buddy, what a lineup we have here. 5 newbie streamers who managed to enter the streamer wars, and me, your charismatic Flexi. Ha ha. Max laughed when he read the chat. Charismatic my 4SS. You're just orange. Flexi is too energetic, even more than Breeze. Orange juice? Shush, oranges are delicious. Flexi is talking too much LOL. Let's start the game. Amelia laughed dryly at his antic. This was their first time meeting. Princess Peach too. As for Mad Lad, he had met Flexi in the Knight's Journey program and already knew his personality. I agree with the cat this time. You're not charismatic at all, Flexi. Max said jokingly as Flexi gasped dramatically. You dare betray me? No. Lily, help me. He cried out like a baby. Do I know you? She said innocently and tilted her head, her lips curled up in a slight smile. Max laughed as Flexi gasped again. Traitors. Everyone betrayed me. He snorted and crossed his arms. At least you're on my side, right? We're comrades who love oranges. He turned to Mad Lad and Amelia. Mad Lad shrugged while Amelia giggled. I don't like orange juice. Max laughed again before calming down. Flexi was truly energetic. It had been a long time since they met, but his friend's personality had never changed. All right. Let's play the game. By the way, Lily, Flexi, Peach, Amelia, and Mad Lad here are my friends. They are also nominated in Streamer Wars. Do vote for us, guys. I am in 6 categories, though. Do vote for me. He grinned. That little bragging caught Mad Lad's attention. Show off. Though do vote for Knight's Journey program. We are parts of that, okay? Max chuckled. Amelia and Princess Peach didn't promote themselves. In the streamer wars, the three of them were rivals. That was why Max also be understanding and didn't promote Lily in this livestream, even though there were more than 15K people watching. Anyway, they chatted and exchanged banter for a little bit before entering the game. Are you guys ready? Max asked as everyone nodded. Lily hid behind him, holding his arm with both hands. Max smiled when he saw it. She's scared already, he thought as he started the game. His vision had turned black for a second before it was replaced by an eerie room with dim light on a low ceiling. The walls were green, and there were spaces with pillar bars creating a corridor. Metal doors could be seen with some strange interiors visible through the barred windows. Some rooms looked normal, while some looked like prison cells. The place looked old. Dusts covered the floor, while blood splatters were present everywhere. Max looked at his body next. He was wearing a strange yellow safety suit with helmet. His character was equipped with a flashlight in his hand. Behind him, Lily wore the same outfit, but in white. Mad Lad and Amelia were in blue and red respectively, while Flexi and Princess Peach were in orange and pink. All right, I won the RNG, Flexi exclaimed, happy to get an orange color he liked instead of any other color. This eerie atmosphere didn't even bother him. Everyone looked at him in disbelief before sighing. That managed to calm the three girls who looked terrified, while Mad Lad mumbled something inside his safety suit as he was dragged by Amelia to accompany her. Flexi has no fear at all, lol. Kek, it's so funny to see him like this. I wonder how his face will be after you find the monster. I'm looking forward to that too. Max answered the chat and looked around. Everyone had walked around the room already, exploring the area. Only Lily clung to him, refusing to let go of his arm. Max smiled as he used his flashlight to illuminate the way. Just as he walked a few steps, Mad Lad's voice rang out. Hey, check this out. There is a drawing here. Discover more stories at Empire. Everyone gathered around the wall as Max approached Mad Lad. On it, there was a drawing written in blood. There was a circle with two stripes that looked like a face. Max read the word below it. Stay together and find the exit, huh? And this is an eye. Is this a clue? He asked. Princess Peach narrowed her eyes. Stay together? We can't separate from each other. She asked. No, I don't want to walk with a peasant. I will go first. This princess is fearless. I shall find the exit. Saying so, she walked away from them while humming. Max sighed when he saw it. Peach, wait dash. Just as he said that, Mad Lad also dragged Amelia away. Let's follow her, Amelia. Don't worry, Breeze. We will look after her. Let's split into two teams. What he said was reasonable. Finding the exit by splitting into two teams was faster than searching together. The danger increased, but it also decreased at the same time. If a monster chased after one group, the other group could focus on finding the exit to the next stage. Only at a game like this that Max didn't want to be given any clue. If there were too many clues in a horror game, then it wouldn't be fun. And as this game was the 5th installment, everyone already knew the rules. That was why the developer also skipped the tutorial and just dropped the players in this strange space. Well, I guess it's just us three, he said as he looked at Flexi and Lily. The usual group, eh? Flexi nodded. Let's go? I am leading this time, he said as he motioned for Max and Lily to follow him. They walked toward a different direction from where Princess Peach, Mad Lad, and Amelia went. Max led Lily with him while Flexi scouted the front. Max noticed Lily tightened her hold every time they found a new thing. In this game, there was nothing scary yet. That was until a few seconds later. Hiya. No. Away. A loud scream came from the opposite direction where the other group went. Max jumped slightly, surprised by their voices. Lily was shaking slightly, clutching into his safety suit. Flexi's usual outgoing act disappeared as he trembled. He turned back to Max with a pale face. Did you hear that? They screamed so loudly. He stuttered. What happened to them? Max gulped as he shook his head. I don't know, but I know one thing we could do. He turned to Flexi, and both of them nodded. What a coincidence. I know what we should do too, Flexi replied. Max smirked as he said, Run. Both of them ran away from the screams, dragging Lily, who still clung to Max. The girl squealed in surprise, but she quickly followed them without saying anything. First priority was to get as far away as possible from the source of the scream. LOL. They looked terrified, LOL. Ha. Run. Chicken Breeze. Fuck you, chat. Flexi cursed at his chat as he kept running. Who told you to scream like that? And I am not a chicken. Max laughed when he heard it. I agree with Flexi this time. Chat, you guys are terrible. He scolded before smiling wryly. But hey, I am not a chicken too. They passed by pillars and went through a strange maze-like loop corridor before arriving at a fork. Max stopped running as Flexi took deep breaths to catch his breath. Lily also breathed heavily. The three of them ran at full speed without a care of the world, only for Flexi to raise a flag. Did we lose it? Oh, God damn it, Flexi! Max shouted angrily. Why did you say that? Sorry. I am truly sorry. Just as he finished that, loud footsteps rang from the corridor where they came from earlier. Looking at the source, Max saw a shadow with a round face and big eyes coming closer. It was just a floating round face with nothing more. Its eyes were two vertical slits. Oh, fuck. It's your fault, Flexi. Lily, let's run and ditch this guy. Hey. Flexi shouted. Max dragged Lily as they ran away from that shadow. Lily squealed in fear as she held into Max's safety suit. The boy felt bad for leaving Flexi alone, but he didn't want to die because of him. Stay together. We followed the instructions, but were still attacked. So, the instruction flashed in his mind. That means the monster will target an individual first. Max decided to leave Flexi for now. This was just a game, and Flexi wouldn't die anyway. They ran for a while before stopping as he and Lily lost their breath. No! Flexi could be heard screaming from far away as Max sighed. Taking care of his breath, he looked around and checked his flashlight. He didn't notice it earlier, but the flashlight had a limited battery. It was currently at 75%. Phew. He sighed and looked at Lily in his arms. Are you okay, Lily? He asked. Lily nodded, but she still trembled slightly. Max hugged her as he spoke. Don't worry. That monster won't chase us anymore. Yuan, I know. I just need to get used to it. She replied before smiling weakly. Max patted her head as he smiled. Let's continue exploring, he said as Lily nodded. Max moved again, with Lily following him from behind. There were arrows on the walls now that directed them to somewhere. Follow the exit to the back room? Ah, there is another arrow here, he said as he shone his flashlight at it. It seems we're close now. Chapter 470, Spooky Tunnel. Max looked ahead of him and found stairs. The arrow pointed there as he frowned. Stairs? I guess this is it. Lily clung to his arm as they walked upstairs. Max supported her as he hummed. When they reached the middle part of the stairs, their vision turned dark and they arrived at another large room. It looked like a parking lot. Ah! A voice came from Max's left. He shone his flashlight there and found Princess Peach hiding behind a pillar with Mad Lad and Amelia. We're alive again. Flexi also stood near them, pointing at Max. Okay, dude. What the heck? You left your friend just like that, he complained with a loud voice. Max laughed dryly. Sorry, he apologized before walking towards the others. But that was your fault, damn it. You raised the flag. Besides, we've advanced to the next stage, right? Flexi grumbled before sighing. Yeah, it was my fault. I am truly sorry. I promise to buy you a drink later, he said. Great. He nodded at his friend. How about you guys? Everything good? Nah, what do you mean good? Mad Lad cut in as Amelia giggled. Princess Peach looked terrified as she shook her head. Nothing good happened. I hate ghosts. I swear to God, I will never play this kind of game again. That thing opened its mouth and chomped me whole. The princess persona broke down as she raised her voice hysterically. Max laughed when he heard it. That's scary. Lily added. It was kind of strange. She was rarely scared. Even in front of scary monsters or cockroaches, she didn't hesitate to fight them up front. But just a single ghost managed to terrify her to this point. Max sighed as he looked around while everyone tried to recover from encountering the first ghost. The place they teleported to was a long tunnel with flickering lights in the distance. The walls were made of concrete with pipes attached to it. There was also a strange sound of water dripping somewhere. Max checked his flashlight. It was now at 62%. He turned it off because the room was bright. He looked at the others and found out something bad. Where is your flashlight? The others just realized it as they gasped. Without their flashlight, they couldn't go to the dark. Fortunately, that apparently wasn't a problem. Look here. Amelia pointed at the wall beside her. There, a table with 8 flashlights and some bottled liquid could be seen. Everyone approached it, and each took a flashlight with them. They also took the liquid, which said energy drink on it. While holding the items, he noticed a window appeared in front of him. It was separated into 4 sections, with words inventory written above. Curious, he tried to put his full flashlight inside, and it disappeared. One of the boxes was filled with a flashlight image. It was truly an inventory. It seems we can store items inside our inventory. Max informed as everyone nodded. Lily wasn't as scared as before and stood alone. She put her flashlight and the energy drink into her inventory. The rest of the flashlight and energy drink was given to Flexi and Mad Lad. They both brought 2 energy drinks and a flashlight inside their inventory. After everyone finished organizing their inventory and held a flashlight, they proceeded to finish this stage. Just like before, there was a drawing that gave them clue about the danger in this place. Max read the clue below it. They only moves when you shine a light. He squinted his eyes. Well, it seems we have to proceed in the dark. The monster image was also drawn with ink. It looked like a person with a neck stretched out with a round face. Max frowned when he saw it. This game sure loved to torture the player's heart. As the light in the distance turned on at once, the creature drawn on the wall could be seen clearly. Everyone jumped and screamed. It looked terrifying with its neck elongated and its round face with 2 vertical slits as eyes. The white clothing it wore was torn apart while blood dripped from its mouth. Its neck was bent as well, giving it a horrifying appearance. God, what is that? Holy shit. I jumped from my chair. That's scary. Run, run, run. Damn, that thing is walking toward them. A second later, the light was off and the creature disappeared. Run. No one knew who shouted, but their bodies moved at once. Max, being the fastest, ran first through the tunnel. He was closely followed by Lily and Mad Lad. Amelia and Princess Peach were the slowest among them, but Flexi made sure to stick with them. No one dared to turn their flashlight on. The only guide they had was the red light at the end of the tunnel. Just as they passed by the place where the creature appeared earlier, the light flickered on. The creature appeared behind them once again as it roared. Duh! Max felt chill running through his body as he ran faster. Everyone screamed in fear as they dashed forward. The light flickered off again, but they didn't stop moving. They ran and ran as fast as they could until... Go back! Max widened his eyes when he read the signboard there. Go back. They were standing at a fork now. 2 tunnels, one to the right and one to the left. Both of them were dark, but there was a small light at the end of the left tunnel. Everyone stopped for a few seconds. What the heck? Why are there 2 ways? Flexi asked, confused. It says go back, but go where? Fuck. Did we pass the exit? Mad Lad cursed. Gripped by fear of an unknown creature that might kill them, Amelia spoke up. I don't think we missed the exit. Otherwise, that sign won't be here, right? Maybe we need to go back to the room we first spawned into. No, that will mean we will come back. Our goal is to escape this place. Flexi countered. Let's go this way then. No, we need to go back. Princess Peach opposed. Max listened to everyone's opinion before turning to Lily. What do you think? We should split again. She answered. The most dangerous one is the one who goes back. Now let's take that path. Hey, we have no time to speak. That creature is near us already. Mad Lad pointed behind them. While they were talking, the light was still flickering, allowing the creature to move while they stopped. It had been a few seconds, and now the monster almost caught up to them. With a low growl that could be heard every time the light was turned on, the creature was getting closer to them. Its elongated neck stretched forward, revealing its sharp teeth. Max gulped as he looked at the tunnel. Splitting into 3 teams was their best choice right now. Okay, let's split. Peach, Lily, and Flexi, you go to the right tunnel. Amelia and Mad Lad to the left. Fuck this, I will take care of the monster. Take all my items now. He handed his spare flashlight to Lily and took out his energy drink. Based on the description, drinking it would allow him to run faster for a few seconds. Now was the perfect time to use it. Breeze dash, Lily wanted to refuse, but Max interrupted her. I will catch up to you guys soon. Don't worry, just find the exit. With that, he broke into a run when the light disappeared. Woah, a real man. He sacrificed himself for the others. Run, 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 Breeze. I feel like watching a horror movie, lol. We will miss you, Breeze, sad face. Max ignored the chat as he focused on running. He drank the energy drink he took out earlier and felt his legs become lighter. At that moment, the light was turned on. It was probably just a coincidence. But the monster was right next to him when it happened. Its face was really close to his, making all the details clear. SSSHHHH. Ah, it growled as Max screamed. Not even he had the protection against horror or a jump scare, especially one that he had never expected before and appeared right in front of him. He quickly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the monster's attack. Max ran with everything he got. His energy drink effect still lasted, allowing him to move faster than ever. He felt like flying through the air as he ran past the tunnel. However, he felt something strange and turned around. The light was turned off for a few seconds, and then it turned back on immediately. It was at that moment that he realized it. The creature didn't chase after him. Why? He stopped and turned around. For some reason, the creature went to the right, where 3 people went to, as if it chased the group with most people. Max widened his eyes. Lily. Chapter 471. A Genius Strategy. Danger. It was the worst scenario he could imagine. He trusted Lily to be able to escape the monster, but he was supposed to be the bait. What can I do? The light flickered off, giving him time to think. The creature was now standing in front of the fork. Based on its movement, it seemed like it was targeting the largest group first. Max looked at his flashlight. It was now at 59% battery. He still had time. Risk it. The answer was obvious. He immediately shone the flashlight at where the monster was last seen. The light flickered on instantly, showing him the creature. Its neck turned around, looking at him before it broke into a run. Seeing it, Max was really surprised and began to run at full speed while shining the flashlight toward it to allow it to target him only. What the heck? It can run. Holy moly. The way it runs is creepy AF. That's a humanoid monster, right? So it's like a zombie. No wonder it runs. Run, Breeze. Run. I never thought I saw that sentence again, but run, Breeze, run. The chat went wild as Max gritted his teeth. He went straight to the other side of the tunnel. SSHSHSHHHH. A strange groan was heard behind him as Max glanced backward. The creature was catching up to him. Its neck elongated even further as it glared at him. Shit. Get the hell away from me. Loud footsteps echoed in the tunnel as he ran for his life. Whenever the light turned back on, however, the creature would turn away to chase after the other group. Max also stopped, waiting for the light to turn back on again. His flashlight only had 32% battery left. At this moment, he had an idea how to attract the monster without allowing it to catch up to him. When the light was turned off once again, he immediately shone the flashlight to make the creature appear. Just like before, it suddenly bent its long neck toward his direction and run. However, before the creature managed to make its first step, Max turned off his flashlight. Then, he turned it back on, then off again. The creature flickered in and out the world, moving ever so slowly toward his direction. All he had to do was to keep the creatures here until the others found the exit. Hee. Now you can't get close to me. And you return to where you stand before. I win. Max grinned proudly as the creature growled. Breeze has balls LOL. Ha 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 ha, this guy is smart. I am glad Lily is safe, but I am worried about the other group. Isn't this game won't end or proceed to the next round if all members don't enter the exit or die? What will he do now? Get killed? I am not going to die, he replied while focusing on the monster in front of him. As long as the light doesn't turn on, I am safe. That was what he said, but he was getting pretty worried too. Would he stand here and kite the monster until he was tired? He didn't know the condition of the group deep in the fork. Were they safe? Or were they caught by the monster? Lily, everyone, please be okay. He hoped for their safety as he kept switching the light on and off, forcing the monster to stay where it was. In the next bright light time, Max noticed something. The creature was going toward him and not turning around. Did they escape? He thought as he broke into a run. There was no need to look at the chat as they would probably try to fool him. The creature always went toward a bigger group first. If Lily and the others were still in the tunnel, it would definitely chase them instead. Maybe they found the exit. Max thought as he smiled wryly. He ran forward while keeping an eye on the monster behind him. He finally stopped when he realized the monster kept chasing him and raised his middle finger at it. Eat shit. Eat sheet. Do you need to give a middle finger to the creature? Yes, of course. Ha ha ha, last man standing. Get chomped down. Bite bite. The creature stopped in front of him and growled. It grabbed his body with its neck before lifting him up. Max widened his eyes in surprise as he struggled. No, He shouted. The creature opened its mouth, revealing its sharp teeth, and was ready to chomp him. The next thing he saw was darkness, and when he looked around, he found himself in a familiar place. It was the start of the tunnel. Everyone appeared beside him, confusing him. Huh? Why are we here again? He asked Flexi, who stood close to him. The orange-haired streamer scratched his head awkwardly. Well, both are traps. We fell into a pitfall after entering that right tunnel. The left tunnel is a dead end. Wadash, Max widened his eyes. We fell into a deep pitfall. It didn't hurt. We just blacked out. Lily continued. He knew that. This game always cut the last dead scene before showing the video of the survivor or just returned them to the starting point. He just forgot about it. And we died because we walked the wrong way. Amelia finished, looking at Princess Peach. The pink-haired streamer harumphed before turning away from them. The real exit is here. But let's take the new flashlight and the energy drink. Our inventory is empty. Again after dying. Everyone agreed. They grabbed a flashlight each, with Flexi and Max holding 2 flashlights. The latter had 2 energy drinks, while the remaining one was given to Lily, the second fastest people in this room. Afterward, they decided to check the drawing again to find a clue. They only checked from afar to avoid triggering the creature's spawn. They only moves when you shine a light. Find the exit to the back room. The drawing had arrows. There was an arrow pointing to the left tunnel, and another one pointed to the room where they spawned earlier. Max widened his eyes when he realized it. The arrows were too small to realize it in the first place, especially since the creature appeared right after they got to the drawing. He slapped his forehead. The clue wasn't telling us to go to the end of the tunnel. It only told us that the monster will move. He exclaimed before laughing. We were tricked by a drawing and the map design. Damn it. Ugh, don't tell me we need to split again. Flexi groaned. Mad Lad patted his shoulder as the guy sighed. Well, at least we know the exit now, which is around here. But where? Princess Peach asked as everyone looked around. There were no special things here. Only the drawing and the arrow pointing to the 2 directions. Max shone his flashlight he got from the table everywhere before Amelia's voice drew everyone's attention. There is a small arrow there. She pointed at a spot in the middle of the tunnel. Max looked at the spot she pointed and realized something. There was a reason why they didn't see that arrow earlier. That's where the monster spawned the first time. He said, and everyone nodded. They remembered it clearly. The creature was standing there, growling at them. It was the scariest experience for Lily, Amelia, and Princess Peach, though Flexi looked pale too. Max shone his flashlight to the middle of the tunnel. When he did so, the black creature with an elongated neck and white clothes appeared again. Everyone jumped in fear as Max quickly shone his flashlight at the drawing behind them. The monster disappeared, allowing them to breathe in relief. Max also let out a breath before shining the flashlight to the middle of the tunnel again. The monster appeared once more, blocking their way. He quickly turned his flashlight off once again. Damn it. Stop playing with your flashlight, buddy. Flexi complained. That's scary as heck. Look, your girlfriend is trembling. Max rolled his eyes as he looked at Lily. Flexi was right. She trembled slightly as she hugged herself. He smiled as he patted her head. Sorry, but I need to make that monster move. Look at the distance. There is a manhole on the ground. I think that's our exit. Everyone looked at where he pointed at. There was indeed a manhole on the ground, covered by a metal cover. Oh, I see. But how? Amelia asked. We're too focused on the monster when it first appeared that we missed the manhole. Then, we ran at full speed in the dark, right? Unless we look at it carefully, it's hard to see it in the dark. At least, I am too scared to even look at the monster. Lily concluded with a nod. Yep. Now we know it's there. We just need to wait until the light turns on and then off. Remember that we only have 2 or 3 seconds to run toward the manhole and enter. As long as one of us survives, that will be a win. There is one way to ensure we don't lose our energy drinks, though. Max said as he turned to Flexi. Everyone understood what he meant and nodded. They looked at the orange-haired streamer with the same mind. Hey guys, I am the senior here, you know? Are you really going to do this to me? Guys. Lily? Buddy, not that plan. Flexi's face paled when he saw everyone's gaze. He turned to Lily, who shook her head apologetically. I am sorry, brother. He apologized as he held Lily's hand. She's too scared without me. You can do it. Lily said. You traitor. Flexi widened his eyes as Mad Lad chuckled. Amelia also giggled as Princess Peach laughed loudly. Chapter 472, Free Content is Welcome. Unlike the first time they were here, the area first few meters from their spawn point was dark. No light, except the one coming from their flashlight, could be seen. In the darkness, Flexi stepped forward first, holding a flashlight in his hand. His body was trembling slightly due to fear. However, you can do it. Buddy, good luck. I trust you, bro. Be a good bait, peasant. We're counting on you. The teammates who went through thick but not thin moments were cheering him from behind. They were laughing at his misfortune. Damn it, he cursed under his breath and walked toward the manhole. Currently, he was a few meters away from the location that would trigger the lamp. Once he passed that place, he had to run around and then shine his flashlight to keep the creature away from the manhole. It was a simple but dangerous job. You get what you deserves, Flexi. Now we shall turn orange into red. You know? Blood red. I get you, man. I can't help but look forward to it. His viewers had no trust in him surviving this ordeal. They wanted to see him turn into minced meat after getting killed by the creature. Gritting his teeth, Flexi declared loudly, I will survive. Max chuckled at that. His chat already wished for Flexi's peaceful rest. The orange-haired streamer walked slowly. And when he passed the drawing, bam! The light turned on at once. Bright flash momentarily blinded everyone, making them squint their eyes lightly. Still, they couldn't afford to look away as the monster was spawned already. It stood before Flexi on two legs. Its elongated neck stretched out as it growled at Flexi, who shouted, Ah! He immediately shone his flashlight at its face and started running around. The monster seemed to hate light brighter than the tunnel light. It began to chase Flexi, who screamed hysterically. Holy shit! It is running! He cried out as everyone facepalmed at his exclamation. Guys, it's chasing after me. Help! He pleaded as everyone began to run toward the manhole. Princess Peach was the first one who reached the manhole and opened it before jumping in with no hesitation. Amelia was the second one who entered the manhole and disappeared beneath the ground, followed by Mad Lad. The last one to jump was Lily. Max didn't go inside the manhole immediately. He crossed his arms and watched Flexi ran away from the monster. Fortunately, when the creature was closing in, the light was turned off and it disappeared. The guy stumbled before rolling on the ground. When he realized that he survived, he quickly ran to the manhole while crying loudly. Breeze. Guys, help. Max wanted to laugh at his friend, but he held back as he waved at him to hurry up. Flexi's expression brightened upon seeing him. I know you wouldn't leave me, buddy. The orange-haired boy laughed as he reached the manhole. Now that we're here, let's enter it together. Max grinned at his friend. The grin plastered on his face, looking pretty evil that Flexi hesitated for a second, wondering if his best friend would stab him in the back. Slowly, he raised his hand, holding a flashlight, and pointed it at Flexi. At that moment, they were still tens meters apart from each other, but the light was strong enough to be seen. Clearly, Flexi's eyes widened when he noticed something in Max's hand was turned on. You motherlick dash. Have fun, buddy. Max interrupted his scream and waved his hand. Once again, the creature spawned. This time, it was right behind Flexi and was ready to devour him. There was no time to dodge as Flexi cried out hysterically while the monster bit his neck and tore him into pieces. That's pure evil. Lol. I can't. I really missed this cap. Flexi be like, I am safe. And the next moment Breeze be like, are you sure about it? KW. Breeze, that's so evil. How could you kill him? I am looking forward to his retaliation. Max didn't waste any time and jumped into the manhole at that moment. When he landed, he found himself in a small room with stairs. The ladders connecting to the manhole above couldn't be seen. Everyone looked at him worriedly. How's Flexi doing? Mad Lad asked as Max shrugged. He died, he replied with a sad expression. He sacrificed himself for us, sob. Ah, so you killed him. Princess Peach interrupted with her cold tone as Max winced. Do you think I don't know what you were trying to do? You put that peasant there on purpose. Well, it's free content. He responded without hesitation. Don't you want to see Flexi die horribly? I bet all viewers want him or someone dead. In the game, I mean. Princess Peach opened her mouth as if wanting to retort, but didn't say anything in the end. She also knew how entertaining it was to watch Flexi screaming like that. Even the comment in her stream went fast when they saw Flexi got chased by the creature. They were streamers. Content was their lifeblood. They lived and died depending on their content. No one would pass up the opportunity to produce new content and gain more viewership. And watching Flexi getting eaten alive by a creature was truly great content, even more so than any horror game he ever played. I just checked Flexi's stream. He's screaming behind you, Breeze. Lolo, their viewers really enjoyed it. They wanted revenge. Ha 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 ha. How many votes of revenge do you think will come? My bet is 5K plus votes. I bet it reached 10K plus votes to get revenge against Breeze. Are you guys seriously betting now? He facepalmed as his chat ignored him and kept making bets. Amelia giggled beside him while Lily laughed lightly. Mad Lad also snickered as Princess Peach snorted. It's good to get more views. The VTuber added. But where do we go now? She asked as everyone looked around. Forward, right? We're not in the new area yet, as Flexi is still dead, Max said, looking at the only corridor there. It was narrow with water dripping from the ceiling. Old rusty pipes could be seen with some strange fluid spilled around the walls. A rotten smell was hanging in the air, making the place even more disgusting to be seen. Max frowned at the sight of that corridor. Chapter 473, Little Girl. Are we really going to go in? There, Princess Peach stuttered, sounding disgusted. Amelia looked uncomfortable as Mad Lad sighed. Lily looked at Max, seemingly asking for his decision. He nodded with determination as he led the group through the narrow corridor. Everyone followed behind him while covering their nose to lessen the horrible smell around them. Whoa, this is bad. The smell is unbearable. Mad Lad whined, his expression scrunched up. Nah, why the fuck is this game has such a realistic smell? Language. Amelia chopped his helmet, causing him to scream. Ouch. What the fuck, ouch. Stop it. I know that was my fault. I won't say anything bad anymore. Good. Amelia nodded in satisfaction. Max and Lily laughed at their exchange while Princess Peach rolled her eyes. This is why peasants are. She muttered in a low voice, but it could still be heard by Mad Lad and made him stare at him. Afraid, she scooted closer to Lily before sticking her tongue out. They advanced quietly through the narrow corridor that could as well be called a sewer. The disgusting liquid scattered around was possibly from the strange thing coming out from the pipe or a part of a rat's corpse. Max wasn't sure which was worse, but he was definitely leaning toward the second choice. The sound of footsteps from something unknown was also audible, and his instinct told him to turn around immediately. But he calmed his heart and kept walking forward with everyone else. The two girls at the back were clinging to each other's arm while Mad Lad and Amelia stuck close together as a more brave members in the group, including Max. At some point, Amelia spoke. Hey, can you hear footsteps behind us? Or is it just my imagination? Mad Lad widened his eyes before nodding rapidly. Yes, I can hear that too. Am I imagining it? Or is it someone following us? He asked as Amelia turned to Max and Lily for an answer. Max, who heard Amelia's question, turned around as he shone his flashlight backward. When he did so, nothing appeared, but he felt goosebumps rise up his skin as something or someone was moving around the corner. Is it the footsteps from earlier? Or is it our imagination? He wondered, looking at Lily beside him. She didn't seem to have any reaction, indicating she didn't hear anything at all. Her focus was on walking forward, fearing that they would meet another monster. What do you think? He whispered to Lily, hoping she had an idea of what it was. The girl stared at him with confusion before understanding what he meant. She focused for a few seconds before shaking her head. Let's run. A preferable outcome was not to meet any kind of creature again, and running away was one of the ways to keep themselves away from whatever footsteps everyone heard. He turned to the front and found Amelia and Mad Lad walking side by side with each other, and Princess Peach was behind them. The VTuber seemed terrified as she was frozen on her spot while trembling slightly. They agreed with the plan and began to run. The sounds of their safety suit rustling were loud in this narrow corridor. The footsteps also became louder as if it came closer to them. Max turned around and shone his flashlight at whoever was chasing them, but didn't find anything. There wasn't any creature or anything chasing after them. However, he knew it got closer. Faster. There is something invisible behind us. Max shouted as everyone moved their legs faster. Princess Peach heard his shout and glanced back. H. Her shrill cry stopped everyone in their tracks. Before Mad Lad could ask what happened, Princess Peach spoke hysterically. I can see it. A little girl is chasing us. She wants to kill us. We need to run. The pink-haired streamer tugged her sleeves and quickly ran past everyone. She screamed loudly while leaving anyone. Max looked back, but didn't see the little girl she talked about. Still, that didn't stop him from running away. Madlad and Amelia ran past him, followed by Lily. He planned to stay behind to be the bait for everyone. Once again, he looked back, and this time, he was able to see it. Is that it? A little girl with a long pair of legs was running toward them. Her face was covered with a mask that had a single eye on it and a wide grin. It chased them like a serial killer chasing its victim, waving a huge knife around in hand. Run! It's trying to kill us, Max shouted at everyone, making them run faster. Even Princess Peach stopped, crying hysterically as she screamed in fear when she saw that little girl. But when she looked back, she couldn't see it anymore, making her calmer. From this, Max knew that only the person running at the back could see it. Since he was the last one of the group, he was the only one who could see the little girl. He was hoping not to see the creature chasing them, so he just focused on the front. In this game, their stamina was shown in a yellow bar. The speed it decreased depended from each person to person. Those who were scanned with a fit body would have extra stamina compared to others who weren't. Max's stamina bar was decreasing at a normal pace. The same applied for Lily and Madlad. Amelia and Princess Peach, however, had lower stamina than them. Their speed decreased when they ran farther. After a minute of running, Amelia couldn't keep up anymore and began to fall behind. Madlad tried to help her, but she shook her head as she pushed him away. Go. It's my turn to sacrifice myself, she said before turning around and shouted at the invisible creature. Come here. We won't forget your sacrifice. You're the best, Max shouted as he ran past Amelia, allowing her to finally see the creature. Just as she saw it, she screamed loudly. Madlad, take my position. I don't want to be a sacrifice. No. She ran as fast as she could while shouting hysterically, just like Princess Peach earlier. I'll take it back. Max chuckled after seeing her reaction. Madlad, we choose you. Use sacrifice. Damn it, I have no choice. Madlad stopped on his track and turned around. You better buy me lunch later. I will. Amelia answered him before running past him. The group left Madlad behind and continued to run. A loud scream could be heard from behind, but they believed it was just their imagination and kept running forward. Meanwhile, Max could finally see the end of the tunnel with a small space where they could rest. The floor was pristine, and there were metal bars to keep them away from the little girl monster. He entered first and held the door. Go fast, he shouted at everyone before shutting the door. He didn't close the door completely before the last person entered. Amelia and Princess Peach breathed heavily as Lily tried to recover her breath after entering. He immediately closed the door. At that moment, the floor became muddy as something on the other side pounded the door hard. He flinched in surprise, but kept his focus on locking the door. The room was small, so everyone had to stick to each other closely. After a while, click, it's locked, Max exclaimed before stepping back. The small room they were in started going up. The little girl he saw earlier was banging on the metal bar desperately while glaring at them with an eye and a huge grin on her mask. Raising his middle finger, Max smirked at the creature. Try to get us. And then, the elevator room turned dark and everything went black. Chapter 474, Prank went too far. When they realized it, they had arrived at what seemed like a hotel corridor with many doors on the sides. Flexi and Madlad had respawned. The former crossed his arms and tapped his feet. So, did you get good content? The orange-suited streamer asked Max with a tone full of sarcasm. Facing him, Max raised his thumbs up and gave him a nod. Of course, it's the best content ever. He grinned in satisfaction while the other rolled his eyes. Damn it, my revenge will come back at you sooner or later. Flexi warned him as Max smiled and patted his shoulder. Can't wait. Flexi grumbled under his breath as Amelia giggled while covering her mouth. Lily smiled wryly as Princess Peach scoffed loudly. So what is this map? What should we do here? Madlad had enough with the silly conversation and changed the topic. Princess Peach was the one who answered him. Can't you see the pattern? Find the drawing, search for a clue, and proceed. Okay, smartass. Where's the drawing then? She harumphed as she pointed at the end of the corridor. There was a signboard with a drawing at the end of the corridor where the road split to left and right. It's there, she said with a satisfied expression as if saying, I am not wrong to everyone. Max stifled his laughter as Princess Peach puffed her chest. Lily chuckled while Amelia giggled, and Flexi laughed out loud. Yeah, good job. Mad Lad complimented her sarcastically. I have become a sacrifice with Flexi last round. Breeze has sacrificed himself too when we were searching for the path, so. He looked at the girls, who looked back with an expressionless face. Really? Amelia asked while crossing her arms. You want girls to be a sacrifice? Princess Peach nodded, showing her support to Amelia's idea as Lily stared at him. I don't want to, she said with an apologetic tone as the other two girls agreed with her. Max, who heard their rejection, looked at Mad Lad while Flexi turned away from him, signaling that he should deal with this problem. Really, dude? Max decided to side with the girls this time, as it was funny to corner Mad Lad. Hey, why did you take their sides? He protested strongly. Besides, at least this time, the corridor is brightly lit, right? There will be no creatures inside. He pointed at the corridor that was bright thanks to a skylight at the end of it. Everyone knew that having no creature waiting for them in this map would be impossible. There would certainly be one or even two roaming around trying to kill them. Look, we aren't stupid, Mad Lad. Max shrugged his shoulders. And we're also scared, so why don't the bravest person take the lead? Feel free to check it, brother. As he said, Flexi nodded in agreement while Mad Lad gritted his teeth. Man up. You can do it. Princess Peach and Amelia supported Flexi and Max's words as Lily looked at him sympathetically. Good luck, she said with an apologetic tone. I really don't want to become a bait. Betrayed, Mad Lad cursed under his breath. With this, he had no choice but to find out what was hiding in this map. He approached the first room on his right and knocked on the door. No response could be heard inside, so he decided to open it. The door was opened pretty easily despite it was wooden. Inside was a typical hotel room with a double bed and a table near it with some plates on it. A bathroom was connected to it at the corner. However, Mad Lad didn't know this, but this hotel room wasn't normal. The window was open and he couldn't close it. Boo! Fuck! Hearing the voice, Mad Lad screamed as he almost jumped up to the ceiling in surprise. He turned around and found the owner of the voice looking at him weirdly. It was Max, who tilted his head and grinned at him. Yo, scaredy cat. He greeted him as Mad Lad scowled at him. What is it? Your face is pale. Motherfucker. You scared the shit out of me. Ha ha ha, did I? He teased him before approaching Mad Lad, who backed away from him. What's wrong? Can't handle a little jump scare. You fool, wait a second. Mad Lad pointed his finger at him while glaring angrily at him. Are you the real Breeze or the monster? I heard there is this skinwalker or something. Prove it to me that you're the real one. He shouted as Max raised his eyebrow. Huh? Seriously, dude? If there is a skinwalker, the people outside will freak out when I entered, no? That was a good point. He came from outside where the rest of the people watched the corridor intently. If he was a skinwalker, at least the real Max would came running down and shouted at Mad Lad. That's... Mad Lad couldn't retort. He sighed and approached him. Well then, let's go. There is nothing in this room beside that open window. He pointed at the open window. Max peeked from above Mad Lad's shoulder and nodded. They passed by each other right in front of the bed before Max's body swelled in a moment. The disguise melted like a clay and revealed something else. Its huge red eye locked onto Mad Lad, who widened his eyes in surprise. His mouth was gaping as he stuttered out Max's name, but before he could turn around and run, the creature grabbed his body and chomped his head. Motherfucker! His loud shout reverberated throughout the entire corridor as everyone looked at each other in worry. What was that? Princess Peach trembled as Amelia hugged her tightly. I don't know. Amelia responded, but I know that Mad Lad is dead. That's easy to guess. Max retorted as everyone glared at him. Sorry. Meanwhile, the sound of the creature eating the remains of Mad Lad's body could be heard coming from the room. His screams could also be heard inside before they were cut off. No one in the elevator saw anything weird, though. The only thing that changed was the first door in the corridor was opened by Mad Lad earlier. Man, this has become scary. Was that the monster's sound? Is Mad Lad dead? Nah, that's his scream. How can you say he's dead when we didn't see it? Then that must be his scream of sexual frustration, lololololol. I would have guessed that, too. Ha ha, sexual frustration kep. Max read the chat and sighed. As they had said, this became scary pretty quickly. Anything in that room must be a hostile creature, ready to kill them in a gruesome way possible. Buddy, he felt a touch on his shoulder and turned around to see Flexi in his orange suit. Somehow, the expression behind the visor was fresh and happy. It's your turn now. He grinned at him, making Max feel cold sweats running down his back. Take this as revenge for killing me first earlier. Seriously? Max tried to find a way to avoid it, but the glare he got from everyone in this elevator stopped him. Even Lily nodded repeatedly, hoping for him to go. She was already scared and couldn't really move well. Max, can you please check? For me. She looked at him with upturned eyes. It was impossible to refuse now. All right. He sighed before jumping out of the elevator. Okay, I will check what is inside that room. If I don't return in 5 minutes, come find me. He instructed as everyone nodded. He could hear everyone's cheer as he walked forward slowly. All eyes were focused on him as he reached the first door in the corridor and peeked inside. Surprisingly, the room looked pretty normal. Mad Lad was standing in front of the window, looking out there. Without moving at all. This bastard just screamed not long ago. Did he prank us to believe that he had died and made us send someone to check on him? So petty. That was what he thought. That was why he planned to get revenge. Approaching him as quietly as possible, he stopped next to the bed. Then, he took a deep breath and shouted, "Boo!" His loud shout echoed inside the room, but Mad Lad didn't even flinch as Max widened his eyes. This was definitely weird. Mad Lad. He called him again, but he didn't move even an inch. He gulped and approached the unmoving streamer slowly. Hey dude, did you hear me? Sorry for screaming at you like that. Huh. He apologized as he reached for his shoulder. At that moment, Mad Lad turned his head around. His eyes were bleeding with blood dripping down his cheek, while a wide grin plastered on his face, as if he was smiling at him creepily. The neck was turned 180 degrees, which wasn't humanly possible. A realization dawned on him. This person wasn't Mad Lad. Foo dash. Max's shout was cut off as a hand stretched out toward him. Chapter 475, Skinwalker. He quickly dodged backward, escaping from the hand just by a few inches as his heart raced rapidly. Fear crept into his mind as he realized he met a different monster compared to what he encountered last time. This one was way more dangerous and terrifying. It could even transform into one of his teammates and act as if nothing happened while planning its next move. No wonder. Mad Lad screamed so loud earlier. Max thought as he looked around frantically. He immediately dashed toward the door and exited the room before slamming the door shut and locked it. A loud pounding was heard behind the door, and before he knew it, the door broke out and was swung open. He looked at the elevator, where everyone was looking at him strangely. Without wasting a second, he immediately shouted at them while waving his hand frantically. Run! Now! Like a rocket, everyone except Princess Peach sprang up and ran toward him. She shivered slightly before trying to walk forward, but she fell to her knees before she could even step forward. Max stayed to hold the door. The loud banging behind the door became stronger and stronger with each passing second, and he couldn't hold it any longer. Fuck, he swore as he looked at Princess Peach. Peachy go. Upon hearing his call, Princess Peach slowly walked forward. Fear and terror were visible on her face. But she didn't come for him. She came for the others. Max rolled his eyes as he wondered if this girl would rather sacrifice someone other than herself. Just as they turned to the corner, Max let go of the door and sprinted away. The door swung open in an instant, and the creature stepped out with its mouth hanging open threateningly. Its teeth were sharp like knives, ready to bite and tear them into pieces. When it noticed the people running away, it ran forward like a zombie in movies and films while chasing after them, passing after him. Its speed was fast as it managed to reach Amelia and Princess Peach in mere seconds before grabbing the former's neck. Amelia cried out as her neck was about to get torn into pieces. The monster stopped for a while from trying to eat her. A few seconds. That was the time needed for the monster to kill Amelia. While Amelia screamed in fear, Max stopped for a moment as he held his breath, waiting for its final decision. The monster's long finger with sharp nails twitched slightly before it pierced through Amelia's throat with its claws. Blood sprayed out from the wound, dyeing the floor beneath her in red liquid. GG-O. The monster stared at Amelia for a second before slowly opening its mouth pretty wide. The group looked at what happened in fear, not willing to enter their mind that Amelia had died because of them. Max stood up and quickly approached the group. He passed by the monster, but it didn't do anything and kept eating Amelia's body gaki. As it finished, its body slowly morphed back into Amelia's form, who stood up from her spot with a creepy smile. What is that? Flexi pointed at the creature with trembling fingers. His expression paled behind his visor as Max glanced at him before turning toward the creature that now transformed into Amelia and began to walk away from them. This is too creepy. Princess Peach shivered slightly as Max agreed with her words. The creature was still silent and walking away from them instead of chasing them. Now that Amelia had become its second prey, no one knew what it would do next. At least, the four of them were now safe. Huh. Max slumped on the ground. His hazmat suit rustled as he breathed out in exhaustion. I am sorry about Amelia. May you rest easy in spectator mode. I have tried my best to hold the door. He apologized as Lily patted his shoulder. What was that? She asked curiously. Is it a new monster? Max nodded weakly. It is, but this is definitely way more dangerous than the previous monster. When I entered that room earlier, the monster looked like Mad Lad. And now it looked like Amelia. Princess Peach gulped audibly at his explanation before speaking shakily. Why you mean I could turn into something else? That's exactly what I mean, he affirmed, and an audible gulp could be heard. So we can't exactly trust our teammates either now? No one knows who is the real one. Correct, he said before turning to Flexi beside him. Just as he turned, his face was met with a palm. He was pushed back a few steps from the impact as Flexi pointed at him accusingly. Monster, I won't believe you. How dare you kill my best buddy Breeze? Don't think that I will believe you. Max looked at him, confused. Princess Peach and Lily were also surprised by what Flexi did before looking at both of them alternatively. The latter blinked her eyes repeatedly. What just happened? Did Flexi just accuse Breeze that he was a monster? The skinwalker? Well, betrayal scene? This will be fun. Yeep, Flexi is a good actor. Go, Flexi. Kick him out. We won't give this skinwalker a chance to escape. Now I am interested in how it will end. We have more than 2 hours left anyway, so they can play around all they want. Naturally, Max understood why Flexi did this. Content was a valuable thing for streamers. So many would sacrifice themselves to gain more views. That was why he wouldn't hesitate to use this opportunity to make some funny content out of him. Max grinned under his hazmat suit. When he stood up, his expression changed into a serious one. You're not Flexi. He pointed at him as if he realized something big while Flexi didn't back down. No, you're not Breeze. Prove it to us that you're my buddy. The one who always messes something up at the most critical moment and finally dies early. How sad, friend. He acted his role perfectly while everyone seemed to buy it immediately as Princess Peach and Lily nodded repeatedly in agreement. They believed Max was a real one. That actually happened in their practice for Knight's Journey program. That doesn't prove anything. The monster could use AI and change into you. Flexi's retort sounded reasonable. As for me, I never left Princess Peach and Lily's sight, so I can never be a monster, right? That's the proof I have. Meanwhile, you entered that room. The real Breeze might have fallen into the monster already. You're an imposter. He has a point. Maybe this Breeze isn't Breeze to begin with. I think Breeze has killed Mad Lad too. Ha 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 ha. What's with this chaotic situation? But both have reasons. This is like low attorney moment LOL. The chat enjoyed it with enthusiasm. The viewers enjoyed seeing the two famous streamers accusing each other without putting their guard down. In their perspective, this was too scary to be true. The idea of a skinwalker who could be someone else was so horrifying. Immersion was important in a streaming, so Max didn't answer the chat, now even though he wanted to yell at them. You guys have been watching me since the start. Who are you calling killing Mad Lad? Anyway, this situation wouldn't be resolved unless he proved his innocence or did something crazy enough to disprove it. But how could he do it when there was no real evidence he could use? Max racked his brain before realizing something. Let's agree to disagree, he said. I will go alone to the left while you are alone to the right. No. Lily shook her head and grabbed his hand before speaking. Don't leave me. She looked at her with puppy eyes. Looking at her, Max thought about his decision twice. Going alone in this situation could be dangerous. Even he wasn't sure whether or not his friend was the real one. Still, he didn't want to just watch and do nothing while Flexi enjoyed being the center of attention. The smirk behind his visor was visible from where he stood. Moving alone is safer, as we can just think everyone else other than us is the skinwalker. But I also can't leave Lily alone. A choice between going with his girlfriend or alone. It was an easy pick. Okay, let's go together. Heh, I won't fall into your trap. I am going to the left area alone. Flexi shouted as Princess Peach, and Lily froze before looking at him with terrified eyes. I have no friends here anymore, so I will go alone. You guys are just monsters who want to eat me. Farewell. I shall take revenge for my buddy, Breeze, alone. Max rolled his eyes at his word as Princess Peach grabbed Lily's arm in fear while trembling. It's normal for a princess and a queen to stay together. Let that fool peasant die alone. As for me, I shall keep myself away from him. Not Flexi. Hearing that, Max nodded. There would be more risk with more people moving together. If they just split for a few seconds, they could be replaced by a monster. Never leave each other's sight, no matter what. He ordered before leading them away from Flexi. And never stay in one place. Why you have no right to order me. HMPF. Princess Peach averted her eyes while Lily nodded beside her. Max couldn't help but sigh. They began to move toward the right path. Chapter 476. Trust is no longer earned, it's given. The hotel-like corridor extended almost infinitely. Max turned around when he felt like he was walking a considerable distance. The fork behind him already disappeared from his sight, and so was Flexi. Now, there were only the three of them, moving alone in this empty corridor while glancing around with suspicious eyes. Even he didn't know whether the monsters had disguised themselves or not. If they were, what kind of appearance would it be? And more importantly, where should we go? Princess Peach asked as they turned around the corner. We should find the next exit, right? Just like what we did in the first two areas. Should be. Lily nodded as Max agreed with her words. It's like a dungeon. Indeed. This hotel corridor, along with many doors, looked like a dungeon path that he often saw in games, especially in the RPG series or other horror games that took place in a dungeon. We have to solve a puzzle, no? Or maybe we need to find the clue ourselves. Something that he really hated. A puzzle without any clue. The drawing on the crossroad also didn't help too much. There is a drawing of a skinwalker and 3 colorful keys. Maybe we should find the keys first, Max suggested, thinking it would be better than looking around aimlessly in this corridor. 3 of them? That's a perfect number for us. Lily spoke as she raised 3 fingers. For a group of 3 people. But we shouldn't going separately. He reminded Lily. Let's check the room one by one together, in case the monster appears. That way, we can pinpoint which one of us is real and which one is the monster. All right. Then, can we go in? Order. Princess Peach suddenly asked. Skipping one of them will definitely be bad. It's just common sense. Is your peasant brain unable to comprehend such simple stuff? She insulted them while smiling proudly at them. The way she looked at them made Max wonder how she could be so arrogant when she was actually afraid of everything in this place. Max sighed but didn't retort to her taunt and urged them to move forward. She was just role-playing. Even Lily understood it. She nodded and moved forward as well, while checking the surroundings carefully for anything weird. He nodded inwardly. This was how they should be in this place. Checking the environment all the time, never lowering their guard. I will open the door, Max said as they stopped in front of the first room on the right side. The girls moved back slightly before nodding at him. He smiled and began to turn the knob around and push the door open. Looking around, he noticed the room was pretty ordinary. A few white beds were lined up at the corner, and there was a table with 2 chairs. Seems normal. Lily muttered as Princess Peach looked around nervously. Max nodded in agreement and closed the door before moving to the second one. Just like the first one, there was nothing unusual. Following that, the third, the fourth. Nothing was out of place. Until, why is the TV turned on? When they entered the 10th room, they found out the TV on the table was turned on, and a black screen was displayed on it. As if noticing someone's presence, the screen showed an image of a man dressed in white hazard suit, similar to them, running away in fear. A live stream? Or a video? He mumbled as the 3 of them approached the TV slowly. It was like watching a movie that started playing by itself. Some men in the video morphed into skinwalkers, leaving only 3 survivors. They each held keys, black, white, and yellow. These survivors entered rooms with numbers on them. Max immediately spoke when he saw this room. 202, 108, and 381. Type them, chat. Got it. 202, 108, 381. Remember them, guys. The viewers dutifully typed them down like what Max asked before the video continued, showing them how they entered the room with the code. The survivors closed these doors and the video ended. The TV turned into static. Loud noises resonated throughout the room before switching off. Max saw these words. Your journey is almost over. Thank you for playing our game. This is the end. Lily mumbled as Princess Peach sighed in relief. While the girls were relieved, Max looked around the room warily. There was no way the game would end like this. The words on the screen were probably used to lower the player's guard. At that moment, he heard footsteps coming from the end of the corridor, followed by something dragging across the floor and hitting the wall rhythmically. It sounded like chains and metal being dragged, making his spine tingling in fear. What is that? Anyway, that sounded like bad news. Screams could be heard outside. Based on the voice he heard, it sounded like Flexie's. Buddy, save me. The monster is chasing after me. Flexie's scream appeared while he ran toward them. It was getting closer and closer. And Max had a bad feeling. Run now. He immediately shouted as he grabbed Lily and Princess Peach's hands, dragging her out of the room. He looked at the source of the scream and found Flexie getting chased after by 3 skinwalkers. Their huge red eyes were shining in the corridor that began to dim. Who knew when? Don't ever look back, he warned them. Max quickly led them away from those skinwalkers without wasting a second. Lily ran beside him while Princess Peach had a hard time following them. Buddy, please stop. You can't leave me behind. Flexie's shout stopped them. I am not a skinwalker, I swear. I know where to get the keys that we need to leave this place. Huh? Really? Princess Peach stopped immediately, but her hand was immediately pulled by Lily. He's lying, she said to the VTuber. Flexie doesn't know we need keys to leave this place. Or rather, we don't know what the keys are used for yet, meaning that one is a skinwalker. Max added. His lips curled up into a smile. And that monster gave us free information. The keys are used to leave this place. Lily nodded at his words and urged Princess Peach to run again. They eventually turned the corner and entered one of the rooms when the skinwalkers couldn't see them. Max immediately closed the door and held it with his body. Footsteps rang outside the room, passing them a few seconds later, indicating that they hadn't found their hiding place yet. That was close. He sighed in relief. His legs gave out, and he fell onto the floor. Man, that was scary. You're just saying that? El Mayo, imagine getting chased by 3 skinwalkers. It's not even that scary. I agree, man. Did you see this person who screamed? Is that Flexie really a skinwalker, though? What if it's a real one? You left him getting chased by those monsters alone. He will manage. He shrugged off. Everything was so chaotic that it didn't make sense at all. Still, Max, look at this. Lily called out to him from further into the room. He raised his head and saw her holding a white key while Princess Peach was holding an open box. Isn't this the key to exit? We found it under the bed. Max blinked a few times. He looked at the door and noticed 202 was written on it. An idea came into his mind. There are 3 rooms, 202, 108, and 381. So this could be a white key. There must be another 2 keys somewhere in room 108 and 381. To think we stumbled upon it accidentally. If that wasn't luck, then he didn't know what to call it. With this key, they had something that could open the door to the next area. He stood up with Lily and walked toward the 2 girls. Then he noticed something else inside the box and picked it up. It was a map. I think we can get out of here safely now. Chapter 477, Comfy and Warm. Finding the other keys became pretty easy after finding one under the bed in room 202. They came to understand that all the keys were hidden inside the room with the number starting with 2-digit numbers in its name. We've gathered them all, Max muttered as he looked at the 3 keys in his hand. The yellow one was heavier than the white one. Meanwhile, the black one was very light and easy to hold. Let's move to the end of the corridor now. I believe the double door is our exit. Princess Peach nodded in agreement at his suggestion while Lily stared at the keys silently before grabbing his hand. Max noticed her hand was trembling slightly. It looked like she was nervous, so he gripped her hand tighter to reassure her. They continued down the hallway together. There was no sign of Flexie anywhere, so he might be dead already. This meant only 3 of them were left here. The problem was, These skinwalkers were all around this place, and they couldn't afford to lower their guard. Max was actually glad that he managed to find all 3 keys. Although they were also chased by skinwalkers while trying to find them, he found something that could combat them. Once we enter the room and close the door, they won't be able to enter. It was as if they were ghosts who could only enter the room when invited. Open door was also a form of invitation. That was why they were able to enter the room if the door wasn't closed. That gave him and the 2 girls a sense of safety. They walked slowly toward the corridor where they saw the double door. After walking for a while on this map, Max was able to remember the route. Right, left, then left again, and straight from there. As he recalled the path they took, they saw a door that seemed different from the rest of it in front of them. We have arrived. He pointed at the door triumphantly before turning toward Lily and Princess Peach. They went to the door and stopped in front of him. Max observed it to see where the keys could get in, but was unable to find anything that resembled a hole. Huh? It's strange. There is no hole at all. HN. Lily tilted her head. She also didn't find it. No hole? You didn't mention anything about this. This is really fishy. I thought Breeze will exit easily. Maybe they are hidden? Like a secret compartment or something like that. Those skinwalkers can morph into us, though. They might use the survivor's memory to block the door. Well, is this a thriller now? Can you find it? Princess Peach asked as Max nodded at her. Yeah, I finally found it. He grinned. Behind the extraordinary wooden door was a small rectangular hole that only 3 keys could fit into. Based on the shape, it fit the keys they found perfectly. Max looked at the 2 girls and nodded. He inserted his black key first, followed by Lily's white key. Princess Peach heaved a sigh of relief. She stepped forward to insert the last key, the yellow one, to the hole. However, before she could insert it inside, screech. The sound of something sharp scraping across the floor rang across the corridor, along with rhythmic, heavy footsteps approaching them from behind. The footsteps sounded like someone who dragged their feet to walk. It made his spine tingle in fear just from hearing it. Everyone looked at the source. Their faces pale from terror as the sound became louder and louder, as if something was coming toward them at a rapid speed. Just now, a chain. Lily and Princess Peach whispered shakily in fear as Max gulped audibly. Oh no, that sounds bad. Get over here. The skinwalkers are trying to find their prey. That came out of nowhere. Was it a forced event? Forced or not, that sound sent shiver down my spine. Quick, he urged them while trembling slightly in fear. Insert it quickly. We might not have enough time. Princess Peach nodded repeatedly as her face paled significantly. She hurriedly inserted the last key into the hole, but it was stuck. Slightly panicked, she began to jiggle it around and pushed it deeply, but still couldn't enter it. Just insert it, Max exclaimed in frustration while Lily, who was hiding behind him, watched with worry. I tried. It can't enter. She protested as she tried once again to push the key inside the hole, but failed miserably. What's wrong with this key? The sound was getting closer. Max looked back and saw the silhouette. A large man wearing a hazmat suit could be seen. The suit was orange, and from within the visor, Flexie's face could be seen. But it was clear that it wasn't Flexie. Its body was swelling all over the places. It also dragged something heavy, metal chains, across the floor. Behind it, it also brought a corpse. The body was pulled like a sled, blood trailing behind the skinwalker as it got closer to them. Lily clenched Max's sleeve tightly as her teeth clattered in fear. Max, is that Flexie? Yeah. Max nodded. His face looked serious. That guy bulked up real good. I wonder if Lisa knows about it. Is bulking able to make a person like that? Is he not scared anymore? I am scared and my ass is sweating because of this damn skinwalkers, lolololol. Oh mio, that's a good joke. Indeed, since when Flexie is bulking. I mean, what could we do anyway? It's better to laugh it off. Max thought while a nervous smile was visible on his face. Although he pretended to be okay, his expression couldn't deceive anyone. He smiled wryly as he looked at the large skinwalker approaching them. There is only one option. Lily, he said as he looked at Lily. I love you. With that, he ran toward the skinwalker. Max, Lily's scream could be heard from behind. Oh, he's going to sacrifice himself. What a touching scene. Breeze is ready to get killed for Lily. Go, Breeze. I know you can handle bulking Flexie. With no problem. I trust you. Click. It's open. At the same time, Princess Peach managed to open the door. Max was halfway to the skinwalker when he heard it. He immediately stopped and turned around while screaming. "Holy, you ruined my scene." He screamed loudly in irritation while pointing at her. "Who ruins your scene? Ah, this is frustrating. Let's get inside. Max, go." Lily shouted at him before running inside the door with Princess Peach. He didn't argue and followed them inside as he cursed in his mind. Stupid Peachy. Darn. If only she opened it a bit later. Then that would have been perfect content. He vented his anger as they ran down a long dark stairway. I already have a good idea for my next video, and what does she do? Ruining my whole content. Dang it. Anyway, he entered the door and closed it behind him. He breathed out a sigh of relief. Then, he opened his eyes and looked around. Everything was white. He could see Lily and Princess Peach, but their hazmat suit had turned white too. What happened? Princess Peach cried out while looking at her hands in disbelief. "We're all turning white." "You're right." Lily nodded before touching her visor in awe. "Even my visor is white now. They are entering white world. I am white, ba to b ba to ba. That was blue, ID10T. Not white. My eyes. Ah, my eyes. The flashbang of white. I see we have someone who never saw sun in the past month here. Oh, that was Bloodsucker Lolo. His eyes got flashbanged." Max also touched his visor while tilting his head. Is this some sort of cutscene? Just as he wondered about it, he heard a voice. "Thank you for playing the game. We hope you will join us again. Rest well and have a nice day." A feminine voice rang out across the entire place before everything faded into darkness. He heard a click sound. Max couldn't help but frown at that before wondering where he would end up after this. Turned out they were moved to a place with chairs and a long table. Everyone was seated around it, including the fallen ones like Amelia, Mad Lad, and Flexi. Everyone was still in their hazmat suit, but their helmets were off. "It's over," Max muttered as he looked around. He saw Flexi was looking pretty exhausted but alive and well, unlike Mad Lad, who looked miserable. Meanwhile, Amelia, who was sitting beside him, seemed to be having a headache. She massaged her temples gently while groaning softly in pain. "Nah, I will delete this game," Flexi muttered. "I can't take it. The jump scare. The trauma. Mouth, 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 mouth." Amelia and Mad Lad were pretty out of it. They muttered endlessly, still remembering their last scene. Even though a few minutes had passed since then, they still didn't recover. It was clear who the survivor was and who got traumatized. Or they just acted like they were traumatized so viewers would feel sorry for them. Who knew? Max wouldn't believe them if they said they really were traumatized. Anyway, in the end, it was a fun game. Well, see you guys tomorrow. Have a nice day. Live stream ended. With that, he ended the stream and sighed. He looked at his friends with an exhausted expression. It was amazing how he could stay sane. Looking at Lily, he noticed that she looked back at him and smiled. Right? Let's spend time with her. She must be scared and exhausted. Max talked with the others for a while and logged out. Then, they got out of their capsules, changed their clothes, and went for some cuddles. Comfy and warm, as always. Chapter 478, New Capsules Development. July 22nd. After the usual morning exercise, Max received a call from Stone Sword. "Can you go to New Eden City right now? I need you to test something." "Is it done?" Max asked with a hint of excitement. He wiped his sweat with the towel he brought from home. "The prototype is." Stone Sword answered with a nod. "We just need to have a final testing. Maybe we will finish it in a week, right before the streamer wars if there is nothing wrong with the system. We have developed it for a long time, so I am sure it will work perfectly." "Awesome." Max grinned. "Anything I need to bring?" "Bring Lily with you too. I want to see her compatibility with the new VR capsule. After all, we developed it for her." "That goes without saying. I will be there in the afternoon." "Okay, just stay in the Biozone Hotel. I have already made a reservation with my name." "Sure, see you there." Max hung up the call and smiled broadly. He returned to his apartment to get ready, explaining briefly to Lily that they had to go to New Eden City. Half an hour later, they went to Sky Rail Station and departed. Lily liked using the Sky Rail to travel. All this time, she would always use a private jet, and that became boring. The moving scenery, the clear sky, and the beautiful greenery underneath their eyes felt surreal to her. It was something she had never experienced before until she started traveling with Max. Unfortunately, that trip ended pretty soon. New Eden City was in sight already. They stepped out of the station and went to the Biozone Hotel immediately. Max was already used to it. He had filled Lily with what he heard from her brother, Stone Sword. Soon, you will be able to play just like how you used to be. I am looking forward to it. She smiled brightly at him. Entering the hotel, Max was about to go to the receptionist to check in. Lily, however, a voice made them stop on their track. Looking toward the source of the voice, a woman whose blonde hair was making an amazing drill waved her hand. She took off her sunglasses and smiled at them. Sister Rebecca? Lily gasped in surprise. Why are you here? Rebecca beckoned them to come over, and they did as she was told. Max also knew Rebecca since his company's relationship with Stone Sword was pretty deep. After all, Peter can't come, so I am the one greeting you today. We will go to the lab together, she said, and explained what she was doing. As a reporter and Stone Sword's fiancée, she was given an exclusive right to interview him regarding the newly developed VR capsule. It had only been a few years since the latest one was released, and now, Spencer Company has already released the next model. If the news was spread, it would become big news. Developing a new VR machine wasn't as easy as it sounded. Only by spending a lot of resources and time would they be able to do it. Then, please check in first. I will call my driver to pick us up. Fufufu, this is an opportunity for me to get exclusive news for this project, she said excitedly while chuckling lightly. They checked into the hotel and went up to the room where they left their stuff and freshened up before going out. Once they arrived at the lobby, the car called by Rebecca had arrived, and they entered. Max naturally took the seat beside the driver, letting Lily to talk with Rebecca, her sister-in-law, easier. He was an understanding boyfriend. He knew Lily wanted to ask about her brother's condition and how he was doing lately. Your brother is fine, though a bit tired. He has been moving here and there every day in order to obtain approval and sponsorship. Other than that, he's the same as ever. I see. Lily nodded with a smile as she gazed down with a bit of embarrassment in her voice. I hope he doesn't force himself. Seeing Lily's cute expression, Rebecca immediately hugged and patted her head with a wide grin on her face. Her hand rubbed Lily's hair gently. So cute. Please release me, Sister Rebecca. She stuttered while being assaulted by Rebecca's hand. Max smiled wryly when he saw them before averting his attention toward the window, watching the city scenery through his eyes. The building here was magnificent, looking futuristic yet beautiful at the same time. The hover car drove down the street, and they eventually arrived at a large building located on the other side of the city. The gate opened to welcome them inside, where many other staff in a suit were walking around and entered the buildings. Welcome, Miss Ludger, and welcome Miss Spencer and Mr. Charles. The CEO is waiting in his office. One of the staff came to greet them and escorted them into the elevator, which Rebecca operated by herself. The office was located on the highest floor of the building, taking up half of the whole building size itself. When they stepped out of the elevator, a black-haired man with a cold face was waiting for them, standing beside the large transparent glass door leading to the office. He looked at the incoming trio, and his expression melted immediately. A soft smile was formed on his lips as he called out to Lily. Lily, brother. She nodded slowly, showing her guilt. Max also felt a pang of guilt for being unable to help with the capsule's development. Right now, Stone Sword's face didn't look really good. Not fitting for the #1 streamer in the most handsome ranking. While he tried his best to use makeup to hide it, the panda eyes couldn't be erased that easily. His skin was also dry. It was clear he hadn't slept for a few days, even though he was strong enough to not fall asleep during the day. Good to see you. Rebecca smiled. Still no sleep? Yes. He sighed out as he pinched the bridge of his nose. We finally finished this morning. There are still things that need to be worked out, but we will just leave it for later after testing. Stone Sword looked at Max and nodded. Anyway, let's get straight into it. We have prepared everything on the lower floor. We will begin right now. Without any further words, they followed Stone Sword to the basement of the building. To be more precise, they went down to the underground basement level -21. Wow, isn't this really secretive? It's like we're going to a secret lab, Max thought amusingly as they walked down the dimly lit corridor with many large steel doors on the side. The security was tight, considering they developed something that could change the world and gained a massive profit. And if this VR capsule was better than before, even if it was just 2 to 4% better, it would sell like a hot cake. It's here. Stone Sword said as he stopped in front of a large steel door on the left side of the corridor. He scanned his thumbprint and pressed his right eye against the scanner on the door and typed a code into the keyboard that appeared from the wall. A mechanical sound could be heard from behind the door, followed by a green light that flashed around it once. Click! The door automatically opened, revealing a large underground lab full of many complex machines with several engineers who were working inside them. Some were monitoring the experiment, while some were writing down notes for later use. They also noticed Max and Lily's presence. Upon seeing Stone Sword's face, they began to set up the machine. How is the condition? Walking into the lab, Stone Sword immediately checked and questioned the researchers inside. We are done preparing everything, sir. Can we begin testing now? Stone Sword nodded after hearing the report from the researchers. He beckoned Max and Lily to follow him to one of the stations where many hologram panels were installed in a circular formation. We can do it right now. This is the control panel that will monitor your body condition and brainwave during the test. First of all, we will do a test with Breeze alone as we need to configure the setting. After that, we will test Lily's compatibility with the new machine. Is there something I need to do or prepare? Max asked while observing the control panel. A complicated look could be seen on Stone Sword's face as he stared at Max. There is no preparation you need to do. However, he looked hesitant to continue. However, be prepared for a slight pain. We created a VR machine that could administer nutritional supplement and nutrients through the skin via direct contact using a patch, but it needs to connect directly to your bloodstream, a substance necessary to keep a body at peak condition. It could increase your energy, improve brain activity, and lower stress levels. In short, by theory, people could stay inside virtual reality for a week without a problem using this machine. However, I don't recommend it. First, it's unknown if the body could take it without deteriorating. Stone Sword explained with a sigh. Another issue is the effect on your skin. The patch contains the nutrition and substances needed for the human body, but it could make your skin pale if you use it too often. But with this, theoretically I understand what you're trying to say, but is it safe? Max interrupted him before he could say anything more. Realizing that he was about to go off topic, Stone Sword nodded and continued with a calm expression. Yes, of course. This is completely safe. After all, I wouldn't do anything dangerous to my own sister. I created this machine for her. That's all that I want to hear. Max nodded in satisfaction and grinned. Well then, let's test this immediately. Lily, are you okay with it? I am fine. She smiled softly before nodding her head in approval. Let's try it, brother. Okay. Nodding, Stone Sword ordered all the researchers in the room to prepare the machine. He made sure everything was good before taking Max to where the new capsule was. Here it is. The capsule looked different from the one that Max used. It was bigger and bulkier due to all the new components and items installed on top of it. That being said, it still retained its normal size that looked like it could contain Max's body. Without hesitation, Max entered the capsule and wore the helmet. He placed his trust towards Stone Sword, not a single doubt in his heart about this new virtual reality machine. After all, it was designed and developed for Lily's use by a Syscon, so he didn't expect it to have any flaws in it. All right, whenever you're ready. Do it. Max heard a voice through his headset before feeling the sensation of falling into darkness. A few seconds later, he found himself inside an empty white space that resembled the synchronization test. Chapter 479 Different. Max looked around to see if there was anything inside the vast white space, but all he saw was endless white and nothing else. Looking down, he tried to move his body forward, but suddenly his stomach felt funny, as if something was coming up his throat. A nausea struck him for a brief moment, forcing him to shut his eyes tightly as he groaned in discomfort. However, his feeling of discomfort went away shortly after that, and he opened his eyes again. He realized he was in a completely different place from before. A familiar lobby where his parkour park could be found was visible in his view. A sky could be seen above his head, and blue sky with white fluffy clouds could be seen floating calmly along with the wind that blew by. A tall tree and the usual chair where he sat was at the center of this parkour park, and the surroundings were all grass. They seemed alive, swaying gently along with the soft breeze blowing through them. My lobby, he muttered as he tried to move. Indeed, this place was perfect for testing. He had put many obstacles in this parkour park so he could test them without having to move to another server or a game server. It was all located in a local server. Now, he wondered how this new virtual reality machine was different from the one he had used before, and whether his synchronization rate was higher or not, as this machine was created using his data. If I can reach 100% like Atlas, that would be awesome. Max grinned excitedly. At that moment, he heard a voice. "Breeze, are you fine inside?" It was Stone Sword's. A hologram popped up in front of Max when he spoke to him from outside. Max nodded his head in response, indicating that he was okay. "Yeah, everything is fine. Just a little bit nauseous earlier when the space changed into my lobby." He reported everything he felt without hiding it. "It was just a brief nausea, and it didn't affect me much. Do you receive any different reports from here?" "No." Stone Sword shook his head. "From here, everything is normal. We will check the machine again later. For now, I have installed synchronization rate monitoring. Feel free to do anything you want there, and we will proceed with testing." With that, he terminated the connection between them, and Max was left alone in the lobby again. Right then, Max muttered before looking around and decided to do some simple movements like jumping and running around just to get used to the new setting. It doesn't seem strange in any way. It's better than before. Once he felt comfortable enough, he activated the obstacle course and began to run around, jumping over the boxes, rocks, and wooden logs in a simple setting. It was when he ran around did he notice the difference. His senses were sharper. The feeling of his hand gripping a rusty pipe was way more similar to reality, as if enhanced by something. The smoothness of the skin when his hand touched the air around him, and the smell of greenery and grass reached his nostrils. It was as if he was living in real life rather than inside virtual reality. When Max realized that, he stopped. "Stone Sword." He called out to no one in particular. He knew Stone Sword was listening with the researchers, so he just continued. "What's my SR now?" "It's..." Stone Sword's voice rang out again as Max waited in anticipation. His answer was something that Max hadn't expected at all. 94%. Max frowned after hearing Stone Sword's answer. "Did you just say 94? Why is it decreasing?" "I don't know." Stone Sword replied honestly, sounding confused too. "This is unexpected. We never get such a decrease in sync rate since everything has been normal so far. Let me change the setting a little bit. This might be the cause of your nauseating feeling from before." The connection between them was terminated once again after Stone Sword explained. Max sighed out loud as he looked around his surroundings with a slight frown on his face. It didn't take long before Stone Sword contacted him again. "Try it again now. Feel free to run around if you want." "Okay." Max muttered before running around once more and jumped over a rock, while doing some parkour tricks here and there. As expected, the feeling of his body moving in the virtual world was way better than before. It was as if he was actually moving around in reality itself. The senses were still not different, but he felt like the world was his. All he had to do was focus his mind to do what he wanted. When Max did that, his body reacted accordingly, as if it was programmed to respond to his commands. This amazed him greatly. "My SR is, without a doubt, increased slightly. I have felt this when I changed VR capsule back then. Or maybe, the limit of what the capsule can handle with my high SR is increased. That's why it's giving this strange, realistic feeling." Some people might not like it. There were a lot of them who wanted to enjoy virtual reality as just a virtual. The realistic feeling would be in the way of that, as they would feel more immersed than usual. Still, it wouldn't be a problem for him since he made a living from streaming himself playing games in VR. In fact, the more immersed he was inside virtual reality, the better his gameplay was. A minute should be enough. He returned to the center of his lobby and sat on the chair. "How is it, Stone Sword? Any change?" "Yes, there is a change from earlier." A voice answered immediately. From the sound of it, he was happy. "Your SR hasn't changed from before, but we noticed your performance increased. Can you explain what you feel differently from this capsule compared to our latest model used in competition?" "It's different." Max nodded his head. "Everything seems real." "Details, please." Stone Sword urged him to continue. "Well," Max paused briefly as he organized his thoughts before speaking again. "Every movement of mine feels real. The wind, sensation, everything seems real. It's hard to differentiate this from reality. In my opinion, you shouldn't sell this thing, Stone Sword. I doubt it and don't want to try it yet, but maybe the pain will also feel real." After saying that, Max waited for Stone Sword's reaction. After a few seconds, he finally replied. It's as you said. The pain perception can go up to 100, or even 120%. This is just a prototype, though. There is no need to worry about us selling a defective product. And besides, these are created for Lily. If we want to market them, we certainly will make a slight change to the setting. Okay. Max smiled wryly at the Siskin's words. This capsule was indeed created to change. I am counting on you. Don't worry about it. Now you can rest a little while I change the setting again. We will test it again later. Got it. With that, he stepped out of the lobby and exited the VR capsule. Chapter 480, Game Test 1. The testing continued for the entire afternoon and lasted until late evening until they decided to call it a day. Max and Lily were exhausted and the researchers had to change some settings to perfect the new capsule and the nutrition injection. Tomorrow, a new test was scheduled. It was a test with a real game included and both Max and Lily would do it together inside the virtual reality. Rest well, Lily. Don't forget to drink the nutritional capsule I gave you. Also, don't stay up too late. It will be bad for your skin. Peter, as a worried and overprotective brother, made sure to warn Lily about her skin condition. Lily sighed at her brother's attitude as she followed Max out of the lab after packing their belongings. Looking at them, Max couldn't help but chuckle. He's as overprotective as always. It's a bit better than in the past, but yes. He still acts like I'm still 15. Lily replied with a smile. Let's go and rest. They left the lab and walked back to their hotel together. After eating dinner in the hotel's restaurant, they spent their time playing chess and having small conversations about trivial things. What do you think about the new capsule? Max asked. He moved the white rook forward one square before leaning back on his chair. Lily took her time before deciding on her move. After pondering for a moment, she finally responded. I don't really have any thoughts about it. I only felt slightly uncomfortable when my senses got more heightened, but apart from that, everything else was fine. She tilted her head slightly as she looked at Max and spoke curiously. What do you think about it? It's something that can't be sold in the market. The realistic sensation was too much. People who wanted to play games would feel annoyed by it, as it would interfere with their game. Unless there was some setting or even system that allowed them to switch it off or revert it back to be similar to the old capsule. Lily nodded in agreement at Max's answer before looking down at the chessboard again and decided her next move. She moved her pawn 2 squares forward. I agree with that. Still, I do think that this capsule is good. Max smiled lightly as he took out one of Lily's pawns using his knight. He grinned at his girlfriend's shocked face after losing a pawn. We can play longer games and wouldn't have to worry about our bodies. With how realistic the graphic and feeling are, I think your body will be able to endure a bit longer without needing a rest. That's probably what Stone Sword want to achieve. Curing the strange symptoms was hard. The solution that he arrived at was just to change the VR itself to make it more similar to reality so it wouldn't disturb Lily's cognitive functions as much. The more familiar and immersive it was, the less stress it put on Lily's mind and body. He only hoped that the new capsule was as effective as he hoped for. I understand that. But even though my brother said that I can play with you for longer, she pursed her lips with a tinge of regret visible in her eyes. I still don't want to stay for too long inside virtual reality. Somehow that's what I think right now. I just wanted to use it to have fun with you. Huh, just a bit then. He laughed, finding Lily's expression cute as he stretched his arm to caress her cheek. She purred at his touch and closed her eyes, enjoying his warmth seeping into her skin. Can we continue? Sure. With that, they continued playing chess until they decided to call it a day and slept early. The next day, they went to test the new capsule once more. Stone Sword met them in front of the building with Rebecca and some other researchers. He guided them into the same underground lab as yesterday before immediately getting down to business. Today, we are going to do another test. Just play together and tell us if you felt anything different or strange. All right. Max climbed into the capsule he used before and Lily entered the one beside him. They connected cables, which made him slightly uncomfortable and leaned back with a sigh. The only thing that kept him here was Lily. He wanted her to be able to enjoy gaming again with ease. I can do it. These cables aren't scary. They aren't the ones from the hospital, he assured himself. Stone Sword went to Lily's capsule and connected cables on her side as well. He wished her luck before 2 capsules closed simultaneously, blocking their faces from being seen from the outside. Feel free to enter Breeze's lobby for now. The game both of you will play is ready there, Stone Sword said before typing on his tablet and entering the data he wanted into the machine. I will be starting now. 1, 2. As soon as he counted to 3, Max felt nauseous once more, but managed to bear it after a few seconds. The capsule brought him to the VR world successfully, just like yesterday. Opening his eyes, Max looked around in satisfaction and saw he was inside the familiar lobby of his parkour park again. Lily appeared beside him with a flash of blue light. She looked at him and asked, "Where is the game?" Based on what your brother said, it should be on the menu already." Max swept his finger in the air and a hologram window appeared. There was a new game listed inside it, entitled Dungeon Dive, a co-op experience. This one, right? He pointed at it with his finger. Let's see. Based on the description, it seems we need to find our way through a dungeon filled with monsters to reach the goal. And there are traps along the way as well. The game is for 2 players, so we have to team up and work together. It's pretty linear and has no storyline. Hey, short game that's perfect to test this capsule. Fighting monsters? It sounds fun, Lily commented before walking over to Max and hugged his arm as they browsed through the description of this game. When do we start? Whenever you're ready. With a nod, Max pressed the button to enter the game. They were transported to another area in a split second. Both of them found themselves standing on a patch of grassy field under the blue sky. A forest could be seen on the left and right side of this open area, and in front of them was a dark cave that led downward into a long stone corridor. Max looked at himself and found that he had a sword, leather armor, and combat boots. An average starter equipment in a game like this. In front of him stood Lily, who wore a short skirt and white mage robe with a staff on her back. Her hairstyle was also different from her usual one, and her hair color turned to gray-white instead of black. Compared to his equipment, she was clearly more geared towards support class like a healer or a magician. And her gear looked high-leveled, which made him look at the sky. Stone Sword, you're able to hear us, right? He knew Lily's brother could watch them through the live broadcast. The sound pickup was also pretty good, so they could be heard even if they whispered. Yes. A voice answered almost immediately. Affirming that Stone Sword's voice could indeed be heard, Max nodded. Can you explain one thing? He asked, why is Lily so geared? There was silence for a moment before the answer came back. That's a magician's standard equipment. Now, don't lie to me. Max replied with a flat expression. It's standard equipment in this game. Stone Sword replied once again. Besides, we need to test a new character compared to an in-game character in this game. It's only natural for us to give a magician a good standard equipment from the get-go, so there is no need for you to worry. And there are only 3 monsters inside. You should finish it in under an hour. Is that so? Max furrowed his brow before letting out a sigh in defeat. There was no need to reason with Stone Sword, the Siscon. He knew that better than anyone else here. The Siscon wasn't a person who could be reasoned with. In the first place, this game was for him to test with Lily anyway, so he didn't care if the standard equipment given to Lily was a bit too strong as long as she enjoyed it. What kind of spell can you use, Lily? Max turned to ask her. Many, she answered, scrolling a hologram menu that only she could see. Ice Bolt, Ice Shield, Magic Missile, Fireball, Frost Nova, Lightning Strike, Lightning Chain, Freezing Orb, Stone Prison. A lot. She listed off several spells one by one with her finger hovering above a few of them. Max couldn't help but admire how OP the magic was in this game. He looked around as he held his sword tightly in his hand and felt the grip on his waist for a sword he hadn't pulled out yet. Compared to Lily's magic, this was just a stick. But even a stick was enough for him, especially in VR where every motion he made could cause damage to his opponent. All right, let's begin, Max said while walking toward the cave entrance with Lily following closely behind him. He unsheathed his sword and put it in front of him just in case something attacked them. Vanguard and tank classes had high HP and defense, which was perfect for him to take the lead since he had to protect Lily during battle. Chapter 481, Game Test 2. Inside the cave, there was nothing but darkness. Light could barely reach inside. Walls made from brick enclosed them as they walked deeper into the cave. Be careful, Lily reminded him as she created a ball of light that floated on top of their heads and illuminated the surrounding. The corridor was straightforward without any branch. And after they went through some stairs leading down, they finally saw something move inside the darkness in front of them. There was no sound, and there was no voice at all. However, Max sensed a movement as he stepped closer to Lily and extended his arm, ready to block anything that might attack. Noticing this, Lily also prepared herself, holding her staff tightly. She pointed it forward and activated one of the spells she read earlier. Lighting Bolt. A flash of light shone brightly as a bolt of lightning appeared on top of her staff before shooting forward, lighting the large room briefly. The shadow that moved inside the darkness was immediately illuminated by this lightning strike, and they saw it clearly. It was a troll, an ugly humanoid creature with a flat nose and broad limbs. Its muscular body stood around 2 meters tall and covered in short, bristly hair. In his arm was a club larger than Max himself, while its eyes glared at the two intruders with a fierce bloodlust. Seeing the troll roar angrily at them, Max immediately gave out instruction. "Cover me, Lily." He immediately rushed toward it with his sword in front of him, confronting it without any hesitation. His sword was swung up in a single arc which left a mark on the troll's skin, but it did nothing more. The troll laughed at his poor attempt and swung its club with both hands, aiming for his head. But it never managed to swing it. A fast fireball hit its head from the back, creating a scorching explosion upon impact that stunned it briefly. Max took this opportunity to reduce the distance between them. He dashed forward, slashing his sword one after another as fast as possible, without pausing, as if he was unleashing a fury of blade attacks. He aimed at the troll's vital spots such as neck, armpit, and groin areas where it would be more effective to hurt the monster. Also, Lily. Once he noticed the troll was about to attack, he quickly sidestepped to allow Lily's magic do the trick. Frost Nova. The cold chill blew past him, freezing the troll's right arm as ice particles formed around the troll's body, which hindered its movement temporarily. It was frozen in place with its club stuck in mid-air before Lily finished it with another spell. Magic Missile. Multiple magic missiles flew toward the troll's head one after another from different angles, bombarding it relentlessly until its head exploded from the continuous blast. Blood splattered everywhere from its gaping mouth and wide open eyes before it fell back onto the ground. Max looked at it stupidly. Then, he turned to Lily to look at her bewildered face. "I did it," she said with a bright smile and clapped her hands excitedly. "You did," Max said while glancing at the dead troll that turned into sparkling particles before disappearing into thin air. This dungeon was supposed to be a test. But, wasn't the monster too easy for it to be a test? Or was it designed like this just to test their compatibility with this new capsule? He didn't know how to feel about this dungeon. No need to think about it deeply. What he needed to do was to clear the dungeon. In fact, it was better for him to concentrate on clearing this dungeon rather than thinking too much about it. With a resolve, Max advanced forward through the cave, with Lily walking beside him. A ball of floating light illuminated their path forward as they searched for the exit and reached the goal of this dungeon in less than an hour, as Stonesword had said. There were no traps at all, so their journey was smooth. They ended up finding an open area, where many orcs and trolls gathered around, grunting and chanting loudly for some reason. This time, it was 2 versus many. 3 enemies, huh? He mocked in his mind. How can this be 3 enemies? It's obviously more than that. Surely, Lily wouldn't be able to defeat them all with just one spell. He wanted to get some action too. "Support me, Lily," he ordered. "If any monster tries to attack you, cast Frost Nova or something to freeze them." "All right." Lily nodded her head. She already understood what Max wanted to do based on his actions up until now. So she simply followed him while preparing herself to attack any monster that dared to come close to her. Seeing Max dashing forward bravely, Lily's eyes glistened as she muttered silently, "He's so cool." Without hesitation, he plunged into the army of orcs. In a glance, they looked identical to the ones in fantasy games that he played before, but these ones were very different from the fantasy orcs. These orcs were bigger and stronger than those in any games he had played before. They stood around 2 meters tall, much taller than most men Max had seen so far, and all of them carried a weapon in their hands as if waiting for prey to devour. However, Max was faster. He appeared in front of one of them in an instant and slashed his sword swiftly. His footwork was amazing. He could duck under the swing of an axe while performing a series of spinning attacks with his sword like a whirlwind before. backing up again. Sometimes, he jumped on the orc's head and used it as a foothold to attack the troll from above using his sword skill before flipping backward with his arms extended to deliver more strikes on his way down. Everything that happened so fast. This is great. The new setting feels nice. A smile emerged on Max's face as he became immersed in the thrill of fighting against these orcs one after another without fearing for his own life. They couldn't touch him. His body moved extremely fast, dodging every attack that was thrown at him. Having had enough fighting, he jumped backward and landed near Lily. Now, Lily. He signaled her with his eyes. Nodding her head in understanding, Lily stretched her staff forward and aimed her staff at the monster army in front of her. Frost Nova full power. Her voice rang out through the empty cave, and a blizzard struck down like rain, freezing the orcs and trolls that were rushing toward them in anger. Following that, Max used his sword to slice all the monsters one after another as fast as he could. Lily still bombarded, using a smaller spell called Magic Missile when she had to shoot down the remaining ones that had their ice prison broken. Fighting monsters was much easier than Max thought it would be. Usually, monsters were at least 10 times stronger than him when he played games in the past. He could guess why it was easier. It was a perfect game for a test, and this game could help someone to release their stress. But he knew for sure that Lily wouldn't be interested in playing this game. This game was only made for a test purpose only. After all, one by one, the monsters fell and disappeared into light particles. Both of them stood side by side and smiled at each other. Good job. Max raised his fist, which Lily bumped slightly in return. They noticed a large opening on the wall, leading further down into the cave. Tentatively, they approached it and went inside. It was dark and eerie, but Lily's floating light kept their path illuminated as they traversed forward and saw a chest at the end of it. Max somehow enjoyed this test game. It was a pretty fun dungeon to clear. Without the danger, though, it felt like a date. In fact, it was like a date for him as he played with Lily as his companion inside the virtual world. Upon reaching the end of the tunnel, Max and Lily found themselves surrounded by lava. Bubbling in the depths of this large cavern, the molten rock glowed brightly as it illuminated the inside of this cavern with red light. There was a small island in front of them with a creature sleeping peacefully on top of a pile of gold coins. Hey, that's... Max pointed at it, gulping nervously at the sight of this creature's unique appearance. That's a dragon, right? It was a large lizard with bright red scales and wings on its back. Its long tail ended with a spike which swayed slowly like a snake waiting to strike. As it opened its eyes, a pair of slit pupils stared at them fiercely while showing its large canines that were sharp enough to tear anything apart. Lily nodded at his question. I think so. It's not a lizard. That is a dragon. I thought so. He looked at the dragon carefully before asking, what spell do you think can kill it? I don't know. I have never fought a dragon before. Have you? I fought a behemoth, but that's when my physical ability is enhanced by the game system and I have a large weapon. Right now, I am not so sure that I can kill it with just a sword. At that moment, the dragon was fully awake after resting on its pile of gold coins and stared at them with cold eyes that caused both of them to feel uneasy. Without warning, it roared loudly. Don't get too close to Lily. Fire came out from its mouth and headed straight at Max. He moved quickly and pulled Lily by her hand to run away from the fire breath, avoiding it by a hair's breadth as he rolled on the ground together with her, while the fire breath blasted through the rock wall behind them before making a loud rumbling sound that echoed throughout the cavern. Raising his head, he looked at the dragon. He noticed the dragon raised its head highly and looked down on him. The last enemy wasn't an AI-controlled boss. It was alive. That meant someone controlled it manually. And based on the voice earlier, Stone Sword, he yelled loudly at the dragon. You're controlling the dragon? Chapter 482 Dragon. Stone Sword. Max wanted to confirm it. Whether or not his feeling was right about Stone Sword's new creation. That's right. There is nothing better than looking at the test result than fighting a human-controlled enemy. It was indeed Stone Sword's voice. Max gritted his teeth at the shocking revelation. How petty was this guy? He planned to give them a surprise just because he seemed to have fun with Lily in the test. You're crazy, he yelled while pulling Lily behind him. I'm not. The dragon flew up above them and shot another breath of fire, which made Max rush forward and dodge it by sliding under it. A scorching heat could be felt from the attack, and the air burned in front of him with a crackling sound, as if it was a microwave being heated up. It was hotter than he had thought it would be. Are you afraid of a small surprise? Stone Sword's voice continued again with an annoyed tone. Why are you dodging it so much? Small. Max laughed dryly. You think this is small? Entering a dragon character just to mess with them was a small surprise. Well, it might be for him. In a game, dragons usually acted as a last boss. They were extremely hard to beat and required players to cooperate with other players in a party. Only with a strong enough firepower could they deal enough damage to defeat it. Dealing with it alone was impossible, or so the game usually designed it. But here he had Lily. Max dodge. Lily screamed from behind him, casting an ice spell on the stone sword dragon that struck its face directly and froze it momentarily. Arg. It's cold. The dragon roared angrily as it tried to shake off the ice particles on its face off with a jerk of its head and glared at Max. Its eyes turned bloodshot and focused on his figure as he got closer to it. I will kill you. Don't be unreasonable. A claw as large as a truck swung down at Max with a fast speed. It split the wind around it apart and tore through the space in front of it, sending out a gust of wind that pushed him backward while shattering the ground into pieces from the impact of its attack. Lily immediately tried to intervene by shooting an ice bolt at it, but she failed to do anything since the ice shattered as soon as it hit the dragon's tough scale and did nothing. Max rolled on the ground backward while grunting. Pain attacked his body. He used his sword to stop the momentum and managed to stand up once more. He was slightly pissed that his dungeon date was bothered by Lily's brother. Give me buffs, Lily. Anything helps. He ordered. I will fight him directly. With Lily's answer, he jumped forward to face the dragon head-on. As he ran toward Stone Sword, his body glowed a few times as the buffs were applied. Haste, giant strength, jump boost, evasion boost. There were several buffs that appeared one after another, which made his body look shiny as he rushed forward using the wind like a gust of green lightning. Max moved quickly and avoided all of the attacks launched by Stone Sword, dodging under the dragon's tail and claws. Due to its big size, Stone Sword could only move slowly when facing a human-sized opponent. Even if he moved quickly and punched it with his full strength, it would only destroy the surroundings. Ha ha, can't touch me now. Max laughed lightly while jumping in front of the dragon's face. His eyes had a hint of playfulness and taunted the dragon in front of him. The dragon was frustrated and jumped up in the air to smash Max into pieces by smashing him with its claws or stomping him to death. But Max already moved again. He swung his sword repeatedly, trying to slice at the dragon's body with his sword. Nonetheless, he could only inflict a small wound because the sword's quality was too low. At that time, he noticed Stone Sword opened its mouth wide. Don't think you can beat me easily. A lump of fire gathered inside his mouth, forming a huge fireball that turned into a powerful laser that shot out at Max like a beam cannon from science fiction movies. Max couldn't avoid it in time, so he could only raise his sword in front of him, blocking the powerful attack directly with it. When the fire met his sword, a transparent shield suddenly appeared in front of him, protecting him from the burning fire as he smirked. Ha ha, I got Lily protecting me. No, Stone Sword couldn't accept it. Lily, he roared as he looked at his sister who was standing away from them. If you stop protecting him, I will buy you anything you want. Lily looked at her brother with a blank gaze. She raised her staff and muttered a spell before activating it. Stone Prison. A chain of stone erupted from the ground and locked Stone Sword's body in place before entangling around its body, covering it like a cocoon and making it unable to move or use its claws to attack Max. Following that, she activated another buff, Razor Edge. With a hum, Max's sword was covered in blue light. Nice one, Lily. Max praised her and started his relentless attack on the dragon once again. His blade was glowing brighter than before as he stabbed into the dragon's neck before proceeding to slash downwards. This time, it was much easier to cut through the dragon's skin. It left a long cut that stretched from its neck to its waistline. The dragon's roar of pain echoed through the cavern, reverberating off the walls. Die for now, Stone Sword. He plunged his sword deep inside the dragon's eye socket. A thick viscous fluid flowed out from its eye and onto Max's hand, while blood seeped from its mouth, which he slashed open after a brief struggle. Blood splattered across his face as he felt a heat spreading across his chest. I will see you outside, Stone Sword said before his dragon body disappeared along with the scenery around them. Max couldn't help but laugh bitterly as he stood there alone with Lily. The cave filled with lava disappeared, replaced by a greenery forest, with sunlight peeking through the thick foliage overhead and brightening up the surroundings. Max found himself in a forest. Congratulations for finishing Dungeon Dive, a co-op experience. Words appeared in the air. The goal was a bit absurd, though. He commented after reading it briefly before looking around again as he turned to Lily, who walked over to him. Well, now that we've finished this test game, let's log out and see the result. After getting her response, he entered the menu and logged out first. He removed the helmet from his head and the capsule was opened with a mechanical sound. Unlike the usual, his sweat wasn't pouring like a waterfall. He actually only sweated a little, which surprised him when he felt the back of his hand touch his forehead to wipe it off. There wasn't even any pain or fatigue in his body after moving around inside the virtual world so much. He looked at Lily's condition, and she was in a similar state. They looked at each other in confusion before a voice called them. How is the setting? Amazing, isn't it? Stone Sword grinned as he spoke with a prideful tone, looking at his sister and his partner with an expression of satisfaction. It's worth the effort installing my voice mod in the Dragon AI. Both of you showed off well. We gained important data. Now we only need to do the final setting before you can use it at home. AI. Max narrowed his eyes. The dragon was an AI? So that's an AI. Lily nodded in understanding. Yes, Stone Sword nodded his head, averting his eyes slightly. A guilty look plastered on his face. He lied. That dragon was actually himself controlling the last boss character. Not that Max would say that. If he wanted to keep it that way, then he would keep silent. Anyway, we only have some small tests left. And then, Stone Sword's gaze landed at Lily. Gentleness could be felt from it. We can get you a capsule at home so you can play more often without worrying about your body. Lily returned his gaze with a smile before nodding her head slowly in agreement. Thank you, brother. Chapter 483, Silly Happy Dance. Streamer Wars was approaching. 24th of July, Max and Lily returned to Lime City. Both of them were happy, excited, and nervous about the upcoming event. It was an event that brought out many streamers who would show who was the best streamer, technically, among the newbies. The vote was open today, and that made him jittery all day, unable to stay still. I believe you will at least win one nomination. If I am not wrong, you're in Rising Star, Top Newbie Streamer 2045, Top Newbie Game Streamer, Most Viewed Newbie, Best Streamed Event, and Top Donations, right? Have you posted the poll on your strike yet? Lily took his hand and held it. The question and the warmth from her hands were enough to calm him down. Yes. Max smiled and nodded. I have shared Streamer Wars post in my strike and asked my followers to vote for me. What about you? I haven't done it yet. You haven't? Yes. Why? I'm lazy. Max couldn't help but stare at Lily in a daze. She smiled at him innocently, and he could only sigh in the end. The scenery outside the sky rail window changed quickly. The city buildings became shorter and shorter until it disappeared altogether. Instead, the sight of a wide plain replaced them, stretching to the horizon. They were leaving Eden City again, returning to their hometown, Lime City. Because they wanted to avoid other people, they took the private room for VIP. It cost a lot, but Stone Sword paid for it all. Max was grateful for his consideration. He could just pay it himself. Right now, he had a lot of money. However, Stone Sword refused, saying it was his responsibility to let Lily rest easy on their way home. What a troublesome brother-in-law. But well, he's way richer than me, so I will take this happily. The Skyrail speed was extremely fast. They had already left the capital city 5 minutes ago and had crossed almost 50 kilometers already. Lily leaned on his arm, holding his hand tightly, and didn't say anything. Silence fell over the couple. Honestly, he quite liked it. It was very relaxing. Lily. He suddenly remembered something and looked at the girl leaning on his shoulder. She raised her head and looked at him. Her blue eyes stared straight into his, and he could see her face clearly. What's wrong? Oh, no. He shook his head and smiled at her. It's nothing. I just wanted to say thank you for being here with me, for finding me in that park and being with me up until now. You make my life feel alive again. Max. Her blue eyes blinked and her thin eyebrows rose a little, surprised by his sudden thanks. Then, A smile bloomed on her face and her cheeks turned slightly red. I should be the one who thank you. Nuzzling her nose against his neck, she inhaled deeply and snuggled closer to him. No need to thank me, silly. I am your girlfriend. Isn't it natural for me to be with you? Right, it was natural. A smile blossomed on his face as he hugged her. Actually, he had a rather rare feeling since he knew she was sick. He was afraid, scared of losing her. Every time he spent time with her, he never got a moment of peace. Every moment he was with her, he couldn't help but think he didn't want her to leave his side. It would be so horrible if she left him because of the accident. Everything he did since he met her was purely driven by excitement. Never in his life he felt so excited doing something together with someone. Thank you, God or destiny or fate, for sending someone like her into my life and being my partner. Truly, God blessed him. A lot. What happened in the past felt like a nightmare when he compared it with what he had now, and he would never forget every second he spent with her. Oh yeah, Max. I actually had an idea. Lily raised her head and smiled at him brightly. How about we have a date stream? Together. Date stream? We both know how to cook and do other fun stuff like baking, puzzles, and painting. Why don't we try streaming it while doing them? And we can even add an extra spice to make it like a competition. That sounds fun. He nodded, thinking the idea was not that bad. Actually, it was a pretty good one. Until the new VR capsule came, they couldn't play games a lot. Doing an IRL stream together might be fun. And from the reality show, Couple Paradise Island they joined early this month, he knew his viewers wanted more content similar to that. They wanted to see them doing something together, having fun, and sometimes argue or bicker. It was a perfect opportunity for them to interact with each other while playing a game. Do you want to do it, Lily? Let's do it. Okay. Preparations began right after they arrived home. It was still afternoon, so they had plenty of time for streaming. The IRL stream preparation was easy. Max always had his camera and wireless microphone ready with full battery. No one knew when he decided he would do a guerrilla stream like now. Because it was an unplanned date, he chose to wear his black t-shirt, blue jeans, and a pair of sneakers. Lily chose her simple white t-shirt and blue jeans, which looked good with her figure. This is exciting. She chuckled lightly and leaned against his arm, staring at the hologram screen in the air and seeing their own reflection. Right now, they were in the park where they usually met and jogged together before, sitting on the bench while preparing their stream. It was a perfect spot to start their date. They could see people running around, children playing around, couples walking while holding hands, and other stuff they could do. Yes, very exciting. He laughed, smiling as his eyes stared at the screen. He was doing the last check for his stream. The title was ready, and the description was ready. The tags were set correctly. Everything was ready. All right, are you ready? Yes. Okay, here we go. Max pressed the Start Stream button. A beep sound resounded in their ears, and a video began to appear on their stream. Live stream starts. Good afternoon, everyone. He smiled at the camera. Breeze here. As you can see, I am in the park, and I have a special guest. The camera moved slightly, showing Lily leaning on his arm. Good afternoon. She greeted the audience. Her face was close to the camera, looking very cute and innocent. When she waved her hand shyly, the chat immediately broke down. Lily, hello? I have voted for you. Oh, IRL stream today? Just what we need. Are you going to talk about Streamer Wars, Breeze? Lovely Otter has donated 500 diamonds. Good afternoon, Breeze. I have voted for you. Everyone, don't forget to vote for Breeze. Link on his strike. Thank you, Otter. And yes, I will talk about Streamer Wars a little today, but that's not the main topic. We'll just go around places and have fun today. And you guys can enjoy it with us. Lily added and made a peace sign with her hand. The chat continued to be stormed by viewers. So cute. Lily is so cute. I want to eat her. I love you, Lily. My eyes hurt. She's so bright. So, what do you two plan for today? A date? Bloodsucker has donated 1,000 diamonds. Finally, some content I can edit normally. I deserve paid leave. Reading Bloodsucker's chat, Max scoffed and raised his chin. What paid leave? I always paid you extra every time there was a special event. I know. I love you, Breeze. Everyone bullied Bloodsucker again. He was the only guy who received this treatment. No one was as brazen and as courageous as the famous wannabe vampire/editor. After getting a good laugh, Max decided to move. Good. Let's go, Lily. We have a lot to do. They left the bench and entered the park with the camera following them. People recognized them. Most of them were his fans, and some others were Lily's fans. They asked to take picture with them, which he happily agreed to. Cheese. Click. After walking for a while, Lily suddenly stopped and looked at a certain place. Max followed her gaze and saw a stand selling ice cream. Ice cream? He asked. Let's try that. All right. With his hand holding hers, Max walked to the ice cream stand. Excuse me, can we get 2 ice creams? Sure. The clerk was a young girl. She seemed to recognize them and became nervous upon seeing him. What flavor do you want? I think I want chocolate. What about you, Lily? Me too. Chocolate, please. Okay. The clerk turned around to grab some ice cream. However, her hands trembled and she dropped the cone in her hand. Whoa. With a good reflex, Max quickly caught the ice cream before it fell on the ground. His movement was quick and smooth, like an athlete. Phew. Safe. He sighed in relief and looked up. I will take this one. Thank you. Yes. I am sorry. What the heck did we see? He is so fast. Amazing. Is that even humanly possible? The chat reacted to his speed. No one expected him to be able to catch a falling ice cream cone with his bare hand. It was something impossible unless your reflex was honed. The clerk apologized to him, bowing her head in embarrassment. She quickly took 2 cones and filled them with ice cream. You don't need to apologize. It happens, okay? Yes. Yes. Thank you. After receiving the ice creams, he paid for them and left the stand. Chocolate is delicious. Lily commented, eating her ice cream happily. Max nodded his head in agreement. Yeah, this one is really good. A sweet and cold ice cream in a hot day was truly a refreshing experience. Nothing beat the sensation of eating an ice cream in a hot day, especially in this hot weather. As they were about to leave, the chat suddenly sent a notification. What is that? Is that what I think it is? Look, the news is streaming about Streamer Wars. Max quickly moved his eyes to the holographic screen. Right at the corner of the screen, the news stream was playing the newest update about Streamer Wars. The news is live. He pointed at the corner of the screen. It seems we can see the result of the temporary voting. Lily moved her gaze to the corner of the screen. She saw the news stream showing the top nominees for Streamer Wars. And as they waited, a name popped out from the list. He did it. Breeze got nominated. Yay, Breeze. Breeze. Top newbie. Best new streamer. Breeze. You did it. Streamer of the year. The chat exploded into celebration and praises. His name was included in the top 3 of all categories he was nominated for. Holy, even he couldn't believe what he saw. His heart was filled with elation and excitement. He looked at Lily and smiled, hugging her tightly in happiness. I am in the top 3 in all of them. I actually made it, Lily. Lily smiled happily and nodded her head. Her face was filled with a blissful smile. I am happy for you. She raised her ice cream and pointed at the screen. Let's eat more ice cream to celebrate. Ha. Let's do that. And guys, thank you for the support. Keep voting for Breeze, okay? Will do. I will make sure you will win at least one category. I want more of your date stream. I guess you do need us. I will ask my girlfriend to vote for you. Happy face. Do you even have a girlfriend? Don't act as if you're not in Maidenless Group. Leader. Yeah, leader. Stop dreaming. Maidenless Group laughed at their leader while the rest cheered. They celebrated their victory while finishing their ice cream. It was only temporary, but it was still something worth celebrating for. And it wouldn't be complete without a dance. I will show you guys my happy dance. With his ice cream finished, he began dancing in the public. It looked awkward when compared to his choreography with Lily at her concert, making everyone laugh and mock him. Still, happy dance was happy dance. No need to be embarrassed with it. Dance, Breeze. Dance. The crowd cheered and laughed as he danced around like a clown. Look at that. It's a happy dance. Ha. Breeze. Breeze. The audience was having fun seeing him dancing around. And Lily wasn't an exception. She laughed and clapped her hands while watching his silly dance. Phew, that's a good dance. He finished his happy dance and turned to Lily. Let's go, Lily. Let's continue our date. Chapter 484, Gun Battlers. After their date ended, Max stopped the live stream and returned to their apartment. Lily had a sudden idea of a new song and decided to stay in the living room to compose. As for him, He had gotten slightly bored from staying out for a while, and he also felt itching for an action. Guess I should do an online game. It has been a while. Max logged into the VR world and appeared inside his personal space. Sitting under the large tree, he browsed for any interesting or new games he could play. Let's see. Is there a game about guns? I feel nostalgic with guns and everything. Maybe I should play Battle Royale right now? That's a good game for releasing stress, though. Max was indecisive. He didn't know what to play. However, he felt that he wanted to go crazy against many people at once. He played some Battle Royale games in his past life, as well as playing the defensive Battle Royale, Roach Planet. Well, let's go with the Battle Royale one. I like fighting with swords, but I want to play with an old-school gun. Roach Planet makes me feel like holding a gun. Battle Royale game was popular. There were plenty of genres, starting from the standard survival game with guns, swords, magic, etc., to the futuristic one that involved hoverboard, jetpack, and other cool stuff. Let's try this one, Gun Battlers. He decided to play a classic Battle Royale game with guns. The game he chose was one of the popular games that had many players in the early stage of its release. Alright, there are 10 characters to choose from, each with its own specialty equipment. One can heal, one can disappear, reminding me of a certain PC game from the past. The 10 characters available in this game were unique. One could heal others with a syringe. One could buff his speed with a drink. One could poison his enemy by throwing a vial. And many more. After watching its game preview, Max bought and downloaded it to his VR system. The character design is good. This is going to be a lot of fun. He opened the game and looked at his character options. So we can do solo and squad mode. The solo mode has 60 players at once, and the squad mode has 20 teams composed of 4 players at once. Okay, let's go with solo mode first. But before that, he needed to set his live stream. Humming happily, he began streaming with the title, "Let the Massacre Begin." Boom boom pow. Hashtag Gun Battlers, hashtag Battle Royale, hashtag #1. When he read it again, he thought it was good enough and started the stream immediately. His loyal viewers gathered after a few seconds and welcomed him. Damn, 2 streams in a day. Hey, a breeze. This one. Oh, you're playing another game? Isn't that Gun Battlers? Breeze? Are you serious? You're going to play a Battle Royale? Max chuckled at the sight of the chat. He always had fun chatting with his viewers. And now that he was streaming games again, the chat was full of them. Hello, everyone. He greeted. Yes. Don't stream snipe me, okay? I will find and target you if you do. A theatrical laugh followed after his statement. Just kidding. Of course, I won't do that. I will stream normally. But if you decide to join my stream, then prepare yourself. You better start moving around or run when I enter your area. The chat began to storm. Again, this is going to be fun. Yeah, we can use this stream to test our skills. I want to play now. Breeze. I am in. Battle Royale, eh? This is going to be fun. Alright, everyone. Are you ready? He started the game. Blue light covered his body, and he entered the game lobby. Due to the game nature, the lobby looked as if he were in a space station. He could see people in different suits, chatting with each other while waiting to enter the battle. Whoa, there are many players here. He looked around. In a glance, he could see over 100 people, including him. It's a famous game, so it's normal there are a lot of people here. Is it? Yes. It's one of the best Battle Royale game right now. In the esports scene, Gun Battlers also has a lot of active players. Okay then, let's just join a game. The game he joined was solo with 60 players. He joined just before the timer ended. What? I got a matchmaking immediately. That was unexpected. He was supposed to wait for a while before the next match began. He had no choice but to join immediately. Wow, this game is really famous, huh? He said with a light sigh. Alright then, let's do a little test and see how I fare in this game. Match start. 3, 2, 1 start. The announcement echoed inside his ears. The moment it ended, he was suddenly transported into a dark space. A window appeared in front of him with a ding. Choose your character. 10 icons floated in the air. They were characters that could be chosen as your avatar in the game. Each one had its own unique ability. Let's see. He scanned them and decided to choose the male character with red hair. His name was Luke, and his ability was to slow down time for 2 seconds. Even if it was mentioned that the ability was to slow down time, it was actually making the character move faster for 2 seconds. It was a unique ability. He looks like a badass. Let's try him. He tapped the icon and the character was applied to his body. He was wearing a red shirt with a leather jacket, blue jeans, and red boots. The design was similar to a punk rocker or a biker. Once he chose it, his body was covered in light, and he was transformed into the character. Luke, huh? Can't say that I am surprised. He chose something normal this time. I expected him using Goro or Mintaro. Goro and Mintaro were characters with pretty unique abilities. They were hard to use and required high skill. And since Max didn't have a lot of experience playing this game, he chose the most basic character that could be easily controlled. As he talked with his viewers, the countdown began. It showed 10 on the screen and slowly counted down. All right then, let's see. After the timer reached 0, the black space vanished and a scene of the vast grassland appeared. A city with destroyed buildings was far away, surrounded by wasteland with dust rising to the sky. The sky was dark and dirty, and the atmosphere felt gritty. Whoa, this is the battle arena? This is huge. The size was twice bigger than Roach Planet, and the map looked so realistic and alive. He could see some birds flying in the sky while a herd of cows eating grass not too far from where he landed. He couldn't believe it was a game. Whoa, the map is Wasteland. Damn, this is nice. The Wasteland this time is really well made. From the mini-map shown, it seems there are plenty of hiding places. It will be hard for Breeze. I only started with a knife, huh? The weapons will be in boxes hidden on the map. I will need to find them and use them. He thought as he opened the map through a device on his waist and looked around. Let's see. I need to get my gun first. Let's just run. With a light jog, he ran through the grassland. Chapter 485, Looting is Life. First of all, his goal was to get a weapon or a vest to protect himself. Being barehanded in a gun battle was the same as seeking your own death. The game began with all players entering the map. Each of them landed in different areas and began looking for weapons to survive. These weapons were inside some boxes one could find either in the wild or houses. However, mostly better boxes would be located inside a large building. So that was what Max was trying to find. After running for a while, he finally saw a large destroyed building. A broken train was parked there. It was an abandoned train station. There should be weapons here. Abandoned. Train stations were usually where he would find weapons. It was common in battle royale games like this. Let's see. If I were a weapon box, where would I hide? Nowhere. Box can't move by itself. Ha. Here is a box, Breeze. Take it. You won't be able to find it that way, lol. Yes, it can't move. That's why I am looking for it. He walked slowly. His eyes swept across the abandoned station, looking for any sign of weapon or the box itself. Ah, there it is. Sitting at the corner of the station was a large box. It was slightly bigger than normal and had a logo of the game. This should have some good weapons inside. Let's check it out. Max walked toward it. As he got closer, the box was covered in light and opened itself. Whoa, what's that? Oh, it opened. So cool. Inside the box, there were 2 weapons and some items. One was a shotgun and another was an assault rifle. Max immediately took both of them and examined it. These 2 look nice. He checked the ammo on the gun. Okay, they're full. I can fight with these. There is also spare ammo and a backpack. Okay, I am ready. 2 weapons in one go is pretty lucky. You got a full set, huh? Out of all weapons, you got a shotgun that suits your playstyle. How lucky. Max didn't respond to the chat. Instead, he wore the backpack, putting the items inside, and grabbed the gun before walking away. The shotgun was slung over his shoulder while he held the rifle in hand, ready to fire. Let's just stay low for now. I need to see the map first. Max left the train station and found a hill. He decided to go up and see the surroundings. After arriving on top of the hill, he found a place that could be used as a hideout. This place should be good enough to use. Now, where are the enemies? He checked the mini-map once again. It showed him where he was right now and the places that could be used as hiding places. There were 60 other players, so the place would be filled with them soon. Okay, the scan should begin soon. The number on the corner of the screen began to decrease as time passed. It was a timer that counted down when the scan started. Once the countdown ended, a line appeared on the mini-map, moving across the map as if it was scanning the entire area. Oh, there are so many players around me. Max frowned when the number of the enemies appeared on the map, especially those close to him. There are 27 people in the forest and 14 people in the city direction. There are also some here and there, huh? He saw a lot of enemies in the mini-map, but there were only 40 people. Maybe there are other players outside the skin area? The mini-map only shows 40 people, after all. Or maybe 20 people had been eliminated already. Should I go to the enemy's location, or should I stay here? I kinda want to kill and loot. It's still early for you to fight, Breeze. Go for the ones in the city. There will be less resistance there. There are so many enemies in the forest, just run. It will be harder for you to win in the forest because you can only use shotgun and assault rifle. Let's go to the city, Breeze. Let's go to the city. Max looked at the chat before deciding to head to the city. He felt that he could survive better in the city where he could move from roof to roof. Not to mention, there might be better weapons there as well. Don't worry, guys. From what I see, those in the forest are about to go to the city too. There will be a lot of gunfights there. You can watch it. He chuckled as he walked through the wasteland. I need to be careful about snipers and spotters, though. I need to avoid them at all costs, he said as he jumped over a pile of rubbles. Then, he continued toward the city area while keeping himself under everyone's radar, using some destroyed wall to hide from a possible sniper. And as he reached the entrance of the city, there is a gunfight happening here. A loud sound of gunfire was heard. A few hundred meters from where he was right now, there were players engaging in a gun battle. From the sound alone, it seemed like a large fight broke out after the skin finished. They are all in the open. It seems no one is using a sniping rifle there. The battle was being fought in an open field with a destroyed building nearby. Some of them even used a vehicle for cover. Max watched from behind a building, looking around before sneaking toward the battlefield. He climbed one of the destroyed buildings and hid in the dark. There are two people out there, one behind a destroyed car and one behind that wall. Their guns are rifles, right? I can't see them clearly. The enemies were in the open. No one noticed him, but it was only a matter of time before someone did. There were two choices that he could choose right now: hide or fight. He made his decision soon as he heard a ding. Bloodsucker has started a mission. Stream mission. Fight, coward. Reward, 5,000 diamonds. Oh, Bloodsucker strike again. Lol, I bet Breeze wanna hide, but this will stop him. Fight, fight, fight. Kaya. Bloodsucker, you know Breeze so well. What if he doesn't have any good weapons? Well, I guess Breeze can't run now. You little. He sighed with a smirk on his face and shook his head. Fine. I am in need of better weapons and ammos anyway. Let me kill them real quick. Having said that, he began to climb the destroyed house he was in. He ran on the wall and jumped to a window before climbing up to the roof. There was an open rooftop. It looked as if it was destroyed by something and the floor was cracked. Perfect. He moved toward the edge of the roof and leaned down, looking at the ground, and saw one of the enemies. He was hiding behind a wall, reloading an assault rifle while checking the other enemy's location. Max looked around and found that the one fighting the guy was slowly approaching where he hid. It seemed he was about to be found and targeted. He checked his weapons and made a plan. This is going to be a quick and simple fight. All right, here we go. Max jumped down from the roof while pulling the trigger. The shotgun fired and hit the enemy, destroying his vest before killing him. The other guy couldn't believe what happened. He was so close to finding and killing his enemy, and out of the blue, a person came falling from the sky and shot his opponent. Following that, Max rolled on the ground and quickly rushed toward the confused opponent. He gave the guy no time to react and raised his shotgun. Bam! Another shot was fired, destroying his vest before his head exploded into bits of meat. Phew. Mission completed. 5,000 diamonds have been donated. He sighed as he turned his shotgun around. The smoking end was pointed down, and he slung it over his shoulder. All right, there should be more players coming soon. I should loot them before another player arrives. With that, Max crouched near the two corpses and began to loot their bodies. Amazing. That movement was just chef kiss. No one expected that. Lol the opponent's face when he dropped from the sky. He's not a god, but he dropped from the sky lol. There's only some assault rifle ammo and 3 bandages I can take from these guys. But this guy's rifle is better than mine. I guess I will swap it. Max changed his rifle with the enemies and wore his new vest on top of the old one. He found that the vest had more defense than the default one he wore even though it was damaged. After looting everything, he moved away from the bodies and hid in the abandoned building to the side, waiting for any incoming enemies. And he waited and waited. 5 minutes had passed without him seeing anyone. The scan will start again. He took out the terminal and checked the mini-map. I wonder how many players are left. The scan started again. The number of enemies around him was getting smaller and smaller. It seemed a lot of people died, and there were only around 20 players left in the map. Ignoring the players away from him, he began to search for those that appeared close to his location. Let's see. There are 3 people in the city area. The others are in the wasteland, forests, and what is this? A lone player is in the middle of the map. Huh? What's he doing there? It was weird, but not important. What he should focus on was the players around his area. They probably noticed his presence too, but couldn't pinpoint where he was because he was hiding. There might be a sniper among them. From the location shown, one of them was in a tall building over there. Another one is on the street, while another one is in the building opposite to where I am hiding. Shit. Unlucky. He had to move stealthily, which meant he couldn't use his shotgun. He didn't have any silencer, so the gun would make a lot of noise that would attract the other players, including the sniper. Well, let's just play safe. He kept the shotgun on his back and switched to his assault rifle, which he took from the first guy he killed. Max walked through the dark abandoned building. He went to the nearest window on the top floor without being seen and waited like a predator. Now, who will die first? He stared at the mini-map intently, waiting for any change on it. And then, he heard gunshots from the location near him. The battle began. A smile bloomed on his face. All right then, let me kill some more. Chapter 486, Targeted by a Sniper. Max moved out of the building, checking the surroundings to see if there were any other players. After making sure there were none, he began to run toward the battlefield. There is an enemy near me. The other one is further away from me. None of them are fighting. They probably want to stall until there are fewer players. Risking oneself to kill other players was stupid. No one would do that, which was why they would wait and let the enemies fight among themselves. It was smarter to be careful, especially in the game where survival was everything. It was better to risk a number 1 or number 2 position in a 1v1 instead of trying to lower the player's number by killing them while risking your own life. Max didn't need to do that. He was a streamer, and his job was to make his viewers like his live stream. Coincidentally, he knew what his viewers loved the most. Violence. Should we kill them one by one, or should we do it at once? I don't think the latter is a good idea, though. I prefer to hide until there is only one enemy left. He asked the chat, and they replied immediately. No, go for it, Breeze. Fight both of them at once. Let the slaughter begin. Yay? Kill them, Breeze. Aha, as you wish. He smiled and looked around, searching for a way to get behind the enemies. He looked at his surroundings and found a broken fence he could climb to reach the rooftop. After checking the map once again to make sure there was no enemy around him, he walked to the broken fence and began climbing up. From there, he entered the nearby building and hid, waiting for any sounds he could use as a clue. A few moments later, he heard 2 people walking on the street. Their footsteps rang from a different direction, inseparable by his building. One of them on the left had heavier steps. Max guessed he was carrying a heavy weapon or armor, and the other one had light steps, perhaps with only a vest and a gun. Heavy one on the right, light one on the left. They are walking on the street from different directions. In a minute, they will meet each other. Max said with a smile as he checked his gun. Should we go out and greet them? Or should we shoot them from here? He asked his chat again. Fight, fight, fight. Greet them? No, use the roof. Drop on them. Jump. Heh. All right then. The chat had decided. Jumping on them from the roof was actually Max's choice as well. His lips curled into a wicked smile as he moved up and walked toward the roof entrance, careful of not making any noise. When he arrived at the top of the building, he moved slowly toward the edge and looked down, waiting for the enemies to come closer. The best time to surprise them would be when they were locked in a battle, right before they noticed his presence. The footsteps became louder and louder before it came in a halt with a sharp sound. Whoosh. Ack! Sharp cries rang and Max ducked immediately. He recognized the source of that sharp sound. A sniper. He hissed as he hid his entire body from view. Shit. Where did it come from? There were too many buildings around him, making the sound echoing. He also couldn't see a tall hill or mountain nearby, so the sniper must be hiding in one of the buildings. Close or far, Max didn't really know. Shit. I am not dealing with a sniper. The other person that Max was about to attack ran in the opposite direction after realizing the sniper's presence. He used the buildings as cover while running away. Surprisingly, the man wasn't shot by the sniper yet, which was why Max was convinced the sniper was aiming at him. Most probably, a stream sniper or someone who recognized him. Should we get down and hide? He asked the chat. That would be boring. Let's go down, but not to hide. Get your shotgun ready. There might be other players here. As usual, they wanted to see more action. Getting out right now would be dangerous. The sniper was still out there, so he would be in trouble if he went out without any preparation. Do I have any smoke grenades? He thought as he took out the backpack and searched through its content. He found no grenade at all, which sucked. I have no other choice but to wait for the next scan. At least allow me to do that, guys. The chat replied with a yes. Okay, that would be boring. All right, you guys really like to see me suffer. He laughed lightly. Okay then, I will wait for a while. Max changed his position and hid in a dark place. His eyes were glued on the mini-map and his gun at the ready. And as he was waiting, rat-a-ta-ta, rat-ta-ta, gunshots were heard again. Players began to fight as the map became smaller and smaller. The edge of the map was almost gone. And at the same time, the scan started. Okay, here I go. The number on the mini-map was 9. It had decreased by a few players in a few minutes, surprising him. He looked at the mini-map to find the players close to him. Only 2 dots appeared, and they were pretty apart from each other. One is the person running earlier, and the moving dot is the sniper, I think. He's changing his position now. Raising his head slowly, Max looked at the other buildings around him. Based on the scan, the sniper was hiding in the direction where the sun was shining the most. I think I can find him easily. He chuckled lightly as he held his gun. Following that, he vaulted over the roof, landing on the building opposite to where the sniper was hiding. He hid in the shadow of the roof, keeping himself away from the sniper's sight. The sun is behind the sniper's location. I am having trouble looking at his building thanks to that, making it a perfect spot to hide his muzzle flash. My enemy this time seems to be Smuff, guys. And you know what we will do against him, no? Said the biggest Smuff ever. Write anything you say, Breeze. Breeze, let's kill Smuff. At the same time, he destroyed all newbies in every games he joined. Oh, shut up. Max moved quietly toward the edge and leaned down, hiding himself. His eyes stared at the sniper's direction. For now, I will find his position and attack him with my shotgun. The sniper's gunfire was the most dangerous. The bullet would arrive before the sound, and they could penetrate through the thin wall or other obstacles. That was why Max had to be careful and make sure he didn't get shot. There should be another way for me to approach the sniper without him noticing. Jumping from one roof to another isn't an option, and running blindly will only make me a running target. I need to move stealthily. Pushing his back against the wall, he grinned at the camera following him. I guess it's time to become a ninja. He crouched and sneaked around the ground, hiding behind many scattered boxes and destroyed cars on the road. He did his best to keep himself away from the sniper's view while also making sure he kept an eye on the mini-map. Soon, he reached the building where the sniper hid. Max took out his shotgun and climbed to the top. After he arrived at the roof entrance, he leaned on the wall and turned the knob. Click. The door creaked as he opened it, and a soft wind greeted him. His eyes narrowed and he scanned his surroundings before stepping in slowly. He moved his gun, pointing it at the ground, and moved quietly. The place looked normal, but something was wrong. Where is he? The minimap shows the sniper is still on the top floor. Did he see me? He whispered, looking around. Or maybe he moved already. In that case, you're right. I am here. A voice rang. The next moment, Max heard something rolling toward him. His eyes widened, and he jumped to the side as a grenade rolled across the ground. Boom. A loud explosion occurred. The building shook and Max covered himself from the shrapnels with his gun. Shit, a grenade? He couldn't believe it. The sniper just threw a grenade at him, even though he had a gun with him. If he shot him without warning, he would have died immediately. But Max knew why the enemy did that. Dust that rose from the ground was making it hard to see. A shadow slowly approached him, holding a long-barreled rifle in his hand. There you are. The sniper raised his gun, pointing the muzzle right in front of Max's face. Slowly, the shadow cleared, and the sniper's face could be seen. Hee, I guess I will get a win from you this time, Breeze. Fucking hell. Why are you in this game, Flexi? It's Flexi. Lol, what's the chance? It's so funny. So he's in this lobby too? Isn't Flexi a high rank in this game? How can he play together with Breeze? Season reset, bruh. It's been a long time since Flexi played. An orange hair and orange suit that was similar to a sunset. The identity of the sniper was none other than his best friend, Flexi. He was holding an assault rifle with his finger on the trigger, grinning like a fox. Ahaha. Why would I not be here, Breeze? Flexi laughed as he raised his weapon in victory. It's a coincidence. I streamed for a few hours already, and when I was about to log out, I saw your name logging in this game. So I thought that I would play one last game just to show off. But look here. We're in the same lobby. What a coincidence, isn't it? I am so happy, Breeze. Max was speechless. His friend was the sniper? Why didn't he shoot him the moment he stepped into the building? I don't know what to say. So you want to harass me and make me think my life is in danger. It's funny, isn't it? The orange-haired streamer laughed loudly. It's not every day that I am able to have revenge against you. Just think of this as a payback for what you did in that horror game. With that, Flexi pointed his sniper against Max again, his hand in the trigger ready to shoot anytime. His lips curled up into a playful grin. Well then, Breeze. Goodbye. Fuck. The trigger was pulled. A shot rang out. Chapter 487, Second Game of Battle Royale. In the lobby of Gun Battlers, Max sat across from Flexi, who laughed merrily. The game had ended with another player being the winner, as Flexi was dead from the zone after killing him. What could he say about it? A humiliation? Perhaps. The fuck are you doing in this game, Flexi? Max asked the same question again with his hand resting on his forehead. Flexi laughed with his arms stretched on the table between them. He raised a glass of Coke and drank it. I already told you why, didn't I? It's a coincidence. I was about to log out when I saw your name in the lobby. So, I decided to join and mess with you. Fucking hell. You're so lucky, aren't you? Max was a bit annoyed with his friend's presence. To think he would play this game was not something he expected at all. He should have checked Punch to see who streamed before he jumped into the game. Again, that wasn't possible with the way things were going on right now. He just randomly chose this game because he wanted to play a classic battle royale game after so long. Of course, I am lucky. Flexi laughed happily and raised his glass. I even managed to get a win against you. It's been a long time, hasn't it? The last time I beat you in a game is, what the? You never beat me even once. Max smirked and pointed at him. And you won't in the future. You're just lucky I didn't expect you to be there. It caught me off guard for a second. Flexi was a friend of his for so long, and they played many games together. Even when he was still a noob, he always managed to win against him. And it still hadn't changed. Max chuckled lightly when he heard his chat's remarks. They knew Flexi the best. And since the two of them played many games together, Flexi must have been so bored that he used the skill to win. Well, it's fine. I will let him have a laugh this time. Next time we meet, I will put a bullet between his eyes, he said with a chuckle, and his body was covered in light. Once he landed, his character was transformed, and he appeared as the Luke character with a different clothing style. He appeared in an urban area this time, near a half-destroyed building. Looking around, he picked up some footsteps in the distance and narrowed his eyes. I have to move soon. Having thought that, he immediately ran into the building without thinking a second time. There were some characteristics in a battle royale game. Max had watched some similar games, and he learned a thing or two from it. The first one was that players seldom spawned in areas like the desert or somewhere with less buildings. There might only be one or two, but they would be few compared to the other areas. Secondly, the bigger the city or an urban area, the more players would be there. And when Max checked his terminal, he found out he spawned right in the middle of the map, at the biggest city that would become the last battlefield. I don't know whether I am lucky or not with my spawn area, he grumbled as he approached the weapon chest he saw on the first floor. If I get a shotgun in this chest, then I will think that I am lucky. Goddess of RNG, I beg you. He prayed and opened the box. The weapon inside was an assault rifle with a suppressor attached. He wasn't sure what the gun was, but he didn't care much about it. It had a suppressor attached to it, so he could use it for stealthy attack. There was also a grenade and 3 clips of its magazines, totaling 90 ammos. His lips curled up into a smile. He was lucky. Okay, let's go up. Max decided to go to the rooftop. He thought it was a perfect place to find people from afar. Chapter 488, Battle Royale, is a strategy game. With weapons ready and a good position, Max began his rap play. He moved from roof to roof while waiting for a person to arrive. And that came soon. There are 2 players over there. He spotted 2 shadows moving on the ground. They were moving carefully, hiding behind some vehicle to find their target. It was the best time to ambush them. Max switched to his rifle, with suppressor attached, and aimed. He also took out a grenade, ready to use at any time. Then, he eyed the 2 players in the distance, waiting for the perfect opportunity to kill them. One has a pistol, and the other has a rifle. The one with a pistol is on the right while the other one is on the left. He thought while looking through the scope. His eyes narrowed as he kept the rifle on the rifle guy. If I kill the rifle guy first, the pistol guy would be confused and stop moving. I should kill him when he's still in shock. Or he could wait for the other one to get closer. Max thought of that possibility, but it would be hard to take them down before they began to fire. And if he missed his shot, he would be in trouble as he was too far from them to aim properly. I guess I will take the rifle guy down. He took a deep breath, put the muzzle in his shoulder, and fired. PSH. A quiet sound of a bullet being fired rang as it was covered by the suppressor. The rifle guy's body staggered backward before he fell with a thud. A dead sign appeared on top of its body. A clean headshot. 1 down. Max then pointed his gun at the pistol guy who was still shocked. He was so confused that he didn't even notice his partner was killed. But that didn't last long. The pistol guy came back to his sense when the sound of his enemy's body hit the ground. He turned around with his gun raised and immediately met with a bullet. The enemy's face was covered in blood before his body fell backward with a thud. A pool of blood began to spread around his head. Phew. Max let out a sigh and pulled his gun away. He then jumped on the roof next to him. Now, where are the others? 2 players. Just like that? The old breeze is back. I was starting to wonder where you are. There are still more players. There should be another battle happening right now. I can hear faint gunshots. Max nodded his head as he listened to his chat. I heard it too. It came from that direction. He looked at the direction where the sound came from. There were no other players nearby, so he decided to check it out. He ran on top of a roof and jumped to another while making sure he made as little sound as possible. It would be bad if he alerted other players nearby. The sound was getting louder the closer he got to the source of it. After some running, he finally saw 2 people fighting each other. They were in the middle of a gun battle with a sniper in a building and another one hiding in the alley. Both were exchanging fire while keeping their distance, using a car and a wall as their cover. The sniper is hiding behind a wall while the other one is hiding behind the car. They look pretty busy with each other. I might as well take them out. Max decided to join the fun. Okay, let's kill one of them first. Because I am closer to the sniper and it's possible to reach that place, I will kill him first. 3 floors higher, and he said it's possible to reach it. Not to mention, there is no good cover for him to hide. Breeze, what if you fall? You don't believe in me, huh? I am pretty good at parkour. Max smiled and jumped over a roof. All right, I will reach the sniper first, and when I am near enough to get a clear shot, I will kill him. That's going to be so cool. It's going to be a long fall. I wonder how he will die. Moving toward the building where the sniper hid, Max jumped on it and began to climb. He used windows, pipes, and walls as his footing. When he reached the 6th floor where the sniper was, he hid himself from the enemy's sight and checked his gun. He only had a total of 67 ammos left after killing the last 2 players. It should be enough to finish the battle. He nodded and took out a pistol. Now, let's see what I should do here. Max peeked through a hole in the wall and looked at the sniper's position. The enemy had his back on him, not noticing his presence at all. He waited for the perfect timing to strike. The best timing would be when the 2 players were still busy shooting at each other. They couldn't help but pay attention to their target, which would make them an easy prey for him. Okay now, after making sure the timing was right, Max pulled the trigger. Ratatata. PSH. The sniper's head exploded and he fell backward. Blood splattered across the wall and a sign "Dead" appeared on top of his body. Max immediately checked the body to loot the sniper rifle. It was a basic one, and from the player's body, he took a grenade and 3 clips of 5 sniper bullets each, totaling to 15. A basic sniper rifle with a scope and 15 sniper ammos. There is nothing inside the chamber, as I waited for him to reload earlier. But I can use this. I have no second weapon in me, anyway. This will do. After looting the dead sniper, he looked at the player in the alley. The player peeked from his cover to look at the sniper's body. His eyes were filled with confusion, as if he didn't know what to do now. Now, should I kill you, or? Battle Royale was a game that could be won solo and without any equipment. It depended on the player's ability and how well they could adapt to the situation. The next scan was close, so engaging in a battle now would be foolish. Let's wait until the scan. There should be another player coming soon, Max said with a smile on his face. He took out his terminal and waited. Before long, the next scan was started and the mini-map appeared. A line passed the map, showing dots of other players. There are 5 of them. Max saw 5 dots near him, 3 on the right and 2 on the left. He couldn't see their position because they were too far from him, but he was sure they would move to the city area after the scan. And to make things even better, all of them were in a place where he could snipe them easily. Am I blessed now? Or is my viewers' luck rubbing on me? He grinned and took out his sniper. All right then, I will take them all down. Let's see if I can take first place. Must be our luck rubbing on you. So this is why I've been unlucky so far. Breeze steals my luck. Go, first place. Max positioned himself behind the wall and checked his gun. He put the scope and positioned the barrel on the wall before peeking through. His finger was on the trigger, ready to fire anytime. In this situation, he could use Luke's skill, the bullet time, to slow down the time around him. Unlike what other people believe that this ability was useful in close combat, this was actually more useful to be used as a sniper. Usually, a sniper had to think, aim, and fire within 1 or 2 seconds. The more careful a sniper was, the less likely it was for him to get discovered. So, having an ability like this would be a game changer. He could slow down time for him, aim, and then think of his next move. A simple ability could make him the best player. From his scope, a player playing as one of the characters with a rifle came to his view. The player had a gun in his hand and was moving around to find other players or just looting. Max aimed his scope on the player and activated the bullet time. Suddenly, the color around him disappeared, leaving only monochrome. He could see the player on his scope moving a bit slower, as if he was watching a video played at 0.5 speed. Whoa. Su. Thias. Is. Luakis. Ability. Somehow he talked slower. It was normal, since the ability only increased his perception speed. The technology hadn't advanced enough to make time dilation just for one player, so they used the easiest method available. LOL, the way he talked is so funny. This is why there are not many streamers using Luke as a character. Their words become dragged LOL. What does Breeze look like now? Is he in black and white? Yayis. Thias. Is. Funny. Ijai. Canon TTT. Understand. Urer. Wards. The chat was moving so fast for him, so he decided to ignore it and focus. After a second, Max pulled the trigger, firing a bullet toward the player's head. Ugh. Just as the bullet flew, the color returned to him. 5 seconds had passed in his perception, but only 3 seconds actually passed. And because he calculated it carefully, bang! The bullet flew from the sniper's muzzle, pierced the player's head, killing him instantly. A dead sign appeared on top of the player, and his body fell backward. Damn, Luke's skill is a scam. Ignoring the fact he got another kill, he grunted and pulled the gun back to himself. He immediately moved away from his position, and as soon as he got away from the wall, rat-a-tat-tat, gunshots rang. Bullets were shot to the place where he was. It seemed the other players finally noticed his presence. Ahaha, I got spotted. There are 2 sources of the gunshots, so 2 people might spot me after I killed that one player. Max laughed as he ran toward the other direction. Lol. Good luck. You're so dead. Run, Breeze. Run. We will see about that. Max changed the gun from sniper to his rifle, ready for a direct confrontation in case there was a player who entered the building instead of shooting him from outside. He hid behind a desk on the 4th floor, straining his ears to find any sound. There is someone entering. 2, I think. Are they working together to take care of the sniper first? Chapter 489, Battle and Building. Footsteps rang from the direction of the stairs on the left, and he could also hear the lift moving upward from the right. 2 enemies approached using a different method. Now this is troublesome. Both of them were on the 3rd floor and were getting closer. If he didn't do anything soon, they would reach him before he could prepare his escape plan. Damn, I have to make a choice. He gritted his teeth and looked in both directions. The footsteps from the stairs stopped, and another quick footsteps from the lift could be heard. 2 enemies had arrived on his floor, with one hiding in the stairs. He made a mistake for not quickly taking down the one using the stairs first. Which one should I take first? It's impossible to deal with both of them at once in close-range combat. I can take down one of them before the other arrives. But what about the other one? It would be bad for him if the other enemy third-party him and managed to kill him in a battle. From what he guessed, the one inside the lift deliberately made some noises to keep his attention away from the player on the stairs. Oh shit, I gotta think fast. Max's eyes moved left and right as he looked in both directions, looking at the best solution to escape or deal with his enemies. The player from the lift is going to be here soon. I should deal with him first. With that in mind, he held the rifle in his hand and ran to the lift's direction. He held the gun up, ready to fire. Here he is. The sound of the lift opening rang, and a player jumped out, pointing a shotgun at him. Max immediately jumped back, dodging the shot. The pellet missed him by an inch, and he heard it hit the wall. Clang. Max ran away and aimed his rifle at the player. A shotgun, huh? His lips twitched when he saw the gun. It was his least favorite weapon when it was in a close-range battle like this, especially when in the enemy's hand. The other player would be able to close the distance in a second and then kill him before he could fire his rifle. There is no use regretting my decision. Standing up from behind his cover, he shot at the player. Rat-a-ta-ta. His enemy moved to the side and hid behind a pillar to dodge the attack. Max did the same and ran to find a cover. He used the wall as a cover and looked at his gun. I don't have many bullets left. Max checked the ammo and found out he only had 4 bullets left. His lips twisted in annoyance. He quickly reloaded it and stood up to shoot the enemy again. I have to finish it fast. After saying that, he quickly ran toward the enemy. He heard the shotgun being loaded and fired. He quickly moved to the left to dodge the attack, but he didn't expect his enemy to throw the shotgun. Wah dash. Arg. He was forced to look away when the shotgun hit his right arm. His body staggered back, giving an opening to the enemy. Max raised his rifle to block the knife strike that came so suddenly. Clang. Spark appeared as the knife was stopped by his gun. Max immediately moved his head to the left when the enemy raised his second weapon, a pistol, to shoot him. Bang. Bang. Heh. Smirking, he kicked the player's stomach before pushing him back with his rifle. He then fired 2 bullets at the enemy's body. The first shot missed, but the second one hit the player in his head, destroying the helmet and killing him instantly. GG. Pod Breeze. Not even close combat can kill him. The skill is too different. He shouldn't be put in a newbie lobby. Go, 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 go. Military Guy has donated 1,000 diamonds. Holy, that was epic. Military Guy has donated 500 diamonds. The enemy isn't small fry either. To think he threw his shotgun. He must have seen some tutorials. Phew. After the player fell dead on the floor, Max didn't stop. He immediately threw away his rifle and remaining ammos before changing it to the shotgun that his opponent had. Upon looting, he found a grenade and 12 shotgun ammo, 15 including the one strapped in the gun. This is enough. Footsteps rang again. The second enemy probably thought that he would take his time to loot and would attack when he least expected it. But Max didn't do that. He knew better than to let his guard down, so he ran as fast as he could to escape from the enemy's sight. He hid behind a table and waited. One more chat. I will deal with him soon. However, even after a minute had passed, there was nothing. The enemy didn't show himself. Where is him? There is still a player in the stair, I think. It should be another player. I think he ran away. Lol, cowards. Yeah, maybe. Or maybe the enemy was also waiting for him. He looked at the terminal and saw that the map had become smaller. The border shrank from the previous one, and now it was almost disappearing. It's half the size now, and from the movement, it's concentrating in this city. He muttered, "This is going to be the last battlefield, so everyone will fight here." After thinking for a while, he made a decision. All right, I am going to scout. Standing up with his shotgun ready, Max walked to the exit. He peeked at the window and saw a player looking around the area with his gun ready in his hand. From the player's movement, he seemed to come from the same building as him. I think that's the guy who was using the stairs earlier. Maybe he ran because I killed his friend and he didn't want to risk it? I can kill him, but I won't. It's time to stay low as the map is about to shrink again. Let's defend this place and take down the enemies one by one. He decided to play safe as he still didn't know if there was another player coming or not. It was better to wait and ambush the player than to be shot by someone when he was distracted. Barricading himself was an option. He could always parkour his way down. So he began to grab some tables and chairs to block the lift and the stairs. After some time, he nodded in satisfaction. Great. What an effort. He finished it up before the scan. I don't know whether I should be amazed or not. Well, he is known for being good in this kind of thing. Breeze is just lucky to meet a small fry. I don't think he would be able to win in a 1v1 battle against anyone else here. LOL. It's because they will kill him first the moment they meet him. Shut up, you guys, he said with a smile on his face. I will show you my true power soon. And he was waiting for the next scan to happen, which was 5 seconds away. Let's see the scan now. It's almost time. He took out his terminal and looked at the map. Chapter 490, once again, I can fly. A scan started. Max looked at his surroundings and spotted many dots, as much as the remaining player counts, in the city. It seemed like they gathered already and prepared to end the game soon. Newbie mistake, LOL. They think by gathering in the middle they would get advantage. But now it become a pandemonium. LOL Breeze, don't join in. Just kill them from the roof. Yeah, let's hunt them. That's my plan. Why do you think I created this barricade? Max asked the chat as he looked around. I don't plan to play with them. I will just wait here and ambush them. Ratata, ratata, ratatata. The sound of the gunfight could be heard from outside and many of them came from different directions. There must be at least 5 players there, based on how loud the gunfire was. Max moved closer to the window, his eyes locked at a building opposite to him. There were 3 people there, hiding from the enemy and exchanging shots. They were too focused on each other, and none of them looked around to see if there were other players coming for them. Someone is coming. Shit, Breeze run. Closing his eyes, Max tried to hear any footsteps from outside the room he was in. Soon he heard it. Thud, thud. On the left. Thud, thud. And a moment after, a player appeared from the hallway on the left, holding his rifle ready. The enemy player stopped in his tracks upon seeing the barricade that blocked him. At that moment, Max jumped from the shadows and shot his gun. Bam! The enemy player's body flew back with the power of the shot. A dead mark appeared on his head, indicating his death. He couldn't even react to Max's presence at all, dying immediately without knowing what was going on. After seeing the mark, Max approached the corpse and began looting. He took everything the player had, including his weapon, which was an assault rifle and submachine gun, moving them to the room he barricaded before. Then, he moved to another spot in the middle of the room. Other than the weapons, he managed to get 2 grenades and a smoke grenade, and 3 clips of 30 assault ammos, totaling 90, and 2 clips of 50 ammos for the SMG, totaling 100. It wasn't much, but it was more than enough for him. This is going to be a great addition to my arsenal. Why are you taking the guns? You won't be able to use them. It's useless. Just use them for shields. You won't be able to kill the enemy with that. No, my dear friends. This is going to be very useful. He replied to his chat. His face curled into a smile, and he added, You will see it soon. When the enemy shows up, I will show you why I gathered these weapons. The sound of battle was becoming louder. It was so loud that it covered his movement, and it made it harder to hear footsteps. Not only that, the next scan would start soon. Max deliberately went to the corner of the room before the scan so the other players couldn't see his location. He checked his map to find his enemy. On the right, the 2 buildings. 2 dots appeared in his vicinity. One was moving, and another was not. There are only 2 players left, excluding me, and they are in the same building. I won't be able to show why I gathered the weapons to my viewers then. He chuckled lightly and held up his sniper, putting the gun's barrel on the wall before aiming at the window. His leg rested on the ground, and his hand was on his hip as he waited. The battle would start soon, so it would be good if he was ready. Soon, a sound of footsteps rang and 2 shadows came in from the building's entrance. The sound of 2 players running around in the building, trying to find their way up. One was chasing after the other, perfectly ignoring his presence. Max's finger was on the trigger, waiting for the perfect timing. He looked through the scope and waited for the player to pass the place he aimed at. Come in my vision. He grinned. Waiting was something he excelled at. There was a saying that a good hunter always waits for his prey, and Max did exactly that. He was ready to hunt the prey that fell on his trap. And after a long minute, his prayer finally came. Bam! The bullet went straight into the enemy's face, hitting his helmet. Unfortunately, he didn't die in one shot and looked around, probably wondering who just shot him. But it wasn't enough. Max shot him once again without panicking. His finger pulled the trigger of the sniper, sending a bullet toward the same direction and hitting the enemy's chest. Bang! He grinned and stood up after seeing the dead sign appear above his enemy after he collapsed. Okay, there is only one more, he said as he moved away from his position. Snipers couldn't use the same position twice, or he would get killed easily. The only reason why he shot twice from the same position earlier was because his enemy was a newbie. Lol, he didn't hide and just look around. Newbie lobby is so different. It's hilarious. It's going to be the same as the last game, lol. Breeze definitely can win this easily. Pog. Headshot and body shot. One-shot kill and a two-shot kill. Moving to the rooftop would be the best choice. His enemy would try to look for him, and he could shoot them easily. He went to the rooftop, but the moment he arrived there, rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat, his heart nearly jumped out from his chest as he jumped behind the cover. The sound was so sudden that it caught him off guard. He activated his ability and dodged the bullets. All he could do was to hide behind a wall that was slowly chipped away by the enemy's bullets. He didn't expect a newbie to guess his position. This guy is smarter than the others. The enemy predicted his movement and prepared to shoot him at a moment's notice. Now he was locked in his place. If he wanted to return, he had to run and risk himself being shot. Should I risk it all? His enemy might stop shooting if he moved, and he would be able to return to his hiding place safely. But there was no guarantee. The enemy could have stopped shooting him to wait for the right moment. And the moment he tried to escape, he would be killed. I have to think this carefully, he thought as he closed his eyes. There were many ways to do this. He could risk it and go out there. He could use his ability to make his escape easier. But he could be wrong, and it could be a waste if he died. And then, Bloodsucker has started a mission. Stream mission. Are you afraid to risk it? Ha ha ha. You've become a chicken. Fly and kill him, Breeze. Reward, 5,000 diamonds. Lol, Bloodsucker and his gaslighting ability. I don't know whether you will do it or not. Are you going to do it, Breeze? It's a free diamonds if you can do it. You know the answer. Changing his sniper to the shotgun, Max took out a smoke grenade and threw it near his feet. The smoke quickly filled the place around him, hiding him from the enemy's sight. After a few seconds, he jumped out of his cover and ran. He could see bullets shot his way and barely missed him, and he rolled away from the enemy's line of sight. After hiding himself behind the cover, he stood up with a smirk on his face. That's the mission I am looking for. You're going to take it? This is going to be exciting. Let's go, Breeze. Running at full speed, he went toward the edge of the roof, and I believe I can fly. He jumped at full strength. His body flew into the air, and his feet landed on the wall. Using the wall as a support, he used it to propel his body forward. His hand grabbed on the railing on the building on his right, which was where his enemy was, and his legs landed perfectly. Fuck! 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 The enemy cursed and tried to run away, but it was too late for him. Max already pulled the trigger, and the bullet tore apart the player's body, turning it into a piece of flesh as the death sign appeared on top of his body. Booyah! Booyah! GG! Pog! Hoya! Max cheered and raised his fist into the air, his face showing a wide smile. His viewers cheered and congratulated him. He watched his view count rise and laughed. Alright then. GG guys. Golden words appeared in front of his vision along with fireworks. The words said winner before the world disappeared. Soon, everything turned black before the color returned. He was now in the game lobby. Congrats. GG. Pog. You're the winner, Breeze. It's a good warm-up for him. GG Breeze. Chapter 491D3. After 2 more games, and ended up in 3rd and 2nd place, Max ended the stream. Stream ended. He exited the VR capsule and cleaned his sweat. Phew. I played longer than I planned. It's strange that Lily didn't call me. Going to the living room, he called out to her. Lily. He looked around the room, only to see her lying on her back on the sofa with a hologram screen opened in front of her. She was still wearing headphones, but her eyes were closed and she breathed softly. Her chest rose up and down following her breathing. Oh, Max exclaimed upon seeing her. So she fell asleep. A smile rose as he approached her. He had never seen her so vulnerable except when they were in the bedroom. Also, you will catch a cold if you sleep here in your pajamas. Although she wore her usual black bunny onesie, which looked warm, the air conditioner in the living room was pointed straight at her. Sitting next to her, he caressed her hair. It was soft and smooth, reminding him of silk. He wanted to touch and caress her more, but he decided to be against it and carried her slowly, trying his best not to wake her up. He put his hands under his legs and back, supporting her body firmly, and carried her to the bed. Lily squirmed slightly when he picked her up, mumbling something cutely. Nya. Max looked at her grabbing his shirt and hugged her, surprised by what she did. Lily, nya. What kind of dream did she have, he wondered. His face flushed slightly red from her unexpected cute act. He was totally caught off guard by this kind of Lily. It's a bit unfair, he thought and sighed. Then, he moved to the bedroom and put her down. He didn't forget to put a blanket over her before sitting on the chair to look at his social media. He wanted to see the progress of the streamer wars. Only a few days were left before the vote got closed. Biozone Entertainment promoted him on their official social media, so he should be getting a lot of votes from the fans too. To be honest, he felt a little bit nervous about the result. As a competitive person, Max wanted to be the best at what he did. In parkour, in games, and in streaming. Winning the Streamer Wars and getting the Top Newbie Streamer 2045 award would prove that he was the best among new streamers who debuted in the same year as him. I really want to win. He had a plan when he won. Not just any plan, but something he planned since he heard about Streamer Wars. Turning around, he watched Lily mumble in her sleep. Max, love you. Hearing that, he approached the bed and kissed her forehead. Love you too, Lily. Days passed. It was now July 28th, 3 days before the Streamer Wars. The vote had ended and the internet was ablaze. Who did you vote for? I am going for Breeze. Breeze is overhyped. He doesn't fit to be the top streamer. Your mom is overhyped. You should be grateful that you aren't swallowed. I choose Breeze in all categories. I think he will also get the top donations too, considering Bloodsucker gives him a lot of money from missions. I chose White Lily as best female streamer and best streamed event. She deserves it. I agree. Her voice is heavenly. I love how cute she is when she's around Breeze. Her cold expression melted like snow in spring. Ah, best ship. Why are all people voting for Breeze? There are many good streamers out there. Not as good as Breeze. Not as funny as Breeze. There is no Bloodsucker in other stream. Carrot agreed. Do you think Breeze will win and sweep the award clean? A question that appeared all over the internet was asked in the forum, and many answers that gave their opinions appeared. Many of them said he would win while the minority said he wouldn't. They all argued in the comments, but it was mostly the same answer. Most people agreed that Breeze would win. They just couldn't wait to see the result. Max also couldn't wait to see the result, so he kept refreshing his phone to check the news. His nervousness made it hard for him to sleep, and he kept fiddling with his fingers. The result was going to come out any minute, and he had to see it. He wasn't a stranger to this feeling. When he was doing a competition, the wait for the judge's verdict was always like this. Not only that, new quest will be available in 2 days. His greatest streamer system's new quest would be unlocked in 2 days, a day before Streamer Wars. He just had to wait for it. I wonder what kind of quest I will receive before the Streamer Wars. It must be something related to it since the system won't be giving me a normal quest at times like this. Once again, he fiddled with his phone as he refreshed his page. Just as he did an ego search, he heard a melodious voice from the speaker. He raised his head and saw Lily talking to the producer, Zaza P. Lily had finished her new song and was adamant to sing it for her stream. So they went to his studio and recorded it. And now, they were still in the process of recording her song. It was just a single song, but she was so determined and serious about it. He respected that. It had been a few hours since they came, and Lily was still not satisfied by the recording. Okay, I am ready for one more time. Lily spoke through the microphone. Her face was serious. Zaza P., the producer who was also the person in charge, looked a bit tired. From hearing her, he glanced at Max, who shrugged and smiled, before turning his attention to her. Okay, this part needs a higher tone and a better melody. Can you try it again, Lily? He asked. Yes. Lily pumped her fist as she said that, making Zaza P smile. Her passion and determination were really something. He had worked with many artists before, but Lily's enthusiasm was above them all. And then the music began. Lily closed her eyes and started singing with the music. Her voice was a combination of sweet and sorrow, and the words that came out from her mouth made Max feel as if he was transported into a world where there was nothing but her voice. After she was finished with her recording, she went to Zaza P to discuss the music and how they would mix it. Not yet. This part is lacking. Can you do it more like this? Triple A, quad A. Lily tried to explain it to Zaza P with a demonstration. That is a very hard tone to achieve. But if you're confident, then do it. Yes. Once again, she entered the booth to record her part. And after 5 more takes, she was finally done with her recording. The song was completed, the recording finished, and she couldn't be more excited. She couldn't help but feel happy when she heard the finished song. It was a good feeling that made her happy and excited at the same time. Good. Leave the rest to me. Go on a date with Cutie Pie Max. He's been waiting there while fiddling with his phone all the time. Zaza P giggled when he noticed Max's bored look. I am sorry. It took too much of your time to do my recording. Don't worry about that. I know that Lily wants the song to be perfect, Max said, smiling reassuringly. Also, I am not bored. I was just nervous about the Streamer Wars result, so I looked all over the internet for a hint or a clue. My boredom didn't come from your recording. You are the best at what you're doing. Hearing that, Lily got slightly embarrassed and blushed. My, how romantic. Zaza P chuckled. Max smiled. He didn't expect his words to have that effect on Lily, but he was glad it did. We will take our leave now. Thank you so much, Zaza P. Max shook the producer's hand. It was an honor to work with you. Me too. Lily bowed. I hope you can make a great song. Of course. It's a good song to begin with, but I will make it better. He nodded and looked at the clock. Oh, look at the time. Aren't you going to stream? It's almost 6 p.m. It's okay. Today is just a chill stream, so I can be late for a bit. Besides, I can put the blame on Lily for wanting to make her recording perfect. Why me? Lily pouted slightly as she glared at Max. It's the truth. Both of them looked at Zaza P, who looked amused by the exchange. Then, they thanked him once again and left the studio. Because they didn't think the recording would take this long, they didn't drive a car when going to the studio. So they had to walk home. Luckily, their home was nearby, so it wasn't a problem. Also, they were holding hands while walking, which made it even more enjoyable. It was a date. Livestream starts. And so, that's what Breeze did. He's unexpectedly nervous about the result. Hey, don't tell them, Lily. They will make fun of me for this. Max glared at Lily, who giggled and waved her hand. She then looked at the camera and smiled. I bet the chat will love it. Don't worry. I know you will do well. So cheer up and be yourself, Breeze. Ha ha ha. So we get a nervous Breeze before the apocalypse? LOL, he is a nervous wreck. Poor Breeze. The stress of not winning will kill him. See? The chat made fun of me because of you. LOL. Breeze is a big boy, but he gets nervous like us. I know how that feel, man. You have to believe in yourself, Breeze. If you're going to give up, you will never achieve your dreams. Haha, that's a great line. Lovely Otter has donated 1,000 diamonds. Our group has voted for you and Lily Breeze. You will win. Bloodsucker has donated 1,101 diamonds. LOL. I will demand a pay raise if you win. It's all thanks to my editing skill that you have more viewers. You guys are going to win. Just do your best. Of course I will win. Max smirked. And I have paid you, sucker. You won't find a streamer who pays their editor on time like me, let alone giving you a bonus. You should be grateful and not ask for a raise. The stream went for 2 more hours as Max played a puzzle game with Lily. It wasn't his usual stream where he was jumping from building to another, or a horror one where he played a scary game, or a battle royale where he would fight other people. This stream was just for him and his girlfriend to enjoy, as they talked and joked around with the viewers. And in the end, they ended their stream. Live stream ended. Chapter 492, New Capsules Arrives. Playing Rhythm Game. Usually streamer wars were held in a real world to form bonds between streamers and create a friendly environment. Troubles bound to happen. For example, streamers who were hostile against each other fought before, creating drama that almost made the event get cancelled. Yes, if she said so, then it's action. Moving your body in a game is indeed action. But there is a sport. Siam has been muted for 1 hour. Reason, arguing. No one argues with Lily. Lovely Otter. LOL. Mods are the best. Ignoring the chat's argument, Max opened the game's launcher and started. Well, without further ado, let's start. Let's go. Game start. As soon as the game started, Max's vision was filled with white. Following that, dozens of colors appeared, creating lines in the empty white space. It kept multiplying until he appeared in space, surrounded by aliens that looked similar to crickets. Their thick, elongated arms were covered in white exoskeleton, with a red line drawn in their bodies. Only the sword in his right hand and the gun in his left could destroy them by following the line drawn in the exoskeleton. Looking around, he saw a female robot standing next to him. Lily's name hovered above its head, showing that they managed to enter the game together. "Lily, can you hear me?" Max called out and waved his hand. In response, the female robot waved back. I can. Is this the tutorial?" "It seems so." He nodded and turned his attention to the floating window before him. Multiplayer tutorial. Use your beat sword to slash the red line on the alien, and use your beat gun to shoot the red alien to gain points. Follow the song's beat and have fun. A simple instruction was written on it. When Max clicked OK, another window popped up. Choose your song. Chapter 493, Beat Gun. With the prompt to choose a song appeared, Max turned to Lily and said, "Feel free to choose one you like." "HNN. Okay." Lily nodded and looked at the list of the song. There were many, starting from popular songs sung by artists in the top chart to indie songs. Everything was available as the game company collaborated with the most popular music platform in the United Nations. Naturally, Lily's new song was also there. "Let's choose this one." She smiled and clicked the song. The title appeared in front of them in bold letters. "Breeze, Take Me Away." It's no surprise she chose this. Ha ha. Can you win against her with her own song, Breeze? This song is so good. Lily is God. But this song's BPM, it's pretty high, you know? Are you sure you can handle it? Right. Even when compared to some songs, this song's BPM was pretty high. The aliens' movements were depending on the beat. So the higher it was, the faster the aliens moved. Really? Lily was unaware of the fact and tilted her head. Then, she turned to Max. "I don't mind playing hard music," Max said, nodding to her. "I might be bad at the game, but that's okay too as long as we have fun." What a model answer. This is how a good boyfriend acts, always making his girl happy. "Can I call you Master Breeze?" "Master." Maidenless squad, take note. You should do this when your crush want to do something. Many exaggerated their reactions. They were being dramatic as they commented, making Max and Lily chuckle at their silliness. The next prompt was to set their difficulty, and they both decided on medium. It was just a casual stream, and they weren't going for high scores. "Then we begin." As Max spoke, a fast song played. The beat began slowly before building up into a fast rhythm, and Max was immediately greeted with aliens moving around. Flash. He swung his sword and destroyed an alien. Bang. Then, he shot another one with his gun. Good. Just like that. He cheered for himself and turned to look at Lily. "Are you doing well, Lil? Whoa?" Lily. At that moment, he witnessed Lily's amazing skill. Her hand moved swiftly, moving in rhythm to the beat of the song, and she was destroying the aliens as soon as they appeared. A golden perfect appeared on top of the alien's body as she cut them apart. Their parts disappeared and turned into light as she shot them. It was beautiful and elegant, almost like a dance. Her figure was graceful and captivating. Max was awed by her performance. It was as though she had practiced this before. He didn't expect her to be that good in this kind of game. "I don't think I've ever seen someone did so many perfects in this difficulty." "Me either." "Holy crap, Lily is something else. Lily is too amazing. The cutest girl is the most talented one." Right. Unexpectedly, she did really great in this game despite being a newbie. On the contrary, Max only attained great and not bad instead of perfect. He always missed a beat or so, being too fast or too slow to slash the alien. "Listen to the beat," Lily said. Her hand danced around, cutting the aliens in a beautiful display of rhythm. "Just follow the beat, and you will get a perfect." "I see." Max nodded, focusing his mind on the beat. He listened closely to it and timed his attack. And as a result, flash, bang, perfect and perfect appeared above the alien. "Yeah," he exclaimed. Now he knew the trick to the game. As long as he could time it properly, he could get a perfect. "Let's do this, Lily," Max said, readying himself to follow the rhythm. Lily looked at him and nodded. "Let's." She began dancing and singing. Her movements were graceful and elegant, flowing like a stream of water. Her voice rang sweetly through the air, singing along to the beat of the song. She was a sight to behold. Max followed suit and moved his hands, cutting and shooting the incoming aliens with perfect timing. He didn't try to cut them too fast or too slow, but just at the right time. It felt great and satisfying. His score climbed as more aliens fell to his attack. It wasn't enough to catch up to Lily, but at least his score was in a good place. This game is so much fun to watch. Lily and Breeze's duo is so awesome. We got a free concert in the stream. How lucky are we to watch it live? I love this stream. Lily is too cute. This is what I've been waiting for. Lily's live singing. The song continued, and so their dance. Aliens killed, points added, and scores climbed. Since he was given advice earlier, Max only missed a few aliens. Other than that, his performance was pretty good. Not as great as Lily's, but good nonetheless. And it was enough to put him in third place, just 500 points behind the second place. While Lily, as expected, was leading by miles ahead. The song neared its end, and so was the alien army. Let's finish it, Max shouted, shooting and slashing the aliens. Lily nodded and began dancing faster. She slashed the alien's arm, dodged a blow from its sword, then shot another. Her sword passed all the right lines and cut them in the right places while her gun never missed a shot. Lily's too powerful. What? A talent. It's the first time she played the game, yet she already mastered it? I can't believe she can play it so perfectly. No kidding, it's almost like she's a natural at it. Here comes the final wave, Max said, raising his gun. The song was at its end, and the aliens' army started to appear more. They came from all sides. All of them were trying to get to him and Lily. Max was ready. After all, he knew the last part of the song, where the beat got faster, would be difficult. However, with a little bit of concentration and the knowledge of what was coming up next, he was able to keep up with the rhythm. He was ready to take down every single alien. Following the beat, he cut the alien's body, shooting them as they fell. Then, as the song was nearing its end, bang, bang, here it comes. The final wave appeared. Max's fingers danced, shooting the enemies as fast as possible. It was the final push to finish this level, and the aliens were coming at him in a swarm of red lines. He was pushed to his limit as the aliens approached him. Max shouted. He was struggling to keep up with the rhythm. The aliens approached him quickly, and he had to move fast to keep up. In the end, he missed some of them, but managed to keep himself alive. As the song reached its last note, Max slashed the final enemy and sighed in relief. Yes. With that, the game ended. The aliens disappeared, leaving behind only the remnants of their broken exoskeletons. The song stopped, leaving only the sound of the wind. The result screen appeared before Max's vision, and he looked at the final score. Perfect, 168 great, 92 not bad, 7 miss, 10. Rank, B-. B-. Max muttered, seemingly disappointed by his own rank. That's pretty low. I guess I need more training. Lily, what about yours? Looking to his left, he saw Lily staring at her result with a smile. Her eyes were filled with satisfaction as she turned to Max while making a peace sign. I did my best. She replied, smiling proudly, S rank. In front of her, the screen showing her score read, perfect, 285 great, 2 not bad, 0 miss, 0. Rank S. Nothing beats her in the music department, I guess. Max smiled proudly at her and high-fived her hand. Now then, should we continue to play? Let's play some more. Yes, let's play. Go. Lily, you can beat Breeze in the next song. I wonder which song you guys are choosing now. Then we continue. It's my turn to choose now. In the streamer forum, viewers of various streamers talked in a special thread. They were all there to share information about the latest event, the Streamer Wars. Did you guys see Breeze and White Lily's latest stream? I did. Breeze's performance was not bad, but White Lily's skill is amazing. I agree. She did a perfect score on that difficult song. So she really has talent in music. Yeah, her voice is amazing too. I wish she could stream more often. Some were talking about their favorite streamer, while some talked about Streamer Wars. I heard this from my friend, but this year's Streamer Wars will be held in VR. All viewers will be able to join the outside lobby and gather to enjoy the atmosphere. There will be a special segment where we can meet our favorite streamer too. Really? Is this information confirmed? Fake, 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 fake. Happy face, streamer wars held in VR world is confirmed. Some streamers accidentally leaked it when they read the email loudly. Well, streaming incident. Who is stupid enough to do this? Carrot Flexi. He's been invited as the master of ceremony. Lol, so it's him. I am looking forward to the streamer wars. Not only the viewers, but all streamers who had been nominated also looked forward to it. They talked about the event in their live stream, anticipating themselves to be the winner. After all, the best newbie streamer of the year would be announced in 2 days. The excitement reached its peak. Chapter 494, D1. Social media and the internet was filled with news about streamer wars. Even those who weren't interested to begin with talked about the subject. Many streamers started their live stream to make a bet with their viewers regarding who would win the awards. Not only them, but the streamers who got nominated couldn't help but get excited. Tonight, there was a gathering in the Streamer Wars lobby. Every nominee was invited without any exception. Because the gathering was held in the VR world, everyone could join without any problem, and there was no restriction to live stream it. Meaning, it would be chaos tonight. Ha. My best friend, are you surprised that I have been invited to host this year's Streamer Wars? Currently, Max was on call with Flexi. The orange-haired streamer laughed at him, clearly enjoying himself. You are going to be the master of ceremony? He exclaimed in surprise. Will it be fine? I mean, there is no way the organizing committee would let you handle such an important task. You're not being nice, man. You know, I'm more responsible than you. Flexi replied in exasperation. Anyway, I will join tonight's meeting since I'm the master of ceremony. You guys can't come without me. So don't go anywhere. Stay put until I arrive. Okay. See you then, Max said and hung up. He put his phone away. It seems I have one more friend in tonight's gathering, Lily. Will you go with the girls, just as planned? He turned to Lily, who dried her hair. After taking a bath, her face looked clean and her long white hair was flowing down. It was so smooth and soft, it made him want to run his hand on her head. Lily nodded. They are all excited, so I want to go together. Peachy and Amelia messaged me earlier to meet them in the cafeteria lobby. It seems all girls will be there tonight. All right. I will also meet up with Madlad and Flexi. Unfortunately, Atlas can't join today's banquet because he has a dungeon raid with Farron. They love that game so much, don't they? Horizon Online? I might want to try it. Yeah, they are obsessed with it. Max nodded. There is still time until the meeting time. What to do? Want to watch a movie? It seems there is a good movie to watch in the theater. Lily pondered, thinking about something for a few seconds before nodding. Sure. Let's go. In the afternoon, the streets were packed with people. They walked in and out of shops, eating at restaurants and talking to their friends. A movie theater stood at the corner, attracting many viewers to its door. It was a new movie that was getting released today, so the theater was full of people who wanted to watch it first. Wow, it's so crowded. Standing in front of the building, Max looked around the area and saw a large group of people. Some were sitting on benches, some were walking, and some were waiting in line for their turn. He had a ticket in hand. He and Lily were going to see a new comedy movie and were about to enter the theater when, "Excuse me, can I ask you two a few questions?" Suddenly a voice interrupted them, making Max turn his head to look. A woman wearing a business suit was approaching, her eyes focused on Lily. From her gaze, it seemed like she didn't recognize them and thought Lily was just an ordinary person. That made sense considering she didn't recognize him too. May I take a bit of your time for the interview? My name is Sarah, from National Entertainment Magazine. Sarah smiled at Lily, then at him. An interview? About what? Lily asked, tilting her head. It's an interview for my article. I'm writing an article on young couples and why they watch this romantic comedy movie. It won't take too long. I'll be done in 10 minutes. Sarah explained, and I will return that time by allowing you to skip the line. We're working together with this theater, so you don't have to be worried about the queue. I guess it won't hurt to be interviewed. I can skip the line too. What about you, Lily? Max turned to Lily. Do you mind being interviewed for 10 minutes? It won't take too long, and you can go inside without waiting. Lily nodded. It's okay. I don't mind being interviewed for a while. Thank you very much. Then let's start, Sarah said as she took out a tablet and started writing. Okay. The first question is, what do you expect from this movie? We're going to watch it, so I hope it'll be fun and entertaining. The trailer looks interesting, so we're excited. Max replied, thinking about how to answer like a normal person. Supporting his answer, Lily nodded and said, "Yeah, the trailer was really funny. We can't wait to see it." "That's good to hear." Sarah nodded and continued writing. "Now then, what made you want to watch this movie? What attracted you?" "We have some free time, so we decided to watch something. This movie is a good comedy, so I decided to give it a shot." Sarah listened attentively and nodded. She then looked at Lily and asked, "And you? Did you have a specific reason for choosing this movie?" Lily replied, "Same. My boyfriend invited me, so I came with him. I'm looking forward to the funny scenes." "How sweet." Sarah smiled. She wrote some words on her tablet and said, "Last question. You must have known about the streamer wars tomorrow, right? What are your opinions regarding the best streamer?" "Oh." Max and Lily looked at each other. They giggled for a moment and answered at the same time. "Lily Pixel. She's beautiful and cool. Breeze. He's the best." The way they replied at the same time made Sarah chuckle. Then, she opened the profile of each streamer in her tablet and froze. The faces in each of the profiles were very similar. No, identical to the two people before her. Even the names were the same. "No way," Sarah muttered in realization. "And may I get a picture of you too? For my article, of course." "Oh, sure." Max smiled. He then hugged Lily from behind and said, "Come on, say cheese." Lily nodded and leaned against his chest. "Okay. Cheese." Sarah stuttered and took the picture. "Teach, thank you so much." "P, please go ahead." "No, thank you. Let's go, Lily." She nodded, smiling as they walked towards the theater. Max couldn't help but think that he was lucky to have a girlfriend who was so cute and understanding. A little mischief they did to the interviewer that didn't know about them. It made him smile. It was always fun to tease people. As they got to their seats, Max turned to look at Lily. "What did you think of that? Interview?" "I don't know. I didn't have many questions, but it was kind of interesting to answer her." "Yeah, it's always fun and fresh to see people don't recognize me," Max said with a smile and looked at the big screen. The movie is about to start. The movie started with a bang, a scene that was very intense. A woman was being chased by a group of thugs, all of them wearing masks and carrying knives. The woman ran as fast as she could, dodging their attacks by using all kinds of ridiculous things around her. She then jumped through the window of a house and hid in the bathroom. But unfortunately, the leader of the thugs managed to get inside. He had a gun and a wicked smirk on his face. "You're not gonna escape." The thug grinned and pointed his gun at her. Suddenly, the scene changed. Now, the girl was in a bar. Her clothes were torn, and she was bleeding. But she didn't care. She just wanted to drink, so she sat down at the counter. "Boss, give me something strong." "Coming right up." The bartender nodded, then turned to a boy behind him. "Hey, new boy, bring her this." The boy came forward, holding a glass of protein shake and a 5 kilograms dumbbell. "Here, something strong." "Not this kind of strong," the girl said as she slapped the glass out of his hand. "Something to make me drunk, dumbass." "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize. That's what you were talking about." The boy apologized. "I thought you wanted something to make you stronger." The girl looked at him and blinked. The bartender looked at him and blinked. Everyone in the bar was silent. Then, they all burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha." The girl laughed loudly. "Ha? That was the funniest thing I've heard today." The boy laughed too. "Ha ha, I know. All right, enough joking around. Give me a drink." "The usual, boss." The girl ordered the bartender, who quickly poured a glass of alcohol for her. "Here you go," he said and gave the drink to the boy. "Thanks," the boy said and drank it. Everyone was quiet again. "Why did you drink that?" Was it for you?" The boy looked at the girl. "Oh, sorry. I didn't know you wanted to drink that." The movie continued from there. The story was about the boy, who was actually a spy working undercover in a bar, falling for the girl who was also a spy. It was funny, heartwarming, and full of action. And it was enjoyable. After the movie finished, the credits rolled and Max and Lily left the theater. The movie was great and the atmosphere was perfect. They walked out of the theater, feeling refreshed after the movie, and discussed what they thought about it. "It's fun. Ridiculous, but funny." Lily said. "Agreed." Max nodded and smiled. A lot of unexpected moments and good action scenes. The romance part is good too. They really sold it with the funny moments, and the ending is good. Overall, 9 to 10. Lily agreed. "I also want to rate it 9/10. They both smiled and laughed. "Should we go now?" Max asked. The gathering is in an hour, right? Yes. She nodded and held his hand. Let's return home. We need to prepare for our avatar's appearance in the stream. Will you use the suit I chose for you? Of course. We're a couple. It will be nice to have matching outfits. I don't want anyone to get close to you in the gathering. She smiled happily, and they went home, hand in hand. They enjoyed each other's company, talking about random things that came to mind, until the sun set on the horizon. And then, it was time for the gathering. Chapter 495, Night Gathering. Entering the VR world, Max chose the public lobby called Cafetang. It was a lobby room that was decorated like a coffee shop. The design was based on a coffee shop that existed in the real world, and there was a barista NPC that served drinks. There were many people gathered in this lobby. They met their friends and chatted with each other, exchanging stories about their streams and discussing what kind of events they wanted to do in the future. In this lobby, a private room was available for rent. It was pretty cheap and only cost $5 diamonds to be used for an hour. Max entered the room. Mad Lad told him over the message and found the guy inside. Oh, you're already here. He chirped as he saw the man in front of him. Aren't you too excited for the gathering? I don't think you're the type to arrive first in a meeting. I arrived on time. It's you who are late. Mad Lad clicked his tongue and pulled an article, showing it on the hologram screen. What is this? You were in a movie with your girlfriend just a few hours before the gathering? Not only that, you were even interviewed. The interviewer approached us. Max smiled sheepishly. It was just a coincidence. And we have to go early to skip the line, so. That doesn't mean you can watch the movie before an important gathering. If you were late, your reputation as a nominee would be ruined. Are you not taking the streamer wars seriously? This is not a game. God damn it. And you were the one who had the most nominations. Mad Lad continued the last sentence in a small voice. He didn't want to admit that his self-proclaimed rival got more nominations than him. Sorry. Max raised his hands in the air. We have free time, so we went on a date. Besides, the gathering will not start in another 30 minutes. Flexi isn't here yet, so we need to wait for him. Flexi? Is he invited as a senior streamer? No. Apparently, he will be the master of ceremony in the award event. Really? Yes. Damn. Mad Lad clicked his tongue again. What is the events planner doing? There are many other good streamers to be chosen as the MC. Why Flexi? It will ruin the mood. He's too funny. The award will lose its prestige if a joker becomes the MC. I don't know. I've never heard of him being an MC. But he seems confident, so he will probably do fine. Max said. They talked for a while and ordered coffee from the barista. Soon, the room's door opened and Flexi walked inside. Hi guys. Sorry I'm late, he exclaimed. I have to prepare my customized avatar for tomorrow's event, so I was a bit late. I hope you guys aren't waiting for me for too long. It's fine, Flexi. Max said. You're not that late. But we have to hurry to the gathering. It will start soon. Yeah. Let's enter the Streamer Wars lobby. They all nodded, and the three of them went to the gathering. As expected, the gathering was packed. Everyone arrived pretty early in the lobby and made a group. Streamer Wars lobby, the gathering area, looked like a luxurious ballroom in a palace, with a beautiful chandelier and a large crystal in the center of the ceiling. White round tables were put in a few places with various foods that were refilled infinitely. While they couldn't fill the streamer's stomach, at least they could be tasted and add some taste to the atmosphere. Many people, more than 100 streamers, had gathered in this ballroom to enjoy themselves and socialize. Some were interviewing other streamers, while some with their friends discussing their plans for tomorrow's event, while others were chatting with each other, enjoying themselves in the festive atmosphere. Everyone was dressed nicely, with many streamers wearing expensive-looking outfits. There were a lot of streamers, and the variety of them was astonishing. There were streamers of all shapes and sizes, ranging from young children to old men and women. They all wore different outfits and had unique avatars, but they shared a common interest in streaming. VTubers were wearing their signature clothes, from the ones in the top rank to the one in the middle of the rank. Some of them had even brought their pets, and the place was a lively and chaotic place. The room was full of streamers and their fans, and they all mingled with each other. Among the crowd were three individuals who stood out from the rest: Max, Mad Lad, and Flexi. They immediately became the center of attention, especially Max. Hey, that's Breeze. One of them whispered as she spotted him. You're right. He's so handsome. Max felt like he was being stared at by many pairs of eyes. It was as if he was in a spotlight. He smiled awkwardly at everyone and waved at them. "Hi," he said, trying to look casual. "Hi." Many of them responded. "Nice to meet you." "Likewise," Max said. "It's nice to see so many streamers here." He then looked around and saw some familiar faces. Among them, he managed to spot Lily and the two others, Princess Peach and Amelia, who had just arrived. They were standing close to the entrance, and they looked stunning. He smiled at them, and they smiled back at him. Both groups met up in a few seconds. "Did you have fun talking to them?" Max asked, quietly as he stood next to Lily. Before them, Amelia and Princess Peach teased Mad Lad. Meanwhile, Flexi had gone with the staff to talk about tomorrow's preparation. Lily, on the other hand, only smiled at Max and held his hand. "I had a lot of fun. We plan to go meet some other girls later." Amelia said she would introduce me to her friends. "Have fun." Max nodded. "I'll go talk with Mad Lad. He needs to be saved from Peach and Amelia's teasing." Lily giggled. "Yeah, I can tell that he's in trouble." The gathering officially began for real. Flexi, the MC, took the stage and gave his opening speech. "Welcome to this year's Streamer Wars. I am Flexi, acting as your MC tonight," he said as the audience applauded. "It has been a wild ride for me to be chosen as an MC in an event this big. But it's an honor to be here with you guys. So thank you." His words were sincere and honest, making the audience laugh. The streamers who had never seen Flexi's streams before looked at him in awe. He had the ability to draw in the audience, and they felt drawn to him. Many people were live streaming this gathering in real time. Max decided not to and just enjoy this party. So he just watched as Flexi introduced the staff and committee members of this year's event. Now then, let's introduce this year's event organizer. You may know him, or at least know his face. He was in the top 10 people you should know today. Let's give him a round of applause. Mr. Caden, the chairman of Punch, as well as the organizer of Streamer Wars. Flexi announced as a tall man with black hair and a sharp look came on the stage. He looked at the audience and bowed before saying, "Welcome to the gathering. I hope you enjoy it." The crowd applauded, and Caden smiled. "Thank you all for coming to this gathering. I hope you'll enjoy the Streamer Wars this year. I only have a few words to say, and we'll leave the party for the streamer to enjoy." He paused and cleared his throat. "This is the first time that I'm organizing the Streamer Wars. As an event organizer for more than a decade, it has always been a pleasure of mine to host an event like this, which will help connect the world and its people through streaming. This event has become one of the most popular and important events of the year, and it is a pleasure for me to host it." Caden continued, "This event is important to the entire streaming community, and I want to thank everyone who has been supporting me. I want to say thank you to all of you. This event isn't just mine, but everyone's. I hope you all have fun." He ended his speech, and the crowd clapped. Then he stepped away from the podium. The gathering continued, with Flexi introducing the next guest. The streamers who had been waiting patiently in line, and the streamers who had come to enjoy themselves, were excited to see the next guest. When Max stood with Mad Lad on the corner, a group of streamers, each with a floating camera, approached them. One man smiled and spoke. "Excuse me, Breeze. Can I take some pictures and interview you for our streaming channel?" Ha ha. Looking at them, Max was about to answer when Mad Lad suddenly frowned and raised his voice. "Huh. Get lost, fuckers." Chapter 496, Clout Chaser. Mad Lad's harsh words surprised Max. He looked at his friend in confusion. Normally, Mad Lad knew when to act respectfully. When meeting new people, even this streamer would act nicely. But at the moment, he was being very rude to the newcomers. He didn't even try to hide his dislike towards them. The man who approached him earlier was obviously upset by his harsh words. He clenched his fist, but before he could do anything, his friend quickly tried to defuse the situation. "Why the hostility? We just want to interview Breeze as someone who has the most nominations among the streamers here. We don't have any other goals, right?" "Yeah." The man in the front nodded, calming down a little bit. "We just want to interview him. Besides, he didn't look busy. I mean, why should he? He's a nominee. So, we can't miss the opportunity to interview him. And it said streaming is allowed here, right?" "Yes. It's a public place." Another one agreed. "Oh, really?" Mad Lad scoffed. "Well, too bad for you. Breeze is not available to answer any question at the moment. So, you can get the hell away from him and stop trying to annoy him. We're busy here. We are. Max looked at Mad Lad in surprise and whispered, why? They are clout chasers. Mad Lad answered quietly, not bothering to whisper. Just leave it to me, Breeze. My image in the streaming community has already cemented that I used harsh language. You would have a hard time dealing with them if you just refused normally. Oh, just with that, Max understood his intention. Apparently, Mad Lad was worried that Max would have trouble refusing the interview and his reputation would take a hit. That's why he tried to help by acting rudely toward them. Max knew that his image would be damaged if he refused their normal-looking offer. If they were truly clout chasers like what Mad Lad had mentioned, they would twist the story about him being arrogant or something if he refused them. Of course, not all of his viewers would believe them, but there was a chance his haters would come out of their small cave to flame him. Truly troublesome. Unlike Mad Lad, Max was famous for never causing any trouble. There were many times when people tried to mess with him and failed because of it. So, he decided to let Mad Lad handle this situation for now. I see. Then, I'll let you do it. Max smiled. I will back you up in case there is a problem. Huh. For me, any attention is okay. Bad or good, they will add to my viewers' count. Mad Lad chuckled. Then, he turned his gaze back to the man in front and raised an eyebrow. Why are you still here? Scram. You guys are annoying us with your presence. Don't you see? We're talking here and not streaming? Does that not tell you anything? No need for such a strong word. The other guy, the one that stopped his friend, smiled and raised his hand in peace. We are not here to start any trouble, but to ask for a simple favor. That's all. That's right, dude. One guy said, why are you so hostile toward us? Do you know how annoying you sound? We are all streamers here. We're not some random guys who want to cause trouble. Look, guys. This guy is acting as if he is the best streamer here or something. Shut up. Mad Lad sneered. Don't make me angry, dumb fucker. I'm already in a foul mood. I was looking forward to talking to Breeze, and here you guys are, trying to ruin the mood. We are not ruining anything. One guy shouted. His friend quickly calmed him down before looking at Mad Lad and continued. Just a simple interview, and that's it. No harm done, right? I am sorry. At that moment, Max spoke up. He looked at the guy and said, but we can't do any interviews right now. I am not available for an interview at the moment. What? One guy frowned. Come on, man. We just need a few questions, and that's it. No, you won't get away after asking just a few questions. I know your type. You're the one that won't let go of your prey after you find them. It's clear you will keep pushing Breeze to answer more questions. Mad Lad glared at the guy in front of him and said, just get the fuck away. You're bothering us, and we don't like it. Stop wasting your time. You will not get anything from us. Not a single answer, you hear? The guy was about to retort, but the calmer guy interrupted him again and spoke up. He looked at Max and Mad Lad and asked, why do you have to act like this to us? Is there a specific reason behind it? Who needs a specific reason to refuse? Mad Lad sneered again. If I hate you is a reason, then that's the reason you get. Now scram. You. The guy was about to get angry when a new voice joined them. Is there a problem here? It was none other than the event organizer and the chairman of Punch himself, Caden. Everyone looked at him, surprised by his sudden appearance. Caden was a famous man, both inside and outside of the streaming industry. His appearance was tall, and his hair was black. He was wearing a black tuxedo, with a white shirt and black pants. He had an intense look, with a sharp jawline and piercing blue eyes. His eyes were dark, and he looked like a man of power. He was also a man of great charisma and confidence. He had the charisma of a great man. When he appeared, he immediately became the center of attention. And due to his presence, the clout chasers surrounding Max and Mad Lad immediately changed their behavior and target. They greeted the man and asked for his signature. Caden, on the other hand, didn't care. He raised his hand to refuse them and looked at Max. Sorry if I interrupted something, but I have an appointment with Breeze. I was waiting, but he didn't seem to see me. Oh, my apologies, Mr. Caden. Max smiled and turned his gaze at Caden. He knew what the man tried to do immediately. I was a little bit preoccupied with them. I already refused their interview, but they kept pushing. Naturally, Max wasn't going to let it slide easy. So he said such things to make the clout chasers feel embarrassed. Is that so? Caden looked at the clout chasers and smiled. Well, too bad then. He already has an appointment with me. I hope you understand. We are sorry. You should have told us that you have an appointment already. The clout chasers looked surprised. Then, they all quickly moved to the side. "We're sorry for the inconvenience, Mr. Breeze and Mad Lad," the calmer guy said. "Let's go, guys. We have disturbed them enough." After saying their farewells, the clout chasers walked away, leaving the three alone in the middle of the gathering. "Thanks for helping, Mr. Caden. We are grateful for it." Max immediately thanked him and said, "We're lucky that you're nearby, sir." "Ha ha ha, there is no need to mention it. But I do want to have a little conversation with you, Breeze. Can you spare me a bit of your time?" Caden smiled. "The appointment I said was not a lie. I am genuinely interested to talk with the Streamer of the Year nominee." "I don't mind it, sir." "Then, let's go. This gathering has an area where we can talk privately." "Ah, your friend may come too." With Caden's words, Max looked at Mad Lad and he shook his head. "No, please allow me to refuse the invitation, sir." Mad Lad smiled. "I am going to join my friends and enjoy the gathering." "Ahaha. Okay, enjoy yourself." "Yes, sir." Then, Caden and Max left the area and entered the private area of the gathering. When Caden entered the private area, he looked around. There were no other streamers there, and it was completely empty. Caden looked at Max and smiled. "Please, sit down and make yourself comfortable. I just wanted to ask a few things." "Okay." Max smiled back. "I'll do that then, sir." He sat on the sofa and made himself comfortable, and he was followed by Caden, who did the same. "Ha ha ha, you are a polite kid. No need to call me sir." Caden chuckled and waved his hand. "I may be older than you, but that's just it. We're all adults here. Just be comfortable and talk normally." "Understood, sir, Caden." Max smiled and corrected his words. "What did you want to talk to me about?" Caden chuckled at the way he talked. "Well, there's no specific topic I wanted to talk about. But first of all, let's start by congratulating you for your nomination." "Thanks, sir." Max grinned. "Though, I didn't expect that I would enter a lot of nominations, more than 5. It's a surprise. A pleasant one. You honestly deserve it." Caden nodded and continued. "You're a good streamer. You have the charisma, talent, and skills. Your streaming content is good and entertaining. That's what people want in a streamer, entertainment. I do try to keep the viewers entertained." "Haha, and you did a great job, don't worry." Caden chuckled again. "But that's where the problem comes in. You're too good." Hearing that, Max narrowed his eyes. His face turned serious. "I see. So that's a problem, huh? You are aware that your channel growth has been monitored by my company, yes? As the chairman of Punch, I can see the growth of every streamer who uses the platform. That is how we are able to help those with good content, by promoting them. Yes, and my growth is a little bit abnormal for someone who started just a little while ago, isn't it? Even with the support from you, the company." Everything was going well and smoothly, but suddenly Max felt a sense of uneasiness in the air. His body tensed up and his face went pale. He didn't like the way the man was talking to him. "Correct. You're not like the others. Your growth is abnormally fast, and we're worried about that," Caden said calmly. "If you win the awards, there might be trouble coming for you from jealous streamers. You know, human nature is hard to understand." Max nodded. Something was wrong here. "I can deal with trouble, sir," he replied, trying to hide his uneasiness. "If that's the case, then I can rest easy. I hope you won't stop streaming after the awards. It will be a waste of talent." Caden said and continued. "I am satisfied with your answer. I am sorry for calling you so suddenly. You may leave if you want to. I hope you enjoy the gathering." "All right, I'll keep that in mind." Max stood up. "Then, I'll leave first. Thank you for your support. It's very much appreciated." No. I appreciate it as a viewer." Caden chuckled. He then looked him in the eye. "Just a friendly advice. Be careful of people that may be envious of your talent, okay?" Max nodded. "Understood. I'll be careful. Have a nice night." Chapter 497. Become the Greatest. Exiting the private room, Max didn't immediately return to the gathering. He went to a secluded spot and leaned against the wall, closing his eyes and calming himself down. He was thinking about the warning and what the man had told him. He had been in the business for a while now and had experienced a lot of things. It wasn't a surprise that some of his fellow streamers were jealous of his success. "I'll just be more careful in the future." Max sighed. "But that doesn't mean I will change how I stream." Max's streaming content had never changed from the start of his career, so it was unlikely that he would ever change it in the future. Also, they could be jealous all they wanted, but Max wouldn't care. It wouldn't be a surprise if there was trouble brewing around the corner, but he wouldn't let it affect his stream or content. He was going to stream as usual, no matter what happened. Max smiled. I'll continue to be Breeze. There is nothing that can make me quit streaming. Not now. Not ever. As he muttered that, he looked ahead at an empty space. It had been a long time since he opened his system interface as there was no new quest, but it would be different now. System, show me the new quest countdown. He muttered under his breath, and a window appeared. New quest will be available in 32 minutes, 18 seconds. Nice. The quest will come soon. But I need to return to the gathering first. I don't want to worry Lily. With that thought in mind, he walked back into the gathering. However, his mind was still filled with thoughts of the quest. The gathering was a secondary matter. Returning to the gathering, Max immediately went and met his friends. Madlad had already gathered with the girls' group and got scolded by Amelia when he arrived. What happened here? He asked curiously. Lily, Peach and Amelia were gathered in front of Madlad, who had his face covered in cake. He looked miserable. Oh, you're here, Breeze. Amelia noticed him first. I am truly sorry for what my colleague has done earlier. He should have just put the clout chasers in place. He even ruined the atmosphere by acting so rudely. I hope you will forgive him. If he ever bothers you again, please let me know and I will put him back in place. Hey, Amelia, you're embarrassing me. He was just trying to protect me from the clout chasers. I appreciate it. Max smiled at Amelia. I should be the one thanking him. Madlad said, It's nothing. That's why you don't have a girlfriend, dude. Princess Peach said, Girls hate boys who talk rudely to strangers. You don't have a boyfriend, though? That's because I haven't met my Prince Charming yet. She retorted. Anyway, what took you so long, Breeze? Lily nodded, curious about his whereabouts. Max, on the other hand, only smiled. Nothing. Mr. Caden wanted to congratulate me on my nominations. We talked for a bit before I returned. Mr. Caden as in the chairman? Amelia raised her eyebrow. That's surprising. Is there something else you talked about? Nothing special, just the event and how it will go. He nodded, and he warned me about the jealousy I might invoke to other streamers. I've expected this, to be honest. It's nothing new. Just ignore them. Lily nodded. I have a feeling that they're not important in the future. So just forget them. Of course. Max nodded. But I am curious. Who were they, Madlad? The ones who tried to approach me. They're pretty infamous among the social media. Do you know about people who uploaded videos about streamers' dramas or the dark side of streamers like that? They are called streamer clout chasers or baiters. Yeah, I know about them, but not too much. Max said, basically, they will upload any video that would bring them a view. The videos I mentioned are the common ones. But they also like to approach streamers and ask for an interview, or try to bait the streamer to answer something that would be used against them in the future. Max blinked. Wow. Anyway, I have a feeling that they're the kind that will do anything for views, so be careful with them. I bet they wanted to edit your sentences and use them against you if you win the awards tomorrow. Be careful of what you said on the stage when you receive the award, okay? They will not miss any chance they get. When receiving his award. Well, he hoped to win, but he didn't know that. But it seemed like everyone else thought he was going to win. Even the chairman had that kind of mindset, saying that there was trouble for him if he won the awards. Aren't they overestimating me? Surely there were other streamers that rose the same way as he did. Newbies, diamonds in the rough, who managed to be noticed and became a big name. It wasn't impossible to have such a thing happen in the streaming community. He was sure that he wouldn't be the last one. I will keep that in mind if I win. Maybe I should write a script before receiving the awards. Max said. Lily smiled. That's a great idea. You will have more confidence on the stage. Though, you don't seem like the kind of person to get nervous in public. I agree. Madlad said. Breeze has a strong mental fortitude. I think it's impossible to see him stuttering and getting nervous in public. He will probably get nervous in a life or death situation, not in something as simple as public speech. Hey, I am a normal human. I can get nervous standing in front of many people too, you know? Max retorted with a smile. It's not like I am always confident in doing anything. True. I guess everyone has their weakness. Even you. Madlad shrugged his shoulders. The group continued their chat and enjoyed the gathering. Meanwhile, Max didn't know when to look at the countdown, so he kept glancing at his clock. Ding. Finally, a notification sound rang in his head. Finally. He smiled inwardly. He didn't let it show in his face as he continued to talk to the group. He would put it on later, when he was alone and could read his new quest carefully. Now I just have to wait until I get back home. I hope I will not regret this. After an hour or two of socializing with each other, everyone left the gathering and logged out. It was already late in the night, so the streamer didn't have much time to stay longer. They all had their own streaming schedule for the night. There was no more disturbance as the clout chasers left early after Max and Caden left them. Apparently, they got what they wanted, an interview of the famous streamers, so they left happily. They didn't want to make a big scene and be banned from the event. The event organizer would ban them if they made trouble, especially when the event itself was supposed to be a prestigious and peaceful gathering, not a battleground to get views. So, the clout chasers had no choice but to retreat when Caden approached. Logging out, the capsule opened slowly. Max climbed out of the capsule, feeling only slightly drained and not as exhausted as usual. He then stretched out his body and felt his muscles ache. The capsule beside him opened following that. Lily also climbed out of the capsule, yawning. She didn't feel the tiredness she normally felt when streaming. The new capsule is really great. It's not making us tired even after using it for a few hours. And the sleep inducer also makes us feel refreshed in the morning. She said, looking at the capsule, I can't imagine streaming without this capsule anymore. It is truly convenient. Max nodded. Your brother has outdone himself by making such a masterpiece. When will he announce its release? Tomorrow, Lily answered as she took 2 towels, throwing one of them to him. After the Streamer Awards. I believe he will do it when all of the eyes of the streaming industry are on the awards. That's why the company has sponsored the event too. It will attract the people's attention and make it a perfect timing for his announcement. I see. Max smiled. I guess I have a lot of expectations for tomorrow's award ceremony. Me too. There are so many expectations. My heart is beating so fast. Lily put her hand above her chest. Look, it's beating so fast. Do you want to feel it? It's really beating so fast, you know? She looked at him and flushed, clearly not thinking of what she said earlier. She quickly turned her head, looking away. Her face turned red and she mumbled, no. That's embarrassing, isn't it? You just forget it. Seeing that, Max chuckled. She's so cute sometimes. Her shyness comes at an unexpected moment, and that's why it's so cute. It makes her even more adorable. He decided not to say anything about it. Instead, he said, why don't you take a bath first? I will go after you. Okay. Lily nodded, still a little bit flustered from what happened earlier. I'll go first. Lily entered the bathroom, leaving the room and leaving Max alone in it. Now, to read the new quest. Max smiled, excited to read the new quest he received after so long. System, open the quest. After saying those words, the quest interface appeared before him. New quest is generated. Quest. Become the greatest. Leave your record in streaming history. Announce your end of activity in the Streamer Wars award ceremony. Progress, /1. Reward, eternal happiness. Penalty upon failure. System uninstallation and a hard road ahead of you. Upon reading it, his smile froze and he let out a stupid voice. Chapter 498. What if? Max's entire world seemed to stop when he reread the quest's description. Leave the record in streaming history by announcing the end of his activity? That didn't make any sense. What is the system thinking? Announcing the end of my streaming activity? I don't get it. He muttered and held his head. If he didn't follow the quest, the system would be uninstalled. And there would be a hard road ahead of him? What kind of hard road was it? And would the 2 miracle tickets he saved for emergency would lose its effect? Probably not. The system only mentioned uninstallation, not deletion. So the effect should remain. However, he didn't understand why the quest he received was to retire. No, deep inside, he knew why the quest was like this. In case he won the Best Streamer award, he would be officially crowned as the greatest streamer in the world. If he announced his retirement after that, the record would forever be his. There would not be a streamer that could rival his record and his status. It was the only way for him to become the best. But that meant stopping from the activity he loved altogether. No, this is not a quest I should take. This is a quest I have to reject. There's no way I am going to quit after reaching this point. Max knew that the system could be unreasonable at times. However, this was a bit too extreme. I don't know what I will do tomorrow, but I know for sure that I will reject this quest. Max sighed. He then looked up at the ceiling, feeling helpless and frustrated. He was angry at the system, but he didn't want to lash out in anger. To be honest, his future was already secured. He could be anything he wanted: a businessman, an artist, or even an entertainer in real life. Lily could help him enter the business, while Atlas and Farron could introduce him into a modeling job. So he had no worries about the money. However, it didn't change the fact that streaming was his life. He wanted to continue streaming. No matter what, I will find a way. I won't let the system dictate my life like this. Following the quest had always been a fun experience as he thought of it as a game. But now, the quest tried to control his quest. What to do? As Max contemplated his new quest, Lily finished taking a shower and left the bathroom. She walked into the room, wearing cute, blue pajamas. Her hair was wet, and she was holding her clothes in one hand, while carrying a towel on her shoulder. Max, did something happen? Lily asked when she noticed his expression. She approached him and sat next to him on the edge of his capsule. Your face is not looking so good. He smiled wryly. Is that so? Yes. Did something happen while you're waiting for me to come out? She looked at him with a worried expression. Did you get bad news? You could say that, yes. Do you want to tell me? Did he want to tell her? Yes. But would he? The answer was no. The existence of his system was something he couldn't reveal to anyone, including his lover. Not that he couldn't, but it would make no senses. I can't. He replied honestly. Sorry, but this is something I can only solve myself. I hope you understand. But I can ask you about something else. This is just an if scenario, okay? Lily looked at him in confusion, but he continued. If I said I wanted to retire from streaming, would you be angry at me? His sudden question caught Lily off guard. Her mouth opened slightly. She didn't say anything for a moment. She was surprised, but not angry. Then, she closed her mouth and thought for a bit before opening her mouth again. If you really want to stop, then I won't force you. She smiled gently and held his hand. Max, I love you no matter what you are doing. You can do anything you want to do, and I'll still support you no matter what. Even if you decided to quit, I would support your decision and stand beside you. But Lily looked into his eyes, and her expression changed to a serious one. If you were lying to me, I wouldn't get mad. You saved me. You showed me the way to be happy and to live my life to the fullest. You are the reason I am happy, and I love you so. I would be really sad if you lied to me and gave me the cold shoulder after all we've been through. That's why, if you're not happy with what you're doing right now, I won't forgive you if you're not telling me. Max was silent for a moment, thinking. Streaming was fun. At first, he only played games and streams because his body couldn't do anything else. He was confined in a dark medical room. It was the only activity he could do without having to do much movement. And when the miracle happened, he continued streaming for the joy of gaming and streaming. But somewhere along the way, the reason changed. It was not about the joy of gaming or streaming anymore. He just liked streaming because he could share the fun with many people. And the more he streamed, the more he enjoyed it. It was the joy of sharing the experience with others. Meeting new people and talking with them was also a fun experience for him. Even the hate comment that came from the stream, they made him stronger and made his bond with the viewers became stronger. It was like an obstacle in the path of life that he must overcome, a path that he had to jump over. If he could conquer this challenge and prove to his haters that he could stream like anyone else, it would mean that he had succeeded and that he was not inferior to others. It would prove that he could be a streamer like any others, even though his condition was far from normal. And so, for him, streaming had become his way of proving to the world that he could be a streamer. He didn't want to give it up. He wanted to continue streaming. After all, that was what he loved to do. I am happy. Streaming is my passion and my job now. He finally replied after a long silence. I just imagine the future when I retire. It seems dark, you see. Lily looked at him and nodded. Then, I will support your decision no matter what you choose to do. She then suddenly blushed and added, if you stop, then that means you can spend more time with me, Max raised his eyebrow. Oh, are we that greedy? She smiled mischievously and leaned her body on him. Maybe a little bit. Just a bit more than usual. She kissed his cheek, then hugged him. He hugged her back and smiled. After talking with Lily, he made his decision. Chapter 499, Going for Award Ceremony. Morning of the Streamer Wars. Max woke up at 5 a.m. and decided to go jogging today. The event would start at night, so he had plenty of time before that. There was no nervousness, only a feeling of being relieved from the burden. He didn't know if it was because he had talked to Lily last night, or because his worries about the system's quest had settled. But he felt free today. My physical condition has returned to similar or even stronger than in my previous world. I am able to do extreme sports right now. A far cry from his weak and malnutrition condition back when he first arrived. He had gained a lot of muscles, not enough to look like a bodybuilder, but he was strong enough to do extreme exercise now. I will need a lot of training before I can reach my peak condition, but at this point I should be fine with doing real parkour without risking myself too much. With that thought, Max changed to his sports clothes and went downstairs. Soft sunlight streamed through the windows, making everything feel like a dream. He was the first person to get out of their buildings, and the street was still empty. No cars or pedestrians yet. People's mornings started pretty late in the weekend in the area. Max jogged around the area, going through the familiar path. When he came across the park, he took a detour and entered the park. The tall wall, pillars, and everything else, he remembered the park had a parkour area. It was a good place to test his body's limits. Or maybe he was feeling adventurous. I'll try the wall first. He approached a 4 meters tall wall, a good place to practice wall run and climbing technique. The first time he attempted to climb the wall, Max didn't manage to do well. But now, things were different. He stretched his arm and fingers, preparing his body for the incoming exercise. After he was done, he took a deep breath and jumped at the wall. His hands grabbed the wall, and his feet followed, sticking to the wall like a glue. Slowly and steadily, Max started climbing. He did it slowly and cautiously, but soon his confidence rose. His body wasn't that different from his old self. Soon, he reached the top of the wall and jumped to the ground, landing softly with a roll. Still not good enough. In VR, he could climb such a wall easier. The wall had a rough texture, so it wasn't hard to get a good grip. But outside of VR, there was a risk of slipping, falling, or even injury. Max took a deep breath and tried to do it once again. He wanted to get back to his peak performance in real life, not just in VR. He would keep doing it until his body got used to it. After he managed to climb the 4 meters wall, Max decided to try a 6-meter one. It was taller than him by a few feet, and it would take longer to climb. Again, he muttered. This time, he walked back until he got enough distance to run and then ran straight to the wall. When he got close, he jumped. His left leg landed on the wall and pushed his body upwards. His hands reached for the top. As he got near the top of the wall, Max pushed himself off with his left leg and grabbed the ledge with both hands. He pulled himself up and over, rolling down on the ground. Max grinned, happy that he had done well. It's a good start, but my body is not ready for the harder one yet. Following that, he tried to climb the pillar, did flips, and pushed himself to the limit. After 30 minutes of intense workout, he breathed heavily and wiped his sweat away. So tired, yet so fulfilling. He had never been this happy in his entire life, and that was a good sign. After a long time of training his physical ability, he went back to jogging. It was time for a cooling down. Max went to buy some breakfast and coffee on his way back. For himself and Lily. He knew she would appreciate a warm cup of coffee when she woke up. I am home. He entered his apartment. It was quiet and empty, with no one in sight. Lily must have still slept in the bedroom. Max placed the breakfast and the coffee on the table, then went to the kitchen to prepare a glass of water. After that, he headed for a quick bath. The water was warm and relaxing. It was just what he needed to wash away the stress and the tiredness he had built up from the morning exercise. Ah, how relaxing. If only I didn't have anything to worry about. This would have been a good start to the day. The thought of his new quest made Max sigh. After the bath, he put a black t-shirt and shorts and returned to the living room, finding Lily sitting there. She was sipping from her cup of coffee. Morning. She looked at him, still half asleep, and replied, Morning. Did you have a run? Yeah. She yawned and smiled sleepily. She then looked around and noticed a bag on the table containing 2 breakfast and 2 cups of coffee. One was hers. She reached out and picked it up, taking a sip. This is delicious. You always buy me something good, Max, she said as she looked up at him with a smile. Thanks. You're welcome, he said. Are you going to sleep more after this? She shook her head. I'm good. Just need some time to fully wake up. Then, Lily took a sip from the cup of coffee. She looked out of the windows and said, "It's dark outside." "You're right. I think it will rain today," Max said as he opened his window curtain, revealing a cloudy sky outside. I think you're right." Lily nodded in agreement. "I don't like rainy days. But at least the ceremony will be held in the virtual world, so we won't get wet." "Yeah, it's better to not go outside until the rain stops. It will be dangerous to drive a car, or even walk. Come to think of it, it's also in a cloudy days like this that I got hit by a car." He thought, remembering the worst memories in his past life. That day, the day he was hit by a car. It had rained the whole day and the road was wet. The car was moving fast, and it all happened in an instant. Due to the wet road, the brake didn't stop the car well and crashed into him. Anyway, it was not like Max was superstitious and believed in such absurdity as bad omen. But the feeling of the rainy day made him a bit gloomy. "Max, you look pale, are you okay? Did you catch a cold?" "Huh? No. He smiled reassuringly. "I'm just thinking of something. Let's spend the days like this and go into the award ceremony together. We will log in and wait for it to start, then we'll be back before dinner time." "Sounds good." She nodded in agreement. "Do you want to play any game together while we wait?" "I have a few in mind, yeah." The rest of the morning passed quickly. They ate their breakfast and played some games together. Time passed quickly and evening arrived. They entered the VR world and waited for the Streamer Wars lobby to open while preparing for their outfits. When the time came, an invitation arrived for them. "You have been invited to Streamer Wars nominee lobby. Agree/decline." Max looked at Lily, who received the same message, and nodded. "Let's go." Then he pressed agree. Chapter 500, Streamer Wars Award Ceremony. A luxurious and large space greeted him as Max entered the virtual world. He was seated along with Lily behind a round table with foods and drinks. It was like a fancy buffet. A large chandelier hung overhead, giving the room a regal ambience. Max turned to look around. The lobby was a spacious room with a high ceiling and a large stage in the middle. The room was filled with the best and famous streamers. They were seated at the round tables, talking and enjoying the atmosphere. Many famous faces could be seen, including those he was familiar with: Flexi, Amelia, Madlad, and even Princess Peach. Each was grouped according to the nomination or their affiliation. Because Max was famous for being Lily's boyfriend, he was seated together with her. "Are you nervous?" Lily asked him. "No." Max shook his head. "What do you think about this? Do you think you will win?" "Who knows?" Max smiled. "Even though the odds are stacked against me, it would be great if I win." Lily nodded. "Yes. I hope you can win. But..." She looked at him seriously and continued. "But if you don't win, it's okay. We can work on your content and make it better. So, don't be too disappointed if you don't win. You're still a great streamer. The best one." "Thank you. Your words of encouragement mean a lot to me." Max smiled and said, "I'll do my best." "Me too," Lily said and gave him a soft kiss on the lips. She then looked into his eyes and smiled. Many eyes looked at them and whispered. They seemed to be surprised by the interaction between Max and Lily. Some were envious of him. They thought he was a lucky bastard to have a girlfriend like that. Lily noticed the stares and flushed, clearly not used to the attention. Being on a stage and being here felt totally different. A stage was where she was expected to act. But here, it was an intimate moment between her and her boyfriend. It was a private thing that shouldn't be shown to the public. "Are you embarrassed?" Of course, Max didn't miss this chance to tease her. He chuckled. "Ugh, you dummy. Stop teasing me." She pouted and pinched him, making Max laugh even more. At this moment, a loud clap could be heard. A loud and crisp clap echoed throughout the room. Everyone stopped talking and looked at the direction of the sound. It was coming from the stage. Standing on the stage was Caden. Caden, the chairman of the event and Punch's CEO. He wore a black tuxedo and his hair was slicked back. All the lights were focused on him and his smile was radiant. "Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining this award ceremony. The event will begin soon. Please, take a seat." As soon as he said that, the lights in the room dimmed and a spotlight shone on Caden. Max and Lily took a seat together, waiting for the event to begin. Everyone's eyes were focused on the stage, and Caden cleared his throat. "As you know, this year's Streamer Wars has come to an end. This year's winners are the best of the best. They have worked hard to become the best, and now It is time to recognize their hard work and give them the award they deserve. But before that, I will announce something else. The biggest news in the history of the streaming industry. Something that would revolutionize this world forever. Whispers started to be heard in the room. Max knew what he wanted to announce. It was the launch of Spencer's latest VR technology, the capsule he was sitting on at the moment. But for the others, they didn't have a clue. They had an idea of what it could be, but no one was sure of it. Before that, please enjoy this video. I am sure that it would change your worldview on the virtual world. The light dimmed, and a video appeared on the big screen above Caden's head. A short introduction about a new capsule that could boost the synchronization rate of some people was introduced. It showed a new breakthrough feature, such as the automatic nutritional supplement injection when needed. Not only that, but the capsule could also inject needed nutrients when the system judged that it was lacking. Not to mention that it had an improved neural link and faster processing power. The new capsule would make everything smoother. Spencer Company had always been a leader in the industry. The previous generations of capsules were also made by them. But this time, they outdid themselves, pushing the technology to the limit. No one knew about the real reason why they created the new capsule, but those who were involved knew why. It was all because of a brotherly love, for the sake of a girl who couldn't play VR for too long. Peter appeared with a short message and bowed at the end of the video. This is our gift for this world. We hope you enjoy the capsule to the fullest, and we will do our best to continue improving the technology. Thank you. When the video ended, applause echoed in the room and the light went on again. Caden looked at everyone and smiled. Now, I am sure all of you want to experience it, yes? He asked. The streamers nodded in agreement, their faces showing a look of awe. But I am afraid that you won't be able to get the product immediately, because we are going to announce the winner of the nominations. The lights went dim and the spotlight shone on Caden. He cleared his throat and continued. For the first nomination, let's start with a small one. Best VTuber. The audience clapped and the lights dimmed. A large screen appeared above Caden, showing the names of the nominees. Caden then read out loud. The award goes to Pink Rabbit. A round of applause erupted as the lights focused on a young woman with long brown hair, who stood up and smiled brightly. She walked up to the stage and took the mic from Caden. Max looked pretty surprised, but still gave applause to the winner. He and Lily glanced at a certain direction where their friend sat. Princess Peach, having lost the nomination, looked pretty disappointed, but she still applauded. Caden said a few congratulatory words before presenting her the trophy. The winner was happy to receive it, and she started to make her acceptance speech. But the speech didn't end without drama. She mentioned Princess Peach's name as her competitor and thanked her. A true professional move that many famous people did. Mention the strongest opponent and praise them. This was a good way to show that the winner wasn't an enemy to the loser. Princess Peach, hearing the praise, flushed and got embarrassed. The award ceremony continued on, with a few other winners getting called. And then, the main reward that Max was waiting for was finally here. Caden smiled and said, "We're going into the main reward. This will be a bit different from last year. We're going to start with Best Female Streamer." The name list of the nominees appeared above Caden. Lily Pixel / White Lily. Amelia. Princess Peach. Random Girl. XXX Misa. Ah. A soft voice escaped Lily's lips. Max looked at her and noticed her squirming on her seat. He smiled. Lily was nervous. The spotlight shone on Caden, and the reward goes to. The audience held their breath, and so did Lily. She was gripping the edge of the table so hard that her fingers went white. She was biting her lips, looking anxious and nervous. The reward goes to. She looked at Max for comfort. He held her hands, calming her down a little. Then, he mouthed, "You will be okay. Don't worry." Lily smiled a little. She then gripped Max's hand tight. Max squeezed back, letting her know that he was there for her. The silence lasted for a minute, and Caden smiled. Lily Pixel / White Lily. Loud applause erupted from the audience. Lily stood up, still gripping Max's hand. Her eyes widened, and tears formed on her face. "I won. You did it." Max said. "Yes." Lily said, tears rolling down her cheek. "I won. Congratulations. Now go to the stage, they are waiting." Lily nodded and reluctantly released her grip. She let her white dress sway and walked to the stage. Amelia, Princess Peach, Random Girl, and Misa were also clapping and cheering for her. The other nominees were giving Lily a standing applause. She was a popular and influential streamer in the streaming community. Just like before, Kaden offered congratulations and let her deliver speech. Lily's tears had been wiped clean, and she stood behind the microphone with confidence. Her eyes darted around the room and stopped when they landed on Max. She took a deep breath and started. First of all, I'd like to thank all my fans, friends, and fellow streamers. This would not have been possible without all your support, and I'm really grateful for everything. The crowd cheered as she continued. Secondly, I'd like to thank my brother for being supportive to my activities. Without his support, even logging into the VR world wouldn't be possible for me. I love you, brother. Hearing that, Max couldn't help but laugh. He could hear a loud cry coming from somewhere, surely from Peter's table. He could just imagine how. He cried a waterfall of tears from his eyes. Thirdly, I want to dedicate this award to someone important in my life. Lily said and looked directly at Max. Breeze. Thank you for always supporting me and being there for me. You're the reason I'm still here today. With that, she smiled brightly, her cheeks flushing with color. The audience started to cheer loudly. It was a heartwarming sight, and everyone clapped loudly for her. Even Max couldn't help but clap with them. Ah, this is embarrassing. Max smiled wryly, but he couldn't blame her. He would have done the same. Ha ha, such a heartwarming speech from Lily Pixel. Kaden smiled. Thank you for the speech. I hope you will continue to do well in your streaming activities in the future. I will. Thank you. With that, she left the stage and walked back to her seat, smiling brightly. Her eyes were still filled with tears. Max stood up and hugged her. Congratulations. Thanks. She replied, It's all thanks to you. Maybe it was all because of you too. He laughed. But let's talk about that later. Sit down first, Lily. You must be tired from standing up there. She nodded. Okay. Max pulled a chair out and helped her sit down. And then the next moment, a soft whisper could be heard. I love you. It was Lily's soft voice. Max couldn't help but blush. This was so sudden and unexpected, but it made him smile. He leaned closer and whispered back, Love you too. Now, usually we will proceed to the last category. But we have a rather strange and peculiar reward for this year. Kaden smiled. Yes, a meteor, or rather a new wind has appeared in this streaming community, and it is time to recognize their hard work. The next rewards are all related to this new streamer who appeared and shook the world. He said and raised his arms. In the sky, list of nominations appeared. Rising Star, Top Newbie Streamer 2045, Top Newbie Game Streamer, Most Viewed Newbie, Best Streamed Event, and Top Donations. Everything was written in golden letters, and Max couldn't help but feel a little bit of excitement. This felt like a spoiler to him, because there were no other streamers who could receive the reward in those nominations other than himself. Everyone, we break the record today as we announce the most rewards a streamer has ever gotten. Kaden grinned widely. Breeze. Chapter 501. The Greatest Streamer, Yindi. Breeze. All lights pointed at him, accompanied with orchestra music and loud cheers. Max's face appeared on a large screen in the middle of the hall, and he smiled widely. Kaden gestured to him to come up to the stage, and Max complied. As Max walked up to the stage, he could feel the gazes of everyone in the room. He didn't mind it, though. His heart was filled with pride. Somehow, his feet felt so light that he could run and flip to the stage without any problem, but he wouldn't do that. He wanted to do this properly and calmly. Max took his position at the podium. He smiled and shook Kaden's hand. Breeze, thank you for being here. Kaden smiled widely. You really are full of surprise. To think that we will create a record, no, a legend in the streaming community today. Thank you, sir. Max nodded. Kaden patted Max's shoulder and smiled. I'll let you talk first before giving the award, all right? I know everyone wants to know your secret to your success. So, please take your time. But, before that, I need to congratulate you. So, once again, congratulations. Thank you very much. I didn't expect to sweep the awards in all categories, so I feel pretty honored. Max smiled. Well, it was unexpected. Yes. Now, let us give a big applause for our new rising star. Kaden smiled widely. Applause rang throughout the hall. Please, take your time to deliver the speech. You can use 30 minutes if you want to. Kaden winked. Max nodded and smiled. Okay. Caden gave him a thumbs up and stepped to the back. Max was now in front of the microphone, standing alone, looking at the audience. His gaze met Lily's. She nodded with a smile. He smiled and said, "Thank you for all the support and love I've received since I started my activities. Everything meant a world for me. Please allow me to have a bit of your time to share something." He paused and smiled at the audience. "A bit of my life story, actually. My life story as a streamer." Max took a deep breath and looked at Lily. She gave him a reassuring nod, as if saying, "It's fine." Max nodded and said, "My streaming story is a long one. It's about my past and present. Before, I had nothing at all. Everything was taken away from me. Health, riches, dreams, even the people I thought I could trust." Max paused. "Everything." He paused and took another deep breath. His gaze turned serious. "I thought that I had nothing to lose. But I didn't give up. I held on to my dreams, and I kept going. One person pushed me to try something else, and I tried streaming. In his past life, it would be a doctor. And in this world, it would be his childhood friend Nina. But the story didn't have to be accurate. He just wanted to get his point across. That no matter what, if he had the determination, he could achieve anything. It started as a hobby and a way to relieve massive stress, but now it's my life." Max smiled. "I found the fun of it and decided to go for it. So I streamed and streamed and streamed. And then I made friends." He looked at the crowd, and he saw some of his friends nodding and smiling. "I made many friends. Good people, with good intentions. Every single person that watched my streams was my friends, even the haters. They made me grow stronger, and they helped me improve myself. It's thanks to everyone who watches my streams that I am standing here right now." He looked at Lily. "And of course, to a person that changed my life and gave me the opportunity to push myself further, giving me warmth and motivation when I am down." Lily smiled. Her eyes glistened with tears. "I owe my life to all of you." Max smiled. "Thank you." A wave of applause rang throughout the room. Max looked around, his gaze meeting many people. When the applause died down, he made a promise. "From now on, I will continue streaming and make the community better. I will help others to achieve their dreams and be a part of this amazing industry that has given me so much." Quest failed. Penalty applied. Uninstalling the system. The second round of applause couldn't enter Max's ears as the system spoke. He could feel the system was leaving him, leaving his body. The system's existence was slowly fading away. The blue windows, the notification sound, the quests, and the rewards. Everything was leaving him. Max clenched his fist. Goodbye. He didn't say anything. It was a silent and mutual understanding between the system and him. Max didn't hate it. After all, he had reached his goal. There were still 2 miracle tickets, and he knew they could still be of use to him. He didn't need them, not yet. He would struggle and break down if needed, but he would do it alone. Or maybe, with Lily by his side. Max was a changed person. No longer a weak boy that needed help from a mysterious system. Now, he was a confident and strong young man that could do anything. All right, now that the speech is done, let's move on to the new award. Caden smiled and took over the microphone. He snapped his fingers and fanfare could be heard. On the large screen above the stage, the words, "Best Newbie Couple" could be seen. Due to Breeze's influence and to keep the streamers motivated to keep on doing their activities, we decided to create a special award this year. Caden smiled widely. "I hope this will bring motivation and happiness to everyone." Max looked at him, his eyes wide. Rainbow letters floated in the air accompanied by fireworks, reading the name of the new award. As someone who created a record in this place, today, we give you a special award. Greatest Streamer. The lights dimmed, making the rainbow words even brighter and clearer. The audience gave him a standing applause, and the hall erupted in a loud noise. Max smiled, his chest filled with pride. Now he understood why the quest was so unreasonable and strange, why he had to reject the quest, and why he would face a hard road ahead of him. It was the system's way of giving him a gift for achieving his goal and helping him in the journey. Even when the quest was so hard and unreasonable, it still wanted to give Max the best reward. So it made sure to give Max the best reward for his efforts. There was no need for the greatest streamer system when he had become one. "Thank you." Max smiled. His lips trembled. He was finally free. Free from the pain of losing everyone. Free from the burden of his illness and everything. He was no longer burdened with the past and could move on. to the future. And with a bright future ahead of him, Max didn't want to be bound by the system any longer. It would only hold him back. It was the system's mercy for Max to let go and let him live his own life. With no one's interference, no more. Thank you very much. Max smiled. His smile was filled with joy and happiness. He didn't have any more words to say. There would be a long journey ahead. In the streaming world, there was no end. Only the beginning.